Welcome to Blast Premier 2023. 12 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in a season group state. Teams seed each other, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams then play out a double elimination best-of-3 group stage. The 3 group winners go straight to the season final. The remaining 9 teams will fight it out for 3 season final spots in the cross-group gauntlet. The 6 teams that failed to qualify for the season final will be cast into the showdown, where they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format, where they will be met by 10 teams from open qualifiers from around the world. Each seasonal showdown will be split across 2 regional tournaments. 8 teams will compete within a European and CIS bracket, whilst the remaining 8 will battle in the Americas and rest of the world bracket. Winners of each showdown will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the group stage. The 8 finalists will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semifinals, and grand final. The champions of the season finals will be joined by exceptional skilled teams, including winners of the CSGO majors, ESL Pro Leagues, as well as the 2 teams that topped the global leaderboard. The global leaderboard is a year-long point-scoring system that takes into account the performance of Counter-Strike teams from leading tournaments from around the world. Teams hoping to qualify through the global leaderboard will have until November 28th to claim as many points as they can in a number of events. In the event of any duplicate winners, spots will be open to those who have fought their way to the top of the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million. Join us in 2023 as victors are crowned and heroes are made.
No halting the upset train yesterday as Evil Geniuses tore down the world #1s to open up a brand new year. A solid debut for newcomer Wiz as the upper bracket now awaits, but arguably the hotly anticipated debut yesterday was the return of Device. Over 400 days since we last seen him stepping inside a LAN server, and over 1,000 since he last donned the Astralis jersey, but unfortunately not enough to submit the L to Vitality. It was actually his former brother-in-arms, Dupree and Spinks, who were pulling off monster performances to seal out 2-0. My name is Freya. Joining me is Maniac and Pimp to dive into what is going to be a fantastic day of Counter-Strike here in Copenhagen. Gentlemen, we had some fantastic CS going down yesterday, though, to open up a new year. Any highlights from yesterday?
I think day 1 delivered on all accounts. The game that we thought would be quite clear-cut for Heroic turned out to be a banger of a 3-map series. EG getting the best out of Heroic, 16-14 on the last 2 maps. Nothing that we had foreseen, nothing we had expected. And they've thrown a curveball into this group that used to be quite clear-cut.
That's the fun part, right? That's the fun part coming out of a break, coming after a vacation. You never really know what to expect. Sure, we had our predetermined thoughts coming in with EG, same for Heroic being ranked #1, but the fact of the matter is that EG managed to pull off probably one of the biggest upsets that we've seen in this tournament format in a very long time. The fact that they took down Heroic yesterday was a massive surprise, whether you like it or not.
Maniac, I don't want to throw you under the bus, but you compared that game to a salad, you know, and then EG said, hell no, they sprinkled the bacon bits on top, they gave you some croutons too, some nice spicy sauces with that one, because that ended up being, probably one of my favorite games, one of my favorite maps rather, that last map that we saw.
Yeah, I'm kind of running out of culinary metaphor to go on that. I guess it's the equivalent of picking up an entree, you don't really know what it's going to be, and the chef surprises you with some twist on top. I'm sure Maui can have some sort of food metaphor. He's going to serve you on very soon. Yeah, listen, I stand by my word. This is an upset because there was no way for us to anticipate EG beating Heroic. And if you backtrack after the fact and you say, oh, listen, it all makes sense. No, it doesn't. No, it don't. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying to yourself. You're lying to the world. Heroic were supposed to win. They got caught off guard. And it's even more impressive because they started this first map so cleanly. Was it 16-5 or 16-4? And then they let go of the accelerator. EG caught back and they created that game. That was fantastic to watch.
Yeah, there was many great elements coming out of EG. You know, proper Counter-Strike. Sure, we talked about Heroic not showing up and they didn't look like themselves, which as a fact of the matter as well. I remember that clutch they lost an overpass to Breeze where he basically already gave up. 20 seconds left of the round. He has a knife in his hand and he's like, I'm not going to win this round. I'm trying to save. And somehow, some way, Heroic managed to play into his hands. So sure, Heroic didn't play well yesterday, but there were so many positive elements coming out of EG. Ancient, the calling from Neelan, overpass the way that Heroic fought back to 11-11, and then it was still EG ending up winning. So take nothing away from EG. They, for the first time in a very long time, played good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and it makes us really excited going forward and deeper into the bracket as well to see if EG can, keep up that bolstered appearance that we saw here in the debut day. Obviously, they're going to be going up against Vitality because we did see them taking down Astralis. Valiant effort from Astralis, all given as due. Buzz coming into the server for the first time, obviously Device returning as well. But actually, better looks from Vitality in terms of that consistency and what we wanted, arguably, from Spinks throughout the entirety of last year.
Yeah, there are a couple of individuals who've stirred us a better performance than what we had seen lately. I guess Dupree and Spinks are the two names that we have to mention. They overperform compared to the end of last year. But what I did appreciate for Vitality is that this wasn't easy, it wasn't pretty, it wasn't clean, but they stayed composed, they stayed in it. We've seen them in 2022 way too many times give up during a game or fall victim to the panic, to kind of the too much anticipation. They stayed in the game and they could close it towards the end. And I think it's a right way to start the year.
It was a competitive Counter-Strike game from both teams. Astralis played decently well. We talked about Blame F, we talked about Device having a good showing, and then Vitality as well. It wasn't the Saivu show that we normally see. Of course, he played well, but Dupree backed it up. You had, Magix as well having certain moments in the game. You had Spinks for the first time in a very long time as well, actually showcasing what we expected from Spinks. So there's a lot of positives to take away from Vitality.
Well, we've talked a lot about the Danes, so let's see some more of them in our CS Money Play of the Day for day #1. You guys have had your say over on the Blast Premier Instagram. So who have we got coming in as our third best player?
Well, we have Blame F and his antics on overpass with a great forward multi-kill here. The transfer onto Zaiwu is fantastic. Poor Matthew had nothing to say. Magisk tries to punish his smoke fade, but as Counter-Strike is, no chance for him.
Speaks to the quality that he only placed third with a play like that. Kaden coming in second with a little bit of skill movement right here, jumping in with the AK-47, getting the first kill, putting down a smoke, and getting in, getting 2 kills right here. Completely surprising Wiz, who was not ready for that one.
That was absolutely dirty. And finally, our winner, our CS Money Play of the Day, is going to Buzz for that great ace on overpass. First round with Astralis on LAN in this roster, and he kicks off beautifully. Good cross replacement here. Some of the flicks very clean with the P250. Unfortunately, I think this was a little bit of a smoke screen. He slowed down during the series. He was still a step behind. But you know what? We'll give him the time. I will. A lot of people will give him the time to do better than what he proposed in this series.
Yeah, great way to kick his first Tier 1 LAN off. And of course, today we do have 3 best of 3s gracing our screens. This is an absolute marathon of Counter-Strike coming up today. We're going to be ending off with our first Group C game, Big versus G2 Esports. Not before Team Liquid take on OG, but first, it's Complexity versus FaZe.
Carrigan, an incredible 2022 for you guys, but a tough end to the year. I wanted to see what you guys thought of it and how you reviewed it and what your mindset was on the team coming out into this season.
Yeah, I mean, if I look over the whole season, I think we had 3 bad months out of 9, right? One of it was a month after the major, after Antwerpen, and then the beginning of the second part of the season. But I also think we showcase how strong this team is, because I think we ended the season on a higher note than it was in the middle. Like obviously 0-3 in Rio was like really bad, and then coming into the last 2 tournaments, we made a final and a semi-final, and eventually lost to 2 of the winners the last 2 tournaments. So I have a good feeling about this year, but obviously the start of the season here in Blast is a little rough compared to how we ended it.
Yeah, not how you would have wanted to start with it. But I want to touch on one thing you said in the HLTV interview, is that you said your approach to the team is only going to change 1 to 2%. It's more about getting the individual players activated. So this is more about the individual level overall of the team, because the structure and the system you have still works?
I believe so. I don't think we changed anything really last year. We updated the playbook and we adjusted some things. Everyone knows their role in the team, and in my opinion, the top 3 in every single role of where the players are in the world, right? We just have to make sure we're on the same page. I think the first 3 months this year have to see how do we need to change our approach a little bit more than what I want to. But I want the individuals to be up in form before we start changing stuff. But the first 2 terms of year is always rough. Where are you? Are you landing good in the season? So yeah, for now we don't change anything. We do as we normally do, and then we have to see if we need to change anything. Obviously the resource needs to be there.
Now, I know you guys have had some boot camps, done some boot camps before certain events. Coming into this, what was it looking like for you guys? How did you start the season?
I mean, we had a lot of talks. I think obviously rain was a big question mark coming into the start of the season. So it was not really possible, not even to boot camp before Katowice, unless we go out early here or win early in Blast, we can boot camp for Katowice. So yeah, the season is not starting as we want, but I mean, we have been in the same position 1 year ago. We're going to do the best we can in the given situation. So yeah, I'm trying to do everything to make everyone comfortable and happy, especially these first matches here in Blast. Very important to get a good feeling, winning or losing. Just make sure we have a lot of fun. I think that's always the key thing to start off season.
Yeah, when we see you guys smiling on the server, we know the other team's certainly in for trouble, that's for sure. Now, obviously you also lost Robin for this event at the beginning at least. How important is he to you guys and the team overall, and what kind of extra pressure does this put on you in particular?
I mean, I've been here before in the given situation, but Robin is the key pillar in the team, for me at least, and also for the other guys. He's creating this good environment, this never give up, adjusting the team, keeping me on the right track if my body language is not the best, if it goes bad. So he's key, but I also know everybody here is doing their best to their abilities, and I think that's what's the team unique. When somebody's missing, or if it's Rain or Robin or another player, everyone starts to take 5% more responsibility, because they know that it's on their shoulders to lift the team as well. So I expect that to happen today, but obviously I want Robin and Rain back as soon as possible. But it is what it is. We do our best and try to make them proud at home right now.
Now, you already said it earlier on, you are probably the best person to get the best out of stand-in players and actually find success of them. But I saw your tweet go out, you're looking for players. Why at.CET? Why did he make sense for you? And kind of, what have you been able to even get ready in, like, what, less than 24 hours?
Yeah, I mean, the whole situation pretty rough, right? We had some kind of set plan in case of emergency, and we tried to put that in motion. It didn't happen. So yeah, suddenly waking up yesterday morning, seeing that Config could not play, obviously changed the whole thing of how we approach this. So I just thought to myself, at.CET is a guy who can fill in all roles, played all roles. So I know he can bring something to the team, a supportive element, maybe enter-fragging, trading to get him into the side. So I think he brings something all around to the team, as we cannot find on a short notice one-to-one. I think Config was one-to-one player for Rain, where at.CET is more like filling out more gaps that some of the other players would. So I think that can help elevate the other guys in that play. But hopefully we can put at.CET in a comfort zone. As I told him, just play what you feel comfortable, don't overthink, just play your own game, and we try to figure it out together. But yeah, we had free practice at all, and I think it's fine, but obviously the way to kind of change what maps we wanted to play.
Yeah, I can imagine, but you do seem to be the perfect player of slotting these new players in and making them feel comfortable, so hopefully you can succeed. But you've got complexity in the opening game, an easier opponent on paper, right? Would you see this as one you can at least warm up and maybe overpower on the individual level to give you guys some more time with all of this situation?
I think yes and no. I think complexity can smell some water in the blood in the water. So we just have to make sure we're starting strong. The second we don't start to play with momentum or don't play with confidence, I think they will grab the opportunity, as it's going to be a big win for them. So obviously, I think it releases some pressure with us not having a stand-in, and if I can turn the mentality into that in the game and my teammates, then I think it's going to be a hard game for them. But it has to be how we react as a team. I think the first 8-9 rounds, I'm going to see where the people are, how far they are in individual form, and how far we are as mental as a team. So yeah, it's my job and my duty today to make sure we are staying calm, and if we stay calm, I think we're going to win this game. But nobody should underestimate anyone right now, as we also saw with EG and Heroic yesterday.
FaZe versus Complexity to open up the second day here at the Blast Premier Spring Groups, and two teams who had very different paths throughout the last year. For FaZe, 22 was undoubtedly their year. You only have to take a glance at their trophy cabinet to confirm that one. But for Complexity, a very different story. Unfortunately, no medals to be adorning their necks, and after that absolute heartbreak at the RMR, really not much to show for the tail end of the last year. Interesting when we're looking at two different scales of teams, two different styles of teams. So Pimp, how are you weighing up this situation, particularly when we're looking at FaZe obviously coming in with a stand-in for the first portion of this competition?
Obviously not optimal. Not only playing with a stand-in, but playing without Robin as well. You know, there's a lot of circumstantial stuff right now going on with FaZe that makes this start of the season not, you know, the way they would have liked it to. I think Kerrigan said it pretty well. He's going to try to turn it into a positive. He's going to try to make sure that all the players around him is aware that, okay, we don't have Robin, we don't have Rain, so I have to give 5% more. And I think Kerrigan is the best for that. You know, the mental state of the game, the fact that he's always on top of these situations, the fact that they've been there before. FaZe Clan, historically speaking, probably the team who's used their stand-in the most.
Yeah.
Exist back in Australia. Olaf Meister in and out of the team. Now we have obviously the situation last year as well, where JKS came in and helped them out winning Katowice. So it's not too big an issue for me, but it's FaZe Clan still, and it's a shame that we don't get to see the full lineup.
But that's the quality of FaZe,
Yeah.
because I can feel it in your words, and I can feel it in my heart that I don't doubt them, even with a stand-in.
Yeah.
They have built so much trust as a group, as a core, in the principles of Counter-Strike they use, in the individual abilities they have, that I'm not too phased out, pun intended, by the fact that at.CET is playing. I think it's going to be fine.
Yeah.
There's so much quality across the board. I still believe in FaZe. That doesn't bother me too much.
I mean, Matthew Kerrigan wasn't IGL of the year for nothing, was he?
Let's go.
You know, he knows how to make a system work. But in all seriousness, obviously, it was great to hear that Kerrigan was saying he's giving at.CET kind of the space and freedom. He's not making sure that, you know, he's going to be playing Rain's roles to a T, because they are two different styles of players, let's be real.
Yeah, I struggle to find two players that would be more different than at.CET is compared to Rain. They are diametrically opposite in terms of how Counter-Strike they play. at.CET is a passive, relatively passive player, supportive roles with the ability to secondary AWPs at some point. Rain is the aggressive rifle. You could not differentiate them more than that. So I don't know how the plug and play is going to work, but I have to admit, when you have Brokey, when you have Robs, when you have Twist, I'm not sure I want to take them away from their comfort zone. I don't know how much I want them to play a different Counter-Strike. I'm not exactly sure how Kerrigan is going to approach that situation.
I agree. It's not the same player. It's going to be a little bit tough. As Kerrigan said as well, Config would have been a 1-to-1. Unfortunately, it wasn't impossible. You get at.CET as well, but he can fill out some of those gaps. And don't ever underestimate a player that is coming in a position like this. We saw it with JKS and Katowice. Played some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen JKS play in a very long time. Partly also the reason why he joined G2 and is now finding success right there. at.CET as well, a player that's been shopped around for a very long time. The Cloud9, the NIP, the Astralis stand-in role. He hasn't really found a home, but this is the perfect window of opportunity. He can showcase his qualities, and maybe there's a team out there thinking we need at.CET on our team. So I am not doubting whatsoever that he's highly motivated.
I want to just take a moment to reflect on kind of the tail end of 22 for FaZe as well, because, you know, a lot of the naysayers were saying, you know, oh, FaZe, they're falling off. They're not pulling up as great results as the first half of the year, which, you know, arguably is true because they were literally winning every single trophy they could get their hands on. But I don't so much agree with that because I still think FaZe are putting up solid numbers.
Take a deep breath.
I mean, listen, it is something that is heavy on my shoulders and my heart. Like, I think we are exaggerating so much. We are so extreme in our opinions.
Yeah.
Relative to the beginning of 2022, where FaZe won 4 trophies in 6 months. Yes, I know the end of the year was worse. Thank you genius. Hell, I could not have realized that myself. But then you just have to take a deep breath and realize that besides Rio, which was an absolute catastrophe, a debacle, there's no other words we can use, the rest of the year, as Kerrigan said, is actually a bounce back to a very decent level. Besides Heroic, only Liquid has a record that can match with FaZe, which is a grand final and a semi-final. So if you're telling me that this is a shit end of the year, then where the hell are your expectations? Who is not playing shit Counter-Strike? One on your list of not shit team is there. Like, who else?
I told him to take a deep breath.
This is incredible that we would label the end of FaZe 2022 as a shit year. That to me doesn't sit well.
If a semi-final and a final is a bad result.
Yeah, if that's not good enough for you, what is?
It's below what they were doing.
And even when you're comparing them to Liquid, we look at the results that Liquid posted up. Yeah, sure, they made it to the grand final versus G2, but then they literally rolled over and almost gave G2 the trophy in Abu Dhabi as well.
Look, we have all high expectations for FaZe, and I wish for them to go back to what they were doing in 2022, and I know they ended up a scale lower than that, but let's all take a deep breath.
Yeah.
If this is the worst, then that was a very high floor to be had.
Yeah, let's begin to be a bit reasonable. I think one of the kind of star players, I mean, you could literally put any of the star players of FaZe under the spotlight, but I think we were most impressed with kind of Broky's consistency coming into the later stages of 22, because obviously we saw that happening back in Katowice when they lifted the trophy. Disappeared just a little bit, but it was nice to see him kind of returning to that form.
Yeah, Broky is the X factor for me when it comes to FaZe Clan. He's a very explosive AWP player, and he can create situations out of nowhere in the middle of a game. When you have Broky in a 3v3, you never know what's going to happen in the round, and you can never feel sure as an opponent that he's not going to come up with something. I agree with you. The way he played the first couple of months last year was absolutely fantastic. People were even arguing that he's a top 3, top 5 player in the world, which he, at the time, were in form, but he dropped off a little bit. Never to a point where he was any bad, but to a point where he was just consistently showing up, you know, in a decent way. I want to see the best Broky, because Broky right now, to me, is one of the most interesting players within this lineup.
Honestly, I wonder if Broky, out of this whole star-studded roster of FaZe, isn't the one whose performance correlates with the win the most in FaZe. I feel like the events that we've seen Broky pop off were wins and deep runs for FaZe. His performance in 2022 is kind of a U-shaped. It started extremely high, and then you have the middle of the year that slows down a little bit. Towards the end, he catches on again, and suddenly they do better. So he might be one of these players, you say X Factor, one of the most influential, because the Twist, the Ropses, Rain is a little bit of a different story, but Twist and Rops, I feel like, are consistent contributor. They'll always do what they have to do, but Broky is the one that kind of pushes you to the next step, the next dimension when he reaches that level.
Yeah, so the comparison that we obviously have to draw on the opposite side of the server is Halzak, not known for, you know, the same height.
Are we doing comparison? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah,
that's right.
When we're speaking about weapons, that's the comparison.
Okay.
But how do you see Halzak kind of having impact in terms of this complexity lineup? Because we were pretty hyped for him to be joining the NS.
Yeah, I've actually been slightly disappointed, I'd argue, because I rated him high. I think Halzak is a great talent. I saw him play when he first came around. His FaZe stats were unheard of. His puck playing was unheard of. Joined Dignitas, and that retirement home wasn't probably the best way of easing him into to Counter-Strike. Coming into complexity, I was getting hyped. As you said, I wanted to see Halzak be the difference maker, and it's not like he's been bad when in the regions of complexity, but I think he is the guy that needs to step up. He is the guy that can make complexity a competitive team, and we haven't seen that consistently enough. You look at the players around him in JT, etc., etc. You have Floppy as well within that lineup who can show up, but I feel like Halzak is supposed to be the star of complexity, and he's not right now.
Would it be fair to say that we had a very high demand on the impact that Halzak would have in complexity, and he hasn't had really that much of an impact? It's not like he played bad individually. Look at his numbers. He's in the green. The events are consistent, but we were hoping to see him really take them to the next step. Maybe break through that top 20, break through that top 15, and it hasn't been the case. I don't think Holzek has delivered that much of an impact. In fact, Grim, if anybody, is the one that has surprised me and whose numbers have been off the charts compared to what we knew him in Liquid.
He went from being a player that Stewie and 2K didn't trust whatsoever in Team Liquid, even calling him out in interviews, to now, as you said, he's the star player for Complexity. He's the one consistently delivering with the rifle. He's the one making the difference, and he's playing some, I would argue, relatively hard roles within Complexity as well. He's all of a sudden left a lot to himself. He has to play some of the anchor roles as well, where he needs to step it up, and he's finally showcasing that star potential that they talked about when they first signed him for Liquid.
I think, curiously, we were also potentially looking at Fang, arguably, you know, to be one of the stars coming onto this Complexity roster. So I want to hear from him heading into this series.
So Fang, welcome back to the 2023 season. I saw a tweet from you, mate, and it said, "Trust the work you put in." What was the meaning behind this? Where did this come from?
Yeah, so start of the year, you know, coming into it, I think me personally had a really big reflection over the year, because that was my first like real year playing like Tier 1 Pro, and just, you know, understanding how the circuit works, you know, traveling, especially as a North American player. So coming this year, I feel like I'm a lot more focused and just understand, you know, how I got to manage my time and everything like that. So I've been, you know, this whole past week, I've been really locked in ever since the break, honestly. I haven't really taken too much time off, so I'm looking to just get back in the server.
Okay, that's really good to hear. And it is one thing that I think people forget with you, is that it is like your first year being on a Tier 1 team, because you had such highs on an individual level. Yeah. One thing I did notice though, you had some like inconsistent struggles. When you were on, you were amazing. We were all like wowed by you. But then sometimes you drop off and you struggle to get back into games. Is that one of the things you've been working on?
Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of it comes down to like a lot of my just, you know, personal reflections and takeaways from the game, and just understanding my strengths, what I'm good at. I think a lot of time I would try and be a little bit more of like all-rounder and try and do a lot of stuff, you know, to just compensate other players and just, you know, help my teammates, but also understanding how good I am and, you know, playing to my strengths as well.
Very nice. Now, you've had this roster for a good amount of time. Holzek seems to be embedded in, but I wanted to ask, do you feel like you guys have the identity of Complexity and the play style you want now?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I think it's still a little bit of a growing phase, just because I think we realize now that we can, you know, potentially have like higher highs than we've ever had before, and we're, you know, still managing a few kinks and stuff, but just coming into practice and, you know, playing our practices and scrims, like it feels a lot more cohesive, and, you know, understanding coming to practice with like our main intentions, and, you know, actually getting stuff done on the server and actually seeing it show.
We also saw the map videos rolling in our interview earlier. It was going to be Inferno, Overpass, and Anubis if we do so need it. Hope it goes to 3. And I actually do see the potential of this one going to 3, particularly looking at some of Complexity's recent results on the ground of Overpass.
Yeah, listen, it might be a controversial statement, but I think Complexity right now might be slightly underrated. And the reason I say that is definitely missing out on the major, having that catastrophe over a 2-1 record into 2-3, losing against Imperial. We all know how heartbreaking this was for them to miss on that moment. They kind of fell under the radar. People forgot about them. I forgot about them. But we have to remember they've had this explosive upset ability on many different occasions in 2022. Hell, in fall groups here, they kicked off their campaign by beating Na'Vi in a best of 1. In Pro League, they took a map off of FaZe. So I don't want to stand here and tell people, like, listen, just turn off your monitor, just go outside, touch some grass, because it's not going to be happening. That's not what I think. I think there is space here for a surprise, especially if we could go off an Overpass.
Listen, Complexity have been highly competitive against some of the best teams in the world. You said it yourself, in Pro League they did fine as well, had some big results. Again, they didn't make roster changes coming into the new season. That speaks into a point that they themselves actually believe in this roster as well. Of course, what we saw during the RMR, there was a heartbreaker, but they've been playing a lot online. They've been trying to prepare for this season, and you compare them to the likes of EG as an example. We have actually been speaking positively about Complexity in some of these tournaments, because they have shown the potential. Maybe a little bit, you know, map pool-wise, inflated by the online state of NA Counter-Strike, but still, we are looking at a FaZe Clan with a stand-in. We are looking at a Complexity, as Fang said, very zoned in right now. I wouldn't necessarily call this a, you know, too one-sided game for FaZe.
No, and just to get specific for half a second here, the fact that we're going to play Overpass, you have to think about how FaZe will handle the absence of Rain, which plays that very forward position on the A side. We all know he's paved the way of how that side was supposed to be played at the time. He and Fair were always were always kind of idols and examples we were going back to. Do we think that at.CET can plug in and do what Rain used to do? I don't think he can. I think there is a weakness, a liability for Complexity to exploit.
Do you think that was also going to be a potential issue coming onto Inferno? Obviously, FaZe's pick coming into things.
I think it's easier for at.CET to fit into Inferno. It's a little bit more, you know, easy map to fit into. It's very basic. You can play around the maneuvering, and you can basically do standard stuff if you want to with your FaZe Clan. Overpass, I agree with you. That position, toilets, if at.CET is playing that one, that's going to be very, very tough for him to find the same amount of impact is free.
We'll obviously overpass the pick of Complexity coming into things. That's going to be our second map in this best of 3 series. Not before we kick things off on the grounds of Inferno. Anubis as the third and final. If we do so need it, Maui and Anders will be back with all the action in just a few.
Now, FaZe in the opening game, are they less scary now of a stand-in?
I don't think they're less scary. They still have major winners on that team, and Twist, Grand Slam, like they're all really good. And I think the Kerrigan is a really good IGL, and he'll have a way of plugging and playing S-Tag pretty much. I think that they'll definitely be a bit weaker, but they're no underestimating them. Like they're still good and they're still major winners, and we need to come in for our 120% like we did at Pro League if we want to stand a chance against them.
Of course, they're still scary. I mean, FaZe is FaZe, you know. All those guys, you know, got to respect them. But coming to the game, you know, we have a lot to prove, and you know, I'm just kind of going into the mindset, you know, trust the work we put in. So I'm not too focused on that. Mainly focused on us coming in the game.
Day 2 is live. We got our first game coming up. Maui, you said you thought Complexity could win. Is that true?
You're putting words in my mouth. I do think that it's possible.
Yes.
I think that if you look at what actually happened at ESL Pro League,
in the sense that anything is possible, is there?
I mean, that is true also, you know. You never really know what's going to come any given day. But Complexity in this matchup, they were close to winning it last time at ESL Pro League, what Grim was referencing right there. This was a series where Complexity were up a map. They were up 14-11 on map number 2, and they let it all slip away. And so getting this little boost, the fact that we're seeing S-Tag sub in for FaZe, that might be what Complexity need to tip the scales in their favor.
hope so. I really enjoyed the upset yesterday with the EG. I think that was a great way to get things started. Obviously, it screws up the bracket. There's a little bit of confusion there. But I kind of can see it happen. Initially, I was very, very doubtful about this Complexity lineup, but I think they have some punch to them. I think they could play pretty well. We've seen some outrageous games from Grim in the past, and with Floppy also, obviously, a very talented player. There's someone to work with, but I think they're right. It will still be very difficult. FaZe are never really to be underestimated. So we'll see how it goes. Run Inferno to begin with. FaZe starting on the T side, Complexity on the CT side. And already trying to make their way up. They took a fair bit of nade damage there. And they've got that one P250 in play to try and be a little bit dangerous. That's on Rops. Looks like Floppy is going to be the first point of contact and ducking right through. S-Tag sacrificing himself for Brokey to get the kill. And Fang playing in Graveyard and trying to find anything that he can, but it's not going to happen though. Brokey will take him down, and that's some good control and at least a bomb plant here for the FaZe side.
Yeah, and we see now that the Complexity retake will all be moving in from the long side. They have a kit to work with. JT has a smoke and a flash as well. And you know, Complexity, JT, they always have a way to make the most out of this utility.
Yeah, that's a good smoke. Look at the wall that it builds up. That means they at least have a chance to swing before they get taken down from Pit, but it doesn't matter. Nobody checked for Karrigan. Good couple of kills and Twist with the last one. So FaZe, good take. I mean, they traded their way evenly into the bomb side, but the afterplant is really what did it for them.
Yes, one position overlooked, and we didn't see Fang actually come up with the goods there at the Graveyard. That would have been very nice to give Complexity a chance on that retake, have the numbers on their side. But also, I don't want to skew the expectations of the viewers. Even though I think that Complexity have a shot, this is still very much so a FaZe-favored matchup, even given the fact that they're using a stand-in. S-Tag, an interesting one at that, though. Kind of hard to imagine that he's going to be slotting in just perfectly for Rain, because S-Tag definitely known more for his passive play, his tempered approach, how much he puts into just the thoughts of what's going on in the round. And yet, you probably want a player like Rain who's just gonna run in, just get it done.
Yeah, they're definitely very different players in that sense. That's true. I will say though, I think before his tenure in NIP, S-Tag was almost like a permanent sub in all kinds of weird teams. It felt like he had no real home. So if anyone would sort of know what it's like to come in and play for all kinds of lineups, probably S-Tag is one of those players where that's almost second nature to him, I have to assume. And he's a very sort of team-oriented. I actually think he's a somewhat underrated player in a lot of ways. But there are a lot of good Danish players, so maybe it's hard to shine above everybody else. But I actually, yeah, I still think he's a little bit undervalued in some sense. Not necessarily on the scoreboard for what he does there, but just in general.
Ooh, Grim being tested. He was able to deploy the smoke, but isn't able to play in front of it. This will be a free bomb site for FaZe, and Complexity likely to take these pistols into the upcoming round. No real reason to challenge here, and FaZe will make their way up to 2-0. But yeah, to touch on S-Tag a little bit more, I do think that he has proven himself to be a jack of all trades.
Yes.
But I would still pump the brakes a little bit and say master of none also is worth describing him with. It doesn't seem like he's always found those homes, because even though he can slot into so many different roles, it's been actually excelling in those roles. That's what we have yet to see from S-Tag. Still has a lot to give. There's no reason that he couldn't compete on a top-level team. It's just that NIP obviously had a better option. They went for an opper. They wanted a real primary opper. They didn't want to kind of play this game of who's going to pick it up. Is it Rez? Is it S-Tag? And they just went with the guy that's now committed to being a primary in Headtrick.
I think he needs to be in a team that has a primary opper where I don't think S-Tag should be the star player. I think he should be the guy you send to do all of the worst jobs, because I think he's going to do all of them pretty well.
Yes.
Then the rest of the team can shine.
Support player would be the way I would want to describe S-Tag, and he's definitely a solid one at that.
Yeah, but I agree. I think that's a pretty good summary. Third round coming up. Yeah, like you said, no point in going for the retake at the end of that last round. All you're going to be doing is throwing away whatever pistols you have, so just try and keep it cool and maybe do some damage in this one. But yeah, this is all par for the course when you lose the pistol, so I wouldn't really be worried about Complexity yet. The first rifle round's obviously going to be the real test for them to see if they can put up some kind of a defense. We were watching Inferno yesterday when EG were playing it, and they really had a hard time defending and controlling Banana, and I mean, that's always something to look for. Like, it seems to be the first test, maybe not the final test on Inferno, but if you can't win that banana fight or don't have like a really good plan for it, things just get really tough, really on both sides of the map.
Yeah, and to give a little bit of context for Complexity's Inferno, they don't have the sickest win rate on it, I'd say, once they started playing international competition, mostly European competition, that is. And that's generally speaking due to the fact that on CT side, they have a very tough time playing banana, and what sometimes... Oh, wait a second, actually. FaZe is running into a stack. I'll hold that thought.
They are. Good little camera overview to get us a glimpse of it. 4 people ready and waiting. Some Deagles in the mix and a P250 there in Graveyard, so you're going to be a bit careful. Already dinked up, but S-Tag, that Mac 10 can clear out those corners so quickly, especially when they don't have any armor. So job well done. That's going to be the end of the stack, but that could have gone a different way.
There's a lot of damage inflicted, just not finding enough kills for Complexity. So yeah, moving into the first gun round, I'm definitely going to keep an eye on Floppy and JT for how they go about their banana control. It's just given them so many difficulties in the past for those two to connect, to find efficient space cleanly, to find kills there. And so often, okay, JT.
Nice.
If we can see more of that, then I can believe in the banana hold. But so often what Complexity does is they just move into a 4-1 setup. They just stack the bracket because they lose banana, and then we see Floppy on these solo B holds. It happened so many times last year, and it was a huge hindrance to them. Even when playing domestic competition, even some of the NA teams that you wouldn't think should be at Complexity's level were able to take banana from them. And so I would love to see if Complexity use this offseason, use this break to rethink that part of the map and give FaZe a real contest on that banana.
Yeah, I mean, presumably that's also a reflection of the idea that they really do trust Floppy that much.
Yes.
He is good, but also it's a huge responsibility. You know, if he's going to be fighting somebody like a Twister or a Brokey and he's solo holding, that's just very difficult to do. Oh, look at this. Run boost into the middle. Bomb is dropped back there, and they just did make it around the corner, but interesting start to the round.
Oh, they've switched Floppy and Grim's positions.
Okay.
Grim used to be the pit player, so
well, there we go.
That's maybe the answer for Complexity. Put your best anchor player at B, and then you don't even have to take banana. Nice shot from Halzer.
2 for 1. That was very, very close. But yeah, that's maybe something they've been spending Christmas on. You know, just trying to reinvent themselves a little bit. Like you said, maybe not the best map for them. So maybe it is worth trying to rediscover some of those things. This time it is Grim though at the back of the bomb site. So again, that 4-1 you were talking about, but now with Grim holding it back here, and he's been very, very good in some of these past games, but this is a lot to ask for. And the smoke, again, it lands right on top of them. Looks like they just want to wait and then pop their way through. Yeah, there we go. Flash coming out from Grim to try and buy a little bit of time, but he needs the kills more than anything else. Good headshot. He actually almost got the double. That's not far from. That could have been much, much worse. Brokey nearly going down, almost falling into the flames. That's scary. 4 versus 3 in the afterplant, and low on health is Twist.
Yeah, this has to be a conversion for Complexity. They have the utility to make this retake work. Obviously, these smokes are fresh, just deployed. And this is going to be a little bit awkward because they just used their banana smoke, but it does look like it'll be a triple con side approach. And here's the entry flash.
Yeah, Pop to set it all off. S-Tag. Quick with the AK, he's going to get one. He tries to continue the spray, but he walks right into the AWP. Still 2 people left. Brokey picks up one, and a great follow. And he wants more. He's out to hunt for it. He realizes there's no time for hold, so he just has to try and make his escape. Brokey nearly catching him through. But that AWPing from Brokey absolutely sealed the round.
Oh, that late smoke that FaZe had that they were able to deploy towards CT made that post plant so much easier for them. Complexity getting so close in this one, but the heroics from Brokey from the emo position, that was enough. That did it. And yeah, we see that Complexity, they're still not in control of banana. That's how this round started off. But Grim is a guy that you can rely on. He was, statistically speaking, the strongest performer for Complexity in the last handful of months. And in terms of individual form, in terms of mechanical ability, it's hard to argue that he's not one of the strongest in North America if you look at that factor alone.
And that comes off the back from his career's point of view of being touted as someone who's going to be very, very cool in Team Liquid, obviously. A lot of hype, and it seemed like he never really lived up to it. So getting sort of booted on from that team, it just felt like, oh, this could be a real downgrade overall for him. But I feel like now he's making his way out from the shadow of Liquid in some way. It's pretty cool to see, I think. interesting to follow his career, because I think a lot of people at some point would have thought, okay, that was it. That was like a flash in the pan kind of thing. People were hyping him up, and now he's gone. And it doesn't really feel like that's the trajectory that things are going at the moment. So that's exciting news.
I think he's actually embraced some of the roles that Liquid thrust him into, those kind of anchor spots. Even though he used to be the star player when he was on the come up, then Liquid said, okay, you're going to have to play Team CS. You're going to have to play what we need you to play.
Yeah.
And he's actually been excelling at it for Complexity.
Oh, they're coming through again, but this time Grim is ready. Double setup on the other side. They're again pushing through the smoke a little bit here, FaZe. They're trying to really bully Complexity over on this side, saying even if you try and smoke up some of these choke points, we're going to flash our way through, we're going to come for it anyway. And this time it almost backfired. That could have gone horribly wrong. And FaZe, they're still down a man, but they have some rifles on their side. No more grenades, though, so they can't slow anything down from this point, FaZe. Now they have to battle it out like they did last time. Not a kit in sight on the CT side, of course, because this is a round where they didn't really have to buy anything. They just had the 1 AWP. Ooh, hold on. Fang's going to get a kill on Brokey, and because S-Tag's already low on health, there might be a shot at it here. Twist running out of bullets, and he can't get the Glock out in time. Twist goes down, and S-Tag missing the one shot there, and Holzerk will take him down. If they had the kit, there might have been a chance, but without it, it's going to be a 5th round for FaZe.
Too bad for Complexity. They find the kills this time.
Oh,
they aren't even able to save the op. Oh, couldn't take that one to the next round. But this was a round where Complexity, they didn't have all the utility, they didn't have all the nades and kits in order to make that one work. If they had just had one more smoke, one more kit, that was all theirs. But FaZe, once again, just strolling into that B bomb site, testing it repeatedly. Even though Grim's finding kills on that site, it's just that there is no forewarning. They don't know when it's going to happen. And because of that, FaZe are able to set themselves up in these brutal and powerful post plants.
And it must be frustrating to over and over again, you keep being tested on some of those smokes at the entrance to B. Eventually, that could force you to spend even more grenades to try and keep it away. You know, say, all right, maybe a smoke isn't enough. Maybe we actually need the extra Molotov, or we're gonna be extra careful just to make sure they're not walking through, because they've been doing that a fair bit. 5-0 in favor of FaZe.
Yeah, we see once again though, Complexity just giving up banana. It feels like they have no intention to truly contest this area, even though they started 3B for just a brief instant. It was just to throw some utility to posture. But there's some retake procedures here. Okay, they're at least trying to make FaZe sweat a little bit when taking banana, keep him in the dark. FaZe don't know if anybody's slotted themselves into sandbags, and so they'll turn their attention towards bracket, where there are 3 Complexity players lying in wait.
This setup could be so scary for these people underneath the canopy here, just because of the potential. Molotov's going down. You could see Floppy's playing this angle, but obviously if Holzerk misses a shot, then Floppy will have to sort of, you know, potentially switch his aim, and it's just very weird if you get crunched here. But so far, so good. Holzerk going to be picking up the shot on Carrigan. And there's the Molotov, but a quick extinguish. Smooth work so far on the defense. 30 seconds on the clock as well.
Oh yeah, and Grim still has a molly for this B-side defense. And the rotation's coming in. Okay, Complexity, they're set up to win this round. This is where they need to be getting back into this game. Can't drop the ball here.
Yeah, they already put out the Molotov. They're so sure what's happening. Down to 15 seconds. FaZe have no business winning this round now. They're so low on time. Fang coming through the smoke to try and help out. Grim in the back of the side, but he goes down. Twist somehow finding a couple of bullets, and that'll at least give him the bomb planter. They're still low, but overlooking that one. Holzerk not expecting for somebody to be in construction already, and he's going to get popped. Floppy now, 1 versus 2. They're very low on health. He's going to get one of them quickly. Rops on the other side. He's got 1 kill so far, and it's in this round. That's his first of the map. And now he's up against Floppy, who's got plenty of health on the other side. Taps the bomb a single time, trying to put some pressure on, and there's Rops coming out. The timing could not have been better. And FaZe, they get away with it. They push the bomb site with less than 15 seconds left, and they still win it.
Man, the margins have been so slim, but FaZe, they're so hard to put away. These retakes have gotten so close so consistently, but Twist pushing into construction, catching Holzerk off with that timing. That was the difference maker there. And then Floppy in the one-on-one just didn't guess right. Rops plays the time. And man, I mean, when you talk about closers, guys that are clutch, it's hard not to include Rops' name. He's always seemingly finding a way, a new way to outplay his opponents.
Yeah, that is a huge part of the reason why he's such a scary player. Complexity taking a timeout. It makes sense.
Yep.
Given where we are at the moment.
Yeah, and this is one that when you're looking at it from Complexity's side, you got to think so many of these rounds have been close. The margins have been slim. it's tough to really pick one thing that's going so wrong, because you could say banana control, but it just simply is not in the game plan for Complexity to go for banana. That's something that they've outlined before. If you're not doing it 6 rounds into the game, you're probably not going to change now to try to force a banana fight. You're just going to try to find these other win conditions. But FaZe, I mean, you give them that space, and they know exactly how to play around it.
6-0, and this, what's really heartbreaking about the last round too is obviously the fact that they really had figured it out. They really did know that it was going to be a B hit. They got that kill in the middle. They rotated Fang over. They had the Molotov down. Everything seemed to be lining up. JT not able to get that Deagle shot, unfortunately. Grim expecting them to come through because that's what they've been doing most of the time anyway. So he had the right idea, but just not the stopping power on that 5-7.
Yeah. Just bullying their way in. FaZe showing the poise that you would expect for a team that probably left 2022 feeling like there was some unfinished business. They were set up to close the year out so strong, and it's not like their results at the Fall Finals or the World Finals were anything to scoff at, losing to the eventual champions in both respective tournaments, but everybody looked at Rio and everybody saw a FaZe that didn't come to do what they set out to do. Yeah. So they're going to look at this season, despite the fact that they're using a stand-in, and still saying, we are the top dogs. We don't believe in Heroics #1 right now. They know that they can fight for it, and they have a chance to actually take the crown back.
Yeah, it feels like they have so much to prove right now.
Yeah.
I think most people still believe they can win almost any tournament at this point, but man, there's some big question marks that happened last year, which I think it just makes for a very, very interesting story. 7-0 though. In favor of FaZe, it's a nice start. And now we're also getting into, we talked about this yesterday with Heroic, how once they're up and running, it does feel like sometimes they almost double down on the bullying, and the fact that FaZe keep coming through the smoke over the B bomb side, it shows sort of a lack of respect, saying, well, if you can't stop us doing that, then
we're just gonna keep doing it.
Keep doing it, and you'll never be in a position. Now they got 3 people ready at the B bomb side though for the Complexity side, so a slight change in the defense, and now Kerrigan instead running through the middle, and he is crazy sometimes. He really can be the X factor on this FaZe team. Again, through the smoke, this time at the bottom of Banana and challenging Grim. They're going to be finding JT. That's a Mac 10 on S-Tag, and he finds both the kills.
Wow, this was a brutal call from Kerrigan. It felt like he just read exactly what was happening. Robs finds the trade. There's still some action going on across the map. Halzerk, he's posted himself up towards bracket. He could lock this position down, but it does seem like Robs is choosing the correct option, moving through apartments. But Halzerk presented an opportunity, but he doesn't connect, and Brokey does. That is Complexity out of yet another round.
Surely Brokey saw that just as smoke pop, right? He must have seen them play a model. It'd be interesting to see. Just if he didn't, that's such a disgusting shot, but it feels like the timing probably was with him at that one. Regardless, it's another round. 8-0 in favor of FaZe, because Fang is too far away, and they don't really have that much money to work with, so even the AK is going to be fairly valuable.
Yeah, this was such an interesting call from Kerrigan, actually, though. He's been relying on that early banana control so consistently, but decided this round he's going to pop himself through that mid-smoke, just test to make sure that Complexity are being kept honest, that there is some sort of presence towards bracket. And there was a huge utility dump from Complexity. They were throwing smokes, mollies, flashes towards bracket, and it felt like Kerrigan, he might have actually read it incorrectly. He might have actually thought that there might be 3 people towards A, and that's why he called to run through that bottom banana smoke for the rest of his team, but then they just got the kills. So even when the call wasn't perfect,
it worked anyway.
Yeah, exactly. That's, oh man, that's attack just finding the Mac 10 kills there. Wow, that looked nasty.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that was just pure reaction.
Right. That was sharp. Man, if it's not even just the firepower taking you down, it's the tactics too.
8-0. Moving into the 9th round.
Yeah, they just have all their bases covered here.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it is playing out. If you just look at the names currently, like the strength that we know that could be in FaZe, even if you just forgot about the fact that S-Tag is playing too, this is kind of what it feels like maybe it should be on paper, which doesn't always happen. Like we just had the upset yesterday with EG and Heroic. So I was in my mind, I was thinking maybe there could be another one here, but it feels like right now, at least Complexity are struggling. Now, fair enough, EG had a similar situation on Inferno. They were kind of getting crushed by Heroic on that one before the turnaround happened on Ancient and Overpass. If you missed that, you should go back and watch it.
Oh, okay, that was Brokey. Nice shot from JT, though. Showing something, he's got something left, but still, quick cleanup from the rest of FaZe. They found a kill in apartments as this was happening, too. Grim on top of the oranges. He's always been good for one up here, but it's only just one. And now Halzerk, so far away from the action right now.
And even if Grim gets that kill, you could see between Brokey and Twist, there's a level of confidence in saying, we will just come and take this bomb site. You know that you're in there somewhere.
Yep.
But we're not, there's no sort of like, no fear in them. They're not like, oh, maybe we should throw some more grenades, or maybe we should set up like a whole execute to do this. Like, no, we can just walk in and win the fight eventually, and we're going to be fine with it. So that's a good luxury to have. Halzerk, like you said, far away from the action, going to be hanging out 9 straight from FaZe to start this Inferno map with. It's up to Complexity to show us something, a change that could bring them some kind of victory here.
Yeah, and you can tell that Complexity, they've rethought their CT side, at least in pieces. Swapping Floppy and Grim's positions shows that they knew that there was a problem here on the CT side of their Inferno. They couldn't just sit pretty and hope for the best with the way that they were playing at the end of last season.
I just found an orb.
Oh, yeah, wait, okay, that's a nice consolation prize for Halzerk.
Yeah. That's actually, I mean, a small detail, but usually you don't leave those lying around.
No.
Interesting.
This is a nice shot from Brokey.
Oh, right over the shoulder of his teammate.
Yeah.
Not a lot of margin for error on that one.
No. It's precise, though. The Latvian laser. That's what they call him.
He is so crazy on, like, once he's in that flow state, is actually wild to watch. I love it.
Yeah. Brokey, I mean, what he did in the last year proved all the haters wrong. And Complexity, they are throwing the game plan out the window, taking one actually from the pages of Cadians to send 4 people early on towards B to try to finally contest this space. And yet they don't even have it. They sent 2 back and they don't even really have Banana.
Yeah. And even if they had dumped every nade down there, I mean, Twist is the only one, and he was there even a little bit late. So even the early nade dump doesn't really do anything for them. Tough position to be in, although they find that shot. That's Halzerk through probably the side of the woodlogs down there to take Twist. That is a nice start. Finally something working out here. Complexity looking for their first round, and it is really late to start to pick it up, but they just have to now. They're out of runway. Floppy looking over the smoke, trying to find something. JT holding his own back here. Floppy actually went down, but JT's reign of terror is going to continue. Great triple for him. They were so preoccupied with what was happening in the pit and the balcony that they just weren't looking at JT, and he lined up some good kills on that M4A4.
Yeah, the 4A setup worked out. I mean, we saw Halzerk getting that opening pick there towards... Okay. Nice shot. Nice shot from Halzerk. But this setup was very strong from Complexity. We see that FaZe didn't seem to have the utility to breach the bomb site, even though they were able to get the kill onto Floppy on the balcony. The rest of it was still in place for Complexity. It didn't all hinge on that single position. They were fine. And look at this. They're starting the round the same way they did in the previous. I don't even think FaZe knew that there were 4 people at the start last round from Complexity, but it's actually achieving similar results. They're just setting Halzerk up. And that might be the difference maker. If he's able to find these consistent picks against the rifles of FaZe, then Complexity will have at least eyes on the space, at the very least.
And just make them pay to try and take Banana. If you could do that, if you can say, well, even if it's damage, obviously a kill would be the best, but just make sure they can't just walk up here and walk through the smoke at B, which is what they did for a long time. Just make it a little bit expensive. Halzerk is still in the same position. He's got Grim still with him, so there could be some backup, some good grenades coming out to try and save him if anything happens. But the bomb is far back, and FaZe are still just investigating what's happening at top mid at the moment. Nice shot from JT with the AK, and the follow-up is perfect. A double kill to bring down Carrigan and S-Tag. And that's a strong hold of that arch position.
Yeah, JT right there. Just dry peeking. Love it. The confidence. The in-game leader from Complexity, getting it done. And he peeks again. Somehow doesn't lose his life, but on the other side of the map, Halzerk takes down Twist. He's been doing a good job at quelling that threat, but there are still 2 players left from FaZe. They're going to try to breach this one, and it's Floppy and it's Fang in a crossfire, and they're gonna connect. Rops 1 versus 5. This guy is an excellent player, but can't find anything when there are 2 encircling him.
And they were running out of time. I think they were down like 15 seconds at the end. So, yeah, probably worth it to just try and throw something, maybe do some more damage. But they didn't even do that. Complexity finally picking up a round, and it's even one where they don't lose anyone. And that's nice to see. That's something that they're going to be happy about.
Yeah, worth bringing up also the fact that it's at the hands of JT, a guy that's been criticized so frequently for his lack thereof of individual ability, and yet he's able to take a couple dry fights towards mid, clean up those FaZe players, says, you guys got all these star players, I'm a star in my own right.
Yeah, I might even have been on board that train for a while. I feel like JT, I've had some questions about that too.
It's a fair criticism.
Yeah, it feels like it has been, but if the new year could bring more out of JT, then that would definitely significantly change how Complexity are going to be playing overall. It feels like that's what they need, because I think most people agree that Grim and Floppy are a really good core, and then the question is, how much more help can you get them? It has to come from somewhere.
Yeah, something to ignite Complexity. I mean, it would be brilliant if JT is able to just produce something. Okay, Grim. This would be an opportunity to farm. Let's see what Fang's got left. 2 kills for him. Looking for the 3rd. Brokey and Rops, they're still approaching. They're going to find a bomb plan off of this, and there was minimal investment. This is already actually a win for FaZe. Just some Glocks, a Deagle, I think a single flash.
I appreciate Fang not going back after he got, you know, he sort of like got 1 more kill and just said, okay, that's it. Because if he does and he dies, it's a 2-on-3, and they can definitely go construction and pick up the AK, and it's just a very different round.
Yes.
So yeah, it's good to get some kills early on, but farming when you're at 14 health or whatever it was, probably not the best move. So yeah, fair enough. I think this is a smart move. He comes back for a couple here, and then once the dink is in, he's like, you know what? It's not worth it anymore.
Also, when you're down 2-9, you just want to make sure you're securing round victories, not your own stats. That's just, if you want to make any headway back into this game, it's not going to be about your individual performance. It's about making sure you're making the right decision for the team.
All right, FaZe taking a slight break in the game, letting 3 over on the Complexity side. See how long that lasts for. Twist, he is sometimes pure fire in entering at the top of Banana. It's really disgusting, and it's a hard role to play because so often you almost start the round with half health for no reason other than, you know, the odd nade or Molotov landing on top of you. Twist still seems to find a way to make it work. They're going to come try and get him, and there's the headshot that he needed. Even getting traded, it's still worth it. There's 4 people back here. Holzer,
oh wow,
a second one, and there was an assist from Fang on that one, so they know that basically there's at least 3 people at the B-bomb site.
Yeah, it's just Floppy at A right now, but FaZe, they're not making a rotation yet. They're just holding on to this ground. Almost seem shell-shocked, just wondering, why are these A players killing us at B? But they're just going to see if Complexity get a little bit too eager. It seems to be the only way that Complexity could lose this if they decide to make an ill-advised push. But it doesn't seem to be the case. They're comfortable with the 2-2 setup, although FaZe will have the man advantage as they're charging into B.
There's the Molotov down there.
Yeah, that's a great detail.
Yeah, but if somebody from Complexity realizes, if not, it could be a huge misstep. Grenades are raining down. Grim is still burning back there. He's trying to find any space that he can to stand on. Fang is up here, but he's going to go down to the Molotov. Lost possibly forever at this point in time. Grim, again, behind that pillar, he just can't stay alive. That is such a shame because, again, they had some decent defensive nades, but FaZe just don't care. They're not interested in the smokes. They just keep coming through, and they keep doing damage behind it. Now it's a 2-on-2 with the bomb planted.
Full utility set for Halzerk. He has a lot of options here. He'll flash Floppy in. He's got to hit this shot, though. There's going to be an opportunity here on Rops. He's able to take him down. 1 versus 2 now. Brokey, he's done damage here before with the AWP, but now it's the rifle.
They don't have the Molotov. They're going to try and run him down, and a strong headshot. Halzerk trying to get into the smoke, but he's already low on health, and time is running out. He actually does get the kill. Spins around, but this is going to be down to the very last minute. Oh, he can't do it. Oh, it's so close. I think if he would have held it the first time, he's probably dead, but he might have had the time for it.
Yeah,
it's at 1 second 22.
Just too big of a risk to take to let Brokey just spam his entire magazine into you. He's definitely going to find that kill. Once again, Complexity, they find all the kills on the retake, but just a little bit too slow. And you got to think that you wanted a little bit more from this B defense at the very end. Would have wanted either Grim to stay alive longer, Fang to find a kill at the top of those oranges. Just not the case, though. And this was with a man advantage. It was a 4 versus 3. So Fang wants to change up the pace, run straight down mid. And doesn't seem like it was adequately supported. Maybe no flash, no op posting down with him. He just straight up loses that duel.
Is it fair to say that the headline so far is failing the B defense for the Complexity side?
I'd say the banana defense. I'd say we'll see. We'll see if they're able to hold on to this one. But
right.
Grim's
giving him another shot.
Yeah, he's changed it up. He's picked up the AWP.
He's also somewhat maybe in panic, worried about them pushing through once again. So he's immediately throwing out the Molotov as soon as he picks it up, and they're just backing off. They're saying, "All right, you put up a smoke, you put up a Molotov, you're fairly desperate on the other side."
Mm-hmm.
Fang down in the middle, so 4 on 5, and a lot of grenades used over at that B-bomb side.
Yeah, no, only a single smoke left for Rops. See where they place this one. JT, he was able to lock this down before, and he'll connect with Floppy, who's holding his opposite. And Floppy, he's just able to get out of there. A couple tags, good damage, and now Halzerk on top of the balcony, perched up, takes down at.CET. Man advantage lies with Complexity, and it seems like FaZe are weighing their options. They've seen a few heads at this A bomb site, and they just posture. They wait. They know that the defense will likely set itself up into a 2-2. And once again, they find actually a number advantage when proceeding towards A. Just 2 defenders lie in wait.
He's so quick. It almost looks like he's pre-firing it. That's how fast he is. That's some really sick AWPing coming out from Halzerk, and they absolutely need that, because if you match him up against somebody like Brokey, then you can't be sleeping at all. But I swear both the shots that he had here, it almost looked like he was straight up pre-firing the angle. And obviously that doesn't make any sense because he's a little bit too far away to hear the footsteps, so...
Yeah, I will say that Halzerk has been quick in this one. Hasn't always been in all the positions in order to capitalize, but anytime he's been contested or challenged, it feels like he is hitting the shots that you need to see him hit if Complexity want a chance in this. 4 rounds here. Will Complexity be deep in the hole with only those 4, or are they going to make a stand to find a 5th?
Ouch. That dink from down in the middle. They're still coming for him. He's very low on health, but sticking around, getting the shot, even flashed, and the spray is perfect. Fang. Oh my god. 5 rounds on the side of Complexity after a dreadful start. Is it enough? We're going to find out.
I beatbox like I do the song with my mouth.
Interesting, I've never done that one before.
It's gonna be pretty hard for me to make some sounds.
Firearms is not very relaxing in my opinion.
Just like that.
Going up. Yeah, boost. Side. Triple. CT. Triple. Alone.
We gotta push a pass.
10. Nice. You got in front.
Planning. Not gonna peek here.
We killed the odd, they could pick it up there.
Yeah. Push back all planner.
He fell back towards coffin, sounds like. I think both is right side. I'm gonna pick spawn.
Tree.
He's not sure what he's doing. Might take your banana. You got kids.
Nice! Let's go.
Well, there we go. Alex, if you found a cure for your amnesia about 10 rounds into this, you'd say this is a really good half for complexity. The end of it was great. Like if you couldn't remember the first part, then it's all good.
Just don't think about the first 9 rounds.
Yeah.
That's all complexity have to do. The momentum's in their favor, but the scoreline is not. That's safe to say. Neither is that shot. Rops with one. S-Attack deep down mid. Getting right in the faces of complexity. They want to shut this game out, but Fang has something to say about it. He'll be able to respond with one of his own, but just the one. And FaZe, they exert so much pressure in the pistol. They want to put their stamp on this game. They want to move on to overpass.
That kind of a start is so interesting because if the T side is pushing second mid while you're doing that, you can get in this really weird spot on the CT side where you feel you're kind of lost in there. You can't even really get back, and they can run up apartments, they can get to the A bombs. It's just very weird. But this time it worked out beautifully. Some really good shots coming out, and FaZe, this kind of pressure they've been applying for a lot of the first part of the first half, and it worked really well. So seeing them doing it the second half as well, it's going to be terrifying if you're on the complexity side.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be one of the most frustrating halves of Counter-Strike for complexity. When FaZe have this kind of lead, you know that they're just going to exert so much pressure, so many individuals that can just push at a moment's notice.
Oh dear.
And on top of that, their nades are good too.
And look at how aggressive they're being, even after sort of running into a couple of people here. They still want to keep the pressure on. They're not really scared, although maybe they should be. The Tech9 running them down. It's Grim with a couple of kills. Finally, Twist showing up. All right, there was a real moment. Look at the health on Twist and Kerrigan both.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was closer than it actually looked. There was a lot of damage being inflicted, and already, I mean, FaZe, they're just doing everything to upset the game plan of complexity. I don't think complexity is going to be able to play a straightforward round this half because FaZe want to just make sure that nothing is going to go according to plan. They want to be the ones that set the tempo, even when they're on the defense. And that's so frustrating for a team like complexity. You know, they're just trying to get back into the groove of things after a long break. They're trying to make sure that they can run the strats that they've gone over in practice. But then you're against this. Again, Kerrigan, Rops, all down mid. And FaZe, you don't need, I mean, they're not going to let you default even. They want to challenge you right then and there.
So frustrating.
Don't even think about executing into a bomb site. You got to make sure you get out of spawn first.
Yeah, you just have to try and just live with the first 20 seconds of the round before anything crazy happens, and at least you have a little bit of stability. But that is a powerful style if you can make it work, because obviously we talked about it all first half. The T side wants to take that banana control. They want to get a little bit of top mid control just to kind of like feel things out. And if you can't even do that because you're already fighting some other battle that FaZe have imposed on you from the start, it's very frustrating.
I want to see if FaZe keep it up. If they're going to keep playing this disrespectful style, or are they going to change up the pace?
I want them to, don't you? Also, not scared, but Brokey this time is much quicker on the trigger. Up to 17 kills now. And taking down the enemy rifler, or the enemy AWPer in the first rifle round that they have is a good start. Can't really complain about that.
Like this angle from JT. Nice shot. Okay.
I see why you like it.
Yeah. Keeps it respectable. 4 versus 4. Sitting right behind the logs. I think that's a little bit of a pixel hold, like he's standing on a wall, but it's okay.
If it works.
Yeah.
Got him to kill. Oh. Yeah, we saw that. Wanted to try and see if we could do it. Wide peek coming up from Kerrigan, though. And they've even pulled in a third player over there. I think it's Brokey started the run in there with the AWP. So that means they leave Robs alone holding Arch. Yeah, Kerrigan's eventually going to get back, but there is a real timing there where if they actually push, that's horrifying for Robs.
Yeah, and they just have to smoke off Arch side, and they're good to go into that bomb site. Kerrigan here to shore up the defense. Play the 2-2, but still so disconnected from Robs. If Complexity hit the site now, it's going to be such a difficult hold.
Even saying 2-2 just doesn't make you feel very confident. Kerrigan is basically alone in here. I mean, Robs is, I guess he's in the general area, but they can't help each other out very easily at all. Floppy's down in the pit already, and I don't think they even know. Look at this. Kerrigan gets a kill, but it doesn't matter. Floppy's there with the instant return. Bomb is going to be planted, and Brokey, I don't know, started to get there. They could go for the retake. They have the kits for it, but man, they have a lot to lose as well.
Oh, Grim's position is so exposed to Rops. This is a big fight, and it'll be Rops that comes out on top. Now, Floppy and JT stuck in pit, the site. They've got to defend three oncoming CTs.
Wanted to peek behind that. HE goes down. Brokey now. It's all on JT. What? It's like a running no-scope. Oh my God, Brokey, why?
And he's just stone cold with it. Doesn't even react. Just hits the nastiest shot of the day, and yet he says it's just another day in the office. My goodness.
I need to see that again.
I do too. That was brilliant stuff.
Speaking of which, if you miss shots like that, and if you're over on Blast.tv, you can go for the rewind. Like it's these. Oh my God! It looked like he was still moving, doing that.
Yeah.
Just walked on there. All right, that's a great retake coming out. 14-5. Complexity otherwise, I mean, I like everything up until that point is really great. The fact that they picked the right bomb side, they found a huge weakness, they got down in the pit without Kerrigan even knowing. I mean, everything was looking good. Now they're trying to see if they could beat S-Tag and Kerrigan, the Danish duo that's working up here. And even S-Tag, on beyond the grave, still picking off Fang with the Molotov. This is tough.
I don't even think it was a bad idea from Complexity to try to test the B bomb site. You know that Rain's gone. You know that it's S-Tag who's slotting in. Might be a little bit uncomfortable playing with his partner in Kerrigan, but they're still able to hold on. And now Brokey's rotated in, and he is just so sharp today. Not going to miss a single bullet. And he's going to put Complexity right in the dirt and put FaZe onto map point.
They've looked very, very convincing. It almost feels like they've said, we're just never going to slow down in this game. You will have absolutely no space to breathe. And they're running over them at the moment.
Yeah.
It's very impressive.
Is it too early to call the Eddie effect? Every time he's standing behind FaZe, they win it all.
You know, we have the data. What's the sample size?
The sample size is the Antwerp Major.
Okay.
And that's about it.
Statistically, probably not relevant. I mean, we'll get the math people on it.
Yeah.
We'll build some models. We'll do something.
Okay.
15-5. Man, I really want to extend some kind of maybe a phase that, you know, maybe if Complexity could have won some of those sort of B after plants.
Yeah.
In the first half, but it still feels like it's very one-sided. It feels like it's too far of a stretch. And now the Brokey's hit 21 kills and it's just taken off from everybody else. I don't even know what Complexity could do to bring this back. Kerrigan, with the immediate continuation of that spray, he nearly took down JT, but good on the Galil on the other side.
Yeah, Kerrigan getting a little bit antsy there. If you want to criticize FaZe in any respect, I mean, that's just, you don't need to play the setup like that. You let the guy that's on the half wall or even the third player that was playing Banana with you take the next contact, but it's just, I can't even blame him. He just wants to get this one over with.
And it's also what he does, right?
Yeah.
It is playing that slightly crazier Counter-Strike in the middle of a team of superstars.
Yeah.
It's just a luxury. Brokey, I can't even remember the last time he missed a shot. It just feels like he's just hitting everything. It's so disgusting and delicious all at the same time.
Okay, S-Attack. This position is vulnerable to a CT push like this. And that is exactly why. Fang takes his head right off. Twist still tucked in at the first oranges. This is also a very hard fight for him. But if anybody could do it, it would be Twist. First headshot, second kill, and then Floppy is finally there to put himself in the 1 versus 2.
Oh, well, he got the bomb plant, but he can't easily escape. He's going to fight straight up. Maybe Brokey could have relaxed a bit there, but fair enough. Again, he's been catching fire himself, so he just wanted to test the limits of that. Now it drops. Again, one of the most thorough and meticulous people in terms of checking absolutely everything, which sometimes can come back to bite him a little bit if he runs out of time, but also scary to play against because mechanically he's all there. Floppy goes for the fight, and he had to hit the headshot, and he does. Extends the life of Complexity for at least another round.
A bold peek from Floppy at the very end there. It looks like Rops was holding the angle, but he knew that Rops had to approach. He had to get close to the bomb, so picked his timing, nailed the shot, and Complexity showing a little bit of life here. Likely to be too little too late, but can always take that confidence moving forward into the next map, into the next match, whatever it is. Is that really the crosshair Floppy's using? Dynamic crosshair right now. I have a hard time believing that. I'm going to talk to him about that.
Yeah, I think you should.
Yeah. I don't know. Dynamic crosshairs in 2023.
Putting America to shame.
Just an odd choice, but Grim opened things up. Taking down S-Tech, picking on the stand-in. Almost finding a second there. Man, I can't believe Kerrigan actually went for that.
Especially when you're the last person actually defending that position. Maybe not worth it. A UMP. That's a rare sight. We don't get to see those every day now.
There's a couple people that are trying to keep it in vogue, such as Glaive, but they're far and few between. And Brokey, he gets the return there. Trades the weaponry out with Kerrigan.
Trying to stay ahead of the fashion curve in Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Under a minute now. No real banana control. Seems like FaZe are just working the top mid position and leaning towards the arch side at the moment. A bit of a crossfire setup right now. Brokey.
That's gross.
Gonna get that double kill, and he was ready for it. He actually had the aim for it, but Floppy already in position with the AK. And that's gonna wipe out that A defense.
Okay. Complexity, another opportunity, finding themselves in a post plant. Halzerk and Floppy. And Floppy, he's playing his CT side spot in that pit. This is where he should be doing the most damage. And Halzerk, he wants to join him, actually.
Twist nearly finding somebody there. That could have been a bit scary. Very low on health as Kerrigan. He's got basically one shot at it here. He has to hit this one, and he will. Wallbang to take him down. Floppy revealing his position. That's still worth it, because Twist knows Kerrigan is happy to die to that kind of a thing. That means FaZe, they're going to go straight for it. Winning Inferno with a massive style. That's very impressive, very comprehensive. No kit, but they're on it so quickly. They're going to be able to have it 16 rounds on the side of FaZe. It is that map pick, but still really impressive stuff, surely.
Yes, that was dominance shown by the side of FaZe, doing a great job there to put Complexity away on map number 1. No question about who was the better team there.
Yeah, they just looked very, very comprehensive, didn't they? Yeah, speaking of questions, I believe we have James ready.
Eddie, it's all laughs and smiles after that one, and you continue a good streak as a coach, mate. Nice fun bit to step in once again.
Absolutely. I mean, it's always good to be here behind the guys, show them some support, and yeah, keeping the streak going.
Keeping the streak going, that's what it's all about. Now, obviously, you come into this, and it's heavy hitters anyway for your team, no matter what. But when you were bringing at.CET into the team, how was it for you guys? Was it just more just like, let's relax, let's have some fun?
Yeah, I mean, I think the guys they know what they're doing, and at.CET's a great player, so you know, they get back into the zone and they know what to do and have a great time.
I know you got into the second map. Okay, it's Overpass. It's not been a great map for FaZe, but obviously that's against much tougher opposition. So Complexity, they got a chance?
I think the guys are playing really confident, so you never know what's going to happen.
Never know what's going to happen. Well, it's probably going to be a FaZe win. Let's see if they get it. Thank you, Eddie.
Let's go. Thank you.
They need B right now.
Two.
Let's split.
Let's split. It's some B split.
I'm going B. I'm going B.
I'm gonna push him in. Get it dead.
Nice.
What?
That's
nice.
main guy.
Two B main.
Hello?
One more B main. B main and one cheetah. Cheetah's dead. B main.
Nice. I'm blind.
B main and lurker.
He's off me. Did you scope?
No.
Cheetah dead.
Nice.
Nice. Let's B main.
Nice.
Off the cheetah.
I got up. Okay.
Temple dead. Emo one.
Nice.
Emo.
One way.
He's dead.
I got cheetah. Bomb down B main.
I got the bomb. He's out. Hobbit, guys. Hobbit or Ninja.
Emo.
Dead.
Nice.
Ninja clear.
I got cheetah.
Emo is clear. I'm in triple.
Mid player and A player.
What's he flying?
I respawn temple.
I'm just playing
Ninja one.
Yeah, Ninja?
Cheetah dead.
Nice. What the hell, he didn't see you?
Yeah. Two CT, I think.
Done.
His worm.
Hold dead. Hold dead.
Nice. Team
I'm coming back around for me.
One on
try, I'll try.
ticket. On top of ticket.
Yeah, he's ticket. Ah, couldn't cross.
I'm calling number. I'm going to area for a second. Opposite left side or right side?
Is that
Self on default?
Yeah.
Could be halls as well.
I'm watching halls now.
Nice! Nice round.
Fun match.
Left, rotating. Back up to left. Nice. Push it out. Wait, kill him. Back up. Come back. It's hard. We can't. Let's go under.
He's vents.
Where vents?
Okay. One is back up behind us.
He's Deacon.
Deacon, that's back up. Are we certain he's there? No, I'm not sure. But he was back up before, okay? He left. He was shooting us.
He's Deacon, I think.
Holding Deacon.
He's a Deacon.
Nice.
Ilya,
you're so good. So good, Ilya.
Nice round, boys. Sick, Ilya.
I'm going
after. Smoke, main.
They smoke me.
Volleys.
I nade in front, Russia. Let door. I'm holding door.
Top refresh.
Can be outdoor.
Nothing else door. On top. Nothing else door.
Picking you.
Nissan.
Only one, right? Can be outdoor.
Coming door.
He's going back top.
Door one. You hold door, Ilya.
Holding door, yes.
Nothing ramps, guys.
I pick on your contact, Russia.
Well, FaZe clearly have somewhere more important to be. Blink and you'd almost miss that one. They were an absolutely formidable force coming onto their pick of Inferno, and unfortunately for Complexity, no opportunity to be dousing those flames. Jacob, I think it's apt to say this one was a massacre from FaZe.
Yeah, a little bit boring, to be completely honest. I expected a little bit more. I think we did a good job hyping up Complexity, saying that there was a potential for an upset, you know? Yeah, but honestly, this time around, there were no match for FaZe Clan whatsoever. at.CET fitted right into the system. He actually found quite a lot of impact in that first half as well, with the Mac 10 in particular, and it felt like FaZe were in control from start to finish. I will allow myself to be a little bit disappointed in Complexity's performance right here, given they've had a long break, a long turn coming into this tournament, but it was the map pick of FaZe Clan. We know how strong they are in Inferno, and I think Overpass is where they really will have a shot of making a dent.
Yeah, I didn't really expect Inferno to be extremely competitive. You just look at this streak of rounds that FaZe have at the very beginning. I think it was 8 or 9 rounds in a row they won. And any situation where Complexity actually got away with the opening kill somehow found a way to lose it. You were watching in a green room, we saw 3v4s, we saw 4v5s with B executes, and we just knew as soon as the trades were happening, we were moving into a bomb plant situation, and it would be FaZe that would have it over the line. We see here that was a 9-0 run for FaZe Clan. I have to give it to JT. He was the one that kind of rang the bell of resistance on the CT side, a couple of multi-kills to put his team on track. It just wasn't enough.
I think, Jacob, it is totally fair to say that you can be a little bit disappointed rather in Complexity, because as Maui was pointing out during the game, they've obviously been working on this. There's been a couple of the CT positions that they've been switching up as well. So yeah, I think disappointment, it is kind of fair to say, even though it's FaZe's map pick.
A little bit, you know, also given the circumstances. We both argued, you know, that FaZe playing with a standard is not too big of an issue for FaZe, but if you're Complexity, it's kind of like a reality check as well. You're so far away from even making it competitive against a team with a stand-in. Sure, I know it's FaZe. I know it's probably, you know, what's supposed to be the best team in the world and one of the most well-rounded teams in the world, but if you're Complexity, I guess you gotta aspire for more than 6 rounds on Inferno playing against a team with a stand-in. So I'm a little bit disappointed, but maybe not surprised.
I think there are going to be conditions and circumstances in which at.CET being here instead of Rain will be problematic. But Complexity never really did enough to get into that position. If they had had a better first half, then they could have maybe, just maybe, abused the Kerrigan at.CET duo on the B side. We don't know how solid it's going to be if you play a full half against them. What if you have full weaponry, you can do an execute. But FaZe never allowed them to get to that position. They pushed them on the pistol round on the CT side. They pushed them with the MP9s as well when they could. So Kerrigan knew he avoided that dangerous position he could find himself in, and Complexity had no say.
Well, let's go from negatives to positives on that map, because one name that really does come to mind is Brokey, because Maniac simply styling on those kids of Complexity.
Yeah, completely destroyed them. Brokey had a highlight reel in this first map, and it's not only about how aggressive he is, and I really think whenever Brokey feels like he's ahead of the opponent, that's where he allows himself a whole lot of risk-taking, which is great. But most of these moments, as we are seeing it right now, happen in very tight post-plan situations. And this is where I think Brokey takes all his value as an AWP, the way that he intuitively knows how to play these post-plan situations and very rarely make grave mistakes and gets away with some murders, if you allow me. That is a huge plus for FaZe.
He has that X factor to explode in the middle of the round. You're going to see it right here as well with the no-scoping coming in. It's a beautiful shot right here from Brokey. When he's running around like that, feeling it like he is right now, he is a master with that gun, especially on Inferno. I feel like we often talk about Inferno being a map that can be a little bit tough for an AWP player to get into. Brokey has the ability to almost resemble Fallen back in the days, you know, this close quarter fight duelist with the AWP who is not afraid of running in, no-scoping, and taking these close quarter duels. He does it so well, which is also why he consistently finds impact on a map like Inferno.
Yeah, so much proactivity, so much aggression coming out from him. Instrumental in terms of FaZe closing that particular map out. But the asterisk does come with, obviously, that was FaZe's map pick, and we were hyping up Complexity coming onto their ground of Overpass. So, Danny, why should we be looking out for the NA squad?
Complexity has Overpass as kind of their bread and butter map, and I want to break down a very unique strategy they actually have. So right here, this is something that they run very oftenly, and what you're going to see here is 5 here towards this mid area, or rather 4, and the goal here for them, actually, before I actually get into what this will entail, is that their goal here is to actually come all the way through this A side area without using utility, and let me show you how they pull that off. So the first thing you'll see here is that as they come in, you'll notice that when they pass here to cross towards this mid area, they make sure to kind of go as close as possible to this wall here and make sure not to cross this imaginary line here. And the reason why they do that here is so that just in case there's an AWPer who's posted up towards this bathroom's position right about here, if he's posted up there, he's not going to be able to see them. You'll see here that if there's an AWPer here, he won't be able to see them because of the angle of the wall. Next thing you'll notice here is that as they come in towards this position, they're all crouched. They're all crouched, moving across towards the left side. And the reason why they do this is because for a CT, the height difference here actually makes it possible for Cheese to cross this mid area without being seen. So you'll see that for this player down here who's crouched, if the CT is peeking just a little bit lower, he's not going to be able to see them. And that's the reason why they crouch all the way across when they come over towards this mid position. Once they get here towards this bathroom side, closer towards the entrance, you notice that they pass along this left side here. And once they're here, you'll see that the reason why they do this is because for an AWPer who's posted up on connector, the only way for him to be able to see them is if he peeks along this right side. And then as soon as they come over towards this divider side, then they kind of cross sides. So instead of hugging this left side, they now cross this right side. And once they're here, that allows them to basically be able to come up towards the site without being seen from an AWPer who's posted up down the long site. So this basically allows them to kind of creep all the way towards the A site without using utility at all, just strictly based on their pathing. It looks like my screen has frozen just a little bit, but once they're here at the doorstep, JT is able to find that first kill, and now Grim, he's in positional advantage, has the headshot angle. And the key thing here is because they didn't use any utility, they have all the utility now here for the A site. They can smoke off this, Molotov this, and basically capture the site. So a very interesting strategy from Cole. Has a lot to do with their entry pathing and just kind of the way they maneuver themselves around the map that allows them to get to the A site without utility.
Excellent breakdown once again from the Mahone zone, but I do want to play devil's advocate just a little bit. Danny is correct saying, you know, Overpass is Complexity's bread and butter, but coming up against FaZe, different caliber of opponent.
It's a beautiful breakdown, yeah, but it works against at.CET. It won't work against a team like FaZe Clan. And as you rightfully said, we saw in Inferno that Karrigan and at.CET didn't allow Complexity to execute in towards the potential weak bomb side. at.CET, if he's playing on the A bomb side right here, he's not going to allow Complexity to do what they're doing right now. They're going to scout for information early on. So what you saw right here, sure, it's a great stat for Complexity, and it can work, but it won't work against a team like FaZe. I don't believe that.
No, and I think this is going to be the X factor. It's going to be the determinant factor of this game. Karrigan as a leader knows that he doesn't have Rain as a masterpiece on the A side taking space. So I think he has to come up with ideas as a team to kind of make up for that loss of Rain here. And I think the answer is going to be aggression. I think he's going to be in Complexity's faces. He's not going to allow them to execute. And for Complexity, which are going to be starting on the T side, I'm fairly sure, what they need to do is survive the 20, 30 first seconds of the round. They have to fight back against FaZe. They have to push them back. They have to punish them. If they don't, I don't care that Mahone is doing this great breakdown. They're going to get wrecked.
So what you're saying is, you know, obviously FaZe coming in with the stand, and that it is a loss in the grand scheme of things, but there's an adaptability, a way that they can kind of work around this to potentially not have Complexity take this one?
They can try. You know, that's the main point right here. They can try to facilitate it. They can try to put at.CET in a position where it won't be a problem. As Matthew so rightfully said, you have Kerrigan and probably the best and most experienced in-game leader in the world in terms of using stand-ins and trying to mask the fact that right now they're missing a player like Rain.
Look, they won without Rain. They won Katowice with JKS. That's enough. I think that's the proof. Kerrigan knows how to deal with that.
Well, the proof certainly is in the pudding, but this dessert is serving up in Complexity's favor, arguably. But flipping on over to FaZe, they are a higher caliber of opposition. Complexity going to have to bring the heat coming onto their map pick after this.
You thought we were done, but you were wrong. We've got a second map coming up. It's on Overpass, and Complexity will have to prove a lot to make this work. It didn't look very impressive on Inferno. I mean, will it get better on this map, do you think?
It's going to get better.
All right. Nice.
This is Complexity's best map. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. They are well drilled on Overpass. They have strong defaults. Mahone had a great breakdown of their snake strategy. All of that comes into play on a map that is, generally speaking, one of the harder maps to find a good offense on. But Complexity, they understand what it takes. And actually, they've beaten FaZe on this map before. They beat them in the last season of ESL Pro League. And I think that today, it's going to be difficult to replicate that result. But I think that they're going to show something better than they did on Inferno.
I'll take that. I want to see them improve. They had some rounds on Inferno that could have tilted things a little bit, so hopefully they can get off to a nice start, win the pistol round, and keep it going from there. We're on Overpass now for the second round. Oh, he just deleted Grim.
Just out of the server.
Why?
It's not even a bad peek by Grim.
Has he got no human emotions at all?
No regard for human life. Brokey. Oh. Well,
That's
things get
really tough.
Yeah, this just gets interesting all of a sudden. JT taking some fights. And you can see that Complexity, they want to sneak out Monster. And it's not going to work out as Twist picks up a double. He spots the nade coming in from Halzerk in the back lines, but the bomb is at the foot of Monster. And the entire cavalry is slowly moving into place for FaZe. They're not overstepping. They're making sure that they're doing their due diligence as they make their way there. But Twist well in control of this position.
Yeah, and he's got a teammate that's lurking around. He's got S-Tag way back there, so either way, no reason to do anything crazy. Brokey and Twist will get all the 5 headshots that were available in the round. And that's it. FaZe to pick up the pistol.
It does feel like FaZe is in some incredible individual form, given what happened in the previous... all you can do there for Grim is laugh. You're not even making a bad play.
Or cry.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's one or the other extreme.
What would you do?
I think I would try and wait until the camera was, you know, faded away, and then I'd probably a little tear down my cheeks, I could imagine.
Just a single teardrop.
Yeah. Like, why? Okay. Why me? Here we go.
Wow, they found a dink. Oh, they found a second dink. Okay, 1 kill with just Glocks. You're not upset about that. But...
Yeah, it's meant to be a quick round, right?
Yeah, they're just trying to get it over with. Yeah. Okay, first gun round. This is where we have to see if Complexity have anything to prove, anything to show us, if there's a reason that they picked Overpass. I've already shown my true colors. I have said that I think that this is going to be better than Inferno. I'd like to be proven correct. I want to see what Complexity have been cooking up in the lab, showing that all that time off paid dividends.
Well, we're going to find out. Already very aggressive move coming out from Fang. Moving to take some map control over on that side. Maybe expecting that it could have been someone from the FaZe side lurking out on long, which we can tell on the minimap there isn't. But he's still kind of keeping an eye on it. Fair enough. A little boost coming over. Cheeky stuff. Some teams abuse this kind of position so much, and some really never touch it. Oh. Hole in the wall or in the door there. Nearly could have spotted someone. I think Floppy seems to be aware that something could be up. Yeah, he went for it straight away, but he also knew that he could duck under, and there's the headshot coming through for him to take down Rops.
That's a great opening to find. Rops overstaying his welcome. Spammed so many bullets there and just decided to continue to stand on top of his teammate's head. Good counter utility there. Little exchange between Kerrigan and Floppy. Has to deploy his smoke. And now we see the multifaceted approach from Complexity unfold. They're making their way towards A. S-Tag has the shadow advantage on Halzerk. Unable to complete the kill, though. So still, man advantage for Complexity. And they're gaining so much ground right now.
Yeah, they really are. And he's forced back behind it. He realizes he can't really stick around. HE is not going to kill Fang, but if Halzerk gets too close, that's a bit awkward. Nice grenade and a good setup. Brokey with the spam behind it. Kerrigan on his own, and they're trying to come for him. He runs out of bullets at the end, but he did see more players behind it. Oh, that was supposed to be the smoke for the sniper spot. That's very awkward. There's no AWP in play, but you still want to block it off. Good shot from Halzerk on the other side, but S-Tag is up on the high ground, and again, unsmoked because of that earlier failure. Twist to take the last player down, and it's 3 in a row for FaZe.
That was Complexity doing so many things correct, but falling at the final hurdle. A smoke into the back of his teammate, a flash that actually team flashes the entry player. It's all great in theory, but in practice, poorly executed. And so FaZe, they're always going to be able to capitalize on mistakes like that. And Complexity showing a lack of polish there at the very end. That's not what you want to see, given they had a lot of reasons to win that round. A lot of things to be happy about, except for the final 15 seconds. Can't cut any corners if you want to beat the world's best.
Yeah, definitely true. Kerrigan's brought out an AUG. It's another sort of slightly more rare weapon. Guess on this map it could be justified. I think the AUG it's alright. It's fun to play with.
Yeah, Kerrigan's been bringing this one out here and there over the last year. I think when he just knows he has to lock down these single angle positions, it's one that it does suit him.
Yeah, exactly like this, although Floppy saying your expensive weapon means nothing to me. This Deagle will do everything I need it to. Oh, that is some awkward timing. Wow, Rob's getting shot in the back, and now you've got to just take a deep breath. You're on the FaZe side here. You don't want to be giving up this round at all. This is supposed to be more or less a free round.
Yeah, you don't get to say that often, that Rops is being shot in the back. He's so careful, so sure of himself in every position that he takes. But the double hold for Monster is here. Brokey takes down one, but Grim with the return. Twist, though, lies in wait. 2 headshots for him, leaving just Fang, and Twist collects a third.
He is 10-0 right now. It's early days, but it seemed like they knew that was coming. They had that double setup way before actually Complexity decided to walk through the tunnels. That's pretty cool. Good job.
Yeah, they were just so ready for it. And after killing Kerrigan towards that right side, I feel like they gave up that angle for just a brief instant. And suddenly, Twist is there too. So, just sneaky stuff from FaZe. Choosing the right bomb side to play the strong side on. But got another gun round here for Complexity. See if they're able to find similar success in the early round, but just making sure that they're able to complete their main objective.
Chief has to spam on top these floppy in a very, he's dancing to try and avoid the bullets on the other side. He's actually in a very scary position. I feel like more than anything right now, Complexity need a couple more kills on the board for some of these rounds, right? Because at the moment, Twist has actually got more kills than the entire Complexity team combined. So something has to change. It looks like he's not letting go either. Gets one more and keeps it going. A double before he finally has the first death of the map for himself. 4 on 3 though, after the chaos has subsided outside of the B-bomb site.
Yeah, able to pick up 2. And usually it's the default of Complexity that can be so strong. Even their water presence itself is usually a win condition. Floppy, though, not having the best start thus far. He is paramount to Complexity's chances, so he has to get activated at some point in this one. Halzerk is going to go for the contact play up towards A. Might catch a jump spotting at.CET. We'll see if at.CET does make his last leap. But I think that he trusts the crossfire that himself and Brokey are in.
With 30 seconds as well. Look at the position down outside of B. They know almost everything they need. So they have they have everything. They have the setups, they have the time on their side, and they realize there's nobody coming to the B bomb side. Yeah, shooting through the wall. Why not? Why not, Brokey?
Man, Brokey has been really in form for this series. The kills that he was getting on Inferno, the swiftness, right there, you see that he's flashed, but just that brief instant, that screenshot that he got right before that flash pop was enough to help him secure the frag. And then barely showing him an elbow, and that's all he needs. I might have been blind completely. I think he might have just saw the shadow before that, but man, he is so fast. There's no question right now who's the best opper in the server. Halzerk did a decent job on the first map, but Brokey's just on another level.
Yeah, decent means almost nothing when Brokey's playing like this.
Yeah.
It's so crazy. It's very, very hard to keep up. It's like the upkeep on playing that kind of Counter-Strike is so high. You have to be tuned in every single millisecond. You have to make all the decisions. I guess it's very hard. Most people, it feels like you burn out playing that style so much quicker than almost anything else. And Brokey's been doing it for a long time now. So I guess that she's just got the mentality for it somehow. But I mean, I think Jacob was comparing him on the analyst desk a little bit to Fallen back in the day, and I can understand that comparison completely. But I think Fallen even burned out playing that style. It was just it's so hard to keep it going.
We'll see. Brokey's a bit younger, might have more years left in him. That could be the difference maker. And if FaZe want to look towards sustainability and how long this roster can last, I mean, you've got 3 guys that are in their prime, in their early 20s. Terrifying. The average age between these two teams, if you take away Kerrigan, it's not even that much different. Yeah. It's crazy how much skill.
I really forget about this now. I forget how young some of these kids really are in terms of how long of a career you can have, right? And I mean, somebody like Kerrigan is somebody who's kind of proving that you can stick around for a real long time and still have a high impact. So that's interesting to think about. S-Tag, a little bit of a jiggle there. Got to be careful. They are trying to creep a little bit close. Not quite the full-on sneaky snake that Mahone was talking about, but I mean, it's a similar kind of vibe. Trying to get close to the action before you can actually pop the first shot, and they got kind of close, but S-Tag wise to their tricks, and now they're all grouped up in the connector.
Yeah, and I actually have been loving the way that at.CET has been playing in this game. Obviously, he's not going to be replicating Rain's aggressiveness, but what he's doing is he's getting safe information, and he's able to play back, but I think Complexity might be sneaking up on FaZe right here. JT, beautiful shot to take down Twist. Now Kerrigan dancing around the site. He has Brokey in tow, and this crossfire, it's too strong for Complexity. They don't have the flashes that in order to take him off this angle, and the flank, it's already there. There's the one flash, but doesn't seem like it'll be good enough.
It's a very awkward hold in the beginning, and Kerrigan, I mean, he was very low right off the bat, but the fact that he just didn't die right away, if he repeaks that in a moment of panic and dies, it leaves Brokey alone with an AWP on the bomb site, so it just isn't most flashy highlight in some sense just staying alive behind the pillar, but it's way more important to do that than it is to try and be a hero and fight it, because they can't really move, like they're stuck here, and by the time they kill Kerrigan, there's another M4 on the side.
Just maintaining the crossfire, so important. But another B-heavy lean for Complexity. They're going to be contesting Rob towards water. Did he just sneak into the smoke?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, they spotted him there. You can't get away with that. But early nade from at.CET evens up the numbers. Grim a little bit upset, but this is still a good situation for Complexity, all things considered. And now it's not.
It's something that we're going to see from Rob. We're all going to forget about it now. But at some point, he's going to do that in some, on land somewhere, and everyone's going to lose their minds because you can absolutely see how that goes. How would you keep track of what's happening? If you're funneling out on the other side, on the T side, it's going to be hard to hear. Did someone run the other way? Like, how would you know?
Right.
And if they get in on that side, that could be the round over. It's actually a really sick play.
Oh. Bang. He beats the smoke. Now he's taking the contest. Takes down Kerrigan, and now Twist, he realizes he needs to preserve his life, needs to keep some presence towards this B site, can't take the fight, needs to stay alive for a bit longer for the rotation to come in. And Brokey's actually thinking that there's going to be an A flank. This really leaves Twist even more isolated. Ooh. And he just gets out, just slips that
is pursuit. at.CET, like you said, he's been finding information, and he was out on long. He wasn't sticking around. He was actually out looking the whole time. So not just a passive stand-in here who's just kind of like doing what he's told. He's been pretty active in trying to find something. 14 seconds on the clock for Holzerg. Like we said, he's been good with the AWP, but he is sandwiched in from the outset. And now with the Molotov on top, I don't even know. Yeah, he's just forced out into the open. There's no escaping that one. Good use of the utility, and another good round for FaZe.
Yeah, very tough for Complexity to find any stable footing. Even though they were able to find the opening frag in this one, there was just such a quick return from at.CET, and the fact that Kerrigan is just being such a nuisance with this AUG. It's such a frustrating weapon to play against. Doesn't feel like it's ever a fair fight, even if it should be a 50-50 versus an M4. Yeah,
and if you're up against someone who's, especially on a map like this where there's a lot of range, if you're up against someone who's mechanically super gifted with the AK,
yeah,
sometimes the AUG will just, at range, seem to even that out a little bit. It gives you maybe a couple of chances for the first couple of shots. I mean,
yeah, definitely. It's very pragmatic of Kerrigan to be picking this one up because he knows he's not going to beat some of these kids in head-to-head aim duels.
Yeah.
So even the playing field up a bit with that scope.
7-0 right now. We're getting some flashbacks to what was happening on Inferno, unfortunately, for Complexity.
Yep. I bigged them up. I thought they were going to put together a better T side. Some of these rounds have been close, but still no cigar.
And again, if I look at the scoreboard, they're just lacking the kills a lot. They really input. Oh, he's just spamming that blind, which actually obviously can work some of the time, but this time it's not one of them. Floppy gets the entry instead.
Oh, okay.
Shot on the twist. Is that him jumping at the same time? Hard to tell from that angle. 3 versus 5 and a clean entry. And FaZe, they don't have that much money in the bank. They actually need to think a little bit about how much they want to put in. I mean, you could just try and make it expensive here, but I feel like retaking it 3-on-5 is probably too crazy.
Oh, if at.CET actually sneaks down on this left side, he might be able to get the jump on Holzerg. Yeah, but FaZe, they're just playing to contain. It doesn't seem like they're actually too interested in attempting this retake. Want to inflict maximum economic damage with the remainder of this round. And this is where the angle actually gets a little bit scary for Holzerg. Even that player that's in water right now might get caught off guard. JT, I don't think he recognizes that this is even possible. But at.CET, it gives up the chase, but I think that actually just keeps them locked in.
They might just try and exit the other way. There's Brokey's here, so yeah, he's trying to funnel them towards the AWP instead. Oh, rare missed shot coming out. Good headshot on the JT. They found a third avenue of escape, most of them, which is going to be the connector instead. So they made their escape, yeah, but they're trying to make it very expensive. It didn't quite succeed.
That's the first shot Brokey's missed today.
Yeah, probably.
Has been so sharp.
Oh my.
I think he's in the air. That's darn close to being in the air.
It's really hard to tell.
Yeah. Okay, Complexity, they simplify their approach. They actually move away from the spread out default and they go for the full-on monster pop, and that's actually going to secure them their first round. Not probably what they intended in their game plan prior to today's start, but you know, you have to adapt with the conditions that you're meeting, and that's a nice call to come out to change the pace up. And I think they want to go for it again. I think they just want to 5-man into this bomb site.
Try and make it work.
And look at FaZe's setup. They have 3 players towards A. If they run this monster pop right now, this is going to be so powerful. Just Twist and Kerrigan.
Yeah, one flash through, no real response. But also FaZe decided to change it around. Good pop to get that one. Kerrigan is out of it one more time, and Twist, he gets a quick headshot, but it works again. No smoke on the high ground, so you got to be careful you don't peek too much into Brokey, because not in the habit of missing many shots at the moment. Taking down Floppy. JT, same position that at.CET came from last time, and this time he's ready for it. 2 on 3 with a bomb planted, and consecutive rounds at the B bomb site for the Complexity side.
Yeah, they've simplified their approach once again. Kind of dipping in from the same well, but they'll take that. And so this actually swings the economy into their favor. FaZe don't have a lot to work with in the upcoming round. They obviously have the op on Brokey still, and it doesn't look like there's any chance that Complexity will be taking that away. But there's an in now for Complexity. This opens up the playbook. When you show that your opponent has a weak spot like this, now JT has a lot more to work with in terms of calling. He can call for, once again, going for the monster play, which would be bold. And you think that FaZe would adapt to that. But now, in turn, it should open up A2, because it doesn't seem like FaZe can keep playing a weak side B site. They can't have that 3-man A stack anymore, lest they run the risk of running once again into the same strategy. And JT has shown that he's not afraid to call the same thing twice in a row.
There is a kind of absurd rock, paper, scissors logic that comes into play when you do it twice, because it feels like surely not 3 times, right? If you pick rock twice already, going for it, but also if you're the person that's lost twice to that, you really don't want to lose another time to the same. Like, you just, even if
you'll feel so dumb.
It just feels dumb, even if every loss is just a loss on some level. It just feels mentally worse. They do have a very similar setup. 3 over on this side, so Kerrigan not really too impressed. That went right between his legs. You could tell he actually... Oh no, that's unfortunate. at.CET gets a kill, but Kerrigan burns alive down here. I think they burned both sides of the pillar, and he just couldn't escape.
I think his smoke missed putting it out, actually. Oh no, wow. Okay, that is an interesting way to find an entry onto the B bomb site. I really think that he was mollied out, probably thought his smoke put it out, and
that's what it looked like.
Yeah, just not the case. And at that point, it's a very easy call for JT and Complexity. Just run into B. You killed the guy that's playing barrels. That's a pivotal position on any effective crossfire to defend the bomb site. And Twist is then on an island.
And look at what it's done to the money on the FaZe side. In spite of winning 7 in a row, they get to save a couple of rifles here potentially, but they really don't have much to work with. So now things might get even easier for the T side. So, again, very similar as to what we saw on Inferno, with a very bad start and then some sort of a recovery. On Inferno, it was probably too late. But on this one, I mean, they could still make it far back.
Oh yeah, this is still completely doable, especially on a map like Overpass. Definitely a CT-sided favor map, and if Complexity are able to scrap 6 rounds together in this half, I think they're feeling good moving forward. But they could go for more. I don't want to even give them just 6. I want to see if they can keep this momentum up. Lest I remind the audience that Complexity, the last time they faced FaZe on this map, they were the ones that came out on top.
Even if it's a little bit of a historic win for them still, you'd like to see them repeat it. It would be very, very cool. Just like, more than anything, I want to see them do it because, you know, Anubis is the third map. All right. It's a classic setup with the grenade stacking its twist that blows up. Not happy at all about receiving all those HEs.
Yeah, and he was playing so well, but JT unable to take down at.CET, who's picked up the op, showing his versatility once again. Gets a second kill on top of that. There's a lurk out of Monster, though, and so Kerrigan, defending right behind the pillar, is going to lie in wait. Strikes to take down Floppy. Grim pushes on forward, and the bomb, it's actually down all the way back there. Fang, though, takes down Rob's at.CET, already with 2 in the round, has to find 2 more to secure FaZe an 8th.
Almost walked in with his back turned. That was a little bit scary. He's on top of the bomb, though, so eventually they're going to have to show up. He's got the right idea, but if he misses a shot here in the tunnel, he's 100% dead. So this is it. All or nothing for S-Tag. And 45 seconds left, and he must be wondering, where are they? Does he realize how close the bomb is? I don't know if he even knows that it's there, but yeah, there we go. Now he definitely does. Going to be pulling out the USP instead. Great for Fang, not so much for Grim. They're right in the tunnel next to him. They almost line up. He gets the one, but Fang is quick on the trigger. And they get it back. Another round as Complexity are walking this first half slowly back. That one got close, really, really close, but they pulled through.
Oh, wow. Almost lined up there. You saw it possible. You saw it all working for at.CET. Picks up 3 on the round. The stand-in showing he still got it. That this guy needs a team, but still, Complexity, they're continuing their momentum. Despite the fact that at.CET had such a nice round, they're able to withstand it. And you can see that the emotions, they're running high for Complexity. They know that they're in this game. They know that they're the ones that are in control. Once again, they're favoring the spread out default. This is what they were trying at the very beginning of the half. Was not working out for them. FaZe, they were too strong across too many positions. But look at this. Fang, he was the one yelling at the end of that last round, and he's making his way up A quick.
This is sick. It's almost the opposite of what we're talking about sneaking up. He's basically saying, I'll beat every internal timing. Nobody will ever check this. It looks like Twist is maybe the one who's about to run back up there. Surely he's never going to see this coming. S-Time will take down Grim and JT, both, and there's Fang with the headshot. That's all the way at the A-bombs, and Twist must be wondering, how on earth did he get there so early in the round? Floppy turning around at the wrong time, and somehow it's still a 1 versus 3, and Fang getting caught at the end by the AWP. So many opportunities with that kind of a positioning, you would have assumed that Complexity could have brought that a lot closer.
And this is a bit of a repeat of what we were seeing in the first 7 rounds, where Complexity, they could even find the first pick, but the default, it betrays them. The fact that they're all spread out, it allows them to find some confusion or some chaos against FaZe, but then FaZe, they're able to just piece it all together. They're able to find those individual duels, those victories across the map, and Complexity, they might have to go back to those B plays, those 5-mans that they started finding a little bit of life on. That might be their only way into this half.
If it keeps working, then on some level, maybe don't make it more complicated. Kerrigan and Twist down there as the duo that's been anchoring that bomb site for a while. It seemed like they've had a little bit of trouble in defending it, although now they have Robs there with them, so that could change that calculation a fair bit. JT, AK in hand, and that's a fight you're going to win every single time. Twist is coming for you, though, and that's a fight you might not win. Statistically speaking, Twist going to be a lot more powerful. 4 versus 3.
This is so tricky for at.CET. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get out of this one cleanly. Floppy right there in the water, and then on the other side, you've got Halzerk covering the top. They know that at.CET's in here. Oh, and as soon as Floppy has to throw a smoke to try to put out that molly, that's when at.CET strikes. That's well put together by FaZe. That's a great team effort to make sure that their connector player can stay alive. And this is Fang with some deep positioning, but it doesn't look like it'll find his team any answers, and I think Brokey might have just spotted him. Yep, nade right on his position. The flank is there from at.CET. They're looking for the final player, but unbeknownst to them, Halzerk sneaking out Monster.
With 25 seconds, only thing on his side is that element of surprise, but ultimately, well, not even that maybe. I think Brokey is actually looking at this pillar right on there. Yep, you knew. Great round coming out here from FaZe. Again, they're back in control of the game, shutting down whatever was happening from Complexity. So they're in a powerful position again, 9-4.
What's nice to see with FaZe in the CT side is that Overpass is a map where positions can get away from you. We saw Fang sneaking up long. We see just how many things are happening at the same time across it. And when you're playing with a stand-in, it's even tougher. Sometimes their comms aren't going to be on par with your previous player, but I think this also shows the value of at.CET. He's the one that's closing the gaps. He's the one that's making sure that some of these windows of opportunities are shrinking for Complexity as opposed to getting any wider. And Complexity, I think they've done a really good job at making this hard on FaZe in terms of testing their comms, but it's not actually resulting in all the round victories that other teams may be finding.
16-2 for at.CET at 116 ADR. So he's having himself a nice game. And as you pointed out, I mean, some of those kills that he just got in this round were basically based off communication from teammates saying, all right, I'll do this, and then you do this. And he could just walk in and get the kills almost for free. So, you know, if we're standing, that's, again, kind of rare. Like, usually that's the first thing that suffers is any communication that you might be able to do. You're just not used to how the team functions. But he's having himself a really fantastic game. Flashes are coming out, but not enough to save at.CET. It was close, though. Robs being very economical with the bullets there, trying to only fire a couple of shots at a time. They'll lose a couple of players, but ultimately win the round.
Those were some great protocols from FaZe there. Twist was throwing some support flashes all the way from B as at.CET was retreating. So making sure that his A rifler could get out of there in time. You're going to see these flashes maybe fly right over. The way that Halser's getting blind right now is actually Twist from the B site.
Yeah.
That's excellent work. And an excellent replay.
Yeah, and they pop behind the CT players.
Yes.
So unless they're turning around to run away, they're not really going to get flashed in the same way. It's really cool. You like to see it. That's
cool.
3 AWPs.
Yeah, it's a really cool way to stop any kind of pistol rush or just slow it down.
Yeah. And if you're not doing anything on B anyway, you might as well be chucking out some nades. 3 snipers. Are they going to get punished for it? Good return, at.CET. Been doing some secondary AWPing for a bit there, so maybe he feels like that's a good place to be.
Okay, there's 3 ops, by the way, on FaZe.
Yeah.
This is... I mean, if Complexity thought they could win in the defaults, try doing it against this many ops. These peaks are not going to be easy. Rop's looking for his own, calls his own number, but doesn't quite get the order.
Yeah, Rifle probably definitely gets that kill. Twist now on his own down here with the AK, spraying for the smoke, expecting for a second player to be there. Did he see that? I don't know. It looked like he saw maybe just someone's foot there. Bomb is going to be planted, though. Roki making the jump. Gotta be real careful. That flick, it feels like it's so close. He's just so lightning fast. You see the difference between him and Rob's AWPing is significant. 2 on 3, though, and a good chance for Complexity. Maybe get a 5th round here. Broki's out in the open, and they're going to find him as well. 5 on the side of Complexity, and doesn't feel like it's enough, but maybe it will be. We're about to find out.
Latvia, dude, it's Latvian flag, dude.
Oh, it's simple. Oh, it's simple.
Oh, it's simple.
Oh, it's simple. Oh, it's so good.
Teams of 2 will guess which pro player is behind the skins. They will be given 3 clues. The first clue is the country, the second is the team, and the third is an iconic moment. The less clues they need, the more points they earn. The team with the highest score wins.
Hello guys, this is Kadian from Heroic.
Aristo from Tyloo.
Sabri from Vitality.
And it's Chipix from Astralis.
This is Floppy.
And I'm Sir.
And today we'll be playing CS Money Tailored Collections.
Blue and yellow.
Ukraine, maybe?
Yes, that's a very good guess. That is a very good guess. Definitely Ukraine.
Sweden? Yeah, I'd say Sweden as well.
Yeah. It's Bosnia, yellow and blue, right?
You can
we just go simple. We just go simple. Expecting them to play the big dogs.
No, it's G2. This is G2. And before that was Bosnia, so I'm pretty sure this is gonna be Nico.
I feel like it's Nico. It's just instantly off the top of my head.
I'm clueless here. Mouseboards or what? Are they black?
Yeah, I think Nico is a good one on this. I think we should go with this one. I'm feeling really confident in this one.
Okay, we go with Peter Sensei.
You want to gamble, Cirky?
Yeah, 100% Nico.
We're gambling Nico then.
Oh. Is it Nico? I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's using the steal a lot, right?
So good. Of course, it was so good.
Peter.
We take this 1 point. It's Nico.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Alright, Cirky got this one, bro.
No. I was gonna say Denmark, but never mind.
Red and blue.
The hell?
Okay, I have a guess actually. red and blue, you know, if we think about the Scandinavian colors, could maybe be Norway.
Could it be Norway? Dude, I feel so dumb.
Norway? Oh yeah, Norway has, I think the lines are blue.
We are back once again. Second half is here. We're on Overpass. It's also the second map first series of the day, though. So if you are just joining us, then huge welcome. You're just in time to watch FaZe potentially put an end to the series in a 2-0 fashion, unless Complexity have something special for us. What do you think, Alex? Do they? Is it time?
I really wanted to see a little bit more from Complexity's T side. I thought they had it in them, but 5 rounds is still something to work with. It's a better cushion than some may have imagined, and they're already getting aggressive. Grim with the first shot onto Rops, quelling that B lurk, and now the map shrinks for FaZe in just a moment's notice.
I like this. We've already seen how much FaZe could end up bullying you if you give them space, and they get a lot of confidence from sort of running around. So maybe, yeah, try and shrink that map a little bit, take some of it away so that they're on the defense instead, and you can see them falling back. They're a little bit stretched out right now and definitely worried about more peaks coming out from the CT side. 1 P250 in play on Twist. So that's something you have to respect no matter what.
Floppy doesn't know that Kerrigan's on that right side. But Kerrigan unable to capitalize. As soon as he gives his position up, Floppy's able to retreat. There are a few more players coming in that direction. And Grim just shooting the legs of Kerrigan, not able to complete the kill. And this is a little bit sneaky, a little bit of a curveball in the middle of the round as at.CET has made it close, but Allzerk instantly stops him.
Oh dear, nice shot. 3 on 5 still. Kerrigan low on health. This is looking good right now. Just need to focus and they can ring this round home, and maybe that could start the second half a little bit better than the first one. Roki's low on health already. Grim running out of bullets, but ultimately there's just too many players here. Good defense. They lose a single player on that first round of the second half. And Complexity, this hopefully will be the start of something a little bit better. With Allzerk opening on the CT side, yeah, they could do a lot here.
They've already tied their round total from Inferno. Only up from here. And given the fact that FaZe are coming into this with minimal investment, it does seem like Complexity will do better on their map pick. 4 FAMASes, though. This is always a tricky buy, Anders. I always hate seeing this because let's say you win this one cleanly, you got 4 FAMASes going against AKs.
And if you win it, you've convinced more players to use the FAMAS, which is in itself is a bad thing.
It's a double whammy.
You shouldn't do it. It's a bad incentive. Oh, here we go. A little bit of a stack up in the tunnel almost. It's working so well. All right, another point for the our new generation of players led down the wrong road.
Bad influences.
It's very sad.
All of them, yeah. Just look at these guys.
I still think there's room for somebody to become the only pro player that can accurately burst fire with the FAMAS. Harry tried to explain to me at one point that it was underrated and that you could become good enough at it to like realistically burst like 1 headshot and then, you know, like just make it work every time. It's Harry, so yeah.
Yet to see it happen. Master theory crafter Harry Russell. We'll see if he's proven right in this round, but
I believe it.
I'm not sure if anybody has even switched the gun to burst yet in this game, and we've seen more FAMASes here than we would have liked to.
So I'm telling you, 5 FAMAS, all of them burst fire. That's 15 bullets every time.
Just do it down dust 2 mid double doors,
yeah,
and you might do 14 damage.
There's like a R versus K strategy going on there. For the biologists in the audience for some reason. I don't know. Robs looking for the shot, and against the FAMAS, the AK is definitely going to be a little bit more impactful. But JT gets back around the corner. He's not dead yet. It looks like they're grouping up towards the B bomb side, but nobody on the A. Is that a risk? No one is looking A right now for FaZe. I guess they're going quickly, so maybe that's why no one's out there. They're just gonna pop it right now. Flashed, but Kerrigan still gets it. Just holds the crosshair, and Rops is gonna be picking up JT. So 3 on 4 as they get onto the bomb site with a couple of smokes to try and cement that bomb plant.
Oh, a nade would have been beautiful right there, but Kerrigan on top of the site takes down Halzerk. 2 versus 3. Both of these Complexity players trapped towards CT, but they might be able to fight their way out of it. Grim's able to take down Brokey. Now S-Tag playing in tow with Rops, trying to sneak into the smoke. This is so dirty, and it might just work out as Grim seems unaware of his position, but he's still able to find the headshot. And Complexity with a much-needed 8th, withstanding that FaZe hit, even with the clean entry from Kerrigan, just locking down that spray. Full blind, full left click, doesn't even second-guess it.
They set everything up so nicely in this round. This feels like the kind of round that was well constructed all the way to the end, and then Grim just comes back and takes it away from them. This is great stuff. Throws away 1 from us for another 1, and just keeps it going. I think he got 4 kills in that round, Grim. Very well done. And he was one of the players that we sort of highlighted. Look at him and Floppy, right? Those are 2 players. And look at him now. 17 kills on Grim, 14 on Floppy. You want the rest of the team there with him, but if they can start it off, then maybe it's doable. It's 10-8, so Complexity within 2 rounds of FaZe right now.
All right. It was close, but Grim kept him in it. Now JT, he wants to make sure he finds his contribution. Early kill onto Rops. JT taking down the B lurk. And what's nice about that for FaZe is that in retrospect, it's okay. You're losing your B lurker. It keeps your plan shrouded in mystery. If that were a player like, say, Kerrigan, say, Twist, then Complexity would have known what's up. And you can tell that the rotation's not there for Complexity. They don't know that this B is happening.
Well, they're going back to the same well once again, although this time JT able to catch Kerrigan, shooting him in the back, Twist by the pillar, trying to find some more space. They know where JT is, and the Molotov, well, not even needed. Brokey's there with a headshot, but Fang, oh my god, challenging the Flames to try and get the kill on Brokey, and he will. Couldn't really escape after the fact, but that's got to be frustrating if you're Brokey. You're not expecting that.
No, just charges right in, willingly giving his life up. And Twist, he's trying to hold this for at.CET, but with 2 HP, doesn't want to give the chase up easy.
Halzerk. Scary stuff walking out on this ledge with the AWP. But he's found so much information, basically for free. Nobody challenging him. Should be able to make the drop down eventually. Twist and S-Tag playing on opposite sides. S-Tag with only real health here. So Kit's on the ground, and they have some picked up as well. Gonna tap the bomb once just to put a little bit of pressure on. They have another smoke as well that they're putting up. And that spray's not doing anything. Twist trying to find it. He's got the wrong angle. S-Tag as well is so close. And ultimately also able to get the defuse. They were shooting at it from 2 different angles, and somehow none of the bullets touched him.
Just couldn't triangulate his position. Sneaky stuff from Complexity to secure yet another round. I can't believe it. I can't believe that Halzerk wasn't even touched until after the defuse was completed. But that is a round that FaZe came back from behind in to find a very favorable post-plant position. And I'm actually shocked about this. Usually these players have become so good at making sure they take the right angle to kill anybody defusing in the smoke, but that time, Halzerk, he evaded him. The mullet got away.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. A lot of people out here for the CT side, but they're also in a scary position. Good that they get a couple of kills in return. That's one of those positions where it feels like one mistake and you get wiped out, and it happens after the fact. They actually got the initial defense, and then Kerrigan somehow stepped it up and got a double. That's a little bit disappointing for Complexity, because I thought the real battle was the first volley. If you lose that, maybe you just get wiped out, but they actually won it.
Yeah, and Kerrigan found those final two kills with such low HP. You would have thought that he would have been traded, but an unlikely hero for FaZe in this one. That early setup from Complexity was such a nice change, too. They've been putting together some strong B defenses, B retakes, that forward A presence. I don't think FaZe was even ready for it. They weren't. That's why they came out behind, but Kerrigan collects. And now Floppy and Grim, they're making sure that they're not just playing back. They want to figure out where it is that FaZe are headed, and I think that they have a great idea at this point. But this door, they are just going to have to toy with this for a bit.
They have so few tools. If they had some grenades or a defuse kit or anything, they have very little on their side. Again, maybe just the element of surprise. If they can show up and get the first crack at it here, then maybe something could be working. There's a shot on the twist. Because Karrigan is already low, it might be just enough. Karrigan has picked up an AWP, and that might equalize that low health at least a little bit. They don't have any nades to get rid of him. And Rops is there covering. Good headshot to begin with, and Floppy's not going to be worried. The FaMask once again, but Rops is so crisp with that shot. And that will be an 11th round picked up from FaZe. So cooling off a little bit on that complexity side. And how much money? I feel like they've lost a fair few players in some of these rounds, so they've got to be a little bit worried about the money too, surely.
Yeah, I'm not sure what their economy is going to look like, but yeah, this was a great round or a great starter from Complexity. We've seen already in this game that they've had some really good ideas to begin rounds, but then sometimes in the mid-round, late round, things get away from them, and that's going to happen. You have to play a full 155 against FaZe. You can't take your foot off the gas. You can't relax for a moment because anybody can come up and become a win condition for FaZe, even when the odds are stacked against them. That's just how powerful this team is. Triple nades missed the mark. FaZe would want those ones back. But this is a round that they should be in control of given the weaponry on the side of Complexity. Seen some all right deagle shots coming out from Complexity thus far, but it's been tough for them to put a whole round together like this when everybody's on the weakened weaponry.
Ooh, flash out on top. S-Tag could have maybe got shot at the back, but he is so fired up right now. Having himself a mental game. 22 kills right here. I like the flash setup though. I mean, it seemed like the initial idea was good. They just couldn't find S-Tag quick enough before he found them. Ooh, real opportunity there, but he's still alive somehow. Down to 3 health.
Fang had an opportunity, but yeah, it looks like FaZe are going to be able to find their 12th in this. Only real question is there going to be any damage? Nope. Quick answer.
That was an all-in, right? They forced up into this round, probably because they had a double save regardless, but puts them in a very tough spot now.
Yeah, there was another idea here. There was a flash coming out from JT to try to set up these 2 bathroom players to make an advance. They almost caught FaZe off, but at.CET was just in the one blind spot, or the one spot actually that didn't get blind. So he was able to find those couple of kills. And yeah, like you said, it was a full investment. So we've got 5 USPs coming out for Cole. This should be an easy cleanup for at.CET and Brokey, and it very much so is. 3 for at.CET. He is having himself a game. He is slotting into range positions oh so well. Unexpected stuff, but it's a welcome sight.
Yeah, what a joy to be standing in like this and being on a big stage, and you're like, oh well, I get to show all my skills. If anyone's out there looking, then here I am.
Is there something about at.CET when he's having these short stints on rosters where he's just a better player? Like, think back to when he was on Astralis briefly in 2020 or so, before he joined Cloud9. It's like anytime he gets onto a team and solidifies himself there, it seems like that's when the trouble begins. But when he's a stand-in, he's a star. He's stellar.
It's also such a low risk thing to do, right? Because people are probably not going to blame you if you're the stand-in. They're going to be like, well, you're just standing, like he doesn't really fit in the team. What do you expect? So you don't have a lot of pressure on you, and if you perform well, then everyone just loves it.
Mm-hmm.
There could be something about the psychology going into it like that. 13-9. Complexity 3 rounds away, and Twist. What an opening, and then S-Tag to follow it up. Halsek gets blown up near the balloons, and it's going to be a 4-on-3 for the rest of it. Karrigan off angle here, very hard for JT to peek, and he's going to go down.
Surprised JT even found the headshot there, but just being picked apart. FaZe, their default, too comprehensive, finding the opening kills towards Party, then playing to punish at other angles. It's just calculated Counter-Strike. It's cold, and it worked.
Fang is on a flanking mission, but it just feels like it might be like 5 or 10 seconds too late by the time that he gets here.
Yep. Oof. Okay,
good little burst to take down S-Tag, but the bomb is being planted, and
wait a second.
He's still quite far away. He actually got the damage through on a Brokey.
Yeah.
Floppy's missing no bullets on the other side. That's ridiculous. Brokey's looking for it, but I think he missed the timing. I don't think he saw that, so there might be an opportunity, and Floppy's still making noise on the other side. It's a shot from Brokey. Fang looked that whole way just to run into the AWP, and it will be another round for FaZe.
That should never even have felt that close, but Floppy was able to pick up the 2 from Graffiti. Keeping Complexity in the round, but this entry from Twist, that's just such a huge oversight from Halzer. It just needs to be said. You just can't put yourself in that position. If you're able to get shot in the side of the head from Connector, then there's a huge gap in that kind of setup, and they're rightly punished for it. That's not something that should be left, and you should think that that's okay. There's a lot of ways to minimize those types of risks on overpass. There's so many different defenses you can play. You don't need to be taking just a blind spot such as that.
And presumably at that point, he's not doing too much else anyway, right? He's not covering another angle, so...
Yeah, and Grim's the one that's looking at the connector, so tuck your head down so Grim can get first contact on that player. That's what the whole setup's for.
Yeah, sure, that makes sense. All right, Fang did this, so now it's the more or less the entire FaZe team that are just running all the way up here. Pistols on the other side, and they've stacked the B-bomb side and outside of it, so they're in a bit unfortunate position right here. But I guess that's part of the risk you take when you don't have much to work with.
Yeah, but what's unfortunate about this is that Complexity went for a half buy here. You don't really want to keep these guns into the next round because you'll be sitting against 15, against map and match point.
True.
So you will be sending yourself at him. Yeah, this kind of has to happen. Complexity, even though it's going to look a little bit foolish, even though some teams would save, there's kind of no reason to. You're going to buy in the next round anyways.
And also, if you were lucky enough to steal an AK or 2, that would suddenly really change your buy in the next round.
Exactly. It'll all be worth it even if they steal 1 AK away.
Yeah.
So...
let's see.
Here we go. Okay, nice shots from Fang. He's had a quiet one, but that's slick.
Yeah, nicely done, but it's too far away for them to pick up the rifle, unfortunately, so they still need, maybe Robs is the only candidate just as the bomb blows. That's when they go. They want to try and see if they can find it. And again, Fang gets the shot, but no rifle is saved.
Yeah, found the kills, but without collecting a rifle, it just feels like you just added $600 to your reserves. And you're going to spend it all right here, right now. Complexity, got to do better. 9 rounds here on Overpass. They only found 6 on Inferno. This is a tough one for him. And with the history between these two teams, it felt like Complexity, they should have given a better showing. And I think they've still got a little bit more left in the tank. We'll see if they're able to extend the series here.
Nice jump off that trash can to make the throw down. Something that we've seen a little bit more. Looks smooth, doesn't it?
It always does. Really nice use of the air strafing mechanic. Okay, this is it. Complexity, they dug their own grave. Twist takes down 2. at.CET making his way up connector, and this might be all she wrote. Grim dead in the pit, and Halzer, he is so far away from the action.
They even won the first engagement, but Twist is mechanically so gifted.
Yeah.
He's like, pop, pop, and they're both dead. Up to 23 kills, but S-Tag found his 30th kill in this one. Halzer.
Oh no, he had it!
It betrays him.
Oh, he had it, and then he's just given up now on the round.
He even takes his hand on the keyboard. That is a hard way to go. Unfortunate, but today FaZe was just a better team. They get the series in 2 maps. First on Inferno and then on Overpass.
Yes, it's what you want to see from a team that's still vying to be the best in the world, to show everybody that they've got what it takes to continue their reign, to try to find an era. I think that eluded them in the previous year, but they want to show that the firepower, it's there, the tactics are there. Even with a stand-in situation that they're working in, that adversity, it's not going to slow this roster down.
Their stand-in dropped 31 kills on the second map. So what is stand-in to have? That's fairly ridiculous. Surely his market value is going to be increasing slowly here.
Yes.
For S-Tag. I still think, I agree with you. We said earlier at the start of the series, I don't think he's necessarily meant to be a superstar, but I think he is underrated as someone who can do a lot of dirty jobs on almost any team. So I think that should be more and more obvious, hopefully, to see him play. But yeah, good day for FaZe. There's some impressive stuff happening.
Right. We've got this guy, this stand-in, the one that we have been talking about, and James is ready to interview him.
I've got at.CET with me here, and not a bad performance on this last map, mate. Is a standing? You having some fun?
Yeah, it's great. Like, there's no real expectations, and like, you just, you come in and you just do your thing.
And how easy is it to come in and do your thing within this team? Did it make it very comfortable for you?
I think it's not a joke why they're such such a good team with stand-ins, because the vibe is just immaculate. Like, everyone is just vibing, everyone's having fun, and you have a caller who's really good at just making stuff up on the fly, so it's great.
And a lot of people are saying, right, like you wouldn't be a direct replacement for Rain in terms of style and how you're playing, but how have they utilised you? What's the discussion been like? What have they been saying to you in order to just get you to do what you need to do?
I mean, they always say that I've played everything, right? So actually, all of the Rain roles used to be my main roles back in the heroic days. So I'm feeling super confident, to be honest. Like, I mean, if I can frag like this in his roles, like it just takes me back to the good old days. So I mean, it's not an issue for me at all.
So it's a nice little interview to the world you're going out there, right? Like, look, guys, put me in the roles I want and I can do all the big damage?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's it. Just to have a good team, you know, a good pillar, and then I can do my thing.
I love it. You're so calm, so confident as well. I've got one special question for you as well, at.CET, and this comes from our Blast TV viewers. They said, who is the toughest opponent, and this can be a team or a player, you've ever played against?
I would say, you know, Astralis is probably like back then when we were playing against them, especially when we were like the heroic, like the Danish core.
Yes.
I felt like the Dane on Dane, we always got smashed against Astralis. I think I had like throughout 3 or 4 different matchups against them, I had like a 0.4 rating because they were just always destroying me. So yeah, definitely those guys.
Some nightmares from that one for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, at.CET, congratulations on the win. Good to see you again. Thank you very much.
Vibe check, positive coming out of at.CET. And a little bit of a throwback Friday, I guess. Didn't realize that they were kind of role for role exactly what he used to be playing in some of the old lineups. Kind of goes to show the versatility of at.CET coming into things. The fact that he drops over 30 kills on this map as well, testament to his form and a huge reason why FaZe were able to close this one out.
Stellar performance coming in from at.CET, right? The best way you possibly can showcase yourself to the rest of the world. I like the little jab he gets in there as well, saying that if he's actually playing in his comfortable roles, he can do his thing. And I think that's always been the case with at.CET. We always underestimated him a little bit. We saw him in NIP as well, and he's somehow, you know, found himself in a position where he accepted being, you know, the supportive element to the teams. And yeah, I know it's just one game right here in Overpass and it's just standing in for FaZe Clan, but if this is just a glimpse of what at.CET can do in those roles, then why not? If your Astralis right there, you know, sign him.
Is FaZe turning into the most optimized outplacement firm in the history of Counter-Strike? Like, do you think they take like a percentage of what the next standing is going to? Like, JKS comes in, he ends up in G2. at.CET comes in as a stand-in, don't know where he's going next. Maybe that's the 4D chess they're playing. They're already placing the next players in the next teams. Look, at.CET, you don't need to hire some kind of crazy marketing director. Just have a game like this. Yeah. Everyone is looking at you. It's a perfect platform for him to showcase what he can do. I was the one that doubted how he would fare in that role in Overpass. He answered the best of ways, completely destroyed Complexity.
Entirely. I kind of forgot that obviously back on the NIP squad, obviously they were playing quite a lot of Overpass as well. Obviously me and Matthew will never forget the absolute massacre they submitted to Vitality.
Why'd you need to mention it? We're having such a good day.
Yeah, anyway, moving on. Yeah, the fact that at.CET can show up, you know, on stages like this, we were, you know, so doubtful coming into it, particularly, you know, the short time frame that they had to actually field a substitute now that Rain isn't able to attend the tournament. The fact that he steps up, the fact that he is sounding confident in that interview with James as well, absolutely love that.
All things considered, he is the perfect stand-in. I don't think there's any player out there who's played so many different roles in such a short span of time that he must be able to accommodate himself to pretty much any given situation. Yeah. Cloud9 was a bit of a mess for him as well. The Astralis stand-in tenure was good for him. Then he was the primary orb in NIP, then he was the supportive element, then he got a little bit more responsibility, then was you back to being a supportive element. So it's a guy who's tried it all. Maybe all at.CET needs is a little bit of consistency and a team around him that actually believes in his abilities.
Exactly. I think there are 2 main points. First point is that, of course, recency bias. We think a passive player cannot play aggressive. He just reminded us that he can. And the second point, which actually is very important, is the strength of the team that you are standing in. How clear they are on their protocols. How much quality there is in the roster. How can they accommodate you without losing their own level? And you could just see on FaZe here, they had absolutely no problem faring with him on the A side.
You mentioned the word consistency. I think we have to give a shout out to Brokey in this series as well, because he absolutely personified that, Matthew.
Yeah, he did. He kept on going. I mean, of course, on Inferno, he was the one that had all the spotlights on him. I think on Overpass, he did what he had to. We have a couple of highlights here on the A side mainly. And I just have to say, and judging by these highlights, I think Complexity made life relatively too easy for FaZe Clan. I have to admit, the way FaZe Clan won these first few rounds on the CT side wasn't what I expected. They weren't just in Complexity's face smashing them out. They allowed them to execute. They waited on side. They were very patient. And still, it looked way too easy. So I personally was expecting expecting a bit more of a fight coming out of Complexity, on this map at least.
I think I counted 3 rounds where Broky was standing in heaven with an AWP and killing everyone from Complexity on the B-bomb side, while still there was a smoke icon on one of the players of the Complexity out there. That was a bit of a mess, yeah. As you said, you talk about making it tough for an AWP player to fare. Start off by smoking off the most standard position in the entire game in heaven, and then maybe a couple of those kills Broky got would have happened. So you gotta use your utility to force him out of positions, and even then we know Broky can do it, but this was a little bit too easy.
And FaZe also making it painful for them once again when we're looking at the starts to both of these maps. You pinned it, as you know, Complexity need to get off to a much hotter start than we saw in Inferno, but yeah, FaZe managed to get 7 rounds on the trot. There was just no room for Cold to breathe.
No, there wasn't, and unfortunately for Complexity, their main AWPer missed the mark on that second game. I know Inferno was a bit complicated. I was hoping for Halzer to have that impact on Overpass, specifically on the CT side, and either Kerrigan out-called him and put him in good position. I also just think Halzer had a bad game. Yeah. As simple as it is, what was it, 6 kills he had towards the end. At no point did he do anything close to what Broky was doing on the CT side. That comparison hurt very much for Complexity, and this wasn't a good moment for Halzer to go missing.
Yeah, well, of course, Complexity do still potentially have some time to be warming up in this new season, as that doesn't spell elimination just yet, as we can reiterate with the groups. The winner of this particular group will be progressing on to the spring finals, and the last 3 will have their remaining chances in the gauntlet to try and dodge the depths of the showdown. Of course, Complexity now, unfortunately, in that lower bracket game, but plenty more Counter-Strike action on the cards today. Of course, Big versus G2 to round off our day, but first, it's Liquid versus OG.
I have flash CT soon.
I'm flashing above Nico again. Flashing again.
I'm flashing soon as well. Flashing over now. Pull. First box.
Second box. I fall back. I killed up.
I'm coming banana. I can flash over lane.
Sure. Guys, I killed up, okay? Come.
Coils and
the
banana.
Where is he?
Banana and coils.
Coils,
Chill
side.
it.
Side.
No, he's on.
He's taking the bomb on first box.
Nice!
Yeah. Hey, boost me fin first.
Wait.
They don't know.
Running.
Dead. High now.
He was up.
Yeah.
Long time ago.
I have CD. Yo, risks.
Hide in dark.
Last hopper.
You want Delia?
No.
Let's go!
Very good job.
Hitting it.
It's faded. Same guy shooting. That's him. Can be anywhere.
We don't know. Double already.
Outside. They have AK.
One core mace.
Yeah.
Standing.
Yeah, he's.
I'm walking banana already.
He's waiting for the smoke maze probably.
I'm pushing zero.
Yeah, I'm walking into this one. Going banana. I'm walking. Could be second.
Second. And maze probably.
Jesus.
You have smoke.
Nice! The one.
It's fine.
Let's go together. Come, I'm safe. I just boost. Oh, I smoked ruins again. I smoked ruins.
I just smoked CT.
I think one side. I think one side. New box.
Through CT.
CT out.
That's CT.
New box dead.
Yes. I'm coming to you. 10 seconds. Can you plant? Can you try to plant?
Yeah, planting fifth. Turbo flow. I don't have bullets. I'm going new box. I see it is spawned to the smoke.
Liquid versus OG in more Group B action, and if you think this clash is familiar, then you would indeed be correct. The semi-finals from Abu Dhabi primed for a second spin, and that was a match that took us aback a little, not in terms of the end result, Jacob, but the fact that OG had arguably an overperformance to actually make it to that semi-final in front of a crowd.
They finished the season on a high, because I remember coming into that tournament, there was a lot of talking about OG not necessarily deserving to be in that World Final. There was a lot of talk about OG not necessarily putting up the results that we expected. I remember them having a lose streak of 6 or 7 games in a row coming into the tournament as well. So fact of the matter is that OG, they saved themselves another try. This lineup haven't made any roster changes over this pause, and the reason being is that, as you said, they didn't necessarily overperform, but they performed well at the World Finals, and they showcased that there's still a bit of life in this lineup.
I think they took the opportunities that were presented to them. That's what happened in Abu Dhabi. First of all, they played Heroic, that we know didn't have the full roster, that was with Config, and then Vitality just literally gifted them the first map of that series, broke all our hearts combined, and then OG, they just stomped on them on that second. So I don't want to take anything away from them.
No.
They sure did make it to the semi-final, but I also don't think we should oversell that Abu Dhabi performance. There's still a lot to prove for them.
No, because when we're looking in sort of, I guess, the grander context of 2022 as well, and that breeds us into the context right here that Blast is the opportunity for OG.
I mean, if you're OG, these right here this week might be the moment where you secure yourself a spot in one of the S-tier tournaments that you will attend in the future. Let's not lie, let's not pretend. Currently, OG is not a pretender for playoffs in deep tournaments such as the Katowices, the Cologne, the majors of the world. This is not where we see them in the playoffs. But they have been historically doing very well here in this qualification stage, and they have been guaranteeing themselves positions in the spring finals, in the work finals with the rankings. So this means a lot more to OG than it is to Liquid in this grand scheme of the season and what they can accomplish as a team.
I fully agree. You know, this is the chance for OG. It's not a team that you'd expect to be a top 7, top 8, top 10 team for that matter as well, constantly on the cusp. So if they do well right here, if they qualify for the the spring finals and make sure that once again they build on the good performance we saw in Abu Dhabi, then maybe we can start talking about them being a team that can contest within the top 10. But honestly, I feel like it's been the same conversation over and over and over for OG 2, 3, 4 years ago, even with Manta on the lineup as well for that matter. It's constantly a team that is fighting to stay within top 10, nothing more than that, and it's getting a little bit boring.
Yeah, arguably the pressure for OG is on from day one here. So let's see what Nexa is thinking coming into this series.
Nexa, ending the year with a top 4 finish at the World Finals. How would you describe that ending? Was it ending on a high in a positive way, or was it just more of what you expected from the team?
I think it was ending on a positive, considering how we played a few months prior to that. But overall, I think that the expectations were a bit higher than just that, and I think we had our chances to actually go maybe even to the grand finals.
Okay, I like the confidence always from you. Now, one thing you told me when we were back at the World Finals was you speaking about the team being on the same page now, everyone kind of more believing back in your calls and wanting the same thing. How have you managed to try and keep that coming into this new season? Because after a break, you know, things kind of loosen up a bit.
Yeah, I think like I didn't really let my foot off the pedal, right?
Okay,
I really kept like pushing my narrative and the way I want to play the game and trying to basically bring forth my vision to everyone and get them on board with like how I want to play. And I think we also did some like role swaps in a team that will help, you know, that'll help my cause. So yeah, like I think overall we're still going in the same direction where we started at the end of the year.
And in terms of, you say you've done these role swaps, how much time have you been able to put into making sure that does work? And what did you guys do to start off the season? Did you have a boot camp, anything like that?
Yeah, we had a boot camp here in Copenhagen. We arrived like 8 days ago, and we were just boot camping, playing, and basically trying to get everyone acclimated to the new positions and the roles, you know. And yeah, I would not say that we are absolutely ready, you know, but it's the start of the season. Everyone is going to be a little bit rusty, so we'll see what happens.
Now, you ended the year playing against Liquid. Now you start the year playing against them. What do you expect from this game? I know the nuke picks come in, which is a wild one from Liquid, but Niafrak told me he expected it a bit. Did you?
Yeah, like it was definitely a possibility. You know, coming off the break, we don't know what they practice. They also don't know what we practice as well. So, you know, we'll see how this map goes. I think the last game against Liquid, we played in front of a crowd, like on the stage. So I think that was one of the deciding factors, that, you know, they had more experience and it went their way. I think now in this like studio environment, I think we could have an edge, seeing as we usually perform well in Blast Studio environments. You know.
You are having a lot of success when it comes to these Blast group games, that's for sure. But how do you get over that point? How do you get that same confidence here and then when it does come to arena events? Because if you do well, you'll go to another arena.
Yeah, I think it's about experience. I think we have a lot of young players on our team, you know, and for some of them it was like their second or third time actually being up in front of the crowd, and it's definitely something that we have our psychologists helping out with and focusing so that we, you know, have a better time ignoring the crowd, you could say.
Yeah, solid end to the year for OG, which they're hoping to be replicating coming into 2023. Do want to briefly touch on the map vetoes we just saw rolling in. Nuke, a pick from Liquid, a little bit surprising, which we'll get onto in a bit. But OG does make sense for them to be going with Ancient.
Yeah, Ancient has been their trump card in a couple of occasions. I think it's one of the first map where Nexa had his own signature style that they brought in. He usually had famously, historically, great success quickly with any lineups he joined. And also, we have to remember, that's the map they beat Liquid on in the World Finals now. What I just don't know is how they adapted to the new update, the new version of Ancient.
Yeah.
That one is slightly different. Let me tell you, my FaZe experience has been very much a shit show.
Yeah, it's completely different, right? They changed the meta, changed the beginning of the rounds at least with the mid control and everything. So I'm curious as well, who of these two teams have worked the most on Ancient, and is it really a good pick from OG? Going in against Team Liquid, I'm not quite sure about it.
Yeah, question marks indeed. Another question mark that at least I have looking at this OG squad is kind of flamesy when we put him under the spotlight, because I would argue that he is directly proportional to the success that OG sees. When flamesy is showing up, OG generally make it deeper into tournaments. That hasn't happened too much in 22 though.
He's a big part of the reason why they find success. The role he's playing, you know, being the can opener, being the guy that is going in, having that explosive element to his play. We kind of like to compare him to Yakinda in a way, you know, very aggressive and has the ability sometimes to dictate the game with the rifle. The main problem for this guy, and that's also illustrated pretty fine in these stats as well, is the consistency. Yeah. We see him have a good game, we see him have a good map, we see him have a good tournament, and the next one he drops off, the next one he drops off, then another good tournament he drops off. So where does that leave us with flamesy? I feel like he's had enough time to integrate himself fully into Tier 1 Counter-Strike. There's no more excuses. He's been an OG for quite some time as well. He gets a lot of responsibility. So why is this guy not consistently delivering?
It feels like on short term, he can be a difference maker. As Jacob is saying, and I agree with you, if he's having a game suddenly, it pushes all the barriers and ceiling that OG is having. Suddenly, they're a whole new team, they have a whole lot of impact. But it can happen that he doesn't show up. And where does that leave us? It leaves us with a long-term perspective, and it's something that Nexa was talking about. Some of them are still young players, relatively new to that level, the Neofrag, the Fiku, but we're not expecting them to step up today and be suddenly incredibly strong. It's going to take a while for these players to catch up. So for now, flamesy seems to be the one that kind of sets the limit. Having a good game, okay, we can all be happy and see what happens. Disappearing, it's a very sad story.
When we talk about difference makers as well, let's flip the script to the side of Team Liquid, because Elite is actually quite a curious case when we're looking at the HLTV top 20 for last year.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing for me to evaluate Elige properly in 2022. Okay. We've seen he didn't make it to the top 20 the first time in the last 5 years, I think is something that you told me in the green room, Jacob. The reason I say it's hard to evaluate is I think he surprised a whole lot of people in Cologne, myself included, and I might have overrated him after that for a couple of events. And it took me a minute to realize that, no, he didn't maintain that level. When Yakinda joined, and in Cologne, he had this monster of a performance, and everybody just thought, oh, damn, like this is what Elige can do. That's the Yakinda effect, it's gonna be great. But I don't think he maintained that quality. I think he calmed down a little bit, and I don't exactly know where he stands right now.
He lost a bit of that consistency that we usually praised him for, because you're right, he had a great showing in Cologne, but then he had a couple of events where he didn't do well. The major wasn't too good for Elige either. That was one of the few events where he actually dropped the ball a little bit, maybe affected by the pressure, maybe just having a rough tournament, what happens. But as you said, not in top 20 doesn't necessarily equal not having a good season. Just because he wasn't in there for the first time in 5 years, he still was close. He was still in the cusp of getting in there. I think he finished 24th or 25th if you had to rank it in that regard. So still a decent season, just not at the same high level that we want to see Elige at. And that's the difference between Liquid winning tournaments and Liquid being competitive.
Well, you mentioned Yakinda's name. I want to continue the questions with him and see exactly why Team Liquid picked into Nuke.
So Yakinda, you guys were in Utrecht for the boot camp to start off the season, but I wanted to see how were things, how was it getting back into the groove? What was the feeling like?
I mean, we didn't have that much practice before this tournament, maybe a week approximately, and we found that this timing after the break is the best timing to try new things, and we will see how it goes. I feel like Blast Groups is kind of forgiving tournament in a way, so we wouldn't have any other time to do it. So we'll try adding 7th map, Nuke, and we will see how it happens.
Adding Nuke, adding a 7th map, and you got a cheeky smile on your face. So you said not much practice. You've obviously put a bit of practice into this.
Well, I mean, obviously, if we're picking Nuke, well, I mean, this is a no-brainer. OG doesn't play Nuke. Maybe they have something prepared, but we have to like risk sometimes, right? And play to our strengths, I would say, and yeah.
Well, I'm going to look forward to seeing the madness unfold. I want to come back, though, to since the time where you joined Liquid, because it's been a consistent rise up the rankings. If we just ignore the major blip, it's been a phenomenal performance for Liquid, back to the top again, basically. Why do you think that is? Is it just you? Is it the chemistry? What really has changed?
I feel like it's just the right pieces and the right mindset. Everybody in this team is top-tier player, like Naf, Elige, and Nitro have been in Tier 1 for a long time, and I feel like them losing for those like 1 year with Shocks and under other circumstances when Stewie left, right, and all that drama, I think them coming back, they were motivated, they played, we were sitting in practice rooms for like 2 a.m., so it's kind of all comes. It's gonna come if you actually work hard and you have the right pieces and players, and I think it was just a matter of time and practice so that we can perform.
Very nice. Now, in terms of for you guys to get to the very top, to be the best team in the world and start lifting some trophies, how far away are you from that, do you think? What's the missing ingredient to make that happen?
I think we could consider ourselves a consistent top 6, top 5 team, but to become top 3 and like top 1, top 2, you have to play a longer time together. So like half a year for me, you could see a lot of things where we're still not connected, and because of so little time and a huge amount of work, there's always behind the scenes there's like even more amount of work that you have to do to be better than other, because every team, especially in top 3, that's their life, and when we are sleeping, they're practicing. So basically the work continues always, and you just have to keep the rhythm and don't surrender, you know, and don't stop working and improving.
I love how Yakinda was trying to keep the cards close to his chest in terms of the preparation coming into the season. Yeah, James, you got me there. We have been putting in some work, bringing Nuke into our map pool. But I think what is extra important to kind of contextualize Team Liquid is how they ended up the year, because they're actually the 3rd best ranked team in the HLTV rankings.
Yeah, we can discuss whether or not this is a valid ranking. We all know how points decay work, but just to go back to the context as you were mentioning, I think Yakinda is on the money. Their goal right now is to be top 5, top 6. I would say it's accomplished. I think they belong to the 5, 6 best teams in the world. Sometimes we have a tendency to forget that the first half of the year for Liquid was with Shocks and was very tumultuous, very complicated. Yakinda joined in, and they went through a very deep rework of the philosophy of the Counter-Strike they wanted to play. Nav gave away a couple of positions. So I will give them that edge. I'll say, okay, I'll give you a few months to figure out what you want to do. But now we're getting to that point. We're getting to that point where we're gonna set slowly the true limits and ceilings of Liquid. Not a whole lot of more months. I think now we're gonna see the full exponential or the full potential of Liquid.
The thing is, they believe in it themselves. I don't know if you guys remember, but in Abu Dhabi, I think James interviewed Elige where he said, we are a title contender. I believe we can actually win the trophy. That was the first time I heard Elige actually say that out loud, that he's finally starting to believe in himself and in his teammates around him as well, that they can win stuff once again. The fact that Liquid finished the season so well is a good sign coming into this one, and hopefully it motivates them, as Yakinda said, to continue to work, because they need a bit of work to figure out some of the issues they have. OC, to me, is the one question mark. Can he step up? Can he become a better player in 23? Then I'll start to believe in Liquid winning trophies.
And we also have to realize how open the scene of Counter-Strike currently is. Yes. We are not in the beginning of 2022 where this was Na'Vi or FaZe are going to win whatever trophy you're going to. I mean, good luck to you, man. You're going to make semi-final, but that's it. We are in a very wide open environment. We don't know who's sitting on the throne right now. It's a golden opportunity for any team that kickstart that year to maybe sit on it for a couple of weeks at least.
Yeah, the pressure is certainly on for the teams coming into the first half of 2023, and we're going to see if Liquid can continue that reign of terror that they submitted to OG last time around in Abu Dhabi. Ancient's pick of OG coming up first, Nuke next, and of course Overpass if we do so need it. We're going to be going down after this.
And OG, today I heard you're playing some Nuke, you're throwing that into the mix, you're taking a bit of a risk of it, should go down for some fun, but last time around versus OG, it was a win for you guys. You look like you had a good hold on them, so is that why you're able to take a risk against a team like this?
It's pretty interesting because we played them last tournament of the last year, and then we played them first in the first tournament of the first year, but it's something that we've been just, talking about and introducing and stuff. So we're like, all right, like if we're gonna do it, we can do it now. Let's go for it. And obviously OG is a very good matchup for us in that sense because they don't play Nuke as well, as far as I know. So yeah, I think it was a pretty good veto for us today, and we'll see how it pans out.
All right. I like the almost confidence. Almost like it should be pretty good, maybe.
I don't think OG plays Nuke, do they? Someone tell me. Did we make the right choice here? This is an interesting veto.
It is.
We're gonna get into map number 2 of Nuke in a bit. I've never even seen Yakindar play Nuke.
No.
His old VP team, they didn't play Nuke. I haven't even seen Elige play this map for over 2 years, it feels like. This is crazy. But I like the way that Liquid are treating this group stage. They know they have these options. They know they have multiple lives here at the Blast Spring groups, and so they're gonna change the script a little bit. They're gonna rewrite things.
Yeah, give it. I mean, if they wanted to reinvent themselves, then yeah, maybe the start of the year is a good time to do it. We're gonna find out for sure. But a potentially very interesting matchup. OG, I mean, you heard Nexa talk about it just now, saying, well, they have some players that are a little bit inexperienced on the massive stages with a crowd in front of them. In a studio environment, still on land, so the pressure is still high, but this is where they feel maybe a little bit more comfortable. So maybe some of these younger players on the OG roster can really shine here.
Yes, and I think that one name that we didn't hear too much about, as we heard Nexa talking about Flames, we know that Neofrag's coming in, Fiku too, he's been this nice anchor, is Dexter. Dexter is the guy that everybody's always looking at when it comes to OG. He's been a massive star for them. One of the reasons in the World Finals that they did make it as deep as they did into that tournament. This guy has really caught a lot of people's eyes, and I think when you talk about the tier 1, the S tier offers, you put a couple names in there. You put Simple, you put Zywoo, you put Shiro, but I'm gonna tell you this, Dexter's not too far off, maybe a year away from being one of those guys that you would like to consider there. And so we want to see in 2023, is he gonna make that jump? Is he gonna make OG a true title contender, or is that something that's just in the figment of Nexa's imagination?
It's so crazy because it feels like there's so much more riding on his shoulders than there are somebody like Zywoo or Simple that have, maybe like a deeper roster of talent that can help out, even if they... Feels like on OG, it's... Dexter has to pull a lot more weight, and that's on some level we've seen him do it before, so it's really exciting. It's really impressive when we see it, but man, it's a lot of pressure to put on one person.
Yeah, and someone I want to put pressure on is OC. OC is the guy that many people are drawing into question now for Liquid. We obviously see that Nitro, the in-game leader, despite the poor performances, he's serving his role. But in modern day Counter-Strike, it's hard to overlook the fact that OC has simply not been performing at a level that most other tier 1 operators have been. The past 3 months, 0.99 rating, that's simply not good enough. You want to see OC using this break, despite the fact that Yakinder said they've only been practicing for a week before this. I want to know, and I want to see that OC put some time in the lab on his own.
Well, you know what? While we're figuring that out, we've got a couple of issues to bump over. So let's just listen in. We've got a little bit of an interview from Neofrag from earlier, so I want to check that out before we get into the game.
Neofrag, your individual level, if we go back to where you were with Sinners, was so high. Obviously, things change around a lot when it comes to OG. I want to just get your opinion on your form and what you've been able to do when you've been on OG, and if you can kind of see yourself rising back to that kind of star level again within the OG system.
So basically, we changed something after player break, so it might be better right now. So I think it's gonna be better right now, yeah.
Okay, I like that. That's really good to hear. Now, when you joined OG initially, you and Fiku had a lot more space because Mantu was a different style of warper to what Dexter is. But then we've seen things change. We saw at the World Final, you guys as a team are looking much better. Do you see that you guys have now understood how the system's supposed to be played in order to find that success?
I think we are on the right path, I would say. We understand the system and we know how to work. And I think it's gonna get better right now, so yeah.
Now, Next has also been speaking about you guys being on the same page as a team, right? All going the same direction. What was it that made that happen? Did you guys all start to believe, or did you have a team talk? How did we get here?
You mean the World Finals?
Yeah, he said that you guys were like more together, you all just believed in the team.
Actually, I don't know, like it's... before the World Finals, Flames had like talk, and he just said something like he wants to have like 100 hours past 2 weeks. And if we're gonna play good, then we're gonna implement this into next year. So, and we don't have nothing to lose, right? So we tried it and it worked. So.
Have you kept 100 hours?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Coming off the play break, 100 hours is a lot to put in. Now, Liquid, they've gone for Nuke. Did you guys expect that at all? Did you know they were practicing it?
I would say, yeah, we expect it. So we are ready.
Wow, okay, that's interesting. And do you think they've done this because you played back on your last game, back when you played in the previous season, and you're playing the first again? They didn't want to have the same maps. Do you think that's why they tried this?
I think they want to like, I would say they want to surprise us, but I think we are ready.
All right, ready for Nuke? I guess we'll find out. That's gonna be. Everyone's looking forward to that, but obviously,
I don't buy it.
You don't buy it?
No, I don't buy it. I think Nexa and I think the rest of OG were shocked at that. I think NeoFrag is saying that to try to give himself some false confidence. And sometimes that's what your team needs in order to just believe you have a chance, because you can't go into a map with 0 prep and hope for the best. It'll be interesting to see what they change though, because NeoFrag, Nexa both talked about it. They've changed up some of the roles on OG. We'll see if that bears any fruit against a Liquid team that has had their number.
What did he say? 100 hours in 2 weeks. So they should be well prepped for this one. It's Liquid versus OG's second best of 3 of the day here at the Blast Spring tournament. And we'll see how this plays out. We're on Ancient to begin with, Liquid on the T side, OG on the CT side. And with at least one set of dualies, Donut, it's NeoFrag. We just heard from him. Let's see if he's ready for it. He was almost able to flick that one, but Leash will bring him down, and Dexter is there to pick it up. And definitely the one that we're going to be talking about a fair bit already with a headshot there, Nitro. He's holding like 3 of them on this map with the Molotov as well. He's almost got the entire CT side on here, but Fiku, if he would have fallen to your Kindar man, it would have been devastating for OG, but he stayed alive.
It would have really opened things up. But now Nitro, bomb dropped, and Nexa with the tap onto Naf. That's going to do it. OG going to hold on to that pistol. A lot of moving parts from Liquid in that opener as they try to create some confusion. But OG just held their ground well. Despite the great distraction that Nitro was creating towards that donut, it just wasn't enough to actually pull any significant attention or open anything up for his remaining players. So OG starting off pretty strong here. See that they too like the FAMASes, Anders. Seems like a lot of teams are really
They're getting into it.
Yeah, for the last TV Paris Major, perhaps.
The year of the FAMAS, I don't like that. I just don't like the sound of it. But maybe we just have to accept it, you know. Instead of fighting against it, maybe it'll just slowly take over. Still think when the burst fire starts to work, I'll be on board. I feel like it's my line in the sand, Maui.
When are they gonna buff it? Yeah. I think that this is really interesting still, though. The fact that Liquid are, well, I guess we'll get there when we get there about Nuke, but in this round, as they just look for some ground, I think that it's really cool to see that Liquid knew that they needed a little bit more something, some sauce, and to expand to a 7-map pool, and something that it could do a lot of work for them.
Just even having it as a slight option, you float it here, maybe, you know, maybe if it works well, then obviously it's going to be much more impressive, but just always having it out there and saying, yeah, we can play it. We know a little bit. Maybe we can practice it when you guys don't know about it a little bit more, and suddenly we'll be a little bit more ready. I think it's just interesting to keep the other teams guessing. Yeah. Just because it's such a safe thing if you go on a team, you know, they never play this one map, so we can already write that off. Like, we don't even have to think about it. That's a luxury if you're the you know, the opposition, and you're going to be doing a lot of homework and studying up on what they're doing, and you can already rule out one of the 7 maps. So why give them that luxury? We'll see if it pays off. Of course, that's a big question at the moment. Start here is looking pretty decent for OG, so I guess they'll take that. This one was against Glocks, so pretty quick round. Next one's going to be against AKs. A little more curious about how that's going to be playing out. But CT side of Ancient, off to a good start.
Yeah.
You can sometimes run that really far.
Yep. Nitro changed up his hairstyle, by the way. He had the kind of a side part before. He's now going for the pushback look. It kind of reminds me of Duke Nukem, actually.
Oh, that's a reference. Okay. I like it.
It's good. It's a cool look. It's pretty macho. All right, first gun round, though. We'll see if there's any bravado on the side of Liquid, but it's a tempered approach. Elige just hanging out around these smokes. Kindar actually can support him from this upper ground, and it looks like he'll do just that. Nice opening kill, but there's a quick return, and Elige recognizes that his time to strike is here, but Nexa quick to stop him with the FAMAS.
Very, very smooth work. Again, around the side of that smoke with the FAMAS. Not necessarily that easy. Neofrac showing up, and low on health is Nafly. That's going to be a quick cleanup. The FAMASes, again, reign supreme in the middle. And that will be another round for OG.
Such a heavy emphasis on mid in that round. Every single fight going down over there. OG, they had, at some point, 4 people here, at least with that final player rotating in, and they were able to hold on. They knew exactly how Liquid wanted to start this match. Great read from Nexa and company to make sure that Liquid not going to be able to find any momentum just yet. Got to keep these T's in the dirt as long as you can.
If they wanted to be quick at B, they couldn't. The Molotov instantly went down. You can see Nexus holding another one, so at least OG are well aware that there could be some kind of speed behind a round like this one. 3 Tech 9s, 1 P250, and a Deagle in play on the Liquid side. And you're right, keep them in the Dutch. Don't let them off the ground until you really have to. There's a little dink on Nexa. That's unfortunate, but Fiku is here to try and hold on to the bomb site for a little while longer. It's a decent double kill, at least. Make sure that they just don't get wiped out, but this is a successful Liquid so far. They'll take it. Bomb plant, 2 M4s picked up.
They've got so much space, actually. The smokes are good. OG, they have to approach from a single angle now from these back lines. They do have the retake utility in place. And Nafly, he's still on the site. If he's able to even find one, that could open up everything for his remaining teammates.
Flash over, but it's a blind shot from Dexter. That's so cool, though. What a great idea. If that hadn't happened, if there wasn't a blind shot, then maybe he finds the kill. The wallbang is in, though. Ikinda knows the angle really well, and now they're in trouble. They do have a kit on Dexter, but they just don't have the time for it anyway. Oh, man. Liquid stealing around with next to nothing.
That was such an interesting take from Liquid, actually. You could see that there was a counter smoke in the pocket from OG, and Naf actually just inserted himself in it. Look at what Naf does. He just jumps into that corner, and I think he uses it as a one-way to find a kill on that player that's on the pillar side. So that's really interesting, but OG just taking a little bit too long. I think there was maybe a smoke drop from a CT, and when Liquid was able to refresh one of those angles, then they just had all the time in the world. Just a little slow for OG. And look at that. Look at what it does to the money already.
Yeah, that's a big problem, isn't it? You win 3 in a row and you can't sustain even the 1 loss there. The Eagle and 4 USPs, and they're all grouped up in Donut.
This is an interesting stack. You don't see this one every day.
Yeah, it could be, you know, reason why it could work. Just no one's expecting this ever, so.
It already feels like OG has identified with Liquid that they want mid, they want to use Donut a lot. 2 rounds now where they've put such a heavy emphasis on this defense here. And it might work, but this Molly is going to do a lot as OC flushes them out, but he's unable to hit the spray. Elige is right there behind him, but no, OG, no way they're finding this much mileage. But Nitro there to clean up.
That was, for just a minute there, that looked really horrifying. He did flush them out, but then maybe he thought, okay, it's going to be 1 or 2 players, and then 4 people came running at him from 2 different angles. Definitely hard to deal with, even if it's USPs. So a little bit of a costly round. Probably more success than OG could have hoped for.
I love the conviction, though, from OG. As soon as they do get mollied out, they don't just let those couple of players behind the pillar out to dry. They actually all swarm, and I don't think they would have accomplished that amount of damage had they had not pushed together as a unit. Kinder wants to fight for this cave area. It's really his home on this map. He just loves contesting for this kind of space. It's really, it's just so in line with what we know about Yukindar as a player. That he's gonna fight for whatever the most important piece of map control is for any team he's playing for. And on Liquid here, he's already gotten the Jaguar space. And Fiku, he wants something back.
Is there going to be a pop flash over? Smoke instead. Nitro with a nade in hand, but Naf and OC there to rescue the captain. That is huge. He looked like he was in a very awkward position. And they even know that there was a third man probably throwing that smoke. So a lot of information on top of the double kill. How do they bring this one back? Flames being boosted over. Neofrag down below, but they didn't think twice of it. They think, wait a minute, this doesn't feel good. And with that shot coming through, time to cancel a round. Liquid going to tie up the scoreline. What feels like a very swift fashion here. 3-3.
2 of the rounds that Liquid were able to find were towards this B site. One off of OG's aggression, the other was just the full-on B hit. It does feel like, even though Liquid early on in this game has shown some affinity towards middle, it's been B that has been their most successful position. This was surprising, because look, yeah, I saw the kill feed, and both of these players blind, behind smoke,
yeah,
and they just laid down a wall of bullets. Try running through that.
They really did. they gave it their all. It just wasn't enough. Oh no.
Oh. That's not supposed to happen. Yeah. A little bit of an oversight.
But Smiles on the Liquid side, they are fine with it. They're in a strong position right now. 3 in a row on the T side of Ancient. They've put pressure on the OG economy. I mean, OG getting away with 3 rifles in that round, so that's something to smile about. But ultimately, yeah, I can understand the timeout, even if it feels like it's early on.
Yeah.
This is where you want to have a lot of production at the start of this.
Right. Of course, I mean, you can't talk about Ancient without talking about how CT-sided it is. And I do think that OG would have wanted to close one of those rounds out. I think the B hit, the early one, is where they really feel like they fumbled it. This one, it was just a good response from Liquid. A little bit lucky, actually, to just spray them through the smoke as they did. Everything else was pretty well done by OG. They smoked off the angle. They had the flash. In fact, OG probably think that they played that round pretty well, despite the fact they lost it.
I mean, that happens sometimes, but the fact that it happens this early on when the economy is not stable, it's a lot more punishing. Dexter in the middle. You mentioned him several times as somebody who's in competition to join that absolute S-tier rank, and, well, there's no question that he's got the potential for it. Liege goes down. Neofrag gonna get the 1 kill on the FAMAS. They keep ringing true for them. Double kill this time. Second one on Nafly. And Flames is taking down Yukindo, who's trying to sneak in the middle when the intention was elsewhere. OC now all on his own in a 1 versus 5. So it's a bit of a disappointing round for Liquid, especially given the economic state that they'd put OG in. If they were able to win this round, they would get so much mileage out of it.
Yeah, they would have just cleaned house, but OC still looking to inflict some damage. There are quite a few players here. Catches one off guard, but Nexa finds the correction. And so that timeout working in the favor of OG. They're just able to hold their ground. There are a couple different prods across the map there, and regardless, OG, they held their nerve. Does feel like everything Liquid is doing that's successful on gun rounds has just been happening towards B, but you can't just have a one-note approach. That's something that I think many people maybe wonder when they're not really playing at the higher levels of CS. You can't just keep going to the same thing over and over again. The defenses will change. The players will understand what's going wrong for them, and they'll be the ones to adapt.
I was going to give a shout out to production for giving us, you know, replays of Dexter's high fives.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of them.
I think that's great. We need that.
Dexter known for his ferocity and velocity on those high fives.
I think it's just putting a smile to my face every time.
There's a lot of force behind those.
We're in round number 8 now, and we'll see if he can give him something more to high five about. So far, he's got 6 kills, which is fine. It's decent. But if he's going to be a force on this map, then we'll see if he can be a little bit more proactive, maybe especially with that AWP. He's moving around a fair bit, so nice shot onto Elige, but the follow-up is there. I don't think he realized OC was that deep, and he keeps going, takes down Nexa. That's a lot of openings in the middle. 4 versus 3 now in about 45 seconds. Double setup in Donut, though.
Oh, I like that they're pushing, though. Making sure that they're the ones that are proactive in this position. This might catch OC off guard if they clear him from this spot. Yep, that's going to do it. But it left the A site open, and that's the problem with OG now. And Nafly, what is that? Just jumps up, takes down Flames as he's trying to get back into Donut. And now Yakindar, he might flank the flanker in Neofrag. Nope, he's just going to solidify that defense. I think OG are out of this one. I think they know that too. Okay. OC, though, getting it done with the rifle. That push into middle, you don't think he's going to get both. The first kill is a wonderful trade onto Dexter. It's a swift headshot. But then the second one, as he creeps on forward, man, I mean, we wanted OC to step up. I wanted to see it with the op, but if he's going to just deliver with the rifle, find a new way to have impact with Liquid, then who knows?
I actually think that there have been some games in the past for OC where it's felt like he's tried to double and triple down on using the AWP on off days, and it cost them a lot as opposed to just early on recognizing, I mean, he hasn't really tried yet, but I'm just saying early on, sometimes it's worth it to recognize, this doesn't feel like a very good day with the AWP. I'm going to use the AK instead of something else. Like against some teams, you can get away with it. Maybe there are some teams where you say, well, we need somebody to stop a Saivu or a Simple, or maybe that's going to be hard to AK a way out of. But against a lot of teams in the world, it feels like sometimes it's worth it to give up on it if you're going to be a detriment to the team doing it. Then, but yeah, I mean, he hasn't really given it a shot yet, so I don't want to say that this is necessarily one of those days. But good work with the AK. I appreciate that.
With how the T side's going for Liquid, can't really complain about the results just yet. So might not even need to equip that weapon. Yakindar hanging around that smoke. Looked like he really wanted to get through it, but not going to overstep. Now OC with the rifle, unable to continue on his spree of kills as Neofrag takes him down. That secures a lot of space for OG. They know that an A play in the next 30 seconds is incredibly unlikely. And so this should be able to shift OG's defense towards B, but it looks like OG don't really have the best read of what Liquid are planning to do just yet.
Like you said, they've made sure for a good long while that it's not going to be an A play, so they're checking middle now, it feels like. So then they have two pieces of information. There's not that much left of the puzzle at this point in time, and they are pretty far back on the B bomb side, which is not necessarily a problem. They can obviously play this as a retake more than anything else and say, yeah, maybe you get the bomb plant, but you can never get good positions in the after plant. You'll never find a safe spot. And actually, before we even get that far, already jumping on it. A little bit of a sloppy kill from Nexa, but it doesn't matter. It's a kill nonetheless. Elige goes down. It's a 5-on-3. The bomb is being attempted now, but there's no safety here for Liquid. They're fighting their way out anyway. Just as the bomb was planted, Yakinda gets the headshot, and Flames goes down to Naf. It's still a 2-on-3. And anytime Yakinda and Naf are alive, you shouldn't really discount Liquid. Anything can still happen. They don't have any nades to work with, and there is at least a flashbang on Dexter. Angle being covered very well. Fiku gonna get that one. And they're gonna be set up nicely. Grenade locked over. Oh! With a shot as well! He gets that one, the spray. He's trying to do it. 2 seconds left, but he can't find the follow-up angle. That's a really nice attempt from Naf, but ultimately, it'll be OG to just squeak through and win that round.
Yeah, very Naf way to go about it. Recognizing that he doesn't have a lot of HP, can't just take the head-on fight, so he goes for the cheeky play. Doesn't quite work out in that regard, but this is a round that OG were duly rewarded for. They made the right plays in the mid-round. They acquired quite a bit of information throughout it, and they were able to center their defense and put together a very strong retake on top of it. Just good stuff overall for OG. I like how proactive it feels like they're being in the mid-round. It feels actually very heroic-esque, and that's not something I would have really said about them in the previous season. I don't think that we saw this many movements, such concerted efforts with the team as a defense.
So, it feels like such a necessary upgrade against so many teams in the world to not just stand still and wait around. I mean, even Neofrag at the start, you know, out looking for a shot, selecting the fight there, winning it, and then retreating. But then they go back and check the middle. They realize they cement the fact that it's going to be that B hit way before it happens. Yeah, very good stuff. 4-5 is the scoreline. The money is only slowly building on OG's side. That's obviously the real weakness at the moment in the game, is for them to have a really strong run for the rest of this opening half. They need the money on their side, and currently they don't have it. And here's some more proactivity for you.
This looks like it's the same play that they ran before. This time, they aren't just being spammed down by people behind that smoke. As Liquid, they're attacking the donut now, using so much utility to find this space. Neofrag and Flames, this is going to be a tough hold for both of these guys, but Flames, that's the essential kill. Now the defense can really focus on the donut presence, and it feels like Liquid, they're being funneled into a bomb site that's being covered from every angle as Dexter gets the double.
All right. Yeah, that's... You're looking at the scoreboard at the end of it. It looks like a very convincing round, but I think you're right, though. That not a lot had to go wrong. I mean, that's a close one. Flames getting that first one, it buys just the time.
It just creates so many more angles for OG that they can play after that. The way that his teammate, I think Neofrag, was able to now sit behind the box. Everybody's just so much more comfortable if they know that there's no A main presence. All right, OG, they withstood the storm. Liquid were so close to breaking them in terms of economy, but doesn't happen. And now we see that Liquid, once again, just forced onto these pistols. Last time around, they had a really nice B-pop, so can't count them out, though.
They want to do it again. I think they're much worse equipped than they were last time. So it's going to be really bare bones. Getting a bomb plant in itself will probably be a little bit of a miracle. We'll see how that plays out. Nitro with a smoke and a flash, and as soon as he lets go of those, they're going to be ready. Smoke off on that side. Flash surely to follow. Whoa! Ow! You're getting a couple of kills with absolutely nothing. They picked up an AK as well, and a wide peek. Dexter is down. Neofrag, he has to live, but he's down to 6 health. Liquid have absolutely no business getting into this position. They've just won around with a smoke and a flash and some scrappy pistols. Get out.
Yeah, I said you couldn't count them out on that one. And it was a weaker buy than the last time they assaulted B. They had significantly worse pistols, and yet they were still able to make it happen. That's such an interesting way to try to breach the B bomb site by not smoking off one of the deep lanes, but smoking off cave itself. I think that put Fiku or Nexa perhaps in a very awkward position where it's just not a situation you're dealing with most of the time. It's usually just the short side, long side, one of them. But, oh, they couldn't actually keep all the guns. Wow.
Yeah, but this is what a horrific position for OG to be in.
Yeah, that's the main takeaway from that round. That is not a round that OG were supposed to lose right there. And when rounds on the T side come at such a premium for teams like Liquid, then you're giving them so much more life than they should be getting.
And you lose 3 rifles in the mix, which means the economy is just only barely keeping together right now. If Liquid win this next round, OG could be looking back at the previous one saying that was the real inflection point. We needed to win that round. Now we've let them back in, and you could ultimately end up losing the map behind it. That's super scary. What an impactful round. Neofrag up close. He is all in on this position with the M4, and he's making incredible work of them. He did get the shot on Elige. He's down to 24, but there is still some fight left in Liquid. 2 versus 3. Nexa creeping on him with the M4. A little bit sloppy once again, but he does get the job done. He keeps it going. Headshot onto Yakinda, leaving Elige entirely on his own. Low on health, and with the bomb only now planted. He's looking for it. He knows where one of them is, but reposition from Nexa. He's in the dark hiding, and he'll get that last one too. Slow start for him in the round, but a triple to end it with. Good job, and they keep things alive. Keep that economy going. That's really, really important.
This is a nice win for OG, but it's one that relied so much so on individual heroics. The overall plan for Liquid looked like it was working out. The converging onto that A site, the way that they were finding that early mid control, and it's really just the bailouts from Nexa and Neofrag that were able to bring that one back. So 7-5, and Liquid once again a scrappy buy. We know that they can do damage with these though, so OG not out of the woods yet. I'm really impressed, though, with Nexa's late round movement there. The way he just tucked back into Temple, just waited for the re-aggression from Elige, and it played right into his hands. But Dexter, he's already set himself up for an opening pick. Good molly, though, to get him off.
And they have 3 people on the B bomb site this time. They really want to make sure that they defend it because they can feel it coming. And this time, like you said, a lot more buy coming into it. Not just the pistols here. And Nexus up close. They're trying to run for the smoke, and they're getting absolutely slaughtered on the other side. OC in a 1 versus 5, trying to fight it back with a Galil. He's doing great work. What a headshot! What a spin to take down Fiku. And he's picked up an AK. Knows there's someone there. He has the chance, but Flames will take him down. It looked like he pre-aimed that just fine. That was a fiery display from OC at the end, but it's still OG's round.
That 3rd kill on the site is where you began to believe for OC. Took too much damage though, was so, in such a poor position in terms of health for that 4th one. I think if he had a little bit more, he could have won that fight against Flames, really made that interesting. But yep, like you said, OG, it seemed like they knew what was gonna happen before the nades even rang out. The 3 people on that B site, they knew exactly what Liquid were gonna be going to when they had that kind of minimal buy, the scrappier one. And once again, Liquid are on it. Tech 9, couple Deagles, even a couple Glocks. This is really not what you want to see for Liquid. but it's actually giving OG a little bit of room to breathe. He might be able to put together a still very respectable 10 rounds on Ancient.
Which, 10-5? It's a very open game at that point, surely. I mean, 5 rounds, not super impressive, but it's good enough to be able to win the map for sure, so wouldn't count them out at all. OG, yeah, their economy's been scraping by so many rounds, but it's impressive. I mean, there's been some crucial rounds. They managed to save just a couple of rifles, just enough to keep things going and, you know, keep everything on track a little bit. If they get really wiped out at any point during the last, you know, 5 or 6 rounds, if they have to completely save, then this is a very different game, and Liquid could really take over.
Yeah, every time OG had to hold on in terms of economy, they did. They won the key ones. Liquid just kind of picking at them here and there, scraping together 5, but never able to find the momentum they needed in order to break their opposition. And look at this, OG playing very far back this time. This should give Liquid a bomb plant. There are smokes down that should secure this. Nexa still wants to flirt with the angle. He actually takes the bomb down. Oh no, Liquid, they might not even get the bomb down in this one. Felt like they had so much space, but OG, it's too easy for them. They're cleaning up. They found the window, and they're peering right through it.
I was about to say, it would even be maybe acceptable to say, okay, you can have the bomb plant as long as we have good protocols for the after plant, which a team like OG should have on this map. But yeah, Nexa and Fico just joining in, saying, actually, we'll even deny the bomb plant. So,
yeah. I almost feel like they were a little bit surprised that this was not smoked. They said, okay, we'll just take all these fights. We have the better weapons, and they hit all their shots.
9-5, and round number 15 is coming up. Dexter's back with that AWP in the middle. A little bit of backup in Flames, who is smoked off pretty quickly. Mid-control by Elige. But only up to a point. There's a line in the center of this middle position where if you cross that, you run into Dexter, and that's probably not what you want to do.
No, and Dexter's been playing quite well in this one. It's actually Nexa that's on top for OG. 17 kills.
Yeah.
You know, like all of these plays that have been going towards B, he's been collecting at least 1, if not 2 frags. Even on his rotations, he's been doing well. The IGL for OG, who's usually the weak spot for the team. Even Nexa, a guy that many would tout as a better fragging IGL, he hasn't actually been seeing that much individual success lately, but he's doing some serious damage. Dexter, oh, the timing there.
That's crazy. Pre-fire coming through. They know that he's in here, and OC is ready. What a headshot to bring him down. Like, we haven't really seen OC with the AWP, but it's not been needed. He's having a great output. Top fragging on the Liquid side with 10. Let's see if Nitro could follow a deadly position. You peek it in. There's a double elevation going on, and Fiku will take both of them down. Trying to get through to help out his Nafly. He knew he had to put some pressure on here. Yakinda probably should have had that fight, but Fiku was able to get a 3rd headshot in the round. Naf and Elige are in a lot of trouble here, and somehow Neofrag is ready for that fight in the middle. I don't know why. Nexa gets the last kill. It's 10-5 at the end of it. OG looking strong in the opening half. Let's see if they can follow up in the second half. It's coming right up.
On right, close right.
Close right, so.
Nice.
Running right now.
CT dead.
Nice. Careful HP on A guy.
Are they out?
Plant guy.
One
HP
one
side.
default. I'm running, bro, from mid, okay?
That's 1 HP.
Let's stay side. A side?
Yeah.
Could be pushing exile. Can he be in donut?
Could be anywhere.
I'm picking donut slowly,
Not
okay?
left side, only right side, only right side.
Only right side, Abdul.
Nice.
Good job.
Again, good communication coming out. OG in a strong position going into the second half. Alex, are you satisfied with this from OG's point of view? You think they've done a good enough job? 10, is that enough to put Liquid in the grave?
I think that the role swaps have worked a little bit. We saw Neofrag and I think Fiku swap positions. You're used to seeing Fiku in those small side anchor spots. He used to play the A-bomb site, and in that last half, they actually moved him to defending B. And 10 rounds on CT side Ancient, you know, maybe you want a little bit more, but for the first time that OG are trying these spots out, to get that many against Liquid, that's got to be good as it is. So we'll see if they got more for us in store as they move to the offense.
Look at this. Trainer Glock's coming at him, and OG, he gets knocked out. Nitro feeling the pain as well. He's realized it's time to leave, but there's nowhere to go. He's running right into Nexa. Elige now, the next defender up, but it's just one at a time. Liquid are not fighting as a team. It's just individual players being basically run over by 4 or 5 Glocks at a time. It's not pretty. Finally, Elige answering back, but it might be too little and too late at this point. Bomb is planted as well. Elige finding another headshot, but the stolen USP of Nexa able to put him down, and now it's all on Naf. And if they don't... Oh, nice smoke. This could actually be interesting in a pistol round. You could do for it. He runs, he finds it, taps it, and realizes, oh, Nexa on the jump, but he should go for it. Surely this is where he just tries to hold it. He baits it one more time, but he's behind the boxes. I don't think... Oh, he can. He could just see him. I really thought he was behind the box then, but it turns out Nexa is a little bit smarter, and that's a huge round to win.
That single shot from Nexa from the A main to get that other player as they're entering on the retake, that's beautiful stuff. And Nexa continues his reign of terror. He's been playing so well as an individual for OG. You're rarely saying his name as the one to deliver, but he is already sitting with 21 frags, and the second half just started.
God damn, that's actually crazy. Saw S-Tag in the last game popping off, but Nexa in this one? All eyes were on Dexter for the team to really do a lot, which is not a bad pitch, but to see Nexa come in like this is definitely super encouraging. 11-5, and Liquid, now they're in trouble. Losing that pistol round is a big deal.
Oh yeah, this is an interesting position for Liquid. Gonna remind everybody that this was OG's map pick, so Liquid, despite being or having the option for side, chose T side to start on this. I don't know if that's gonna hurt their mental or what, because they probably wanted a little bit more from their offense there.
Yeah, that is an interesting. I feel like it is a calculated risk. If it pays off, you feel you're in such a powerful position. And I don't know, 5 rounds is still pretty good. It's just that now also losing the pistol in the second half, it just feels...
Oh, you're up against so many rounds that you have to play perfectly to get back into this one. There's been a couple teams in the last year that have been starting to favor picking the T side, but I don't know. I don't think Liquid love the results here, and Nitro doesn't like that fight either. Just shot right there, stuck in the corner of that smoke. He had no way out.
Isolated. Nitro's had a hard game. 3 kills to 13 deaths so far. Yakinder's at 5. Maybe that's even more surprising. That surely has to change.
Oh, yeah. He's going to have to come up with more. OC, though, on the defense with the scout. He's doing a good job at preserving his life, but he's not able to inflict much damage. Makes this retake so difficult.
Yeah, he's looking for something over the box, but they're not giving him any real opportunities. Some pistols coming in to join him. But this round is now just about looking for a couple of kills, maybe if you can, do a little bit of damage, maybe save the weapons. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea. So a 12th round on the side of OG. They are in a very interesting position here. Obviously, nuke at the second map, which is in many ways just a big question mark.
Yeah.
Who knows what will happen?
Yeah, we really haven't seen OG play that map. Haven't seen most of the players from Liquid play that map for over a year. This game feels a little bit interesting in just the way that Liquid decided to approach it. I think OG are here, they mean business. Sure, they've changed a couple of spots, but it actually seems to have been to their benefit. And Liquid, on the other hand, maybe trying a few too many things at the same time. Maybe the side pick, the map pick. We'll see. We'll see. The series not over yet, and there's a lot more CS to be played, but doesn't seem to all be working just yet.
By the time Liquid pick up rifles in the second half, which is not going to be this round, but the next one, surely on OG, they're going to be saying to each other, whatever happens, don't get challenged and run down by Yekindar at the beginning. You must know that there's a very high chance that he is going to be just hyper aggressive and coming for you. So just try to be smart about that. I feel like that's the first obstacle, is to try to not, because even though he's got 5 kills now, the truth is, that can change very fast.
I've seen it change for Yekindar multiple times. I've seen him enter the second half with 1-2 kills and ends the game with 18 plus.
Yeah.
It really happens in just a moment's notice and in the blink of an eye. He is so deadly. When he can dictate the fights, take it on his own terms, that's when he's at his best.
We'll see. We'll have to wait. We'll have to just see one more round. They did save almost all of the guns or the pistols from the previous round, so in that sense, they're going to be able to do something. A triple boost.
Oh, I like this. This is good to see through the door, but I actually think the T has progressed too far, so he won't be able to actually spot that unless he backs up into it.
Considered a pyramid scheme, Maui.
You love those. You invest in them every time.
They're in right now. Everyone's doing it.
It's all the rage.
It's become popular all of a sudden.
Yeah. Yeah, you find any good schemes lately? Okay, well this one's working. As they all do in the beginning.
If you're the first people in,
yes,
that's usually how it works.
Yeah.
They make for great YouTube content is the thing though. Like this, it is funny if you're not one of the people that's been called in. But
as long as you're on the bottom, or
as long as you're just watching from the outside, I feel like that's usually that's the way to enjoy pyramid schemes.
Yeah.
It's the 18th round, and so far all they got was the tag, so not really going to change the round. They've taken a lot of damage in return as well, but OC, could he find a new position? He certainly relocated himself. He's got maybe a shot here. There's a lot of people on the other side. It's one more tag. Let's get interesting now. Yekindar is there with a 5-7. That actually was a position. Look at Neofrag and Flames. He could have had another couple of kills there, and that would have definitely changed the round. OG probably sweating a little bit in this one. They're going to get the bomb plant, and with Neofrag, this is such a powerful position, especially when you're feeling weak in the bomb side, just having this much control of the center of the map. Ooh, I take it back. Elige found him, and especially on the second shot there. 3 versus 2. If nothing else, this is an expensive round for OG.
Yeah. At the same time, if Liquid are able to find another kill, it just really shores up their buy into the upcoming one. Elige dancing with Fiku, so close to taking him down. This round was a lot of almosts for Liquid.
Yes.
If they had one more player on that A site, if they found one more tag, so many different things could have changed, but Naf might just be taking that Galil into the upcoming... Oh, actually, gets the kill onto Dexter. That's just a Galil also, though.
Yeah.
So, not really going to change the makeup of the next round too much.
That's interesting. So, I mean, almost the entire OG lineup dying, but they managed to squeak their way through.
Yes. And that's what's important here. To be up 13-5, not give Liquid any kind of headway to get back into this one. You know that Liquid are good for a comeback here. I've seen it before. I think they took down, what's it, Navi at the Rio Major in a similar fashion to this. They've mounted some major comeback on CT side Ancient, so they can do it. But,
yeah, I definitely don't want to count them out either. But at this point, it has to be a strong start, not one where you get run down by Mac 10. That's not great. Although Elige just frozen, standing still and spraying with the M4 and still able to pick up a double kill. So I don't know how that works, but it does. Fiku is there, though, to save the day once again. Going to shore up Donut with a Molotov, and it's a 3-on-3. Bomb is being wheeled in right now. There's long flank coming through from Yekindar. That might be the only thing that could bring Liquid back in this round, and they desperately need it. He's a couple of steps away. He's almost got the timing for it. Nexa turning around. I don't think he has any idea that Yekindar is this far up. A little bit of noise being made. Oh, Yekindar might have outthought even himself. Nexa, no. He's thinking about it now. Yekindar's walking around the corner and he gets the headshot finally. Oh, that's so close. One missed timing and he's dead.
Oh, look at that. They smoke off Donut. It's just going to have to be a spam battle for Fiku and Neofrag. They just got to guess right.
Yeah. battleships from this point out. The spray, it's almost in. We're down to the last half second, and they get the defuse. I can't believe it. And then after the fact, he gets all the kills that he needed. How did not connect? They connected with 5 or 6 bullets, but they rolled to the toes, and then somehow that's enough.
Yeah, it was just enough damage to make it close, but not quite for OG there. Man, they want that one back. If they knew how close they were, they probably did know, given that they were able to spam him in just the next couple seconds. Oh, Naf had to be in the red right there. That
almost dead.
That's all it takes, though. That's all it takes to get Liquid back into this one. The one win on a gun round, just that little bit of momentum.
And then the timeout.
And then center themselves.
I actually think this is a great idea. Because that's a close round that could have gone wrong so many different ways. But you picked up the first one. You did some significant damage in the previous run, which you know OG's economy is going to be super doubtful at the moment. So, yeah, at the start here is where it really matters. You see 100 on Dexter, 500 on Neofrag, 350 on Flames. The rest have got a little bit of cash, but OG, they're not super rich at the moment. If you can string some rounds together, this might be a lot easier in terms of the comeback.
Yeah, it really needs to just continue. The momentum for Liquid needs to build. We'll see if they're able to find their footing in this one. I mean, 6-13 scoreline generally looks dreadful, but on a map like Ancient, when you're on the CT side, once you start building money, it's no sweat for some of these teams, for some of these professionals.
Yeah, they've done it before. They definitely know that all they need is a little bit of, like you said, a little bit of momentum, keep things going. You can again playing over in that Jaguar tunnel and waiting for the right cue. Neofrag is on the other side, and he's just hanging out. And we see this a lot for T sides, right? Where they play that sort of 4-1, where the rest of the squad is off doing something else, and whoever is playing on this side is generally just waiting for a little bit of info, a little bit of something to work with. Can call in whatever is happening. And eventually can walk into the middle if they need it.
If your Kinder gets too curious, he might overlook that position. Might enable Neofrag, but it does seem like OG, they're starting their approach towards this side of the map. Naf. Liege, that is, on the defense, right behind this box. This is such a powerful angle, usually good for one at least.
It should be, but they lose Nitro right away, and Dexter never took his eyes off that box. That was his only job. You guys take the site, I will watch the box instead. Next
Okay.
What is happening? How did he even scope? I don't understand. He got the kill. Neofrag in the middle, up against OC. It's going to be Naf to help him out. That is so ridiculous. 5 seconds left, and they're going for it, OG. They need that bomb plant, and they're going to get it in the last possible second, but it'll cost Fiku his life, and it leaves Dexter alone. 1 versus 2 to try and see if he could end the madness. OC is in donut. He knows that for sure. He knows where Naf is as well, but how long can he keep scoped up? If he stays here, he doesn't know if he's walked into CT spawn again. Does see, I think, a shoulder. He knows a lot right now. And bomb is ticking in front. He's waiting for it, trying to bait him up. He really wants it. Dexter in the corner. He can't escape. He has to fight his way out. They both missed the shot. And Dexter, look at how cold he is. He's not getting triggered into it. Dexter, that is such a clutch.
Able to isolate the angle so well. Dexter, he is so cold in those kinds of moments. The amount of jiggles that OC threw at him, you think that he's gonna bite at one point, but he never takes the bait. That is impressive stuff. And we saw some heroics there from the opposing opper in OC. Right there through the smoke. 2 kills makes this so difficult. Down to the last second that OG were planning, but it's Dexter. We've seen this before. We saw this at the World Finals. We saw what he's capable of in these post-plant positions. And he holds his nerve once again.
He's that one rare cat that doesn't get triggered by the laser pointer. He just ignores it, doesn't care.
He knows it's just a game.
That has to be one of the hardest parts of Counter-Strike, is fight your own nature to just take that shot, because you just feel like it's all riding on this one moment. But of course, if you get baited into that shot, you're dead right afterwards. You miss it, and then it's all over.
Yeah,
wow.
That's just such composure from Dexter there. In a moment where there were so many opportunities, so many times when other players, even other pros, would have taken the shot, a bad shot, and he waits for the clean ones. He waits until he knows that player is dead to rights in his scope.
And it puts them at a 14-6 scoreline. It wipes out the Liquid economy. They're forced to buy 3 MP9s, a Deagle, and an AWP just to try and keep this on track a little while longer. OC, though, some of the shots, we forgot about that, but some of the shots he was, I still don't know how he got the second kill in that round. It's crazy.
Yeah, this is what we wanted to see from Liquid, from OC, for him to play better, to make his presence known. We didn't even get to really see that up in the first half. And now that he's got it, he's looking pretty good with it. Yakindar, though, dancing around his smoke. He deploys the defensive smoke towards the entrance to A main, but then just sprays right through it. And Fiku, with the better gun, takes him down. It's evened up, 4 versus 4. Neofrag still lurking on the other side of the map. This guy he's such a pest. Liquid just never know when he's going to strike, but OC's got the angle.
Oh, no way. At least Neofrag has kind of stood still, but it looked like he kept walking for a second. I thought he was just going to walk onto the bomb site. Nafly deciding to evacuate this position, but the rest of the team is shot. Oh, feels like might have been a missed opportunity there for Liquid. They are getting back just in the last couple of seconds, though. Look at this, 10 seconds left as the bomb gets planted. They're stood on top of each other. That doesn't seem like a good idea. Yeah, time to back on out. They have another Molotov still on Dexter, but they use it right away. A little bit of panic, it feels like, on the OG side. They actually had a fair few grenades. I think they could have slowed this one down a lot more, but looked like panic set in for just a minute. Nitro, not peeking at the right angle, but still getting the fight, although the revenge is swift for OG, and the spray from Flames is perfect.
That is not supposed to work out that well for OG. If you're backed up off the site, down towards ramp, down in the lane, there's only so many options, so many places you could peek from, and yet, OG were able to just win their fights. The instant headshot from Flames, the excellent transfer, the control there to take down all 3. I mean, even if you're backed up into a corner, you can still fight back, and Flames shows just how that happens. Liquid on a brutal fight. I mean, this is dilapidated. 2 FAMASes, 2 MP9s, a Deagle. The superior weapons lie with OG. Gotta even the playing field somehow, Liquid. Gotta find some kind of tactic to find an in, to find some room to work with. Because if you let OG just enact their plan, you're gonna lose just because your guns are worse.
Yeah, that is absolutely true at this point. And Flames is one of the few players on the only player on the OG side that's had a bit of a rougher game. He was at 8 kills, and now he's up to 11 after that triple. So to see him also have a round here or there, that's just horrible news for Liquid. You at least would like for one of them to have a bad day, but so far everyone's playing really well. Next has been caught up to by the rest of the team, but I think that has to be considered a good thing at this point. Just means the rest of the team, they're fired up. Yukinda goes down in the same bit he said for Elige. Naf and Nitro, 2 versus 5 in this, and with absolutely no weaponry at all to make this work. What a terrible start for Liquid. OG, on the other hand, it's so impressive. 10-5 in the first half. It could have gone any which way, but the second half, they've proven to be even more devastating, even better. Fiku, right position, right time, and being sandwiched in from the other side. Even if Nitro got one of those kills, it wouldn't have mattered. He would have been shot in the back, one way or the other.
Yeah, Naf a mile away. I think that the pre-game interviews that James Banks conducted actually really illuminated how both of these teams are approaching the Blast Spring groups here. OG, everybody on 100+ hours in the past 2 weeks. Liquid, they're just trying some new stuff. They picked T-side to start Ancient. They're going into Nuke, which they've never played an official on with this 5-man lineup. They're here for completely different reasons. They have different objectives, but Naf still has one. He's still going to try to bring this one back. 1 kill in his name. He has a kit. He has a lot of utility too, so he could make this possible if he could piece the positions together of the remaining OG players.
See, smoke on top. Ooh, okay, it lands on top, but Extra is there. The headshot is in, and OG will pick up the opening map on Ancient to bring down Liquid. That's pretty impressive. Obviously, Nuke, the second map is coming up, but still, that's pretty good. Yesterday, America was looking good, Mao. It was EG upsetting so far. It's Complexity. Now Liquid also losing the opening map. It's more Americant today.
Oh, yeah. You had to stick the knife in right there, didn't you? All right. I mean, we're going to be hearing, though, in just a moment, what OG and Rugga have to say. These positions have looked good. I want to hear him talk about it, James Banks.
Yes, these positions certainly do look good, and the swap between Nexa and Neofrag, just obviously you're coming into a new season trying that out, but this seemed to work perfectly. Why did this change come about?
I think we wanted Nexa in a bit more controlling positions, like also the cave position here on Ancient fits him very good, so he can direct the tempo of the rounds, and we give Neo a little bit more freedom to just like shoot headshots and not maybe think as much.
Well, that definitely worked out in his favor, and he was saying how you guys are pushing for many hours in the game. He's up at over 100 right now, so it seems like you guys came out with no rust. Do you feel that?
I think I've been pushing them pretty hard the last couple of days since we started the bootcamp, and obviously coming out of the player break, you never know which team is going to come out with the best of individual form, so that's been one of our main focuses.
Now, talk to me honestly about this nuke. Did you guys expect, did you hear something going on in practice that they were getting ready for it?
No, but it's the name of the game, right? When you play good opponents, sometimes there's like some funny vetoes, but we just gotta roll with it. We have some stuff prepared, so let's see.
And how much preparation did you have for Nuke? Because I'm looking back at Liquid, I'm looking back at Yakinda. He last played it on Pro 100 2020, and Liquid haven't played it since 2020 either, so are they really going to be ready for this?
I think it was a bit of a gamble from their side because they saw we floated it last time in Abu Dhabi, so I think they maybe wanted to get the upper hand for their sake. I don't understand it because they're the favorites going into this matchup, but if they want random, we can do random.
And you feel ready for it? You feel like you're going to get this win 2-0?
Yeah, like if my players hit these shots, I think it's okay.
Well, they are so far. Rugged, good luck, man. Thank you very much. Good stuff, man.
But no! Why did he turn around, Jason? Make it make sense!
You're so sick, Monacy. You're so sick.
That's what he always says. I love
Ilya.
Ilya, you're nuts. Brain just swinging with the bat, but what about pistols? The prowess of the pistols.
They're coming down.
They drop down ladder. How does he manage a kill like that? AK from Hooksy recovers, and G2 out of nowhere.
Oh, they've got a little bit on a low buy too.
Pop with the pistols, and we've got another tied game.
It felt like all the X Factor was in FaZe.
That's so sick.
Wow.
Flames is rotated off. They're putting a lot of faith in the hands of Dexter. Config's gonna challenge early, quietly.
Dropped mid and doesn't commit to B. Instead, he's clearing out A,
They
which
can't
is where
fall
the
back.
bomb is. And if the bomb tries to come back now, it's gonna go right into
Whoa.
it. But no! Why did he turn around, Jason? Make it make sense. Cadians found him, and that was a huge opportunity. That was the chance for OG, and it's just sailed right past them.
Oh, and now Config has infiltrated the CT side. What a heartbreaking maneuver. Whoa, what happened?
Dude, that is brutal. That is like walking into a room and upon getting there going like, what did I need from this room again?
Yeah,
like
why did I come
that
here?
was like the Counter-Strike equivalent. He gets all this way up and then he's like, what am I even doing right now? And then just turns around.
And now that AK, given over to Nico, fully HP, nearly, sitting into this backside. And it's his brother right in front. Body guarding, body blocking, and JKS goes down for essentially free. 3 CTs meant to work this forward. Utilities off of the mark. Can Hunter sell this? Can Nico clutch it? Will he be needed? Because that Tech-9 drops, and here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All 3 dead, and Nico's gonna keep it back and forth.
Tuck him in, son. They're put to bed. What a round from Nico. Was that possible to defuse after that kill?
I don't even know.
I don't even know. The first 2 might have been good enough. Of course, he had to make a show of it.
This has just got to be the read. They've moved into this site. They're closing the gap. No utils coming out! And Bit, that is a crazy shot. One more, man. He does do damage. He threw a bit of util down onto the bomb, the molly.
OG, more like GG in that first map. Smiles all round, and so they should be, because Large and In Charge from beginning to end were OG on their map pick of Ancient. We had some questions as to exactly how they would be adapting coming into the new update of this map. First of all, we're going to talk about Nexa in terms of the calling ability. Obviously, he had a great individual performance as well, but the fact that we were questioning, you know, how is he going to adapt in terms of that leadership style with these new changes looked impressive to start off.
I think Rocket gave us a bit of a nugget, saying that they wanted him to be in more control. They wanted to be involved in the rounds, playing the cave position as well, so he could sort of like dictate the pace and be a little bit more involved in it, and just let Neofrag focus on shooting and not necessarily thinking too much about rotations, etc. Great sign of how OG is actually theory crafting, putting Nexa, the in-game leader, in a position where he's clearly thriving just in this game. And overall, it was just a very strong performance coming out of OG. I think we highlighted every single player throughout this game, saying that they had a moment in the game where they looked hot. You look at the scoreboard as well. We talked about FlameC. He's the X factor. Well, if FlameC is bottom fragging and you're beating Liquid 16-6, something is working for OG.
Yeah, it was very well-rounded from OG. I have to agree with you, Jacob. Control from start to finish. I think the fact that Liquid early on had that string of 3 rounds, we got to 3-3 scoreline, and this is where Nexa showed us all his leadership and his ability to problem solve at times, because it felt like Liquid had the right idea. They had the right way into it. Yekinda was finding a couple of success early on, but actually it wasn't meant to be. Now, I mentioned Nexa. He's had a few moments of brilliance here in this 2v3, getting the kill onto Nafly, grabbing just one hit, and then here, just being very careful, very measured in his approach, realizing he might very well come for me. So what do? I'm going to close off my angle. I'm going to play very patiently. I'm going to break that to the left side corner of Temple. Triple kill from Nexa. That was the 7th round. Now we have a bunch of highlights coming in from him. Strong performance from the leader.
Yeah, it's great to see. Great to see Nexa, who finished last year probably the worst possible way in terms of individual skill. I think his rating the past 3 months of 2022 was 0.85, which is very, very low for a player like Nexa. But he has a habit of coming out strong in the beginning of the year and not necessarily playing at this high level throughout the entire year, but can he just be a little bit better than he were last year? That's a step in the right direction for OG.
Yeah, I think Maui framed it quite succinctly during the commentary as well. The fact that, you know, we're not often looking at Nexa to be the one pulling out the big guns. And when he is, he's really doing work. Somebody that we are always looking at, though, to be pulling out the big plays is Dexter. And man, did he have a fair few in this one match?
Oh, definitely. Dexter kept on providing plays left, right, front, and center. I'm not exactly sure if we want to jump straight into round 20, one of the crazy clutches from Dexter. We should, you know what? Let's have some fun, because Dexter blessed us with a couple of moments that here at round 20, you can just see how he maneuvers this clutch and how his trigger discipline is the main reason why he wins it. So many times I would have taken the shot here, but he doesn't. He plays it to perfection, and then he, even when he slips, he stays calm, and then he waits for the right moment. Again, trigger discipline, and he puts him down. This is perfection from Dexter. Movement, decomposition of the clutch, and trigger discipline.
It's a crazy clutch. It's an absolute crazy clutch. As you said, even some of the best AWP players in the entire world would have taken a shot at some point right here.
Yeah.
But Dexter kept it cool throughout the entire time, and I counted 6 or 7 shoulder peaks, and he just didn't fall for it whatsoever.
Yeah, cool, calm, collected from our man Dexter. But I want to hear what exactly was going down in the team speak in the mic'd up moments.
Try to plant. You can plant. I'm planting. Ditch out. Outside the CT.
Well, I'm walking up.
He could go A main or big box though.
Brokey
Josh is
or-
walking out.
I'm
Josh is
walk-
walking out. It's good.
Big
Big box.
Brokey.
Buy Brokey.
You want me to go? Do I go first?
Yeah,
Peek,
yeah,
peek,
you go.
peek.
You go. He's
Brokey.
Brokey.
He's holding me. Okay, wait. Double peek. Peek. Okay. No.
No!
Nice,
Abdul.
Nice, bro. That was so good. Nice. Good job, brother.
Beautiful play there from Dexter. But when we flip on over to the other side of the server, unfortunately, I was left with a lot more to be desired when we're looking at what Team Liquid, you know, barely bolstered on that map.
That was a slow start to the year for Team Liquid. Very, very slow. Of course, it's just one map. It's Ancient, map pick of OG coming into it, so you can find all the excuses if you want to, but losing in this fashion after, as you said, winning 3 rounds in a row, actually having the game being competitive for the first 6 or 7 rounds, and then showing absolutely nothing. That was very disappointing by Team Liquid. Yekinda as well. There's a lot of HLTV fantasy players out there who's crying right now. You may be one of them,
I
Freya.
might be one, yeah.
Where was he at in this game as well? On Ancient, he's usually
It
the guy
was
who can make the difference, but he did nothing.
I want to move on our conversation though, not because
I'm sure you do.
I
I'm
don't
sure
want to
you
talk about
wanna move on.
Yekinda, but I do want to talk about Nuke, because we were actually looking at the stats in the green room. The fact that obviously we were very surprised, perplexed that Liquid would be picking into this one when it has been their permaban, but the fact that it was also OG's permaban, we got again that little nugget from Rugger saying, you know, they floated it back in Abu Dhabi. Liquid didn't pick it. Who's being played here, though, Jacob? Because I'm really not sure why this is in the mix.
I'm kind of buying into what Rocker said, to be honest. You know, Liquid are the favorites coming into this matchup. They're supposed to win this game. They're supposed to act like they're the favorites. And Rocker said it pretty well. If you want to play random, let's play random. That's only for the favor of OG. The thing is, coming out of a break, we don't realistically know whether or not Liquid have been power pracking Nuke and actually coming in very well prepared to it, or whether or not OG maybe have power pracked Nuke and they're just waiting for someone to dare to pick it against them. So we are going in a little bit blind. Not often I say it, but I'm here to learn. I'm here to see what those two teams have actually managed to pull off on a map like Nuke.
I think Liquid called the bluff of OG. That's what happened. OG bluffed it, that they would not pick Nuke. They said, listen, we know Yikinder has pretty much zero experience on the map. He did play it with Prosto at the time.
Literally 3 years
Exactly. Outsiders, we know that they weren't playing Nuke at all. And we know the space and the importance that Yikinder has in that puzzle that Liquid is right now. So I'm thinking Nexus just wanted to bluff it. Liquid called it. We'll need to see if that was a mistake.
Yeah, bit of a curveball pick from Liquid coming into things, but we're going to see if they can hit this one out of the park, and they're going to need to if they have any potential chance of pushing us to a third and final decider. It does come down to the grounds of Nuke, and we'll see how it goes down after this break.
We've got Nuke coming up. I know you're surprised because Liquid are playing and it's also their pay. I really don't know. I was just saying, some part of me wants them to get blown up. It would be so funny, but they did say that they feel maybe kind of confident. I don't know if that exists as a concept. Like you either are or you're not, but so how do you read this? What are we supposed to expect?
The way that Nitro put it in the pregame was that, yeah, we picked it because they don't play it, we don't think. It was like, it was a question in his answer to James Banks, and he doesn't know
what to expect. Answering that question, he was like, maybe we should have found out. Maybe we should have done research into whether they do play it.
Maybe we should have asked the people that have been scrimming them if they've been playing any Nuke. But Maniac called it. He's saying he thinks that Liquid are calling the bluff. He doesn't think that OG do play it. And I don't think they play it either. I don't think OG have any idea what they're going to be doing on this one. NeoFrag, though, did say in the pregame interview that they know what they're doing. I'm not sure how much they know of what they're doing, though.
Yeah, it feels like both teams have this sort of very timid approach to the current situation. I think this is the thing as well. It's been such a mythical idea for such a long time that you could, in secret, practice a map and then just become like very good at it. It feels like it's never really worked out, but I would love it if somebody did it. It'd be so sick.
They're both going on a blind date with each other.
Yeah,
that's how I want to call this one. Both of these teams have no clue what to expect from their opponents. We have no clue what to expect from their opponents. As Liquid themselves, they haven't even played this map as an org since 2021, and Stewie 2K was on that lineup.
Yeah, it's been a little while. Here we go. An A-rush to start us off with. And it's Naf, Yakinder, and Nitro. A triple pop to open up that A-bomb site with. And Dexter and NeoFrag, they didn't even get to really make a rotation. The round is lost in the first 15 seconds of the round. Boom.
That's a great way to test the OG defense with a straight-up hut rush. You don't see that one every day. A lot of teams go for the multi-layered approach, a default. But no, Liquid, they just want to take it right to OG. Want to show that they have the firepower on their side. There wasn't even a good setup for OG there with the player on top with the dualies, but just didn't find any mileage. And what is this? What? Oh, okay. NeoFrag's finding some damage, but there's no kit. There's no hope for OG to actually bring this one back. And so Liquid will start off with the 1-0. And I think this is an important victory, round victory that is, for Liquid. Given their poor start on Ancient, despite the fact that they picked T-side on what's supposed to be a CT-sided map, I think the meta has changed a little bit on it, but I think you could still say that was a questionable pick, and it blew up in their faces.
Yes, it did. And, you know, to be honest, yeah, anything they can get at this point, it feels like they need to get warmed up as a whole, right? Because they just didn't get that many rounds on the opening map. Some of them are playing really well. Obviously, OC seemed to be well warmed up, both with the AK and the AWP, so hope to see that continue, but we want to see a lot more. Yakinder was very slow to start. He did kind of catch up in the second half, but still, you want to see him a little bit hot out the gates on this one.
Okay, the rotations from OG are already peculiar. I have to say, I'll talk about it in a moment, but Dexter just unable to find anything outside. The smokes, the flashes, all keeping him at bay. NeoFrag, he's moved down here, and this is the interesting rotation. This is the ramp player for OG, and there is no ramp presence at all. If anybody came from ramp right now from Liquid, it would be a free bomb site, but OG have read this well.
Oh, well, Crossfire has been broken up. FAMAS is here, but, you know, we saw it tested many times on Ancient, and it worked out just fine. But this time, Nitro's able to swiftly return, and the rest of OG nowhere to be found.
Oh, but the Liquid aren't committing to that B site just yet. They think that the rotation from OG might have already been placed in emphasis of that lower site, and they might be just running into the stack. I don't even know if OG were truly trying to get back in this round, but if they're presented this opportunity, it's up to them to capitalize.
Yeah, oh no, as well. Yakinder goes down. That's the ball.
Oh no.
Aaron OC is next. They overthought it. I agree. It looked like OG said, you know what? Why throw away the rifles trying to rotate? We're just going to stick around here. And then that just pays off. I very seriously doubt if OG could have seen this coming. But Liquid, they've given it back. That's horrifying. You look like you've witnessed a crime.
I just can't believe it. I mean, OG, they gave up on the round. They were saying, if you come back A, yeah, sure, we'll fight you, but they didn't even rotate a single person towards B. Those 2 kills, that was it. This kind of reminds me of the old saying in calling for aspiring IGLs out there. If you want to simplify your life in terms of mid-rounding, it's 1 and fake, 2 and take. Liquid got 2 kills there towards B. You could just take the site. The chances, the likelihood that there's a third player lying in wait towards B, it's very unlikely. Just gonna put that out there.
All right.
Something to internalize.
It took my brain a minute to digest that information. That's good. That's a good saying. I like it. Something for people know where to start. Definitely the hardest role to get into.
Yeah.
Nobody likes that. That's nice. I like it.
No great resources to just say, here you go. That's it. You're calling Tier 1 CS. There you go. Liquid, though, calling a timeout. They are recognizing the mistake that they made in the previous round, just seemingly overthinking things. Of course, it's impossible for them to know truly whether or not anybody else from OG is there on that lower site, and sometimes it's just so difficult to breach that. If there's a player on top of the silo or on that lower rafter, they can usually find some kind of multi-frag, but Liquid, they've got to just play a little bit better, a little bit more coordinated, because even though they came back towards A and they ran into the stack from OG, they just didn't even trade.
Disturbing scenes at the start of Nuke. Good trade, especially Deagle there. Looked like Dexter had a nice lineup to get the multi-spray down. Ooh, yeah, he saw that with the FAMAS. Well done. The killer gets blown up. Don't think he had any head armor. So the fact that it was a FAMAS kind of doesn't matter at that point in time. And now the smokes go up, and it allows OG to back off, and they should back off. Why stay fighting out here? It's a 4 versus 3. You probably know that you did a fair bit of damage to one of the other players out of the yard behind that initial Dexter spray. It doesn't feel like it's worth it to invest too many players out here. Stay put and just defend.
Yeah, Liquid just playing to punish any sort of re-aggression from OG. That's probably the only way you're going to get back in this round is a mistake, but Nexa, and the form that Nexa is finding right now is something to behold for OG and their fans, because he is looking so sharp, trying to close this last one out. 4 kills on the round for Nexa. After a beautiful performance on Ancient, he's still looking hot to trot here when it comes to Nuke.
Yeah, this is sick, isn't it?
He had 21 kills last game.
Yeah, and that was, a lot of that was in the first half, I think.
Yes.
Was all of it in the first half? I don't remember, 18 kills on me in the first half? It was really crazy. Regardless, good position to be in. All right, he's got the high five and the winks and everything.
They were talking about the position changes when James Banks spoke to them. Even Rugga there right after they won map 1, the way that they put Nexa into a couple more active positions, they let Neofrag just kind of play on his own in some of these spots. It seems to be the fix that OG actually needed, because we saw that in some ways it felt like they were capped in terms of just the roles or maybe the way things were working for them, and Nexa had a very poor 2022 as an individual. His stats were not there, and yet we know that he can deliver in terms of fragging potential, and now they're actually unlocking kind of an unlikely suspect for OG, the IGL.
You're not necessarily the first place you'd go to look to find more firepower, but you'll take it. That would sort of open up a lot of doors for OG to start the year with if he can consistently do this kind of thing, because they have Dexter as well, so yeah, what an interesting thing to be thinking about. Jump around the corner, flames a lot of targets, but the FAMAS again, triple kill on that one. Nexa was outside, so he was able to make sure that no one could escape on that side of it. And now it's just a question of finding Nitro, which they already have, and this should be an easy enough job for Neofrag. 3-1, in spite of losing the pistol in favor of OG, so they are loving life right now at the start of Nuke. But it's still pretty much early days. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. I still want to really see what Liquid are going to be able to do. They did have that one round, we talked about it, where they kind of overthought their position and ended up going back to the A-bombs, and it cost them a lot. But let's see if they could do a little bit more.
Yeah. We know that Liquid have been preparing this. Yakindar talked about how they're looking to make their map pool into a complete 7. Lucky number 7. And that's something that can really bolster their chances moving to this upcoming season. They've yet to see the fruits of their labor, but the ideas have been there for Liquid. They're quick with their smoke plays, they're finding space towards outside, and Elige is trying to take a page from, I would say, Electronics' book.
Yeah, this is super aggressive. That quick into mini is so hard playing on the A-bomb site when you lose mini that fast, but because Flames are so deep in there and they go to check the left-hand side, they never really find him. Finally, a kill comes in return, but this is taking a long time. This has been slowed down to the point where OG are going to have a chance to rotate more and more CTs in to try and defend this bomb site with. Wow. Dexter and Nexa, though, both going to be going down, and everyone's just fighting at the angles of the smokes. It's very hard to actually figure out who's winning this fight currently. It's Nitro to maybe be the deciding. It's a NAF! He is so low on health That was just an all-out trade war all the way through until the end.
That was such an extended fight. It was like I was watching Dota.
Yeah.
It just kept going. It kept going. People felt like they were healing. They were taking their time with things.
Buybacks.
Yes. Yeah, I felt like that fight was never going to end. But finally, it's Liquid who are able to come out on top of it. And all of that utility, it was just so confusing for all of these individuals. But we see right there, it's Naf that holds on, holds his nerve at the very end, able to find that trade. Quick on it, too, with the headshot. And so, whoa, what? That's an interesting headshot. I think that came all the way from Squeaky Door.
I actually have no idea. I just send out the detectives. How? I looked at the minimap just when it happened, and I felt like nobody was in range to shoot him, so I'll just accept it for what it is. We'll find out one day.
Yeah, but I've liked the starters for Liquid on their gun rounds. They're really finding some space towards outside, and we can see that OG are kind of submitting when it comes to ramp too. The Neofrag has rotated pretty quickly a couple times, and I think that's something that might come back to bite OG. But Liquid just kind of, thankfully, haven't been prodding it all too carefully.
This time they try and smoke it up once again. Ooh. This time instead, going in a mini, they're going to try and see if they can go into the garage. Flashbang doesn't really do anything. Next, they're quick with the turnaround. He's going to be able to pick off a leash. Wants to buy some time and smoke it off. Of course, they know that he's there, but you can have to be careful. If he overcommits to taking this fight and there's somebody else out here, which he doesn't really know yet, that could also be the end of him. So tough position to be in. Even worse, there's only 30 seconds on the clock right now, so they have to be quick with it. Looks like losing a bit of patience here next. So that's going to get him killed, but still, that clock is really worrying me at the moment. 20 seconds. Fiku pushing into the squeak door, and he's going to get taken down. They've given it all away here, OG. They had a big chance. I feel like if they just held their nerve a little while longer, the clock would have been such an ally to them.
Yeah, they started just moving around. They got uncomfortable in the late stages of that round, even though they had the advantage. And that's kind of the inexperience as a team on the map. They're not sure where they want to actually find their next frag, find some information out. And I think this is also partially due to Neofrag just tucking so far into ramp. I mean, I'll bring this up again. It feels like he's moving very far down and he's not really being pressured. You're seeing a lot of the modern ramp anchors really stand their ground there. Think of people like Bit, think of people like Rops. They usually want to take 1 or 2 kills before they retreat, but Neofrag, you could just tell he's not comfortable in this position. He wants to just fall very early. And I think because OG is so devoid of info, it's up to these individuals to try to piece things together. Fiku just pushing through the door. Nexa just making a wide swing towards that garage. It's not the same concerted team effort that we saw from OG on Ancient.
Yeah, just more reliant on individual players. That's definitely true. And it's tricky because I'm sure Fiku in that moment is thinking, yeah, but if I get that 1 kill,
yes,
I could fall back. It's all good. I'm in a good position. It's pretty close, but man, this really blows up on them. That's kind of hard to witness. It brings Liquid right back into, though. Tied up, scoreline 3-3. Money on their side. OG, what they have in this one is an AWP and an M4.
That's where it gets interesting, though. Dexter with an AWP. If there's any guy you want in the server to have a weapon or OG, it's him.
Who does that? Like, I'm going to charge the hut with an AWP.
Just always creates his own looks.
And he's sticking around.
Oh, no.
Kinda's going to feel like, man, why? Why did I do it? He's still fighting for it. Neofrag coming up. That's the M4 in play. 2 versus 4 with absolutely nothing almost brought into the round. And still, they're looking very, very dominant. Liquid, they want to rewind this one. They want to try and see if they can get back to the start of this round and play it again. OZ feeling very pressured at the moment. Naf's gonna get one OZ with another one, and now all of a sudden, it's OG that are bringing it back a little bit, or giving it back rather. Finally gonna get one more kill, and they know where Naf is as well. He's flashing around the corner, gets the headshot on one, and keeps crouching for the spray. And that is a great clutch. Naf bringing it back.
Oh, what a swift headshot from Naf there. I can't believe OG gave that one up. 4 versus 2, and once again, they're just showing how uncomfortable they are on the map. They could just sit pretty, sit tight, and yet they go for these pushes. They keep trying to fight for this space. Dexter did his job. He gave a 5 versus 3 to OG, and yet they weren't ready to let it go. They wanted to keep their foot on the gas, and that played right into Naf and Liquid's hands. That's a frustrating round for OG. Wow. Love to see that from Naf, though. That flash, everything, that swing, such confidence from him. He's been the closer for Liquid in this one. Couple rounds now that he's bailing him out right at the tail end of a round.
And I think that really must speak to the general level of uncomfortableness on the map itself for OG, because these are not mistakes that they're really making all that much on the first one. So it feels like 2-on-4 like that, you don't have a lot of pressure to do anything. I don't know if they felt like they had them locked in a way that they needed to go and find them, but it certainly didn't feel from the outside like they actually had to keep fighting that one.
I think they wanted the guns, which is such an easy way to give up your advantage. To just get wide-eyed for some upgraded weaponry. Yeah, OG, they just need to play better, but they just keep playing standard. You can see that there aren't really too many plays for them. They've swapped Dexter's position with Neofrag, so now it's a AAA setup, it looks like, and then I think Dexter's just kind of keeping his eyes on ramp, looking for a pick there. If I'm OG in this one, I think you can depend on Dexter to find some openers, but if it just comes down to him, it's such a one-dimensional approach. And a team like Liquid, if they've really been practicing Nuke, they know how to minimize their risks versus a mobile opper.
Not that many nades left either on the CT side, and we're still just a minute now on the clock, so that's a lot of things that could go horribly wrong when you don't have the nades at the end of a round. It's true on all maps, but on Nuke, you can... Oh, there you said you could rely on him to get some pickoffs. That's a nice one on Yukinder outside, and he spotted at least 1 or 2 more players out there. So you're going to have some information to work with. 40 seconds now on the clock for Liquid, and we'll see how OG decides to rotate around this, because that's... Seems like they've also been in a little bit of trouble in the past on Nuke so far, what we've seen, actually making the right rotations. 30 seconds now, and Liquid are still not committed to any bomb site.
Oh, Nexa has done so much damage, though, from Mini here. This has been his spot. If he's able to collect a couple kills, that would be just so hurtful for Liquid. But Nitro, quick on the entry.
10 seconds.
Finku, he has a chance to stop this right in its tracks. Gets one, still dancing around the site, but Elige takes him down. But is there time?
Yep.
It's so close. Oh, yes.
Oh, man. Fiku's going to be thinking, if I just stay alive maybe 1 more second, maybe I could just stop the bomb from getting there, but it's not possible. And now it's a very awkward afterplant. 3-on-3. Dexter up against OC potentially with the AWP. It's Neofrag up at the high ground, and the rest of them look to be coming in from the lobby, but I'm not even sure. They're already thinking about backing out. They're not really even going for it. I'm shocked that they at least don't position to look in, just to try and edge 1 more kill in.
They just don't know how to get back in this one. Dexter collects a lead on the exit, and I think that's going to be it for this round. The flash is there. Dexter just trying to stay alive, and he's good for that. OG's actually end the round with a loss, but more players alive. That's a really interesting situation, and I just don't think they had an idea of how they wanted to get back in that one. If they had everybody towards heaven, they could have used that single flash to try to entry, but it's just a great conversion onto the site from Liquid. A good pinch, really late on the clock. They really let it bleed, and I don't blame them, actually. I think that Liquid know that if they let the clock go, that OG might make a mistake. They have been making many mistakes in the mid-late rounds, and so they just wind it down, and that's when they're comfortable.
A lot of Molotov damage. I mean, that's what OG have shown us so far, that they do get a little bit jumpy at the end of the rounds, so I still feel like that's pushing the limit. If you get your entry kill on Mini with 15 seconds, I'm still going to call into question that strategy. I feel like at least give yourself 5 or 6 more seconds just to be sure. That was cutting it close. AWP and 2 M4s in play for OG. They made this work almost before, where they lost that 2-on-4 because Dexter got a couple of good openings, so they need that 1 more time.
This lurk spot, though, from Naf, it's so dangerous. Yeah, they spotted his foot. There, gave up the chase, and actually, Neofrag is able to find one towards Secret. This is a very awkward position for Liquid now. They have these players on top of Secret, but they know that Neofrag lies in wait, and they've given up the entirety of lobby. They have nothing to work with whatsoever. For Liquid to battle themselves back into this one, it would speak volumes about OG's uncomfortableness. And there it is. Oh no, Fiku. No, he's still charging forward even after falling?
Stop the panic. Just calm down.
Just back up.
Deep breaths. A little bit of meditation.
No.
He's going to be found. Oh no.
Oh no.
All eyes are on him. He could feel the weight of the world on that one.
That's... they're still in a good position, OG.
They are.
20 seconds left, and they've got a player here in flames right at the opposite vent.
Oh man. if that becomes the thing that spirals this round out of control. Molotov's going down. Flames, that kill probably seals it. 8 seconds now, and the bomb dropped in the back, so Yekindari's too far away, and everything is fine, even if Fiku took a little tumble off the silo out there.
People will remember what Fiku just did there, but I think OG needs to just collect themselves and understand that they won the round. Yeah, with 4 alive too at that.
Laugh a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Smile. That's all good.
This is so appropriate.
It's the moment where gravity just betrays him.
Oh,
no.
And instead of just chilling out, he just kind of starts dancing around the box. And I think that actually is a brilliant metaphor for how OG have felt on this map as a whole.
Yes. Like a microcosm of what's been going on.
Yeah.
Dexter is there. He sees the elbow, but he's not able to get the shot, and it's a vent dive. If you're going to be practicing nuke and wanted to make this part of your playbook, then somebody has to be able to do this, and why not Yekindar? I mean, that's the obvious choice for someone to vent dive.
Oh, this is a cool double push from OG. This might catch Liquid off guard. Nap, though, generally plays these situations so carefully. Don't expect that he's going to just walk into an angle for free. Oh, they're so close, though.
Yes, they are. Neofrag right there, but like you pointed out, Naf's a very, very careful player and obviously hyper experienced. Going to be taking down Neofrag. They got close and they've got that lobby crunch coming, but there's nobody to crunch. It's disappointing.
Oh, Fiku's just running out. Okay, I don't know if they knew for sure every angle was cleared, but either way, they have that space. Both teams know that they have that space. And so it's up to Liquid now to try to piece this together. They have 50 seconds left. They have a player that's in the lower halls in Yekindar. And so you would want to somehow piece this together towards B, but I don't know if Liquid even have the time to do that. They'd have to just run through ramp, and that's actually what they're going for. Wait, where's OG? Why is Fiku not here?
I don't know, but that's a big misstep. Dexter is now on his own. He's been abandoned by the team. It's all on his shoulders, and he's hitting some crazy shots. A no-scope on top to take down Nitro. That is world class. And is it enough is the big question. 14 seconds now. Nexus showing up. I don't know how they're defending this because you're absolutely right. They've given up defending an entire portion of the map. It's all on OC, and they're going to take him down. They have no business winning this. If not for Dexter and that ridiculous AWP, they don't get even close to winning this round.
They're winning this with individual skill. And we talked so much about Dexter and how strong he is as a player, and he willed OG into this round. This is not a spot you want an op to be. You do not want an op to be in emo at the lower site. You are going to get crunched. There's a million angles you have to worry about, but getting that third kill right there, that's beautiful stuff from the sniper. He just smacks his teammate's hand.
At one point, I'm expecting that the rest of them are going to show up with like gloves on or something, just to, you know,
some padding,
anything to stop the madness.
Yeah. Wow, that's so frustrating for Liquid. You made the right read, you got into the bomb site, but just the individual heroics from Dexter. And look at this, Liquid, they're making their way down. Oh my goodness. Can this guy stop? No. But I don't want him to stop. I want him to keep going.
It is really, the entertainment factor is off the charts.
Yes,
so
yeah.
You just have to love it. He couldn't even see Nitro. He's like, I'm just gonna kill him anyway. He is 12-4 right now. And that's a problem for Liquid's T side, no matter how you look at it. A lot of places for that AWP to find itself. Nexa down here, hearing the bomb below, but gotta be careful not to overextend. Bomb plant's kind of annoying, but just don't give him the rifle to play with. I respect the fact that Nexa is not diving to try and stop just a bomb plant here.
Yeah, he's comfortable in the position that his teammates are holding. OC, ooh, unfortunate jump up. Didn't think that Nexa was there, and that's why we like that Nexa waited. Yep. They were unaware of his position. They overlooked it. Nafly gets the one, but he knows this round is not his. So he'll walk into the next round with the AK. And Liquid, this is something to take from, though. The fact that you threw the cross smokes, you were able to get the bomb plant down, and you recognize there was only one player playing towards B, that might give you an inclination to actually try that again and do it with better weaponry. That's
whatever, man.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but I think overall just a good thing to not, because that's what we've been criticizing OG for so far, right? Is panicking in moments where they maybe don't need to, but next they're keeping it cool.
He's played in a major finals.
He's mentally gearing up.
Well,
second timeout.
Yeah, and I think this is where Liquid kind of put all the information they've gathered together about OG, because again, both of these teams went in this game in the dark. They didn't know how their opponents were going to be playing. Liquid should have had the upper hand, given that they were the ones that dictated the battlegrounds here on Nuke. They picked the map, and OG, they feel like they're learning as they go. I think this team truly did not know that this map was coming, and it's reading as such, but they still have the lead, so they're making it work.
Oh, here we go. Another vent dive coming through. This time, Nitro being thrown down there. And I think smartly checking behind him. Sometimes you will see CTs try and dive after you in the middle of the chaos, but nobody there. And do OG know? They have a good read. That's good. Good communication. I mean, if you don't have the correct communication on the CT side and you miss one of those CTs diving in the vent, that's horrific for anyone holding down below. Nobody wants to be in that position. But at least NeoFrag has a good read that, yeah, somebody's probably made his way down.
Yeah. What's interesting is also OG have changed their rotations in the middle of this half. Earlier with these B hits, these site cross smokes, NeoFrag was rotating down and nobody was even holding ramp. Now at least Nexa's positioned to hold it.
It's a nice attempt with the grenade. Doesn't really do too much damage, and Liquid quietly crossing behind the smokes just as it fades there. That's how he's feeling it.
Yeah, he knew the timing on it. Had to make some noise. Bit unfortunate. Should alert OG to the presence of Liquid towards lower, but they don't know how many. All they heard was the single set of footsteps from OC.
Again, they're running the clock very low, but they have Naf out here. And again, it's so brutal having one T player up in the lobby if you get the bomb plant down below, because he can stop so many rotations from there. But they do need the entry. 23 seconds. Clock is ticking down. There's two people down below for OG. If one of them dies, I don't know if they can hold the bomb site on their own. There's NeoFrag on a good trade, but there's OC up from below. 10 seconds about to be on the clock, and they're finally going to be picking up the bomb. 3 on 3, and Naf wants to make a move, but Dexter looked like he saw it coming, but still was not able to find the kill. Naf just edges him out, and it's Flames and Fiku. 2 on 3 for a very, very tough retake. Flames, you could tell he's not quite sure. He's hearing footsteps, but that might be from above. And the gun barrel showing is enough to get at least that kill.
Yep, there we go. Liquid, they put it together. They throw the cross smokes. They're able to find some positioning down in those lower halls. Instead of opting to fight in the halls themselves, OG, they just try to set up with a rafter defense and bottom ramp defense. It's not good enough. It's not the crossfire you necessarily want for 2 M4s. If it were an op at the bottom of ramp, that's fine, but when it's an M4, you're only going to be able to get one usually. So Liquid get a 6th round, and they have an opportunity here to take the lead on their pick. Dexter always has something to say about it.
Tied up game. I don't even know what it means, because we don't really know what the teams are capable of, so I'm not even sure if this, I mean, it's probably fine. It seems like both teams are able to play both CT and T side, but I'm not sure for the second half if we can even make strong predictions about what's going to happen. So far, I guess it's just it's an interesting test for both teams playing Nuke to begin with, so we'll see. 12 kills on Dexter, 13 on Nexa still, so those are leading the charge. Fiku's had a rough game on Nuke. He's at 1 kill. But then again, Yakinda, we were missing him on Ancient, and so far he's got 4 kills on Nuke as well.
Yeah, in terms of players for Liquid, he's supposed to be, right now, the player with the best form, achieving the highest result, the only result in the top 20 for anybody on his team last year, but oh my God. Thought he could beat the smoke. Yakinder takes down Flames. Nexa's still here to hold the line, and Dexter, he actually kind of lost the chase there because of that smoke. Couldn't quite see around it fully, which just leaves Nexa on the bomb site. This is going to be a tough hold for him.
Yeah, they're flooding out all over the place. He's going to get one of them ready for the next fight. He is so good on this map right now. Goes for another one inside of the smoke, and he hits the headshot on the Liege. That's a quad kill. He's brought this team back, and Dexter outside to out-snipe the remaining player, and that is OG taking the lead. Just a 1-round lead, but still strong position to be in. This is super, super impressive. This is the start here for Liquid is so good, isn't it? But Nexa is there to bring it back.
Man, Nexa coming up huge. This is not the character development I envisioned when looking at OG. I thought it was maybe going to be somebody like Fiku taking the next step, NeoFrag finding some more consistency, but it's actually been Nexa who has done so much work. I think in the first, in just 2 halves essentially that he's played, he's achieved over 30 frags. When you look at Ancient 2, I mean, this is just crazy stuff from him. overall. He's almost on 40 for the series already, and we're not even onto the fourth half of it.
Yes, what a wonderful surprise, especially it continuing into the second map. Trying to do some sort of an A-rush here coming out of the hut. Yukinder is there on the opening, but Fico is finally having a moment in the limelight. He's going to get at least a couple of kills, but Yukinder also found him eventually, so that AK is still doing some work. Nexus manages to sneak out. Oh, they find him. He almost managed to duck under that smoke. That would have been so sick if he could have kept going, but eventually he's found. Neofrag, quick with the pickoff. Yukinder is low on health, and he's going to be found. Headshot, health or not, he would have been dead. And now it's all on OC. They really need some of these rounds here, Liquid. OG have started to run a little bit of a string back, so try to stop them if you can. Tie up the game once again. The bomb is ticking. OC, he finds that shot, and it kept Neofrag off the bomb. He's still going to get the headshot, and with the defuse kit, he's going to be on it right away. Neofrag, the hero this round, 3 kills and a defuse.
Man, it feels like every single time OG win, it's off the back of some major heroics. This time it's Neofrag. Previous round, Nexa. We saw Dexter find some incredible multi-frags too. This was an overall very strong hit from Liquid. They were able to get themselves on the bomb site, but they lost sight of Neofrag for just an instant. OC was there towards the door. He was covering the lobby push, and you can see Elige, the shock on his face when he was just sideswiped like that. He thought that that angle was covered. He thought that OC had it, but it was just the briefest instant where Neofrag slipped the net.
15th round coming up. Dexter back to his old tricks again. AW.
Oh, big molly.
Giving himself up. Is there going to be another one? He did the same last time. He stuck around and kept the fight up. Finally, he's going to exit that hut, but it's already cost them OC.
Maybe they do have some tricks. The molly landing in the door right there, it won't burn the player that's pushing in, but it feigns the sound. And so Dexter able to manufacture yet another opening pick, but I think that's actually his teammate who knew the lineup, so good on whoever was helping him out with that play.
Good luxury to have. Be able to send Dexter somewhere to just get that opening pick off, and he's so confident in doing it. And now that he's low on health, yeah, it's a bit of a problem, but Nuke has so many positions like these where you can stay far away from the action and still have an impact with the AWP.
Yeah, and it's just the level of CS that everybody's at right now, where even a team that doesn't play Nuke, some of these guys know the lineups. What's really curious for OG now, as they still try to find their 9th round in the half, is will they be able to put these lineups together in the second half? Or is somebody going to be searching up a YouTube tutorial at halftime? Pull up the Nard out here.
Yeah, you've gotta get something. Flames, he's going to be good for one. Bomb is dropped in the hut, so they have to commit to it. 27 seconds, and they go straight for the bomb plant. No delaying it here. 2 on 3. And Neofrag probably needs some help to get out. If Dexter can find this kill, that might be it. Oh, he's running straight for it. No help needed. All on Yukinder. He picks up one. And is looking for the heaven immediately. He knows that somebody is up there, but he looks away, maybe just at the wrong time. Looked like he could have been shot in the back. I can't believe that he's still alive. And finally, Dexter is there. He had to just cover the full 180 angle. It's not going to be good enough. And in the end, OG, with a much stronger first half, impressive stuff.
When you guys were starting out as an AWPer, was there certain players you looked up to? Was there a player you thought, I like how he plays it?
I watched a lot of demos of Kenias and Device. And man, Oscar as well, back at the days, he was unstoppable.
I watched like some Fallen POVs.
Fallen, yeah.
Device, yeah. Like those hoppers.
Man, even called Zero sometimes. He's second hopper, but he's, yeah.
Actually, it's true. I was watching Cold Zero days before. It was one of the best examples for me was on Cash. Okay. If you're gonna talk about like main opers, it was Device most of the times, and Sasha, and Fallen back in the days, because he even gives some guides for Brazilian fans, and I had some people in my friend list that was good at translating. So nice. They was giving me these videos, and I was watching Mirage tips from Fallen. I even told it to him when we meet first time in real life.
Like Colzero, he made this highlight right on Car Mirage. Yeah. Like people in the future, like he's not main op, right? He's rifle, he's anchor maybe even. No, I don't remember. But people will think he's an op, right? Because of this highlight. It's crazy.
Ones that stay in your mind for sure. And when you're doing that, right, you're looking at these, how do you translate what they do and something you can put into your game? Does it need to be a player that plays same position, or is it just the fact they use the AWP?
Like for example, like if I play against a team, I try to watch like like before the game starts, try to watch like some POV of Opera against who I'm playing, right? But for example, like on Mirage, like when we played against Navi, I remember like I tried to watch like simple POV, but it's hard to prepare for him because it's like you know, like it's an Opera who's always moving, and you cannot like predict where he will stay. You know,
and you know, sometimes like Monazi can watch my demo, and I understand that he saw my last Mirages, so I need to change something.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're mind gaming each other?
No, of course.
Yeah.
It's like this between teams as well.
Oh.
I'm watching the Poe demos as well, but I like to see more like small details when he's trying to peek somehow or he has some.
We are back once again. The second half is here. We are on Nuke, and it is between Liquid and OG. First time that we're seeing these teams really play on Nuke. It's been an exciting time. A lot of good Counter-Strike is coming up, and I'm excited for it. We're getting a little bit of a chance here to get a lot of firsts between both these teams, and players starting to feel comfortable here. Also, I do believe we have a little bit of an announcement. If you are part of the Blast.tv community, you get early access to major tickets on the 23rd, and the general sales on the 26th. You get a 3-day advance on that, so go sign up if you haven't done that already. Also, you could do instant rewinds over on Blast.tv, and there's a lot of cool chat going on there as well. So definitely go and do that. But a 3-second advance, that's pretty, or 3-day advance, that's pretty good, because those tickets get sold out real quick.
Oh yeah, 3-day advance. You want to get those tickets. You know that this event is going to be one for the record books. Blast knows how to put on a show, and you want to be there to witness it.
No question in my mind. 9-6 the scoreline. The second half is coming up. OG, this is not their map pick, but they've done a pretty good job. And let's see what Liquid could do on the CT side. They need to win this pistol. The grenade looks good, but they're already out. The headshots are ringing true, though. The USPs are coming up big for Liquid. 5 kills on their side. A little bit of a slip up, perhaps, in letting that many players out of the hut, but they made up for it.
Yeah, some clean shooting there. And this is where things just get so interesting for me, because you can scrap together a CT side on Nuke, even if you haven't prepped the map. Everybody sort of knows what positions they're going to play. Sure, the rotations might get a little bit tricky, but as long as everybody's just able to multi-frag or trade off of each other, it's fine. But now things are very difficult for OG and company. Nexa knows how to call on Nuke. He played this map with G2. He was actually a pretty good caller at that. But I do think that this is where it gets really tricky when nobody's actually played this together. Even though he can call the strategy, does everybody know the nades? Does everybody know the timings or how to break down these situations? And in the anti-eco, we see that Liquid are quick on the cleanup. Liege was able to find 3. Now Dexter trying to get a cheeky one in return, but with just the Glock, not really too much you can expect from him.
I really feel like,
oh my goodness. Oh my
take it back, man.
Gosh. Yeah.
You have to take it back. Oh.
No, is he gonna find another?
Oh, close. Whew. I feel like the most obvious point in time where you see that a team is not used to playing Nuke CT side is there are a couple of key positions where if you lose somebody there, somebody else has to kind of like close that gap. You have to make a rotation internally on the CT side, and they're just not able to. You know, if your downstairs player goes down for whatever unfortunate reason, then somebody has to make a move, right? If you've got 2 on ramp, then somebody has to move, but do they go out in the yard or they try and rotate down below? Like, you can just tell that if there's confusion that happens, that's usually where it happens. It's in that internal rotation, and somewhere there's a gap. And the problem is, obviously, if you lose track of the T players on Nuke, then it's game over. They can get in behind your lines. We didn't really see Liquid get there, but a lot of teams, if they get to push around towards CT spawn and get up towards Heaven or Hell and actually backstab the ladder and the A-bomb side, it's a nightmare, and that happens more than you might think. So I'm curious if OG are going to be able to get into that position. That is a grenade.
Yeah. Love to see that from Naf. Elysia's already here to connect. This is a devastating crossfire, but it's only able to find a single kill. How? Oh, wow. Oh, gosh. Felt like Liquid had every reason to win that one. Yakindar's able to collect on Neofrag, still playing back silo. This is a great position to set up his defense, and you can see OG, they're spread all across the map right now. They have no easy way to connect, and Yakindar's taking ground away from them.
Flames actually using the smoke just to pick up the bomb, because it was so deep in there, but it might not matter. Nitro's out hunting, and he finds Dexter in the middle of all of the madness. Flames under 40 seconds in a 1 versus 3.
Still trying to find something. Oh, what? Oh my. Okay. Yakindar taken down, punished for his re-aggression.
I have no idea how Yakindar didn't get the kill, and I have no idea how Flames got the kill either. He saw the bullets ricocheting off the wall in front of him, and he was like, all right, I guess I'm just going to be really, really quick on that spin. 12 seconds. He's going to go for the bomb plant. And that's, you know, getting a kill and a bomb plant in a 1 versus 3. That's a great start. I don't think you could expect this much more, especially when you're already low on health. But he's got the AK. They have a couple of flashes, but eventually they're going to go for it. That could have been dangerous. Nitro sacrificing himself almost. It's a close round, but it'll be Liquid to win it.
Yeah, I felt like OG were supposed to win this round. After they found the 2 kills at ramp, it really did feel like they were in control of it, but they hesitated. There was a lot of damage obviously inflicted by Liquid, but the kills went the way of OG, and at some point they just decided they want to spread out. They didn't actually fully commit towards lower together, and it feels like there was maybe one extra step in that strategy than there needed to be. And I think that's kind of actually what Liquid showed early on in the last half, where they maybe added some steps to their strategies, wanting to have a more complete round when the simple approach is all that needed to be done. So we'll see if OG do simplify the playbook, if they actually have much more in store. We saw the cross smokes from them in the last round, so we know that they can at least throw the nades, which you would expect from any tier 1 team. And Neofrag, just hopping on down, gets the opener.
Pick on Huts. Flames, unfortunately, advanced position there, and he's going to be going down. 4 on 4. Nexa sneaking in with a deagle. The timing has to be perfect, and it's not. He's looking just the wrong way. Fiko's going to find one for the wall, but ultimately the double push there just a little bit too much, and OC wants to keep going. He's got another teammate with him in lobby, so at this point, why not? They've got a scout and a Tech 9. It's not looking good for OG at the moment. Looks like Liquid might be able to take a 1-round lead here.
I just can't really see any world where OG's able to find something here. Nice dink from Neofrag. That would have been one of the ways, but with Dexter towards outside, his presence is now known. It's felt too by Naf, and OC has slotted himself into a great position as Liquid finally take the lead. Haven't seen them with the lead since I think the 1-0 start.
Yes. Yeah, it's been a really rough game for them in general.
Yeah.
Keeping up. 10-9. I still think it's impossible to tell how this is going to be playing out. We're just all here to learn at this point in time.
Yeah, again, we're just going into the dark with this one because, you know, I remember enough games from when Nexa was calling with G2. He loved a couple A-pops here and there, but if you don't have your nades down pat, you can't really run an A-pop. And yet that is such an integral part to putting together a strong T side on this map. OG, they're just looking for picks. This is kind of what last round looked like too. With all the pistols, they just spread out, looked for individual fights. They were winning in some directions, losing in others, and I think that's what they want again. OG playing with the time, just hoping for a mistake from Liquid, hoping for a push, a gift.
Haven't got one yet, but again, it's 1 minute and 10 seconds, so they can afford to spend a little bit more time looking for something. So far, it's a very passive setup coming in from the Liquid side, not giving many opportunities. Moving down below, they do have Yakindar. He's not going to keep moving up. Looks like he's just jiggle peeking that angle or ready to drop a smoke or whatever it is and just try and escape if anything happens. Nafly, though, is heavily committed to this position. M4 in hand, and that's the bomb as well. He's ready for more. They nearly line up for a triple. That's pretty good. Double is what he's going to get when Fiko's low on health and practically dead. So for a lot of waiting, for like a minute of waiting, to just take one step into that radio room and then boom, you get blown up.
Yeah, waiting too far back. Naf was able to take that space away from them, and they didn't suspect it. not giving it the hard clear they needed to. 20 seconds remain, though.
And just these are the kind of rounds that OG threw away on the CT side because they were very active. They were walking all over the place and they lost the rounds. Hopefully Liquid doesn't do any of that.
Oh, no reason to. You got the man advantage, and OG are just saving, actually. They're not even going for this one. On to the next. 11-9 scoreline. It's tough to see a way where OG get back into this one. I don't know what strategy they think is going to work for them. This is now 2 rounds in a row that they were trying the triple ramp. Last time around, they obviously killed Elige and Naf, but then they couldn't convert on it. This time around, Naf just switches it up with his positioning, and he's able to take down 2, and that's kind of the round then and there.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be a decisive call behind the initial, just spread out and look for some picks, but then you don't get any, there's no CTs visible on the map. Now what? And it felt like that felt a little bit flat after the fact. I don't even mind the beginning of it, but it'd be nice with a decisive follow through on after the first minute has gone by. Timeout been used. Liquid, they can feel it too. Getting a little bit closer. Final map, if we get to, be overpass for a third map, so could be interesting.
Yeah, that could be a good one. These teams, last time they faced off on that, OG were the victors. So they might think that there's a light at the end of this tunnel, because this is a really scary tunnel where you don't have an A-exec. I think Nexa wants to call an A-exec so badly, but it just doesn't seem like they have that.
Not yet, anyway. It's also potentially dangerous to do if you feel like Liquid have too many grenades, because that's the death of a lot of those kind of plays. Maybe a little bit easier if you feel like they're under a bit more economic pressure than they currently are. 11-9. It's been 5 in a row for Liquid. You're right, they really are stepping it back up again. Naf not finding the timing on that spray, but doesn't really matter. And Yikinder is down to his old tricks.
Yeah, just the pixel hold with the Molotov. I think Boomich was one of the people that made this one incredibly popular, and there we go. Spots him out, even holds it for an extra second. Bold, but every second counts in a game like this. He's got the nade right behind it too. This could do massive damage. There it is, really softening up those T's. And there's a crossfire too. Oh no. Oh gee, they're gonna walk into the blender here.
Yeah, Naf is in position. No more grenades on any of them, apart from the flashbangs. But yeah, this crossfire. Oh, what a breakup. What a headshot from Nexa. Naf is quick to bring it back as well with a couple of kills of his own. 3 on 2 now, as OC is going to be stopping the bomb on Neofrag. And there's just 30 seconds left. They would have loved the bomb plant, because then the position, the flank here from Fiku is even more impressive. But now they need to pop it early before the bomb plant just to try and get into it. And OC, I want to see that from his point of view. How does he get that shot? He wasn't scoped up.
Yeah, that is an impressive quick scope coming up from OC, and that could have opened things up for Dexter and OG. Oh, wow. Yeah, we need that replay so badly. Dexter, he's just going to be saving this one. No reason to just throw your life away when you're holding the op like this. OG, they went for the slow creep downs lower, and they weren't able to find anything despite it. And no, he dies after the time. Oh, dear.
He got baited into it, and we were just talking about it on Ancient, how he resisted the temptation for such a long time, but this time definitely got baited into the shot. Liquid back on track. Their CT side is looking good. It's pretty impressive.
Clean, right into the stomach too. Just right where you want to place that shot as an opper.
Whoops. Yeah, I can't believe it.
All right.
That's so fast.
Yeah.
Eagles on the T side, but they're 4 rounds away from losing this one. They have to play overpass. I don't know. That's an interesting map for Liquid.
Yeah, it's one where it leaves something to be desired for Liquid. I've seen some really close games for them, but not as many successful games as I would have wanted. So, yeah, I really feel like OG they just don't have the playbook necessary to combat Liquid, who has clearly been practicing this map. Okay, but the individual ability is something that OG still can rely on. Nexa has 20 kills in this game, and there are some other contributing members, but they've got to hit several more headshots if they want any way to breach this bomb site.
Yeah, now would be a good time for somebody else to step up and do that. It is just a 3-round gap, so there is a way back. 45 seconds. all grouped up towards the trophy room and thinking about starting to make their way towards ramp once again before they even pull the trigger on it. Neofrag is out of the round. Naf up on the box, ready and waiting. It's going to be a pretty decent trade. 30 seconds. Do they want to keep rushing it? The question is always if we beat the timing or not. Nitro opening the door, but they're going to be able to Molotov that one off. And Kinder is on the other side. Bomb. Nobody's covering it, so even opening the door is enough to stop that bomb plant. They just can't go through with it. That's Flames dead, so somebody else has to sacrifice themselves, get down, pick up the bomb, and it has to be really swift. I don't know if they can even go through with the defuse. I think they're going to get jiggled out forever doing this. There's finally the peak. Dexter gets the headshot on one, but there's still... Oh, no! Nexus, they keep fighting it, and Nexus there to get the kill. I don't understand.
Oh, in that split second, OC didn't know that Nexa got off the bomb plan. If he just backed up, that would have been a 1 round for Liquid. OG steal that one away. I can't believe it.
It looked like that should have never been possible.
No way. There were so many reasons that Liquid should have been able to close this one out, but beautiful shot from Dexter there to cover his in-game leader. And then there, oh no. Yeah, I think Elige realized it too. He didn't plan. But it was just too little too late. The comm didn't come out in time, but there's a fight outside. Elige taking down Dexter. Needs to hold on to this position, but a kill, that'll work instead.
If you're Liquid, that's all you got to be thinking. Don't let that be the round that gets OG fired up and back into the game. Just close this map out. They weren't supposed to win that last round, and now we're just going to take it right back from them. Although Yikinda, that's a very limp-wristed peak, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah, he's usually so concerted in his efforts when he's swinging on angles. That time around, not the case. Maybe didn't expect the smoke to be fading in that manner, but now Liquid 4-on-4. They've been jiggling out that lobby, but they weren't able to find anything, and what a shot from Flames. Takes down OC, and now Liquid, they definitely feel pressured to make a move. Sitting around here does not feel like an option. Nitro, he's flirting with the idea of pushing through this door. He will do just that, and he wins the fight with the FAMAS on top of it.
No head armor. There's no head armor in anyone else, so yeah, some of the kills there could be a little bit more devastating. Let's just see. 3-on-3, still about 35 seconds left, so OG, they have at least one more test, especially down below. If they can find see if they can find a... Who's actually holding? There's Elige down there. If they can find Elige, that might be a little bit interesting. He's got some backup now in NAF. The rotation is pretty good, and he's managed to steal himself an AWP, which is not the most common weapon that we see him with, but I'll trust him to try to do anything. Oh,
what?
Neofrag, they've switched it around right at the end. This is the kind of stuff that's hard to do on Nuke, and it's really hard to do on the CT side as well. Bomb is going to be planted, and Liquid are really out of position.
That was such an impressive mid-round. I can't believe OG fooled Liquid in that manner. Now, NAF with the op, this is such a difficult retake. Elige does have some utility to work with. Either of these players could set each other up with one of those flashes, but getting in with the op, getting the drop on him, it's tough. And on top of that, Flames has a Molotov.
They need an instant shot, and it's going to go the other way instead. NAF, 1 versus 2, AWP at the back of the site. I don't think there's any way out. The kit is behind him, so he's going to go try and pick that up, but even doing that, it's enough to get him killed. Neofrag, he opened up the mid round, and he ended the round as well. That's a huge, huge round for OG in general. Man, Liquid just slipping up a little bit here at the end.
I can't believe that mid-round call came out, and also this shot from Flames, that was huge. But right there, Nitro just not suspecting anybody to be coming right out of hut. Just overlooking that angle, keying right into the Heaven Peak, and to actually fake towards lower for OG to really pressure that side, to really truly convince Liquid that it was going to be a B hit, but then to fly up the vent, to come out hut at the same time. That's not something I expected from a team that has shown us nothing really that they should be too proud of on this T side. It's been a random round with just some pistols, and then that one was beautiful, actually. It was well orchestrated.
Yeah, those mid-round calls are new. If you know how to do them, you have the trust of the team. It's so sick. You can absolutely see the confusion. It feels for like 3 seconds, it feels like, oh wow, Elige and NAF, they've got the right crossfire downstairs. It's going to be sick. And then 3 seconds later, you're out of position. That's it. Like, it was an A attack instead. Never mind. Just forget everything. And the map can flip that quickly. I think that's what makes it unique and super interesting to watch.
Yes.
Makes it very hard to play as well.
Map that I think a lot of people have really come around to. And OG they might be coming around to it. They're starting to like their chances in this one.
Yeah.
Might be able to even this one up at 12. Okay, Fiku wasn't ready for the push there. And this is getting a little bit concerning, but Neofrag's in such a great spot. Can't see him losing this duel. Actually only able to get the one. That's surprising, but I really think that Liquid just want to take these guns into the next round.
Yes.
As soon as they recognize that this is a B plant, there's no way back in.
Yeah, it's just not going to be worth it. But yeah, that's probably losing a couple more rifles than they ever had to. Still, it will tie up the scoreline. It will make it 12-12. You mentioned some of those potential A-type executes, or maybe even sort of like faster A plays earlier that maybe Nexa want to go for. If you think you have a good read on the Liquid economy, if you think they're going to be having maybe not as many Molotovs or whatever, I mean, there is a chance that you could try and pull some of that off. Or at least they might have a larger success than later on once they build up money again. And we'll find out.
Yeah, I'm still just not convinced that they even know the strat well enough. Nexa getting one. Elige, he's getting hungry for a frag. But definitely want to keep that AK moving forward. Can't imagine that Liquid are feeling too good about this. What was supposed to be a sneak pick, a punish pick, one that Liquid have been working on in the offseason, it might blow up in their face. Because the score is tied 12-12, and OG, despite the fact that this is their roster's first time playing this map, they're giving us a show. They're making this one much more competitive than I think anyone would have predicted. I don't think anybody really knew what to expect, actually.
No, it's all a big question mark coming into it, and both teams have at times both shown us that they feel uncomfortable on the map, but also shown us that they've definitely done some research. Like, this is not just a blind roll of the dice into it. There's been some real prep work done. Whether it's enough for Liquid, we're going to find out. It's terrifying, though. Neofrag at 21, Nextra at 23, Dexter's up at 17. I mean, that's a lot of output that Liquid currently are not matching in the kill department.
Oh, but I can't even stop singing Nex's praises. Playing so well as an individual. Doors blown open. First duel goes the way of Fiku. He has had a quiet game for OG, but that is a tough blow to Nitro.
Oh, and look at this. They're down through the vent, sneaking in as Fiku. Not quite sure if anyone's following him, but it's a good position to be in. OC, well aware that someone could have been there already. Going to be sneaking in, scoped up already on that AWP, but you've got to be really careful about this. If he scopes now, it's going to be heard from Fiku.
Oh. Yeah, there was actually some nades going off at the same time, so that might have disguised it, and that might be all OC needs. Fiku, it's his time to strike right here. And his team knows that. They wait, they hold off, and this is an easy backstab for Fiku. Now in the 3-on-3, everyone from OG is towards lower, but Liquid, they have to find some way to hold on to this space. Naf, he's just holding at the bottom of ramp, and I think OG, they're probably going to be finding a plant just because of this positioning.
Yeah, Naf might be the only one that can really stop this from happening, but he has to get some crazy shots, and with the smoke up as well, makes it very hard to see anything on the other side. Oh, a little bit of luck his way. Taking down Neofrag. It's a good start. 2-on-3 now with 30 seconds on the clock, and Naf is still trying to buy all the attention he can. The rest of the team is coming down below as well, and Naf going to be able to negotiate the next fight as well. No bomb plant being allowed for good recovery from Liquid in this round.
I haven't even seen Naf play these kinds of positions. It's been so long since Liquid have even really played this map. 2 years.
Yeah.
And yet he looks so comfortable. So comfortable taking the duel. Good game sense as to where they're going to be in the smoke, and he's able to just mount a defense that I don't even think Liquid necessarily had business winning. I don't think that was OG with great positioning in the mid round.
Yes, that's what it felt like. And you see in OC, oh wait a minute, they're going to be quick with it here. Flames hiding inside of the smoke, flashes coming through the ceiling, and Yakinda, even though he's blind, he gets the kill anyway on Flames. That sounded like that was such a good setup. It's such a great idea, and yet it backfires on them. Yakinda's going to be taking down Neofrag, and now it's a 2-on-4. Nexa trying to save his team and maybe even save the map on this one. Oh, that timing.
So close.
Did he get seen though?
I don't know.
Certainly a big advantage there, and it's right back into a 2-on-2. I don't think they saw Nextra at all. And the question is, will Nitro stand his ground in a mini like this? If not, oh my god, what a distance. Dexter, it's so disgusting, isn't it?
Oh no.
Nitro's in an awful position. He's going to get sideswiped. 2-on-4, and OG somehow make it work.
I can't believe how that one broke down. It felt like Liquid, they stopped the initial A play. It looked like OG actually had some semblance of an A execute there. They mollied off the mini garage. They had some flashes flying in. Flames, though, didn't find the entry, and Liquid stopped this. They did what they were supposed to, but as the round just started to sit, it was Liquid that showed the discomfort. They were the ones that started moving around when they maybe didn't need to, going for a couple of peaks that they had no business going for. Instead of just solidifying that defense, they got curious, and that's what killed them.
Last time up being used by Liquid. They're feeling the pressure. They know that this game is getting a little bit too close for comfort right now. That last round, it should have been theirs. It would have set them up almost with a victory, almost pulling it home and getting to the third map on Overpass. But OG, some of those individuals, I mean, Dexter, some of the shots that he's been hitting here, it's very disturbing. Tied up now, 13-13. And OG, look at the money. They have a really good shot. They could get to 16 without fighting too many rifle rounds at the moment.
Yakindar with the op, though.
Sick.
This is interesting.
Why not?
All right. Okay, they're running more or less the same play for Flames there. He's out, and he is on the site. This is an A site right for the taking. OG all over it. They've swarmed in. They even know Alicia's here. This Molly is so frustrating for him. Thought maybe they didn't catch him, but no, they definitely did.
Yeah, they saw him. And now just surely the point is just saving the AWP. There's no point in giving it up to try and go for a ridiculous retake. 14, OG now back in the lead. And that play, sitting at the edge of the smoke, waiting for the friendly flashbangs to fly through and then pop out behind it. How do you stop that, Alex? What's a good way to make sure that they can't just keep doing this?
Ooh, without utility, it's tough because the answer is utility.
Right.
So, without great weaponry, just spamming those choke points without the utility to slow him down. That's one of the ways that he's find some success on this map. And it felt like it wasn't coming. I didn't think Nexa had this strat ready for OG to go, but he proved me wrong. They've got their A exec, it's there. It's proven to be successful, and Liquid they need answers right now. They have an op on Yakindar saved. I want to see what they purchase in the next round on top of that, but this surprise pick as Liquid try to incorporate the 7th map into their pool, it's not looking pretty as they are down a round.
What a position to be in. We kind of knew, I mean, again, they didn't at least come into it saying we're 100% sure, like, Nuke is our pick. There was some questioning, but some of that doubt is starting to really seep through now. AWP on OC. Ooh. They're going to continue the fight for him, but he is quick to escape. Had to run quite a distance there. And this is an interesting position to be in on the T side. You take ramp, but it doesn't actually give you much. You have a little bit more map control, but you're not really anywhere near the bomb sites.
No, it's in some ways just kind of an axis. It's a position that opens up 2 angles for you. As now Liquid, they do have to be responsible for Hell, and they have to be responsible for a ramp push into B. And so usually that'll make a team like Liquid just look for an answer elsewhere. You can't just stay holding on to 2 spots when you're supposed to just take care of that with 1. So Liquid, though, they don't actually want to push it. Because they were able to get that 1 pick, they want to play back, and now holding on, and what is that?
He was already very low on health, but
yeah,
I guess in the chaos, he stepped in front and Dexter he was busy with something else. 3 on 4 though, they do find Yakindar. Chance here for Nexa, and that might have been the only chance. I feel like if you won that fight, maybe they could bring it back, but now it feels very unlikely. They know that Naf is in here, and he's been here all along because he put out the smoke. They're finally going to be able to find him, but it's cost them almost the entire round. Has just been centered around trying to kill Naf in the corner behind the vent, and ultimately, it's just going to be Neo Frag at a 1 versus 3. So the game is tied up once again now, 14-14.
Yeah, very tough for OG there. As Dexter, I think he was trying to spam that player as well. I think he was trying to spam Naf, and it right there. This is the team kill coming out, and Naf he was a nuisance. He was just jumping around, and he's causing OG to just buckle under the pressure. They get log jammed right there. It's a traffic jam, and they couldn't get out. It's rush hour, baby.
You see Rugger at the back as well, kind of like just putting his hands out saying, why?
Yeah.
Why are you shooting each other? What's going on here?
Right. 14-14. Both of these teams tested, taking us the distance on a map that we've never seen them play. 2023 is already delivering in ways I never envisioned.
There's definitely something to work with here for both sides. They don't look so lost that I'd say, wow, this is never going to work. But obviously, Nuke notoriously very, very tricky map to play. Nexa is still 27 kills. He's still doing it. But they need him now more than ever. Scoreline is 14-14. We're going into the last 2 rounds unless we get to overtime. And some of the opening kills here for Liquid in the last couple of rounds, that's made a big difference. Just get one of them and it makes the defense so much easier. Look at Nexa. The speed here. He's set up for it. OC with the AWP on the other side. And the AK this time will come out on top. It's Elige walking into the next fight. Yakinda, do you want to offer yourself up? You've already had 2 battles where nobody from Liquid could trade the kills. A third one, is that going to do it?
Oh, right there around the corner. There was an opportunity, but Yakindar, he backs up. And now Liquid, they don't know what OG are posturing to do. OG at this point could be down towards lower. They are completely in the dark. No idea of what's to come, but OG, they're making their way back towards A, and that is where Nitro lies in wait.
Yeah. Double setup on the ramp. So if anyone shows up there, at least they should be in a strong position. Nitro all on his own. Not quite that quick kill on that first one, and NeoFrag is going to be there to take him down in return. Yeah, either way, there would have been like 3 more players coming up from behind. And Nexa outside, he's just so deadly. 29 kills finally out of this round, but Naf is in a 1 versus 3. And he's still quite far away from the action. Looking like a 15th round here. Unless somebody ran into Mini right this second to die, that's maybe the only way the Naf could be like, alright, so it's a quick 1 versus 2, I'm going to go for it. But he was already, I think, mentally checked out. So 15-14 OG on series point.
Yeah, I have loved the layers to some of these rounds from OG. Some of the mid-rounding that Nexa is putting together is making me believe that NeoFrag wasn't just full of hot air in that pregame interview, saying that, yeah, we actually know what we're doing on Nuke. I didn't believe it. Now I do. Nexa is calling a great game on top of his own individual performance here. And it's stumping Liquid. They probably thought this was going to be so much more straightforward. But Nexa, once again, opening things up, taking down the opposing Opper and OC with a sliver angle.
The question now is, what is the money like for Liquid? Surely it can't be that impressive. They've been trading a lot of rounds. I feel like they might be in trouble going into this 30th round.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, that's not pretty. No op, a single M4 from Moss on Elige. Tough round for Liquid to bring it to OT with.
Yeah, they're broke and nearly broken too. This has to be good, but it starts with a spray through the smoke from Fico at range to bring down Elige. That's not at all what Liquid needed. 4 on 5 to begin with. And they're all stacked upstairs. Only, I think, Naf running around down below. Everybody else centered around this A site somewhere.
OG, they're letting the dust settle. They want to see if there's any sort of counter from Liquid, if they want to dig their own grave. But Liquid, they're just holding on to their space. Doesn't seem like anybody's all too interested. Nafi's going to prod at the top secret, actually. Trying to carve out a win condition for him and his team. Wants to take a fight, but I don't know if he suspects Nexa here. This is such a deadly position. And there we go. Naf, that's the equalizer that Liquid needed. There is still more life in him.
Huge. They absolutely desperately needed that kind of a kill, and if it was a split-second timing there, Nexa could have had the gun out instead. 40 seconds, and it feels like...
This is a great read from OG, though.
Yeah, it is. They've said, all right, he's that far up. Probably that means that there's not going to be that much defense down below, so let's try and get there in time. Naf, though, in the control room. Powerful position, and he's really good with the M4. Keeps spraying it to kill this time from Yakinda. There to help him out, but Naf is the powerhouse in this round, able to save his team. 20 seconds now for Flames to try and do something. And he's jumping through the window, but already dropping low on health, and even worse, running out of time. He's at 10 seconds now and runs into Nitro. It's overtime instead. Liquid, they keep the dream alive and keep the map alive for a little while longer.
They hold on. Naf, the hero of that round, connecting with Yakindar towards lower. Between the two of them, finding 4 kills. What a game we are getting here. I did not think that the level these teams would show would be at this, But these teams show that they had some tricks up their sleeve when it came to Nuke, that both of them actually could make a case for themselves if they want to have a 7-map pool.
And now something's going to change in overtime, right? Because you said one of the ways to stop some of those aggressive squeak door plays is utility. And now with the money, that's something that Liquid finally have. They have all the cash, they have all the grenades, they can stop Flames or anyone else from trying to get through.
There's no reason that this should even be an option for OG, those fast door plays. Good nade already on Dexter. You already see the utility working out in favor of Liquid. This is looking like an interesting setup for Liquid. They're actually trying out a leash towards Secret this time around, who hasn't really been able to find much success. He's actually bottom fragging for Liquid. Not too far behind everybody else, but still, that's just not a sight you're used to when it comes to Elige.
Definitely isn't. Flames is watching the stairs like a hawk right now. He's not willing to let go of it. Knows that his teammates out of the yard kind of depend on that position being held. So here we go. The timing could not be better. The spray definitely could have been, but we'll get the job done. And Elige, he has to react to it. Comes up the stairs and Dexter takes him down. And now they're just falling one at a time. OC even dropping to Fiku. They're getting picked apart in the opening round of overtime. And it's all on Naf now. And they're so far away. They know where he's been playing towards that ramp, so it's not hard to guess. And that's a flawless way to start overtime with.
Yeah, that single kill from Nexa, it feels like it unlocked everything. Elige, he swung for the trade. Dexter was already posted up on the angle, and then the entire A-site defense crumbles. Neofrag, Fiku, they all come in. And then OG are able to pick up the first round of overtime here. This is really not the game I expected, but I love what I'm getting from OG. It feels like they're in such great control in some of these mid rounds. They're finding some great positions, putting so much pressure on their opponents, and they continue it.
Here we go, back to that same style. It's Flames trying to get popped out. Nexter and Fiku, though, are the ones to actually get the openings. 3-on-3, but that's still pretty impressive for the T side. Next to the spray, not really ringing true this time. One of the few times that we've seen him maybe make a mistake after 31 kills, and that leaves his team in a 2-on-3. Neofrag, he's been the other star rifler so far, and he gets the straight headshot to bring down Nitro. That's looking good. And we're in a 2-on-2, and Dexter sneaking out. He's got the timing for it here, and he has the straight aim. He was already pre-aiming that one head height at the beginning, and Naf gets blown up. It's now an Elige. He's not looked too confident so far on the map. 1 versus 2, and a minute left. Where do you even go, Alex? What's the play here?
It looks like Elige just wants to hold on to door. It's a great off angle. If OG decide to try to convert through the mini garage, they'll run right into him. He should be good for 1. It's all up to OG. Do they choose the right spot? Do they avoid him, or do they trade? And it looks like they're choosing lower. And Elige, he might actually think of this. He has the option to go down Ven. It would take some incredible prescience for him to realize or predict that OG would even make this move. Oh my goodness. Is he really going down?
Actually getting the timing, but he's on the ladder.
No
He sees one. Second one as well. Can't get the kill. And they have a Molotov. They have a second one even, so it's a bit rough. Instantly putting it up, but at least he found the timing. They're low on health. He did the first part right. He actually beat them to the timing. Otherwise, he would have found out when the bomb got planted, and that's a very different clutch to try and bring. But on the other hand, OG get the bomb down, and they get to escape the bomb site, so they're quite far away from the action at the moment, and that makes it hard for Elige to find anything. Goes for the fight, picks up one, but gets shot in the back by Dexter instead. That's 2 out of 3 rounds in the opening half of overtime, going the way of OG.
Just incredible positioning from Dexter. Always away, he's going to be able to play off the bomb there or off of his teammate. That case, he's able to swing off of his teammate, and Elige almost made the read right there. If he was able to get that 1 kill right there through the vents, that was entirely doable in the 1v1, but just not the case. Couldn't quite hit the shot. OG have a chance to sweep the first half of OT on the offense of Nuke. They were struggling earlier in that second half, and now they're piecing it all together. They are getting stronger, it feels like, as this game goes on.
And even the money advantage at the beginning for Liquid right now, we're down to an MP9 just to try and keep things going with the grenades. They're still in a tricky position, and that's with the overtime cash added. Still very, very questionable. Liquid have got to be worried about this. And OG some of the slow plays that they've had, it feels like they are trusting in themselves even to call those mid rounds. They don't feel like they just always have to rush or do anything aggressive. That's a nice luxury to have, to say, well, we can let you use some grenades. We can slow play this at the start and we'll be fine.
Oh, they have such great control right now. I mean, Fiku is able to block off now that vent rotation. He's just creeping out on this A site. Oh, they go for the drop, actually. Yakinder is going to hear that. And he is in such a precarious position. He can get a quick flank on them. OC able to chime in with one. That'll draw the attention of OG, and it's Yakinder's time to strike. He's right behind him. That bomb is being punched in the digits, and Fiku gets the trade, but the man advantage lies with Liquid.
Yeah, they had no idea that he was going to be there. What a tough position to be in. Nexa, right idea, but didn't see the gun barrel. It's that MP9. It's probably got no gun barrel at all. 3 versus 4, and another attempt at the bomb plant. This time it's going to be successful. Elige doesn't want to try and challenge it. Nexa definitely spots that out, so a little bit of information. Dexter, he's going to be finding the kill on Nitro, and they know that someone's there. They have that information already. 3 on 3, and now that bomb is ticking. Plenty of kits on the Liquid side. They need this round so badly. Fiku's going to be going down. Elige finally popped into action, and he keeps on fighting. Taking down Dexter. It's all on Nexa. 1 versus 3, hiding in the smoke. Oh my god, what a one-way. Can he do it again? That Molotov is now in front of him. 2 seconds left on the defuse. He gets one. Oh, but the clock is up. The defuse is in. And Liquid, they steal a round.
Just a split second longer, and he would have had that. That is incredible. This game is delivering on every front. Last second there. Almost able to play around that smoke perfectly. Spams 2 of them through it, but just can't get the diffuser. This is a high-tension match. This one, I don't know. I think both of these teams, when they're looking at their nuke moving forward, they're probably believing in themselves there. There it is. Oh, just 1 bullet left in the chamber. He had it, but the defuse was there.
So close.
And Elige coming in big. That needs to be stated. The fact that he had a quiet game thus far, but shows what he's made of. The star power, the potential, it's there, and it gives Liquid just a chance. That's all they have now, a chance.
First team to 19 to win it. OG not that far away. Let's see what Liquid could do. Oh, a pop through Mini. This is something they did in regulation as well, and it catches Nexa completely off guard. Puts a lot of pressure on the rest of the bomb site. Flames, you could see he's not sure where to look, and Fiku might be in one of the worst positions up here. Yeah, you can get a kill, but you will never be able to escape that position. You could see right there. Dexter and Neofrag. Just no point in fighting this one. 2 on 4, and they're going to back on. A nice, clean hit coming out from Liquid.
Yeah, taking one right out of Furia's playbook. That's usually Art and Yuri going through that mini smoke for them, and then Liquid deciding we can play a style too that many won't expect from us. You don't usually see Liquid going for what many would consider a gimmick play like that, but if they're going to start including nuke into their wheelhouse, then they've got to come up with a couple. Because you can't just play straightforward CS on this map. You got to make sure that you're keeping your opponents guessing at every turn. Dexter and Neofrag, though, double op setup to be taking in the next round. We see that Elige, he's acting as Art.
Yeah, that's true.
Not usually who you would expect to be that player. You think it would usually be a Yakindar who would take the Art roles, but either way, works out for him.
I like it. I feel like Elige also historically is a player that's been struggling with playing outside of his very, very set roles.
Yeah.
So that's another thing for Liquid if you think about it. I mean, if that's something that Elige can do a little bit more, if he can push himself on that front, just going to give Liquid more options to play with. And I agree, it's not been the most impressive game for him on Nuke, but I mean, he doesn't look lost. I'm not seeing the kind of, you know, super frustrated Elige either. And he's doing, I mean, he's still got, what, 19, 20 kills at this point in time, so he's just doing fine. Keep it up. And maybe Liquid could be even more flexible in the future. 17-17. All tied up once again.
Yeah, Dexter trying to find that hut pick once again. Doesn't work out for him. They spot him, and actually, look at this. I mean, Liquid, as soon as they know that that op is towards hut, they just speed up towards lower. OG, they don't even have anyone really here to defend this. If Neofrag is smoked off of this angle, then this is a free round for Liquid. But last time, or earlier on in that very first half, if you really rewind it,
yes,
you remember that they had this sort of opportunity and they backed themselves out. There wasn't even any pressure, and yet they didn't want to commit towards this lower site. But I think this time, they're going to at least prod into it.
Close to getting his head blown off there. OC on the other side. And Neofrag, if the door opens, he is dead instantly. He's so lucky to still be alive. Liquid. You're right, they made the mistake earlier. Are they gonna follow through? There's still just Neofrag down here.
Oh yeah, I feel like they're pumping the brakes.
Oh, no.
I think they want to send this up the vent. This is worrying for Liquid. As it's playing right into the waiting arms of OG. They've already smoked off these angles. There's 25 seconds remaining, and it doesn't seem like Liquid even know what bomb site they truly want to commit to. Yakindar right behind this smoke. He might have to push this smoke right into Nexa.
Yeah, Feet surely showing. Fiku still in the corner, and he might be the one to hold this one. 14 seconds left. Fiku gets one of them, but he's trapped. He can't get out. 10 seconds? How did they do it? Liquid last time, they ran out of time. They couldn't quite make it work. This time, it is working. Neofrag on his own. They managed to thread the needle just barely. It almost completely spiraled. You could tell. I really thought Fiku was going to be the dagger in the back for that one. Neofrag, hold on. He knew that trick. He's down below. How close can he get? Oh, this is very interesting. Although Naf is also flanking around and circling into heaven, so you have to assume either way, this probably will not work. Unless they start running too early, it's going to be a ninja. That's maybe the only way, but why would they? It's overtime. Just one person has to stay behind and look, and that's all you need. There we go, he's on it, but they know they're surely going to come right back for it. Good headshot, but the round is ultimately won by Liquid. 18-17.
Yakindar throws his hand up like he really just tried that. In overtime. There's no, like you said, there's no reason that anybody from Liquid should be leaving the bomb site at that point. Of course, Naf was already on the hunt, but the other two players just waiting. And when OG put together some of those mid rounds on their T side, I thought they were going to take this one. But Liquid showed that they have some magic too, that they can outmaneuver their opponents, that they can construct a complex offensive round in order to keep OG guessing, keep them in the dark, and converge in a must-needed round. 18-17, Liquid advantage. They have a chance to bring us to map number 3.
They do. Finally, they're there. Oh, man. Otherwise, it goes to double overtime, and the pain continues. I'm glad to see Liquid not slip up, because on the other hand, overtime is exactly the point in time where you can be so stressed about everything that you do forget something really small like someone keeping out on the bomb. It's been known to happen in the past. We've seen it before. Especially on Nuke for some reason.
You're triggering some fan base. Won't say who.
No, leave it unsaid. OC. Taking a bit of damage. Landing on the meme number.
This game has it all.
the whole package.
Okay, cross smoke's coming out for Liquid. Looks like they'll be investing 4 of their players, 4 bodies, into making their way towards outside. What is this from Nexa? Are you kidding me? Running right through the Molotov. And that's going to give Liquid a free entry towards that lower side. Dexter, he's struck through the smoke before. Not going to be the case this time. There's a rotation here from Neofrag, and Flames, they can connect for a crossfire.
That's very aggressive from Nexa.
Oh, what?
Oh my God, he's picking them up. It's the shooting gallery.
No way.
Dexter continues and Neofrag is there, and it's double overtime. I'm not even sure he could believe it. What an incredible performance from Neofrag. They almost gave away the whole map with Nexa making perhaps one of the most damning mistakes we've seen yet from him in the best of 3. And then this is what comes out of it. Boom. Popping every single player on the other side.
Wow, that's incredible stuff from Neofrag. Feels like this guy has been so passive on the ramp, but when he's actually in those lower tunnels, he has been a beast. Good for him. Man, this game just keeps on delivering. 2 players from OG at the 30 kill or above mark. Nexa and Neofrag now chiming in with 33 and 30. Not far behind him is Dexter, 26 kills himself.
They're getting there. This one, though, double OT starts with Elige and OC picking up a kill each, so maybe not the best position here, but OG trying to switch it up, trying to keep things fresh. This time wanted to apply a bit of pressure in the yard, which is something that they've strayed away from for a couple of rounds. So I guess it makes sense to try and return to that well. It didn't work out for them.
All right. Huge advantage for Liquid. Can't be giving this one up. The hard part is done, and now all you need is a simple conversion. Most teams would opt just to group up, hit something together here. But for now, Liquid are playing to punish. And Fiku making the same exact play that his IGL did in the previous round. He's able to go 1-for-1. And now, Nexa, he's given up his position. This should give Liquid an instant call. They know that there is only a singular player that is unknown on the map. It's Neofrag. He's on top of the hut. They're looking for him. He's able to find one, almost the second, but Nitro takes him down.
Look at how low they are. I mean, this is such a close round in spite of everything, but it's too much. Too wide of a field to peak there for Nexa. He's going to be going down. Second overtime. Starts with Liquid picking up a round, and that's not too bad at all. They managed to keep it together. It's some of those rounds where they get that 3-on-5 and they still look a little bit nervous, and that's where some of the decision-making comes in. This time, Liquid, they managed to pull through.
Yeah, I almost feel like some of these teams, when they're on the T side, it feels like they know what to do with the numbers advantage better than CT side. The CT side has been rather confusing for a couple of these players. But Dexter, let's see what he's got. Outside with the off, trying to find something through the smoke, unsuccessful there. And look at that, Naf, he knows that trick. He used that himself when he was playing the defense. But there's a huge gap in the smoke, but OC's holding it. Takes down Nexa, 4 versus 3. Again, Liquid, man advantage. And if history will repeat itself, they want to slow this down now. They want to wait. They want to see if OG make a misstep.
That gap in the smoke looks so tasty to Nexa. He's thinking, I just have to creep close and I could get it. The slowdown so far favoring Fiku as he picks up Naf, but he's also in a position that he can't really escape from. They have Molotovs. If they wait, if somebody else gets in here, they can try and burn him out from this position, and they don't even have to fight him straight up. So we'll see how long it's going to be. There's the... Oh, no. Did it bounce wrong?
Yeah, I think it missed the mark.
How does that even happen? That's not a difficult Molotov to throw. That's kind of sketchy. They have another one, but now it's a bit tricky. Flashes go in, and Fiku gets brought out alive. It's just your Kinder left. 1 versus 3. I think...
Oh, but the bomb's down now. It's secret.
Oh. Surely the whole round changes on that Molotov hitting or not.
Yes. Yeah, that's a huge flub. I'm not sure who threw that for Liquid. Missing the mark there caused a chain of events that led to disaster for Liquid, and then OG are able to capitalize on top of it. Gotta hit your nades there. That is unforgivable for Liquid. They had another kill in the palm of their hands, and they let it go.
And it's a knock-on effect from that, right? You don't get the kill, then you bring in the second Molotov to try and pick up on it, and then eventually you get flashed, and Fiku can escape. He gets a kill while he's escaping. It's just a whole mess of things that happen after the fact. What a nightmare.
All right, we'll see who goes in to the second half here with the advantage. 19-19 as it stands. Neofrag pushing once again. Oh no, they just don't suspect this. Nitro caught off guard. It's a whole lobby crunch.
It's a classic.
Yeah. Waiting to see this. What the flames? I don't know how many headshots he just found on Yakinder. Had to be at least 6.
It's so wild. Yeah, 4 is kind of thin up there. The Liege wanted to bring it back. 1 versus 3. They don't, I mean, yeah, they can play this really safe if they want to. They do have the bomb there, so maybe that's why they're sticking around, but ultimately, it's a very hard position for Liege to be in. I would love to see that from Flame's point of view as well. You're shooting into the ceiling.
Just nailed him. Somehow he doesn't even see him. Should be just hitting his feet, but just all you hear is dink after dink. Oh, oof. That makes things very difficult for Liege.
They got the bomb at least.
Yeah. Oh. Wow. I don't see any way you get back in this one for Liege.
No.
40 seconds. Away. I can't even really walk all the way outside.
That last round was very, very fortunate for OG, but now this one, the decisive lobby crunch, and it, even if you know that it could be coming, oh wow, that's a decision. Flames will take him down, so 2 out of 3 rounds in the second overtime going to OG. That's pretty good. That lobby crunch, though, the problem is, once Neofrag gets the opening kill, that's the call that comes out. Someone's pushing from ramp, and then the rest of the team, they're almost baited into continuing the fight, and then, oh, it's not just ramp, it's also the lobby, it's also possibly the squeak door, it's just everywhere. Look at this.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 headshots.
Sit down.
At least. Yeah. Whew. That's an interesting interaction. You don't see that every day, but yeah, the lobby crunch coming into double overtime. It's almost feel like you're just throwing out ideas at this point, and Liquid just not ready for it.
OG 2 rounds away. Liquid, they need 3. Let's try and see if they can get this done. Oh, missed opportunity. He is lucky to be alive. That could have ended so much worse. And Elige wants to try and help out. That seemed like a little bit of desperation. OC getting picked off. I'm seeing a frowny face on your side, Alex. You don't look happy at all.
It's falling apart for Liquid here.
Oh,
missed shots.
He's trapped in this corner. This is not how he normally plays it, and Flames is so deadly accurate. He's had a bit of resurgence in this game as well, and he's going to come and pick off that kill. Naf and Nitro outside. They're just out in the open fighting all over the place. It's 21 on OG. They're 1 round away now from defeating Liquid. Admittedly, on 2 maps, but one of them in double OT so far.
2 chances for OG to close this one out. And this round felt so deflating for Liquid. The way that everybody fell apart.
Yes.
The miss from OC, the way that Elige is just dueling in the wide open there. I know Liquid are trying something new, but that's one of those rounds that makes you want to turn your head away.
So it looked like Elige just panicked to try and save OC, but OC was actually out of danger. So
Right.
it almost felt like he didn't really necessarily need saving. Crazy jump. Oh,
what? He just repeats the angle.
Yeah, he goes for it again, and
no,
he's out
Dexter.
fighting combat AWPing in the yard of Nuke, and he wants to keep it going. It's just no confidence lacking here. Dexter finally dies, and the last peak seemed truly crazy, but that's what you have to appreciate about
what is this?
Yeah.
Oh, does Neofrag know?
Well, Elige did. I don't think Neofrag did. 3 on 3, and Liquid, remember, they're fighting for their lives right now. They have to keep this going. They need to win this one, and the next 2 behind it to get into triple overtime. That's the task ahead. Nexus still here. 35 kills. And a 3 on 3. Let's see, this is where Nexus has been doing great work in slowing it down and playing the mid rounds. And they want information on the Liquid side. Elige, he wants to find out what's happening. He's going to go try and see if he can search it out, but they're ready for it. They have the right idea. They're almost set up. There's Fico. He can't get the flick quite. And OG, they're not quick to respond. They're slowing it down. They weren't really panicked. It's Flames to try and see if he can close it out. 1 versus 3 as he does pick up the first one on Elige. Oh, wow. They just slide right out of there. He has the bomb, but now comes the really hard part, surely.
He's going to have to run soon. 20 seconds. You cannot keep walking here. He's going to have to give up the chase. Just a moment. There it is. Okay, the rotation should be coming in for Liquid. There is a player down here. This should be a free cleanup for Naf.
Yeah, instantly open, no hesitation. The fact that he was already down below is just pure death, isn't it, at the end? So, I don't know. Once you push into lobby like that on Liquid side, not a lot had to go wrong for that to backfire, but they keep it alive, they keep it going. Dexter almost took this round away. If he had stopped here...
Yes, yeah.
But he didn't.
Just so bold there. It's actually not even the worst duel. It's just that nobody was able to play off of it. If there was a player in hut, a player at door ready to swing for the trade on top of it,
right,
wouldn't even be mad about that play from Dexter. Pretty sure that's a miss smoke from Liquid. Go see the frustration, but it's a quick A hit, and Flames is able to take down Yakinder. Huge opener as OG look to close this one out.
Oh, the spray continues for Fiku. He wanted to get both those fights. Low on health, though, is Nitro, and he finally goes down. And here come the Molotovs up on Heaven. Oh, no. That one failed. It blew up right at the end. By the way, that was a variation for Flames. He didn't push the smoke straight away. He went for the hut play instead. It's super sick because they've been playing it differently every other time. That's the only time I can think of that he's done that exact play. COC wanted to try and see if he can create that wall of smokes. But it's a 3 on 3, and again, Liquid fighting for their lives here, trying to see if they can keep this going into triple overtime. They need this one so badly. Otherwise, OG walk away with a victory. And Dexter looking towards Mini with the AWP. 2 of them are going to be coming. It's OC up on the high ground behind him. It's all on Dexter here, and he picks up Naf to begin with. Swings, and he's so quick with the flick to take him down. OC, the last one left. Hero jump down below. He's straight on it, has maybe one shot at this. Goes for it, and he's back on the defuse. Flames around the corner, and oh! He gets the kill, but it is too late! OG to pick it up. Such an incredible match that we had here. And ultimately, Nuke It'll go to OG, and Liquid surely disappointed.
Oh, pure fireworks start to finish here on Nuke. Can't believe that this game delivered in terms of its intensity. Both of these teams starting it out, their 7-map pool career, it began here, and both of them showed that they have a strong case to start including Nuke into that pool. I never thought I'd see the day that Yakindar would play Nuke. Here it was. Comes out on the losing end, but OG on the other side, now they can start threatening opponents with this in their wheelhouse.
And surely for Liquid as well, I mean, there was a lot to work with here. This wasn't the kind of thing where you say, well, we never want to see that again, ever again. There was a lot of ideas, something to work with, definitely, and they got their money's worth, ended up playing double OT on it, so a lot of rounds to go back and look at and figure out. What an exciting day, and it's only the second best of threes. Look at whole another game coming up. So, yeah, what a fantastic day at Counter-Strike so far.
Yeah, and be sure to, if you want to rewind any of that, be sure to check it all out on the Blast TV timeline.
Yeah, that's something that you can do. Obviously, get your tickets out there for the Blast Major as well. That's coming up. You get a 3-day advance on that one. Exciting times with James. Ready with the interview.
Dexter, that was one hell of a nuke. You guys playing with each other from the World Finals to here, who would float nuke coming into it. But let's be honest, that was like looking like two teams that could play it pretty well. How did it feel for you?
For me, nuke was always one of the best maps. So it was insanely great to feel them up again after the period that I doesn't play it. Yeah, so it was great for us. I think you see it. Everyone was enjoying it. Nexa was playing outside, and that's it.
That's it. So, well, some superior play coming out from you and Nexa across both games there as well. But I want to see, how was it feeling for you guys in terms of nuke and kind of having to call on the fly a little bit? Because it did seem at times where you were coming into just second-guessing yourselves, a bit of running backwards and forwards. What was that kind of like going through as a team?
I think the problem is not about maps for us. So it's especially on every map we have the same pretty problems that we had on Nuke right now against Liquid. It's the questions that we are trying to fix right now, and I hope we will be better from tournament to tournament in this season.
And going back to Ancient, you had some impressive clutches in it. Nexa was again playing solid throughout the whole game. You saw the role changes between Nexa and then going on to what Neofrag was doing as well. Is this what we can expect from you guys going forward? Because this is like a completely different team.
I can say that our coaches did a great job. And we as players also, I think, did a big and amazing job to try to give them respect and follow the things that they told to us. So I believe that we can be even better.
Well, I look forward to seeing it. Dexter, congratulations. Thank you very much. Slap? Of course. Always the slap.
I love that. True Dexter fashion, ending off with a slapper. Man, slapping Liquid out of the server as well in a map that at times was way too close to call. It got crazy, it got chaotic in those final moments as well. But I love that we got to see some sample sizes from both sides of the equation, as we were reiterating. Obviously a map that we weren't familiar with OG or Liquid on either side of the equation. Jacob, you said this was a learning experience for you. Tell me what you learned. What was the biggest standout from that?
I mean, I learned that it was a good game of Counter-Strike first and foremost. I also think we saw in overtime that both these squads don't have that much experience on it, right? Once the first 30 rounds were played out, you saw more and more mistakes. You saw uncharacteristical smokes being blocked with Molotovs, and then people not really knowing what to do. You have a plan A, your plan B is not necessarily working, and you don't have experience to make up a plan C on the fly. So I feel the quality of the game, if I have to be a little bit harsh, was not necessarily the best, but I think the entertainment value of the game, the way the players delivered on an individual level, was up there with the best. So that was a good and very fun game to watch, but still learning grounds for both teams.
Yeah, it got hella messy, but I don't mind it. I actually don't mind it. I think the entertainment was definitely here. And this is why I'm so surprised and so overwhelmed by what OG were able to do. I thought as soon as we got to second overtime territory, Liquid would get away with it.
Yeah.
Because they have more experience, they have more veterancy, they know how to handle themselves in that gray zone that is the second overtime, where kind of all the rules fly out the window. And weirdly enough, it's OG. And I want to add to that, even while making mistakes, even while throwing rounds they shouldn't, because remember, there is a 5v3 that OG lose right prior to closing this game.
Yeah.
They had so many moments where they could have broken down and allowed Liquid to go with it, and they still stayed and they went through that finish line.
Yeah, huge mental fortitude and tenacity coming out of OG to close that one out. And then you spoke about the individuals. I mean, Nexa is a name that we have to throw into the ring once again. It's kind of mad to see him having such a pivotal, instrumental performance on that first map and actually continuing that over onto Nuke.
It's one of the best games I've seen Nexa play in a very, very long time. He, as said coming into the game, he was struggling a little bit in 2022. His individual level dropped off a cliff to be completely honest. And I think certain people out there were starting to question whether or not that could be and become a problem for OG in the future if he couldn't deliver on the server. But again, coming into a new season, looks like Nexa have worked a lot throughout this break, right? Individually speaking, in this game, he was stellar. His decision-making as well, there was a couple of times the casters, both Maui and Anders, praised him for being very, calm, very composed in situations where you see certain players be stressed out. So overall, a very, very strong performance coming out of Nexa. And if this is a taste of what's for the future of him in OG, that's a good sign.
And on top of that, this was on Nuke for the second map of this best of 3. We always refer to this when an IGL is in a team, in a map that they're not exactly comfortable on, their protocols aren't exactly refined. You say he's going to have a really hard life because he's going to have to do a whole lot of micromanagement, some mistakes will be made, some stress will have to be spontaneously created. I think he did that, and individually he carried. And this is so rare to see a leader being able to do that double job, that juggling that he had to. So yes, hats off to Nexa for that map.
Well, we spoke about Chaos, we spoke about Crazy. There was a plethora of rounds that we could have picked up to kind of illustrate that, but you have chosen one, Matthew. What does round 26 illustrate?
Well, I don't remember the round, but I remember the number. So yes, it is 26 indeed. We had a flurry of crazy rounds that this here doesn't budge to the rule. We see here that A hit coming in. Somehow Flamesy misses that shot onto Yakinder. It's a trade from Nexa coming in, but still it feels like Liquid have everything they need. It's a 4v3 with information onto Nexa. Here Neofra gives away his life, and now you can see Liquid making the mistakes. Liquid going for information that they don't need. What is that move? Is Yakinder trying to pick some mushrooms in the forest? He didn't need to go out of main. Here Nitro is completely out of position. He forgot about Nexa, which was found, and this is uncharacteristic for Liquid. This was 13-12, 4v3 information on Nexa. You didn't need to peek the way you did it. You didn't need to take so many risks, and Liquid shot themselves in the foot on that one.
Both teams had those rounds. I think we had one in overtime as well. You referred to the 5v3 where OG should have closed out the round. That would have been one of those where if they had ended up losing the game, they would have been really, really sad about it. I believe it's Dexter coming out, getting a double kill, and that round,
the 5v3, yeah.
The 5v3, yeah, that's a round that you're supposed to win, and that's what I meant when I said that both teams played a little bit of a scrappy Counter-Strike. They couldn't necessarily figure it together, in terms of team play, but individually speaking, we saw the brilliance coming out of Dexter and that double winning kill. We saw the brilliance from some of these players turning around the rounds, but the quality of the pure gameplay could have been better.
Also, I want to give some props to Neofrag in the later stages as well, because there were some kind of crazy rounds coming out of him. He's, a player that we've been looking at as one of the newer additions to OG, one of the less experienced. I like that he was able to kind of show his stuff in the later stages of this map when it could have been pushed in the favor of Liquid, could have been pushed to a third.
I agree. I thought he was very reliable, which is not exactly the term I'm used to use when it comes to Neofrag. Maui alluded to it in the cast. He had a couple of position switch with FQ. That was the case on Ancient. Not exactly sure if it was on Nuke, but anytime we ended up on his POV on the CT side, I felt like he was good for 2. If I close my eyes, I see him in that lower position on Secret, having double kills, having twice multi-kills from that position when Liquid were about to execute onto the B-bomb side. He did a whole lot of good stuff for OG, that is for sure.
Yeah, Rocker said it coming into the game. We wanted to give him more freedom. We wanted him to be able to just focus on himself, focus on hitting headshots, and he did that in this game. Don't forget that when he came into OG, he was on a hot streak in the team he was in before. I think there was Sinners when he was really, really playing some solid Counter-Strike. He never really found that level in OG. He's never really been able to replicate that kind of performance. But again, we know the potential Neofrag is having, and if you can play like this on a consistent basis, you got a lot to work with.
Yeah, incredibly excited to see both of these teams hopefully keeping Nuke in their map pool going forward. But I do want to get some closing thoughts from Naf after that game.
So Naf, not the start you guys would have wanted here. I'm going to touch on Nuke because that was most recent when it comes to this. You're battling back between who floats it. This time you come into it. Had you guys put any time into it? Had you guys actually practiced it much? And Yakinder, poor guy, hadn't played it since 2020.
Yeah, for Nuke, it's a map that we kind of wanted to bring into like our map pool a little bit in for this year, and unfortunately, it kind of didn't really go too well for us right now in this game. But I believe OG maybe had some things prepped as well, because it seems like they kind of knew what they were doing in some areas. So I'm sure both of us kind of brought it into our pool like a little bit. But yeah, just overall, they were playing better. They just had like some key kills. I know Nexa was popping off. He had a lot of good multi-kills. Dexter with the clutches with the op, So yeah, they just played well. It's hard to pinpoint one thing.
Very good answer, but you didn't actually answer my question. Did you practice it?
Oh, sorry. Did we? Yes, we've practiced it. Yeah. So that's like the reason we went for the pick, because we know last year when we actually played them before, like in our previous event, we knew that they were floating it as well, because they're both our permaban. Nuke was both of our permaban, so. This time we're like, maybe we'll play Nuke, and then we're playing OG first. Maybe we'll just throw it right at them, So and then, unfortunately it didn't go our way, but yeah.
And in terms of the Ancient, normally actually a pretty good map for you guys, right, in taking not wins, but close games against some good teams on it. What went so wrong this time? Was it the changes between Nexa and Neofrag in positions that caught you off guard? Was it just an off day for you guys? How do you view it?
Yeah, first off, we kind of realized that they swapped positions, so I assume that's a map they kind of looked into a little bit more for themselves. And then it's just a map that we haven't unfortunately paid too much attention to currently, and there is changes made to the map. So like the meta is kind of like a little changing a little bit. You don't really need to smoke cave off too often because the spawns now in CT are really pushed back. So obviously we haven't really played and practiced too much with it. So the map is a little bit different right now, and it's a map we need to actually just work on and kind of practice a little bit more, because during our time we only had a little bit limited time before coming here, and so this is a map we need to put more time into.
It's a quick start to the year as always, never fun for you guys, but overall when you look at this, okay, the loss stings now, but you're not too worried, you're still confident in what you guys offer, because you guys ended the year on pretty good ground.
Yeah, no, I mean, no, there's nothing like too stressful. I mean, coming into this event, we didn't have like too much like practice. You know, we had like a few days coming into it. We also kind of wanted to treat this event like obviously somewhat like as like a practice. Obviously, you know, you don't want to make like any excuses, you know, but we just want to like, that's also why we came in with like the nuke pick. Like we want to try it in officials. We want to see like how things go. And right now, that's kind of like our mindset. Like, yeah, we're trying, we're giving it our best. But at the end of the day, guys, we just need to. There's plenty of chances when it comes to Blast. You can go down to the showdown. Obviously, nobody wants to go there, but obviously you have more chances than other events. So we just like said, hey, let's just try things. If things don't go our way, it's okay. We have other opportunities. We just need to keep it going and just keep giving it our all.
Yeah, of course, opening game doesn't spell elimination in this loss for Liquid, but great words there from Naf. Very open.
Yeah, I was about to give him the right, and then he pushed it too far. He said, we can go to the showdown and lose. I mean, people can't say that. Like, you can't say you're going to go to the showdown and win. That's not exactly what it happens.
Never
but
happens.
I will come to it. I will agree that the format that we use here at the Blast Group allows people to try more things, take more risks. There is, first of all, that GSL double bracket, so now they're not out of it. They can still play more games. And then you have the gauntlet where you can fight back. So if at any point, at any time, you're going to take a couple of risks with your map pool, you might as well doing it now. Maui said it on the cast, OG and Liquid are not necessarily looking for the same thing right now. OG direly looking for confidence, for wins, for momentum. Liquid maybe trying out. I can accept that. I think it's a fair point. Now, if we scroll back to the show or the knockout, and if they do the same thing and they lose again, then my tune will change.
Yeah, that would be an issue, but of course, plenty more opportunities for Liquid going forward, as Maniac was just ensuring. We can take a look at the bracket to see who their next opponent will be. Of course, that will be Complexity in that lower bracket. Of course, as we said, no elimination, just qualification from this particular bracket. If you make it to the grand final and then you win that, you get a essentially ticket straight to the spring finals. Of course, all the three other teams will be moving on into the gauntlet, which will be happening next week. But I guess slightly topsy-turvy in the fact that FaZe will be facing off against OG instead of hotly anticipated Liquid.
I think that's a very interesting game because OG today played some good Counter-Strike. We know FaZe obviously today also playing some solid CS, but at.CET being a stand-in, that can potentially be a risk for FaZe. That can potentially be something OG are looking into and trying to take advantage of. Complexity weren't able to do it today. Maybe OG have a better chance of actually making a fight against FaZe.
Yeah, intrigued to see how that one does go down. But we do have one more game on the cards for you tonight. Ironically, we're going to be closing the show by opening up Group C. That's going to be big, taking on G2. We are going to take a bit of an extended break, so join us back here at 5:35 if you're on the European time zone to dive into the action.
We're here for a round table with the coaches this time around. We've got Robin from FaZe Clan, Moses, the talent / ex-coach.
Yeah, one of these is not like the other.
And then Blade, the mastermind behind the Na'Vi system. And the thing I wanted to start off with this discussion with is how you view coaching and how you approach coaching initially when you're coming into a team.
Well, for me, it started 2016. When I got into FaZe, I was very surprised, first of all, because of the communication was so different from what I was used to. When I played myself, we had 5 Swedes. We were famous for having like really good and solid comms. Yeah. It was the biggest struggle, I would say, to focus on the communication to make it okay. I don't think as an international team, you can have like the same communication as, 5 players from the same country. So I'm satisfied with having our communication to be okay. So that was my first task to focus on.
And Moses, you're on the NA side of things, which there's a lot of communication, a lot of talking.
Yeah, there is. And I think, too, not just the in-game communication, but the communication out of the game. I think, especially in my situation, was probably the harder part, was making sure ideas were kind of flowing between players and they were communicating properly. And when coming to me with the problem, making sure that they're actually communicating with each other about the same problem as well. And that was kind of one of the bigger challenges in terms of communication. But yeah, that side of things sometimes is rough to get everyone on the same page in that sense.
And for you, Blade, there's a more unique system style that you've got in place for coaching with Na'Vi, right?
You mean when I started? I don't know, it was more like natural for me because I was like a in-game leader who was actually the same coaching because we didn't have a coach. Yeah. So I was trying to take control of our evolution process over everything. So I just transited like the same, but more focused on the coach role from behind. And I already knew what kind of things teams lack nowadays, that time. So I wanted to implement some stuff here and there, some fundamentals, of course, but I still think that even now, a lot of teams lack a lot of stuff, and it's not like in big sport. It's not like that because maybe players are not.
The World Finals champions return as G2 make their debut in the first game of their 2023 season. There was no sweeter way to end the year by lifting their first trophy as a squad back in Abu Dhabi, and now they turn to face Big, who, if we're honest, Matthew, were battling tumultuous times throughout basically the majority of the year. We can probably count on one hand the number of times they were actually able to field their full starting roster. There were so many reasons why they had to be fielding substitutes throughout the duration of 22.
I think it's been a really frustrating end of the year for Big. That's the only word that comes to mind. Frustrating. They had to deal with different roster changes, shuffles here and there, players not being available, swifting around, and I think what happened in Rio as well, in a way, was sufficient for the expectations that we had, ending up in that top 9th to 11th position. That's decent if you're Big, but the truth is the opponents they played in the challenging stage weren't exactly elite level. There was just Freya, that was a very good best of one, but then you have to realize they were 2-0 up in the legend stage and they failed. They lost 6 maps back to back to back to make it, or rather not make it to playoffs. After that, Elisa, it's an okay result. They get smacked by Fnatic towards the very end. Frustrating. I don't really know. I don't think Big were happy about how 2022 ended for them.
Particularly as when you're looking at kind of the final opportunities in 22. Yeah, I think you can kind of flip the coin on either side if you're looking at Big's results in Rio and saying, yeah, they are the 15th ranked best team in the world, finishing 9th through 11th isn't terrible, but you would want a bit more from them. And then you look at the Blast events, obviously full finals and world finals, they weren't at them because they just hadn't qualified throughout the qualification system, which I think is incredibly disappointing for Big.
It is disappointing. They've stagnated a little bit. And we also talked about Big being a Blast group stage sufficient team, right? They always found a way to make it out. They always found a way to deliver in the group stage. Last time around, they didn't quite do it. They didn't quite manage to do so. And I don't blame people out there for thinking, what is the Big lineup even looking like? Because as we spoke about, there were so many stand-ins coming in and out of the lineup. You played tournaments with different rosters time and time again. So as of right now, you're coming into a new season, and I hope that powers a little bit of stability as well for these guys, because that's what they need to perform. They don't have the most skill on the server. They don't have the best individuals, but they do have team play at a very high level if they get to play together and practice.
And that's the issue, I think, for the naysayers, for the people that doubt Big, is that you're looking at the actual core, you're looking at the backbone, and it seems a little frail for the very top of Counter-Strike. They have assets, they have pluses here and there. This man on our screen, Sursen, has been doing better and better online. His numbers are going higher up. Tapson is definitely one that's going to deliver. You can talk about their philosophy, their ability to find new ways, new grenades, new executes, that's fine. But I feel like the backbone, the actual kind of core of their Counter-Strike is not sufficient. I think they struggle sometimes in like map control situations or clutch situations, to which you have to judge all teams at the very top, and I don't know if they have it to go that extra step. It's cool to have new strategies, but it's supposed to be just on top. It's not supposed to be the main course for you.
You're nodding away to that, Jacob. Is there anything that kind of exemplified that for you out of Big's play in the later stages of last year?
I think they just lack a bit of quality, player for player, to be completely honest. As Matthew said, it's not like Big is a bad team by no means. They have a lot of assets. I think Sursen, as you said, is getting better and better, and he's actually performing at a quite consistently high level as well. Tapson, I would argue, we constantly speak about him being a great player, and I fully agree. I think he's a player that I've vocalized many times that I would actually like to see him in perhaps a better team or in a better structure around him. But individually speaking, he's dropped off a little bit. He's not performing at the exact high level that we've seen him do before, and that's what that becomes a problem, because as you said, the backbone of the team, the support cast around those two, not necessarily strong enough to pick up on that right now. So I think in terms of sheer quality, player for player, compared to the likes of FaZe, compared to Liquid, compared to anyone else out there, they lag a little bit.
Well, you spoke about Sursen, so let's put him on the mic with Banks.
So Sursen, we're back for the 2023 season. I want to see just how did you guys start your year? Did you boot camp in the Berlin offices? How did it go? What was you looking at?
We kind of did an online bootcamp. We also had like 3 days of full practice, like 7-8 practice a day. Before that, like we did a lot of theory and stuff. So yeah, I think we are well prepared.
What does online bootcamp look like, and how do you decide online bootcamp rather than like your normal bootcamp in the offices?
We had like some issues like with the players. I mean, I would say like they had like appointments and stuff, so it was like kind of hard like to get all the things like together, and so we decided to do it like from online and from home. So yeah, we did the online bootcamp then, yeah.
Now, we had this whole conversation going in last year, right, about online you versus LAN you. But if we look at your LAN ratings now and how well you did, especially even at the Rio Major where it wasn't a great performance from the team, you were looking much better. Do you feel like you're completely comfortable now and it's no different?
To be honest, like I didn't have like any pressure from outside. Like I just play my own game. I play like online. I would say like sometimes like I miss shots, sometimes I like own them all. So I just try to focus on myself. I know what I am capable of, and I just like give a fuck to the haters and stuff.
I love that answer. Now, one thing Big has struggled with is the constant change of players, right? Sometimes different players have not been able to be in attendance, the COVID situations. How hard has that been for you personally to be able to perform and feel comfortable?
To be honest, it's really hard. Like we had like a lot of different lineups. Also like we had also like a lot of coaches before GOP and stuff. So it's really hard. Like we also have like to get the new players always into our system, and like it's like a long process, and like we switch players like every tournament. So I would say like, it was really hard, and so it was also really stressful for all the players, especially Tabson, like because like he took the player under his flagship, I would say, and like taught them everything. So it was kind of more hard for him, but also like stressful for us. Yeah.
Is it happy to have the whole gang back together though for this game?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, everyone is happy now.
You even got a smile on your face now. I like to see that from you, Sirison. Now, today going up against the G2 lineup, Monasi's been an extremely good AWPer all year round. Is this a player you need to focus on and look at some of his styles and tendencies?
Yeah, for sure. He's also like Nico and Hunter and all the others. Like they're always like players who we are like not scared of, but we have a lot of respect for them. Like they can also like take their game. Or they take the game to their game, I would say. So it's not only Monasi, I would say, like it's the whole G2 team. Yeah.
Sirison, we love you, man, but I ain't buying into that answer about online versus LAN, because let's be real, coming off of big heights, off of the online era, Sirison was struggling on LAN. So I'm wondering, Maniac, did he answer what you were hoping for him to give throughout 2022?
I honestly, at the end of the day, I don't care how he sees the situation. Like, to me, it bears no meaning if he agrees to it, if he acknowledges it or not. What matters is his performance. He's doing better now, and he wants to live in like a dream world where there was never a difference. Good for you. Good for you. We're not here to make a point about what happened in the past. If he's bridged that gap now and he's playing well on LAN, that's all Big need. It doesn't matter what happened in the past. But yeah, we don't agree. We know we have different vision on what used to be the online versus offline.
I did a deep dive, I remember last year, into his online versus LAN stats, and if anyone is interested, you can deep dive into my Twitter feed. But the difference between Sirison online and LAN was 1.07 on LAN, 1.23 on average online. That's a massive difference, right? So the number speaks for itself. There has been a big distinction between the two versions of Sirison, but I will argue, as we spoke about, at the Rio Major, he was doing better. At the last couple of matches he's been playing, he's doing better. At Elisa, he did a good job. So he's slowly but surely trying to transition into a player that can do it on LAN as well. But there has been a massive difference between this guy on LAN and online. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, and that's the whole point. As long as there is a transition happening, that is what we want to see from Sirison as well. And of course, they threw out another name into the mix during that interview as well. tabson is a player that we always look at, not in terms of the cooling, but the impact he himself can have on the server too.
The work conditions for tabson has been very, very tough for the vast majority of 2022. I spoke about it a little bit, saying that individually speaking, he's dropped off a little bit, but imagine how hard it's been for tabson to honestly perform when you're constantly trying to integrate a new player. When he's even involved in the big academy as well, he's coaching some of those youngsters, trying to help them. So I feel tabson is wearing so many different caps within big. He's being utilized so much by the organization that he's actually earning his value, earning his money, earning his salary, but it cannot be easy for tabson. I will argue the biggest thing that happened for Big in 2022 was re-signing tabson to a new contract, because without him, where would Big be?
Yeah, but it depends what perspective we're taking, right? If we're a Big fan as the organization, that's a definite win. If you're a tabson fan and you wish for him for a selfish success, then we all know that there could be different courses. They have probably multiverses out there where he could have gone a different way. Now, I agree with you. Not only is he stretching himself thin in what he is doing within the clan, but also when you have this back and forth of players, like one time it's Tidson standing in, sometimes it's Kido coming in, Sirison is missing an event, then Favin is not here, then you are the IGL, you have a bunch of tools that you've been building in a practice, but you cannot use them. You cannot use them because not everybody knows what they have to do, so you have to go through with every single one of you member, making sure everyone knows what strategy they have to do, and when the official hits, someone's gonna tell you, oh shit, I don't remember what I gotta do on this strategy. Never mind, I'm gonna fix this. That is what the IGL has to do in situations that are uncertain, and I am fairly confident that this is why we've seen a slight drop-off in numbers for tabson, because he's had to allocate so much resources to putting out fires left, right, and center in the big camp. Like, give this man a break. Give this man a lineup that he can have for a few months, where he can play Counter-Strike and shoot people in the face and not have to have a stand-in he has to always mentor all the time. My man is tired. I'm getting tired for him.
Luckily, Matthew, they are fielding their full actual starting roster today, so you can wipe that sweat off your brow. We are getting the proper big in the server today. But I think another interesting kind of comparison that we have to draw is when we're putting the two endgame leaders from both sides of the server under the microscope, because I guess tabseT and HooXi, we're looking at different impacts from these in-game leaders when we're coming into the game today.
Yeah, for sure. We've spoken a lot about HooXi last year and how he had to redeem himself for one of the worst possible starts that he could have imagined, at least from an individual perspective for HooXi. He's come after it. Sure, the stats right here doesn't look too good, especially not when you're holding them up against tabseT, who are, at least to my understanding, one of the strongest individual prospects in terms of an in-game leader out there. But HooXi slowly but surely starting to integrate himself into G2. I think he's doing better individually speaking. I think the team is playing better. So it's very hard to make a direct comparison between the two, but HooXi's winning trophies right now. tabseT's not.
Yeah, no, G2 managing to lift their first LAN trophy at the tail end of 2022. HooXi surely hoping to continue that success in 23. Let's hear from him.
HooXi, you enter your 5th month here with G2, and to start the season, right, obviously things were turbulent, but you end the season on a massive high. What have you told the team? What have you told yourself now coming into this season? Because we're all looking at you in a very different way now.
I think that you can't expect us to be winning everything now just because we won one event. I think if everybody was thinking like that, then a lot of teams would be disappointed the last 6 months, because everybody was like winning a title and nobody was like creating an error or anything like that. So yeah, I'm just hoping that we can keep up the same effort and that we can deliver close to the same. But I think Abu Dhabi was something special, taking the circumstances into consideration.
Yeah, definitely so. And just looking back at Abu Dhabi, you say obviously what you were able to achieve and what the team was able to do. Is there something you reviewed on that and you looked at and you thought, okay, this helped us? Is it something like you could see change in maybe not just your calling style, but the way certain players were playing? Because we got more out of JKS, we got more out of Hunter, we got more out of you. But obviously, it's how you try and make that happen again and again.
We did some changes before Abu Dhabi as well, with how we prepare and how we practiced. And I think that also helped us, and this event will kind of show if there's some consistency behind it or if it was a one-off. So that's kind of what I want to see.
Okay, I like it. And how important was this win to the rest of the team, to give them a confidence boost? Because you'd come and hit a 3rd, 4th place EPL, for example, then you don't make the major. Was this something where it said to you, okay, guys, we can do this? Was this that you needed to push you over the edge now, do you feel?
Definitely for the whole team it helped. Not thinking that you're stuck and we can't do it, obviously, but I think especially for the guys who've been here longer than me and Justin, it was important because it's been a long time since G2 won a trophy, right? And just getting over that hurdle will for sure give some confidence and some belief in the whole project, so yeah.
Now, starting the season off against Big, if you remember back to when you joined G2, there's these first games you had. It was choice words from different team members against them. It was a lot of memes, and it didn't go your way. But obviously, things have changed massively. They've got their first time having their full roster back together as well. But you guys are not the same G2 at all. How do you think this matchup's going to go? Where do you think the differences are going to be? Because obviously, there's no Dust 2, which was always a key pick for them. And you guys, you're already understanding how this map pool's working.
Well, I'll start with the start of your question. I think it did go my way. Like, I was just limit testing, and it ended up helping my social media as well. So it was just like a part of the master plan, No, but to be serious, I think every team in our group made changes to the lineup, and in some way it's an advantage for us because we played together longer, but in a different way, it's hard to prep. Their best map and the map they always picked is out of the pool. And we had to theorycraft a little bit to come up with what they would do. So, yeah, I don't know. I think we will hopefully take the win. I am confident that we will. And I'm also confident that I will do a bit better than last time.
I love how open and insightful HooXi is in literally every single interview. Props for giving us a few words there. And of course, we can take a look at G2's run at the World Finals, which obviously HooXi was saying, don't expect us to be replicating that time and time again. It's a question of sustainability for this roster.
And he's right. I'm not going to challenge him. We cannot just expect G2 to win every single tournament. But what I do want to say is that from a human perspective, what happened in Abu Dhabi was beautiful to watch. Every single member of G2 was giving 110%. We could see it, we could read it, we could feel it from a bodily perspective. They were all giving their everything. It and we know the circumstances around it.
Yeah.
Now, if you're G2, what I hope they have done together is to actually take a minute to realize what happened in Abu Dhabi. Why did we just transform ourselves? Why did we give our best? Of course there were circumstances, but maybe, just maybe, you can artificially kind of manufacture that and try to give that extra at different events. You've had the proof right there, the proof of concept that whenever you hit that stride, you can win trophies. So whatever you were doing before, whenever you were keeping these 5%, that is the difference right here, right now. So I hope that we get the same feeling, the same unit that we witnessed in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, it was that synergy coming out of G2 and, you know, having people to rely on around you. We talk about that emotional element that, of course, rung true, especially for Hooksy in Abu Dhabi. Somebody else I do want to put under the spotlight, though, it's not Nico, it's actually going to be Maniac, because he got his first official, I guess, MVP trophy back out.
Yeah, and fully deserved, right? What a year, what a rookie year Maniac had. We have been very spoiled with rookies in Counter-Strike. You look towards Saivu coming in, winning the best player in the world in his first year, then Bit coming in and winning every possible tournament he could with Na'Vi in his rookie year. But Maniac, the way he did it, he came into a team that didn't work out. He came into a team that had a lot of internal struggles, a lot of problems, and he still showed up for the vast majority of the season. He's shown consistency that any rookie out there only can aspire to do, and if he can continue that progress, I said it before heading into the break, I think Maniac is ready to become a player that can fight to be a top 3 player in the entire world with the likes of Saibu, with the likes of Simple, if he continue that progress, and that's what I want to see right here. May as well start at the year well.
Yeah, an absolutely incredible debut tier 1 year for the likes of Maniac. So let's get a few words from him heading into this series.
Maniac, an incredible end to the year for you. First place at the World Finals, your first big MVP performance as well, Rookie of the Year, and you're just 17 years old. We expected a lot of good things from you, but is this what you expected, or is it better than you expected?
I mean, in this year, I just expected us to lead the trophy. Like, it was my first goal to make it happen, you know what I mean? And other things that I got, like Rookie of the Year and top 20 in SLTV ranking, it was nice, just a good bonus, you know. Like, first of all, it's a good to lead the trophy.
It's a pretty crazy year, though, when you think of it, considering how G2's year started off right when you joined and now you've come into this. But also, one thing I noticed is your incredible hard work. Both the first player break in the middle of the year and at the end, you're still playing a lot of Counter-Strike. How much extra work, how much time do you put into this game?
I mean, I think I'm playing a lot. I'm trying to spend a lot of time. Like, if I have free time, I spend it in CS. I just play, I don't know, like FaZe with friends, you know, like box. I don't watch a lot of demos. That's the thing. Yeah, I just play CS. Other things to do, also like work with the team. So that's the thing, yeah.
Okay, well, you said last year you set yourself a goal to lift the trophy. What's the goals this year?
To lift more trophies.
That's a good answer. I like that. Okay, maybe a major, you know, something like that. Yeah. Now, you come back to the season, you've had a boot camp. I want to see what was it like for you guys coming back into it, because expectations are slightly higher now for G2.
Yeah, expectations are higher. I don't know, like, first of all, when I played the last tournament, I didn't have some expectations from ourselves. I just played without expectations, as I said in last interviews, which I made. And I mean, yeah, we had a boot camp. We had a productive boot camp, I would say. Yeah, like, I mean, first 2 days like wasn't like too good, like, because you just arrived after your vacation, like you had a good rest. And yeah, we had a productive boot camp, and now we're ready to work. We're hungry. Let's show a good season.
And when it comes to that, you're going up against Big, who in the past, you played them both times when Hooksy first came into the team. It wasn't that good. What do you expect now? Are they ready for this version of G2?
I mean, maybe they're ready, but maybe they're not. Last time we played against them, I said they're onliners, but let's see.
Well, you're on land now, so we'll have to see how it goes, right?
Yeah.
Good luck, Maniac.
Thank you.
Yeah, Maniac hoping not to jinx this one, again, coming into things. But I like what he was saying about the fact that, you know, he's kind of going against the grain in terms of what you would expect from a typical CS player. It reminds me of the kind of, you know, CS being ingrained in your brain, really, like being like the likes of Brokey, being like the likes of Sairu, just knowing exactly what to do on the server. Maniac proved that throughout 22.
It's such a buzzword saying that you're always watching demos. You know, I'm not saying that you can't learn from watching a demo at all times, especially if you're an in-game leader, if you're preparing against another team, especially if you're a device, right? He based his playstyle around knowing what his opponent is doing, but it doesn't work for everyone. Maniac is a natural, skilled guy, and if him playing Counter-Strike, if him playing FaZe Puck with his friends makes him love the game and makes him passionate about the game, then go for it. The buzzword watching demos, sure, it's nice, but it doesn't work for everyone, so let's calm down just a little bit.
The formula is finding what works for you. That is what's the hardest.
Yeah.
Not doing what people expect of you, but knowing what it is that you need to pick at your highest. Saiwu doesn't play deathmatch. He doesn't want to watch demo. Hell, I don't care. If this is how it works for them and it puts them in the zone and he brings their best, I don't give a F about whatever you are supposed to do. Whatever works for you, that's what matters.
And the fact that Maniac already knows what works for him, that's crazy. Like, that just shows that he's going to be going from heights to heights to heights. I do just want to quickly touch upon the map veto as well. Obviously, for Big, I mean, kick a man whilst he's down. Why don't you? Dust 2 being removed. They had to go with Mirage. I guess they were kind of pigeonholed into that.
That was the one safe haven they had, right? I always admired Big for playing Dust 2 because I think they were one of the best teams in the world on the map.
Yeah.
They got so much out of the player material within the squad as well. Serson playing a long position at the car. We've seen it time and time again. It was very admirable what they managed to do in Dust 2. And as you said, all of a sudden, the map is gone. And that was the one safe haven they had. That was the one safe ground you could always argue that Big would be competitive at. So as you said, right now, it's a team that has stagnated a little bit. That map change didn't quite help them, did it?
Do you think maybe that's, you know, breathing new life into them? I might be looking at this from a completely skewed vision, but the fact that they can't rely on an old favorite does mean they need to innovate. And we know that Big, back in that online era, that was exactly how they managed to make it to the highest of highs to make it to world #1.
I think sometimes you can be a little bit biased, and by we, I think Big can also do that in the sense that Dust 2 was probably a map they put a truck ton of effort in. Not only did they have very good players, as you mean, like Serson having a really good time, Keto was a very decent secondary opener on the B side, but also it was a map where they had a new ideas. They were one of the first teams to do the nade drop in spawn, where Tapson would go back, drop down, get a multiple nades, and throw into a catwalk. They were putting in the efforts. They were trying. They were risking a couple of new ideas. They were boosting Serson with the smoke break towards middle so he can get a kill. Hell, maybe, just maybe, this blueprint can be applied to different maps where you go and find that extra idea, that extra philosophy. And then it's not that you're just a good Dust 2 team. It's maybe you're just good on the map that you've put a truck ton of effort in and you want it to improve. So whatever they did on Dust 2 can and should be applied on different maps.
Quickly, Jacob, do you think G2 can bring the heat on Mirage, though?
I think they can. I think G2 is a team that's also growing right now. What we saw in Abu Dhabi was finally a team that came together, played well, and as Matt just said, I hope they really figured out what the blueprint is for G2. I think we got a competitive game. I think Big by no means is a team you can just run all over, but in my head, G2 are the favorites.
Well, yeah, definitely a painful map shake-up for the likes of Big, pulling now Mirage into the mix. Now, their old favorite, Dust 2, is down and out. Inferno to follow from G2's map pick, and Anubis, I really do hope we get there as a third and final decider. Let's see how it goes down with Scorny and Launders after this break.
You got G2 today, and in the previous games, when Hooksy just joined, you had a couple of best of threes against him. You guys came out on top, but this looks like a very different G2. Can you see how much has changed from them?
It was always very close. I cannot remember exactly what the score were, but we know that this is a different G2 now. They just won the last big tournament, but also like there was a break in between, which can kill also a little bit momentum. So let's hope it killed their momentum. And yeah, they are not as ready as we are maybe for this event. I don't know, because after you win an event, you need a little bit more time of resting sometimes, or like you celebrate longer. Let's hope that this is the case. But I know that they are strong, and hopefully we show a good day, because when we don't show a good day, it's gonna be very, very hard game. And yeah, I hope we can show a good day, at least that we can fight for the win.
God B, wise words and high expectations when it comes to taking a shot at the Abu Dhabi Grand Champions. I am Scrawny, and I am joined by the person I should be next to. It's Launders tonight. Listen,
Yeah,
sometimes I see online people say, Launders, why do you bully Scrawny?
Yeah.
And then having cast with Maui yesterday, I completely get it. Incredibly fun.
Yeah, it was super fun to listen to. Listen, I wanted to cast yesterday, but Maui messaged me. He's like, please, I just really want to cast with Scrawny to start. I was like, all right, man, fine. You can have the first day. So now we're back to regular business, and we are starting off with the Abu Dhabi champions of G2 going up against Big.
Yes,
Some
sir.
very interesting history here. But listen, this is a game where G2 are set up to fail, okay? They're coming in off a big tournament win.
Yep.
That's a bad sign. They're coming in off a break. That's a bad sign. And it's the beginning of the year. This is when the biggest upsets in history have always taken place. And we've already witnessed EG versus Heroic. I mean, this is even closer than that.
Time to find out, Mo.
Yeah.
Time to see if whether or not the success at the end of 22 will be the success at the start of 23. Ooh, yep, they're fine. They're good. All good. Listen, JKS, one of the key pieces at the end of last year as to why G2 stepped it up a notch, not only on the M4A4, but just in general. The Aussie has found his groove, and he taps down Keto to start the show. It's just nice to see all of Big, may I say. Actual Big. The starting five they want every time.
It's been since September.
Dude, they've been kicked while they're down over and over. And JKS, well, so far so good. Nico able to peek out with one of his own. Bomb down in the open, so all's looking all right. The fact that Searson gets spotted coming through that smoke doesn't make his job any easier, and it's time for the Crimbo show. 1v3 turned 1v2. Oh, and he's not even gonna get the plant. Hooksy ends him, G2 pick up pistol.
Yeah, they had a nice double up in CT, so Hooksy was in a good spot. If they're split up 1-1, maybe Crimbo gets that plant down, and then Crimbo can work in the clutch, as we know he likes to do. But right now, we're looking for early signs here. Things are looking nice for Justin. That was a great couple of kills from him under balcony. And yeah, at the World Final, he stood out, as you said, not just because of the A4, but just in his role. In the kinds of situations you normally expect him to be great in, the clutch rounds was something that stood out for JKS as well, and particularly on Mirage.
Are they ready for a fast one? Got the nade out, nets them nothing, and they're out. So even that right there, worth its weight in gold. You get the frag out, you've done nothing, then you play the same game on underpass. You're the expert. What are we watching?
We're watching, it's called, well, they used to call this running credit card on Nuke, where you would just run back and forth, bait grenades out in circles. But, you know, I think they've done that. But Cat player can hear it all.
And this time there's a commitment behind it. Hooksy and Hunter gonna mow him up. Mow him down. Piece him up. Punch him out. At no plant by the looks of it. Crimbo, known for the Glock burst, but not this time either. Poor guy, not able to plant in back-to-back rounds. It's a 2-0 start for G2.
There's a mountain of talent here on G2. I mean, Hooksy also had a great tournament at the World Final, and that's to join in with Hunter. So I have my own, you know, top 20 list that I do, and this is the first year that Hunter was higher on HLTVs than he was on mine.
Ooh.
Because you guys know how I feel about Hunter. But honestly, they had Hunter, I think he was in the top 15. I can't remember exactly where. And then Nico and Monacy was like top 6 and 8, I think, between the two of them. Pretty unbelievable level individually from G2.
Oh, man, that's a FAMAS peak. JKS out for a second, and Searson is slain. Top mid player stuck behind boxes. 2 sets of eyes prying on him. And so all of a sudden with the guns, Big have been dented. Grimbo going to try to apply pressure. Nade's not going to make this any easier. Oof, hefty damage versus Crimbo. So unfortunately for Big, everywhere has been tapered off. Not allowed in. Back it up.
You get shut down like that on 2 parts of the map. You were hoping at least one of those attacks went right. Could maybe take mid control, maybe get a kill on A, and then go forward with the B plan. But in the 3v5, well, now you just got to make it up.
For the record, whose list is better? Yours or HLTV?
I mean, you got to put yourself on. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm a big fan of me.
All right.
I like my list a lot. Objectively, I would say I can't be asked. I can't be asked this question.
All right, it's fair.
What do you think?
Plead the fifth. I mean, you didn't have an award show.
Wow. Okay.
So
well, the budget will grow next year.
All right. We'll get it there.
Yeah.
This flank's getting them a bunch of information, but it is just the MP9, so HooXi, huge disadvantage. Will it matter? Pokes at him. That allows for them to get up into the palace, but listen, saving 3 AKs, why not? Majority buy, it's all right. Big, cut your losses. Take a page out of the major champions book. Always good.
You think Shiro got robbed?
Personally, yes.
Really?
Yeah, so here's my take. My take is that just because the fact that there was now a show for the final 3, right? Listen, Will Smith, that was staged. Okay? And so for the sake of the show, and also the fact that Shiro is nuts, I think they should have knocked Zywoo down a peg.
Because it would be the only unexpected.
It would have been the drama. It would have been the reason everybody, it would have been the cherry on top of an excellent, finale.
Next year, you'd have to watch because you don't know what's going to happen.
And honestly, what's the difference between 2 and 3? Do yourself a favor. Get the views. Get the interactions.
It's a very interesting take. Very interesting. Compelling take.
I tune in for the drama.
Never thought of it like that.
Playing around with nades, but smoke fades, so all good. No early exit. Big sizing up that B site again. It's them versus HooXi, and this time he doesn't have that close hunter support on Catwalk, so be cautious. They could pounce in an instant, despite this, what seems now like a pattern of back and forth play.
I think we're seeing something, but I'm going to wait until the round plays out first, because right now, G2 are in a great position to get a kill early, as they have been. No targets for m0NESY just yet. And I think Big have actually put themselves in a position they got to be worried about an A push now. Not watching Palace. I know GT must have gotten comfortable somewhere, and it might be lucky for them that they didn't fight m0NESY there in the top and middle.
Still nothing.
Not loving this so far, but at the same time, they still have the ability to make this fake attack to B, hit the A site, split with Keto. I don't know if they're going to use him as a lurk, but it's a little bit confusing. It might work out.
Lean back is coming. 20 seconds, though, so playing against the clock.
We found the timing there.
They decide not to come back to this A site. Instead, it's going to be Crimbo and Keto trying to split it. Look at them pull HooXi off of his spot, but also watch G2 fill that kill feed. HooXi tagged to 28, so the damage is there, and Crimbo capitalizes on it, but 4 seconds, they've missed their chance to plant, and now they've got to make sure they don't die after time. G2 not going to press their luck, nor the issue. Nico doesn't get them at the end, no sir, but they didn't even have time to plant.
Basically, all these rounds, they've started off from behind, with G2 just getting so much map control right away, stopping down the early attacks, and that's, of course, something that you can play off of early conditioning, right? They already know G2 Big are going to be a little bit scared. So I love the call out of HooXi to go for the deep mid control right after that, right into the next rifle round. And there was just too much respect, in my opinion, for that position. If they had kind of flashed to pretend they were taking back mid control, for example, then it might have been scarier for G2. But instead, they got mid control, they fell back, and then they were able to reinforce the sites and not worry about mid as much, knowing that time was running out. But it did feel like Big were very close to a good split.
Right. Yeah, it was starting to get pieced together, but the trigger pull just didn't happen.
Yeah, they even had one timing. Tabson got around Cat to the B site, as they were attacking, but I think it's always a little sketchy when you can't even tell with full information exactly what the intention is. Like maybe Keto coming out late could have worked if he got a kill. Then we don't know. But the individuals from G2 early on here in 2023 looking just fine.
And I feel like, you know, there's this game of roulette we play coming off of the break, coming into a new year, where it's like, well, Heroic, some would say, didn't play up to par. Liquid, well, we didn't get what we got in Abu Dhabi. G2, they're kind of like up next, you know. How many of the favorites are going to be starting with a shortcoming, starting with a slow look?
Yeah, everyone goes on vacation, they take a break, you know, and then they come in, and it's the teams that, for example, Bake didn't play the World Final. They had extra time off. Those teams are the ones you typically want to be afraid of, and that's why upsets always happen after breaks. But maybe not today. Yeah, maybe not today. We'll see.
Not today. G2 play fine.
Yeah.
At least for the first 5 rounds. I think it's going to take something a little more ferocious out of Big, but if you give G2 an early start, momentum, extra money, they're going to start playing risks, and a risky G2 is a frisky G2. Look at this. Hunter comes out through the apartments as they're prying from 2 players peeking underpass. They're murdering them. Tabson flying Tech 9, and if that's the best thing you've got in the round, so be it. 6-0, G2 now having their way with them.
Yeah, they're just breaching map control on every single front at this moment. I don't even know, like at Hooksy right now, he's got so many options that he could call that he knows his team would be totally comfortable and partaking in aggressive map control. They could be pushing top mid again, and we have yet to see a good response from Big. They're comfortable with their A players. JKS has been anchoring just fine pretty much by himself.
Missed shot from Searson. That's something we haven't kind of tapped into yet, but Group C for these Blast groups is just kind of the tail of the snipers in my mind, right? We get the head trick debut, another debut upcoming. We get the head trick debut, we get Searson back, and after 2022, marked improvement at LAN events. You know, this is not the Searson of the online era, no. It's been a step up. Then you add in Simple. Ooh.
That guy's good.
Yeah. Number 1, some would say.
Yeah, the 3-time. Wow.
And then lastly, and I mean, no disrespect, but lastly is Monacy. That is an excellent, you know, quartet of oppers.
Yeah, also decent.
For a rookie.
I think the most notable thing with Monacy is the CT initiative plays on all maps. Definitely something that Hooksy has talked about a lot. If there's one thing he focused on, was getting Monacy out there to look for some more openings. And that's worked out really well. But man, I mean, G2, they've taken the A push again. They had mid control last time. They're really one step ahead of Big on map control in all these rounds. And look at this, overstacked. You're easily going to fall for this in this position.
Ooh, Nico's selling it as well.
Oh, maybe not. Oh, Jesus.
Crimbo. Consistent in those corners, and all of a sudden, it does still get stopped. 7 seconds on that clock. Crimbo's hands busy. No bomb plant, no round win. G2 takes 7.
Wow.
What a denial from Monacy.
They just had to cover that a little bit better. Monacy's right there. Hooksy, it was so funny at the World Final. Monacy had all these unbelievable rounds. Of course, MVP of the event, and Hooksy, he had to just keep coming up with new ways to hype up Monacy. You are so insane, man. This double entry was good. Wow.
He has that lineup?
Yeah, I think he could see him a little bit, but what a shot. This is tough. Certainly wasn't expecting this. He's also got a slightly different veto here with the nuke ban into Inferno and into potentially Anubis. I talked to Gob a little bit the other day, and he's feeling very good about their Anubis.
Okay.
Coming into 2023. We haven't seen them bust it out just yet. And as a decider, it makes sense they want to maybe go somewhere new, because the last 2 series, G2 have 2-0'd them. And like Gob said, marginally close in a couple of those maps. So maybe they feel like, yeah, we lost, but we played close to G2. We like playing G2. I don't know if today's their day, though.
Tabson almost picked off by the op, and now all of a sudden
that might give him away, actually.
Far too many sets of eyes towards him. He's got 3 positions to try and deal with. Nico doesn't have cover. Oh, but Hunter, nice nade off of the catwalk, and then Nico no longer concerned with the player to his left. In an instant, yet again, at the minute 30 mark, we're talking 5v2.
Saw a lot of teams throwing that same smoke inside of middle deep for the CTs to cross behind, or for the Ts, excuse me, to take map control, to fight into window a little bit more safely. But right there, Tabson's support was coming in a little bit slower from underpass. I think he was hoping to get a bit farther than he did before they started to give him some resistance. And so at a minute mark, 2v5, Searson hits a shot, actually 2 shots, but Hooksy doesn't go down. That's the bomb in G2's position, and Crimbo alone. And they're getting bodied right now.
I mean, there's nobody we can talk about here for Big other than Crimbo. You know, he clears that second corner last round, at least got them out onto the bomb site. 7 kills deep so far. Hooksy's gonna put him down with the AWP. So 8-0 G2, a CT side that shows no signs of slowing down.
Yeah. G2 keep playing this well, the social media is gonna have nothing to tweet about.
I feel like Heroic has taken up that mantle as of late. Their Twitter has now become kind of self-defecating.
Deprecating?
Yep, there's a difference there.
Because they did shit the bed too, so.
But, ooh, 9 ADR, huh? We're really gonna do Fobbin like that.
Well, more ADR than deaths is always a good start.
Self-defecating. Start of the year. But yeah, it has been ever since that EG loss yesterday. If you don't laugh, you'll cry.
Gob did sub in during CCT, one of the events at the end of the last year. Got a chance to play again, just for a bit. But yeah, tough for Big to even just practice with the 5 that they want to get ready for 2023. And you got to feel for them in that regard. They had some of the worst times last year in terms of roster issues.
So many events.
Yeah.
So many different events throughout the year. Bad luck. Happens. GG go next. Pistols and utility, and another clumping of players up inside of the apartments. It's been the majority of the play out of Big. Hooksy's op, fires off, and quickly repositions.
You know, Hooksy's op and they're having fun.
Also the bait and switch, right? You think it's just Hooksy on the op. Monacy's 10 feet behind him. Nicely timed nade from Hunter, but kind of off the mark. And
now it's just 2 oppers, actually.
Crimbo who cracks it open. Monacy connects with the AWP. Pistol out for Hooksy, not comfortable, but listen, you've got Monacy just a step behind you, so all seems good until those pistols do connect another couple headshots. It did buy time for Nico to come out. It did get JKS to position. And now with kits on their belts and nades as well, they could make this one happen.
It's gotta be Fobbin.
And he connects with it. 17 HP to try and close versus a solo JKS who gives himself smoke to at least maybe exit. Oh, and the headshot onto Searson sure as hell helps. One more. Fobbin's close. Plays the smoke. JKS low on time, thinks it's the other pillar. And because of that, Fobbin, oh, he's gonna get one chance. Woo! One chance, all he needs. One round is what they have.
Oh, that's very lucky. Fobbin, such low HP, got hit by a stray bullet there. He was screwed, but and JKS read the rotation perfectly. Like, he's got it down. But ultimately, 2 ops there. It was the problem was the rifler going down first. And of course, Monacy still goes hero mode and nearly brings this back.
Ooh.
Oh,
we
my
didn't see
God.
that.
Fobbin, was he aiming it? Did he just hit the wrong guy by accident?
No, I think he was ready.
Okay. Shot on the swing. Well, you can be happy to grab around like that. Low buy into 2 ops.
Yeah, right. You're in.
And the kills come. Yeah.
You're in.
Let's try to use this leverage. Is what Big should be telling themselves. Shake off the nerves if there were any.
Crimbo instrumental to the last one. Hooksy's gonna get burned out, but at least lays down smoke. Down to half health now. Keto and Crimbo connecting with headshots. And that's what you need, right? This back-to-back attempt out of Crimbo. More utility falling in front of Hooksy. He's still hanging on to this position. Unstoppable, unkillable, not noticed.
Oh, but Hooksy got another.
How does he get away with a kill like that? tabseN just looking to make up for that little bit of room, but here comes Nico off the cat peak. It's only 16 health for Crimbo. The bomb. Nearing that halfway point as he's going to get burned out into the open. This is so dire for Crimbo, but it doesn't seem to have spreaded. And for that reason, we've got the clutch from Crimbo.
And any weird bounce there, and that Molly can definitely take over the van, but Crimbo comes through the clutch, and they get the 2 in a row, which is the big story of the round. And with that, they've really chewed through a lot of the bank of G2, which is one of their primary goals. Problem is, G2, they just had so many strong rounds in a row. I think they're going to still feel okay about this.
That's so funny. He actually checks the left corner. He clears left corner when he doesn't realize there's somebody crouched in front of him.
Oh, but they have successfully got through the money. So it'll be a save here for G2. Chance for 3 straight for Big.
Game on then. Yeah. I knew it was too good to be true.
So 2 successful B-pops, basically, at a similar pace, one with better guns.
Both of which where Crimbo plays an instrumental role. Molly's out. Hunter.
Perfect spot.
Oh, gets away with it.
Yeah, that's 2 mollies to even get info on the ladder player, and they haven't found him. They don't hear him burning either.
What does he get from here? Of course, Hooksy's going to bait them in. He hits the USP dink. This is going to be a moment for Hunter. They're not even going to look. And as they come out around that corner, here's Hunter. Insta-kills the first, but FaZe's able to bring that back. If the other 2 hadn't already gotten around that corner, feels like Hunter mows them down. But obviously, working with the lesser weapons, still a tough ask. And so Big skate by.
Yeah, close call, but they don't fumble it. Hunter is in that spot when he doesn't get touched by either molly. He doesn't give away any audible whatsoever. He's perfectly calm. Inside the ladder room, he's thinking, I can win this round for G2 right now, but Big were shooting well. And now we've got a real game on our hands. 3 attacks towards the B site that work out beautifully. And you can see definitely it's in the itinerary to end up there more often than not. Even on the rounds that they lost, Big have tried over and over again. You know, Crimbo and FaZe coming onto this team, succeeding each other, and I think the story was for them, it was the best German player that wasn't on Big to join Big Clan, and then Crimbo comes on, the other best player to not be on Big to join Big Clan, and it's supposed to be the finalized roster where they've got everything, they've got the talent that they need, and again, talking to Gob, it was a lot about, you know, have you thought about going back out into international waters to try to secure some better talent, because you're limited if you're only, you know, trying to pull from your country. And he actually told me that sometimes in their scrims they would try to comment English just so people would talk less. Yeah.
All right.
And he said it would work sometimes.
That's out of the box thinking.
Yeah. Leave it to Gob or something like that.
Monacy posted, ready for the double peek. I think to build off, oh, hold on, CSGO. Tip of the spear. They're floating just outside that doorway. He's got support from window. Fights on both fronts. Excellent flashbang coming through from tabseN for FaZe, who's got himself a double. Clean entries out of the cat split. A consistency in these B hits. And an easy pickup for CSGO as well to just keep the rest of G2 at bay.
Wow, they're just able to unravel the entire map after 1 kill. Again, with that targeted attack on the ladder room, and everything else just becomes clear as day. Of course, Monacy's missed shot makes that a little bit easier. But another round, four rounds, 1 ending on B. And this one was cool because it didn't feel like it needed to end on B. They just had an attack that tried to test the site. It went well, they followed up because they were all in good spots to do that. So they just look more well-oiled. They clearly came into this map with a game plan, but we're not seeing the map control still going on at the 40-second mark, dragging on. At least now they're moving faster, and it looks more comfortable.
They jumped into the ring. They got punched upside the head for, you know, 8 rounds straight. But They picked up their papers, dusted themselves off, and ready to play the game plan. The nerds always win.
Yeah.
HooXi hoping to hang on. Oh, they even flash for that.
That's the big I know.
Right?
That's the big we know and love.
Cheesy. Nice double here from Favin. Hones in, backside, bop. Catches Monacy on that little crossover. And so they're getting their quota so far. You know, we talk about like this accumulation of German talent from Big, bringing in Favin, bringing in Crimbo. I think that another thing that they had to add to that was Searson finding his consistencies on LAN. Yeah. And that's also been a part of it. It's like, I look back at 2022 and I always ask, I'm like, what could Big have accomplished? You know, it felt like we were waiting for them at the major, and it just felt like they were so off the radar because of those circumstances.
Yeah.
That I really hope for their sake. It's almost like we didn't even talk about them. Normally we always say, you know, Big is best at Blast. Even that didn't happen last year.
Mm-hmm.
It just really took them out of all the conversations. So it's nice to see that they're back, and it's nice to see that even though G2 came out swinging, they got a little life on this half.
It was cool to have the emergent storyline of Searson recovering the LAN performances and everything, but then he got dealt such a bad hand with his team having so many roster disruptions that it felt like that was just going to take away from it. So maybe 2023 is the year of Big. Now what that means, I don't know, you know, because 2022 was difficult. We had so many different teams winning major events. It just spoke to how difficult the game is at the moment with the amount of good rosters. I mean, looking at 2021, you had Na'Vi win everything except for IEM Winter, where Vitality picked up a trophy. But outside of that, there was not even a clear third best team in the world. Whereas last year, we end on a G2 win. It feels like Liquid are overdue for a tournament win. And then you have FaZe winning the majority of events. You have Vitality pick up the Pro League. You had Cloud9 get their land, and then Heroic somehow are like the second best team of the whole year.
Right.
Ending with a final at the major and picking up the Blast Fall finals as well. So just an insane amount of parity. Oh, wow.
Damn, Favin. Hello, Tabson. Hunter just swings and goes back. Knocked down. And Monacy instead will pick up the kill. Not to mention a little free AK. Keto? Yeah, he's got it. JKS denied any Palace presence. It's been some time since we've seen big feet on this A site. It looks like they could walk it out here and now. They do allow for that rotate into the bottom of connector though, so this late mid play better pick up some slack, or maybe Keto just does it himself. But we were talking damage on Favin and Keto. AK exchanges hands again. Crimbo's gonna close that distance, and now it falls all to Nico. 7 seconds, dangerous game, but Nico not gonna be able to stop it, and so it feels like this one has slid by.
Yeah, one or two very close moments right there, but overall, great round from Big, and pretty important, I think, as we start to taper off towards the end of this half, they can prove they can win rounds on A and make sure that JKS doesn't feel comfortable ever pushing, and that they know the bomb can get planted on that side of the map. So now that Big have done that, I mean, I think they've really earned the respect of G2 in this half, who got their 8th straight. Now it's a bit scary for them on all fronts. I think G2 could go back to what's worked for them in the past, which is mid control, especially in the early rounds. But clearly Big have been better at taking mid, getting especially that ladder room kill. Couple of rifle rounds in a row.
Round 14, plenty of money both ends. Bomb left in spawn, and we get G2 spreading out. So maybe trying to size up and piece up that JKS presence. Could have taken some damage there, but Hunter gets away full health.
That's a brave move, but it's nice that they disrespect mid control early. Oh,
check this.
Palace pop. JKS didn't even hear this first one.
Nah, he's gonna be caught off, but still, he's got an assist in from Hunter, and he's surviving on the smallest bit of HP. Stairs player tries to come over. Keto will clear him out. And now we've got nades just being exchanged on both ends, and because of the pace of this pop, we've got nobody back on ticket. We have Big managing to get through. It looked like JKS had stuffed it, slowed it down for sure. Crimbo over top of stairs, and still no ticket presence. Hooksy's gonna try to go pick up that slack. Has health advantage over Crimbo, 100 to 10. And the swing does get stopped. So it falls to Crimbo into the clutch. Weird round, man. You saw JKS just like caught off, shocked by how many players flooded over. But Crimbo's read this well, and he's played this well previously at B, so go ahead, friend, play it out.
56 career clutch wins for Crimbo. That is a standout statistic. Definitely such a young player, so we'll see if he can do it. He's got space. He has that bomb down. He has confidence that no one's here on the site. And with that, time is not on G2's side. If he can get a first kill, things might get scary, but...
Ooh, timing. They're coming, making sound. First is instant, second's just as clean. Crimbo, 59th clutch.
There we go, well done, Crimbo. That was beautiful. The crosshair placement is extraordinary too. If he doesn't get the first kill and the first headshot, then it's an easy second swing. Any small timing there, he can't reset his gun. So imperative that the aim was just as good as the game sense in that moment.
JKS, man, shooketh.
It looked like Keto could do no wrong at this point, right? He worked his way out, survived that palace fight, took out Hunter on the side of stairs, and then eventually the swing in CT thought, okay, that's it. It's 2-1 G2. They're going to be able to pull this out. But now look at this half, man. We're in the last round. Big have scored 6 rounds back already.
Damn, man. Ooh. But a little aggression top middle does also get denied. We had 8 straight to now what seems to be 7 consecutive.
I'd rather be big. It just feels better, you know? Or G2, it feels probably like years since they've won a round.
You know, we talk about the momentum from one event to the next. Well, that momentum was 8 rounds. That's all they got.
Still a serviceable buy here from G2, even though if they're down a player. But JKS is going to be quite overstressed playing on default in this position.
And alone.
Yeah, succumb to an attack at the moment.
So incredibly alone. Not even a connector rotate. Nobody over towards window. It's going to take some time for anyone to get here, and they're still stalling it out. There's the commitment. Flashbang blinds him. Great utility coming out of Big. Deep smoke as well for connector. And now all of a sudden G2 probably feeling like they've already been kicked out. Kicked out of not only this bomb site, but a half that started so well. Hooksy, a one and done off of the ticket booth. A missed jump from Monacy means Favin can capitalize on the timing. And poor Hunter is surrounded. He's been swarmed. So congratulations, Big. Hell of a recovery of the half. Because it felt like every piece of the G2 puzzle was coming out swinging and definitely hit hard. But Big picked themselves up off the ground, dusted themselves off, and gave us a 7-round T half.
I think throughout all the players I've had, the most important thing was to let them know my vision and like trying to get all 5 of us on the same page. And obviously I've had like a lot of I've had Taco, Steel, I've had Zeus as a coach. I've had like different cultures come into my team and try to apply like different concepts. And I think nowadays like I can apply everything that I've learned to my own game and like my team's game. But I think most importantly in CS is like getting your players all on the same page and having that same vision. And then from that like vision, you can create your structure and like have all your different plays off of the structure. And everyone like believes in the system, because once one player stops believing, then it becomes really hard. Like he was like Nexo was saying, with like you can feel that disagreement and like you just feel it, like you know they're just sitting next to you. Yeah. It's just like such a bad feeling, because ultimately you're the leader and no one knows what's going on inside the team besides you and your teammates, right? Yeah. And like I think that's just the most important part of the game.
It's all been on the same page now. Now, real quick, last thing. Who, in your eyes, is the greatest leader of all time?
Well, in my eyes, it's Kerrigan. Since when I actually became first-time IGL, I was following him a lot and like stealing things from him and like, you know, listening to his like YouTube and like all the interviews and stuff, like, you know, trying to see how he thinks and like why he thinks this way, like why does he make this decision, you know, like watching his POVs, like, you know, why did they go B now, like this and that, you know. So a lot of things I have in my game is actually from Kerrigan. So in my eyes, he is the best thing in the.
Thank you. Nick?
Not to boost the ego, but I think I think Finn has been like, you've been pretty consistent throughout your whole career, like on top. So I would say him, just like the longevity of him being at the top. I think Glaive obviously had his peak where he was really good and they had really good structure and all that stuff. And they beat the crap out of me. So, but I think overall, I think Kerrigan has been.
I don't see short still. My short con. They have jungle.
B something now. They
Short dead.
Wenn jetzt gleich 3er sind.
Ben. Wir haben einer SK.
100 down. Nächster ist Küche, Rotation. Karim weg. Bank down.
Apps behind. Bomb dead. Take out times. One is in apps, one planning.
Raus.
Noch einer.
Rocket
ist auch raus. Simple. Lol, did you see my wall back? Why the f is he playing behind? I can go for.
Yeah, that was the round that all of a sudden things felt real dire for Big. But listen, they end up bringing back that half. 7 rounds out of Big to close it, consecutive. And Crimbo ends at the top of the board, 14-8. All 3 clutch wins in that half belong to Big.
He was the crux. He was the reason that streak chained together destroyed the money at G2, and maybe the confidence.
tabseN doesn't shoot his shot. When he does,
He thought he had it turned around, but he still has got his team to be aware of the A site, but now it's just 4v5.
Keto trying to press out. Also, but at least, okay, he recovers his. Palace player comes out preemptively to try and stop it. That's a headshot that does 12 damage.
Oh, Nico should have peeked there. They have window control, right? Yeah, that's weird.
Now we've got a smoke on top of the bomb, but JKS connects it through. Crimbo sticking that with the kit, down to a half second, finds it. A pistol round win by way of Stick, and Keto gets the 4K.
Damn, that was a big gap. They let them come through CT. They got them onto the site. Bombs getting planted back triple. Unlucky, missing the first shot. Very unfortunate for tabseN to die in this position after thinking he got his frag 100%, and yet they still are able to win this round. But nice, composed shooting here from Keto to take both of those players out.
Yeah, in tabseN's case, it's the old German proverb, you miss 100% of the shots that you do take. Lets 2 players slide by. Should have been the freebie, man. But it's okay, he can thank Keto for the pistol win. And Keto will have to play this one from the sidelines. Force buy from G2. See his smoke grenades to at least get closer. It's only HooXi in middle here. We've got an emphasis on the ramp. An Australian Palace lurk. And m0NESY on the entry path. 2 CTs play behind defaults. tabseN and Crimbo picking up 3 between the 2. And just like that, we're evened out again. CSGO with the blue spruce.
Oh, with Nico running away and they keep into window, this activates HooXi to make something happen. They might forget about him, and they do. Oh, he'll manage that spray, upgrade his gun, keep mid control with his position, and leave CSGO in a very difficult position. Where is he going to go?
Having already shot that scout as well, right? G2 on high alert as to where he was.
All of his rotations are uncomfortable. Just look at the amount of time HooXi buys just by letting him know he was in window a second ago.
But at least this does open up the pathing, right? CSGO still has to be cautious of every corner. It's going to be intimidating for him, but at least it's clear. It's that late apartments play that should be the insurance policy to get G2 what feels like a round a long time coming. Nico closes, stands inside the nade, commits, and shoots him down. So G2, it took 8 rounds, but they're finally back in with a win.
Yeah, they steal it after losing the pistol, so that feels particularly good. Now that's a moment where I think Nico only comes up the A ramp to get a better gun. And ironically, because he gets spotted leaving, that loosens up the defense as they're going into window without thinking about where Hooksy might have gone to. And Hooksy plays the position perfectly, uses the space exactly how he needs to. A well-fought round there from G2, almost saved once again by Crimbo. Having a great game.
Very light on the rebuy here. Big just cutting their losses. Swallowing their pride. And soon enough letting that 10th slip in. Single smoke still for Keto. And we get that little peek into the ramp to see nothing. Can they get to Favin in time? Crimbo's running over. That smoke grenade's on Keto, so still too far removed to block off the apartments. G2 looking like it's going to be easy, and Hooksy keeps his head on a swivel, clears all the corners he needs to, and allows m0NESY to then clear out the trade frag. So all good. B-site belongs to G2, and so does the 3rd kill of the round.
T-sides for G2, definitely very thorough. Not going to be an easy map for Big to pull an upset win over, for sure. I mean, looking at CT, there were some failures there towards the end. But you got to give a lot of credit to Crimbo, man. Playing to his level. I think it's the way he played, the clutches he won. That's actually the Crimbo that we've seen in flashes since his time joining Big. But this would be a great time to start off strong.
If any of you would like to hear more from Crimbo and get some insight into the inner workings of Big, make sure you guys go to Maui Snake's YouTube channel.
I watched that video.
Recently did a Maui Snake show with Thorin and Crimbo. 2 guests per episode. Imagine that.
Did you know Maui's the only snake in Hawaii? They don't even have snakes there.
None at all?
And he's not even from Maui. Like, nothing about this guy is real.
I always knew he was a phony. More snake than Maui, if you ask me. Have a field day, friends. This one's easy. m0NESY insta-kills Keto. G2 are going to leave here. Big are going to chase that. I like it. Maybe you're going to find that solo JKS lurk. Maybe you can have an AK for your efforts. Or y'all going to die. Double headshot, 3-piece. Way too easy for the Aussie.
And that'll be G2 touching 11. And now I think can look back on the first. I'm like, oh, okay, that was not a great end to it, but we still feel fine. We won the low by second in the second half, and we feel good about T-side. So the pressure will be now back on Big. And there'll have to be more than just Crimbo. Crimbo actually, you know, he's got some help here. Keto also had some great rounds in the first half. He already had a great pistol round in the second. But Sears and Tapson can't help but feel like they're important. I think they're important. What, you don't think they're important?
I do. I was just letting you speak for both of us. Say the most important. Especially Searson. But hey, you know, time to provide. Provide for the fam. Don't need Big starving. Isn't that a weird bug where there's no gun in their hands? It's like when the bomb explodes and it just doesn't explode.
You've been complaining about that for the last year and a half, it feels like.
Yeah, I'm making it my identity.
Well, yeah, it needs to be fixed.
Remember when ancient water bug was a thing?
We had years of that as well.
Complained about it, got fixed.
Use your powers for good.
For now. You got other ideas. Lots of early apps presence. And a quick rotate back. Keto going to try to draw attention away from Favin. He's playing not only under Palace, but on top of the bricks. So one of those spots where it feels like when things get hectic, you stuck.
Yeah, he actually doesn't have a smoke for himself. Oh, no, sorry, Favin does. Okay. I was thinking this is a really scary spot to play without one.
But, oh man, gets away
Flashes
from
were
the fire.
amazing.
The fire doesn't even spread to him. He's able to just fixate in on the shot, but the flashbang takes it away from him. Keto's not able to offer anything of a hold here. Bomb goes down just off of that one individual kill. Now, connectors smoke, so Searson can't manage to get any impact off of Catwalk with that one kill by way of flashbang, really. G2 looks like an easy 12.
And the flashes were so good that they were able to run across the site, clear out all the usual angles, even turn the corner on stairs. And a second flash even came in to make sure that there was no chance to shoot back. It looked like it was going to be a target range for him from there under Balk, but no gifts were given today. Another solid round here for G2.
Silver lining big, you can save with 3. G2 not going to press the issue, let that one slide. But it's a 4-round lead for G2 now.
I've never seen JKS laugh so much.
He's been having a great time lately.
Yes, he has. And we saw Hooksy had a great world final, and he said JKS's aim practice routine that Hooksy has been trying out has been working for him. Damn. It's been working for himself as well.
Imagine playing with Nico and taking JKS's routine.
True. Well, yeah, you know, Nico, he doesn't share his.
Yeah, right.
He said, I don't want to see another Nico out there.
Keto slides into the corner just
Yeah.
before, and then gets the double. Nice kills from Keto. Looking for 3, all headshots off of the Palace play. It's not Favin stuck in the corner blind, it's Keto the killer on the prowl. And in an instant, G2 have evaporated on that A site.
The single M4 of the round as well. They ran into him on a perfect timing. If he tucks in too much there, he's going to be easily traded. Instead, he's the guy to swing. Beautiful work from Keto. Again, now tied with Crimbo on frags. No clutches for Keto, but in terms of these multi-frags in the mid-rounds, he's been doing it in both halves.
You know, one of the players who I think kind of took the hardest dip through all of Big's roster swap-ups and issues, it was Keto. You know, there was times where Keto gave us like a glimpse into something great. But right now, he's the lowest rated player for the team. Yeah. Has had to sacrifice a lot of his roles and preferences as Sin had come in and the whole team was in flux. And now hopefully that they're back to the starting 5. That's somebody who I think has excellent potential, right? Keto cut from the team, goes down back into the big academy roster, kind of found a newfound confidence and has brought that back, and definitely I think has proven that he deserves to be here over the likes of Tizian, unfortunately. Ooh, that was cute.
Yeah, for sure. I think you could see, higher individual level potential at Keto and some moments where he could take over maps. Absolutely. It must be very scary to know that you could go back down to the Academy League as well.
Ooh, Favin wastes no time. Love that. Up through the vents, into position in an instant, and Hunter, who thought he was the fastest, has been killed. Hooksy gonna throw some more grenades from middle before looking to join the B play. And within that pocket of timing, we get the peek through the underpass, but there's nobody here just yet. Big, hoping to capitalize off of that individual moment from Keto to convert and to get back to winning ways, right? We saw a great first half in the first half out of G2, only to get completely stuffed in the later portion. We could be hitting that turning point right here, right now, round 22, folks.
Very true.
Keto gets active, plays over towards the ramp. Flash goes through. That should indicate to G2 something is going on within that end of this bomb site, and they've got no control back towards Palace or Spawn.
Yeah, they would have loved to find something actually in the A ramp, I think, but it's still 5v4. There's the opening right there. Searson takes a chance.
Maybe even another. Ooh. Almost putting himself into JKS's crosshair. But that one kill's enough to convince G2 to double back towards that B site. Final 20 seconds. Do they chance this?
I don't know. I think they're reaching save territory. Yeah, such convincing kills for Big to get at that point of the round. So that's it for G2. Big will breach 10 in this game, which is fantastic again, because we look back and they started out 0-8. So still hope for the Big clan, and the Favin up. That'll sustain. We'll have him and Searson really put pressure on two parts of the map now. And a new set of problems here for G2 to try to figure out. Again, you know, Big have been losing to G2 recently, but they've always felt like they played close, and they had the excuse of not having their 5.
Love how each of these individual kills just feel like they've got so much ramification behind them, right? Hunter dies out of the spawn, catwalk completely closed. Oh, let's feel top connector. Nico dead in an instant. You've got ops on both ends. You've got to bail.
And I liked just acting on information there on the A site because they only had 2 and they had 3 on the B site, no mid control whatsoever. So, yeah.
Ooh, flash again early. Oh, Monacy. See ya, Searson peeks into it as he was posted and is simply faster.
See that? Something just flickered in his mind and he thought, here's an opportunity. It was fast, and of course he is fast, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was just a straight on pre-fire, just locked into that fight.
That's going to leave both Searson and tabseN on a negligible 9 kills. Silence from G2. They are grouping up indeed, sure enough. tabseN cheating over through the market.
Yeah, the rotations are great here from Big Clan. Overstack the correct site. They did this last round and still won, even though it ended A.
FaZe going to try to play into it. Pressure from Util, but ooh, nice headshot back out of Nico. Then we get the cat split as Nico tears up 2, and his brother in Hunter will find the clear on that bomb site. It falls onto tabseN once Nico gets the double, and he is simply not putting up those kills at the moment. So stuffed, stopped, and sure enough, 13 for G2.
Nico's kind of like the nougat in a chocolate bar. You know what I mean? Like everything else is delicious, but you get to the nougat and you're like, wow, there was more.
I was letting you cook.
Why did they let him cook? Look at the shot, man.
Oh, that's so dirty.
Falling down.
I want to see the next one.
Oh,
no, it's I didn't need to see it.
Yeah, he needed both of those to be as clean as possible. 3 rotations in a B. That was a very strong setup for Big. Not a fun round to lose, especially when you're staring 13 in the face.
Nicely done. What is nougat?
It's just like caramel, I think.
Huh. Made by NASA.
I guess so. What is nougat exactly? I just know it's the caramel looking stuff.
Double ops again out of Big. It's what shut down the cat control 2 rounds ago. It's what stuffed them on connector. And this time FaZe what? Evacuation plan. Oh, the snap out of Monacy. Back-to-back rounds where Monacy finds 5v4 with 6 shots.
Oh, the sizzle.
However, it's not the only op alive and fighting. Searson will draw back some blood from G2, and that opens up a window of possibility that tabseN could have taken towards top mid. As he is still falling back, Nico's going to hear that movement.
Oh, it's a big timing. They're going to clear cat. Ay, that's tabseN gone. And instant window control. JKS, he's got this for free, right?
100%. Keto made footsteps, so JKS, cool as ice, backs it up, and that is the bomb going to A. So outplayed our Big. Last round with that fast B rotation. This time, it is their demise. As it is, of course, who else than Monacy to get opening op kills in both round 23 and 24.
That shot was stupid. I mean, you could almost, it felt like just see a leg. And he made that flick happen into connector. Let's run that back. Might get a chance to kill him. No, maybe not. I think now it's unsafe to approach. G2 don't care, though. 14 rounds locked in. Here comes the nougat.
Yeah, that's the nickname we're going for.
The worst nickname
for like one of the best players of all time. Ooh, he gets away. Save.
Oh,
is allowed.
Okay. I think it's fair to say it's the individuals that have sustained this lead. Look at this shot, man. Wow.
It didn't even look like he flicked all the way.
No.
Poor FaZe as well, right? Not the main opper. They decide to pull out the double op. Oh, by the way, you're gonna go fight versus m0NESY. Oh, and if we win or lose, well, you've got to play either head trick or simple.
Yeah, we live scary times, man. m0NESY, the second youngest player to be in top 10, I think.
Yes.
And also his rookie year. Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad. Comparatively, in recent times, I think ZywOo's still going to be... I don't think anyone's ever going to do top 2 average for the first 4 years like ZywOo has. And then we have Bit, who won a major in his first year. He's a very young player who I think was also top 10, or even like top 6, top 7, I can't remember, in 21.
Yeah, getting your lists mixed up, aren't you?
Too many lists. HLTV's got to stop doing theirs.
m0NESY's going in. He's cooking versus FaZe. Oh, and FaZe gets a little bit of revenge. Tastes good, but he falls back. Doesn't want to take too much of a chance. And G2, let's see what you can do with a 4v5, because it was back-to-back rounds with opening kills thanks to m0NESY. And as they seek that 15th, they play off the back foot. Now you can still keep this simple enough. A nice collection of nades.
Well, years around, they still got to have ideas. I mean, they secured this off, but now they're starting to become a little bit behind. They've still got this player lodged into Palace as an A-ramp push comes down. And we'll see if Nico sets up the flash for A-ramp for the close one. He's going a bit farther back, so it looks like he's not going to throw it. Walk into this. That's free off the shadow for Searson.
Yeah, every day of the week. Get the incendiary in at the 30-second mark. Nico gonna...
Oh, he could drop into that, but...
Not ideal, but still doable. Oh, but he misses his chance, and now the bomb belongs to Keto. So will round 25. Big's 11th secured. And very convincing. Not 1 point of damage done against Big so far.
Yeah, so the big rounds, big win look great, and I think it's clear they're capable on the CT side. But G2 have a couple of individuals right now who I feel like could just win this game almost. So this won't be easy. It's possible, but it won't be easy. And we're at the point of time where it's surprising when m0NESY loses a duel like that, even though he walks right into the angle of FaZe. But it was a very key shot for him to hit, nonetheless. G2 only on their second timeout this map. Gob's got a lot to say. Said I didn't come back from Valorant to watch this, boys.
I love Gob's passion.
Yeah.
Clearly a lover of Counter-Strike.
Yes. Earned his stripes. Round 26, full buy both ways. Big got to sit up straight, but they do have FaZe working really well in this op to pair with Searson, and I think is actually done more. Honestly, they've come more towards him than Searson so far this half.
Searson real quick into the underpass peak. Now this one's on a timer though. That smoke fades. He's got to get out of here.
Yeah, there's no one in window supporting him, so he'll run out dry.
Only temporary control.
Ooh, opposite about to come in at Nico's angle. He'll fall off of this. Very dangerous to play contact strats versus 2 ops. Definitely. It's usually the kind of round that calls for full execs, but no, these days you've got to default, just pretend at least you're going to do something where you make a mistake and then get map control before you go into the full exec. But right now it feels kind of reactive from G2. Feel the map out first and see where we go. Try not to get opt. They miss a window smoke, so they've got to waste one more here. You can see the strat coming as Hunter gives away his smoke.
Searson with a bit of an off angle for an op. Feels like Ticket's more played, but comes through, wild blind, and Habson's able to stuff m0NESY. So 3 original kills out of Big. HooXi's the only player out of G2 to get any kind of response, and now both him and Nico are stranded towards this connector side. Slowly but surely, FaZe working around towards murder hold, but it's all good. Keto off the top of Tetris. It's gonna have to be something wonderful from Nico. He knows that Keto's pinned in, and he's got both kills with no damage done, but FaZe's op rotate ends it, and Big continue to come back.
Yeah, the approach was scary. He definitely dealt with those fights so well. FaZe hit a key shot on a key timing. If that default cross came in, bomb goes down, it gets scary. But look at this shot from Searson. The flash is great. He takes a risk by peeking off a triple, and they have Keto watching both A-Ramp and Palace, but I like what we've seen from Searson. We saw this previous round, he jumped up on Ticket and wasn't afraid to peek into Connector, even though they didn't have anyone watching Palace because they cleared out A-Ramp for a second. So he's not just playing the safest positions, he's getting out there, and I think that's what we love to see from Searson.
Now we get a potentially glorious moment out of Hunter. We've seen Keto pick up one of these with that forward Palace position, the only M4 that ended up netting Big some early CT round wins. Well, Hunter's chance to shine. Nico wastes no time, just like last round, pressing out towards that B site. Last time he didn't stick around for engagement, but it feels like now he's got less to lose, so go ahead, tear it up.
Oh no.
And Hooksy with the pistol finds Tabson first and foremost. That's a second gun. Nico goes down for free, but that one's not nearly as important as this engagement over on A. Searson on high alert and incredibly sharp. 2 op shots that just sucks the life out of G2. And we'll cut a half of the lead that remains, assuming they can close this. Remember, 2 guns means both still are equipped.
Oh, that boost.
It's nice, it's clean, and it's enough to get that bomb into the site. They're worried about this potential Ticket peak, but it's not there because Keto repositioned.
We got CT control. The risk has been taken. It's the perfect plant to set up Monacy to potentially win this round. 2v3, it's scary for the CT side. Keto in the best spot possible, but he doesn't want to overplay this.
Is he being held?
The thing is, there's no one for him to see just yet. So if he makes any fast step, he's worried about getting opt.
Ooh, okay. A fake.
The thing is,
trying to sell it as if there's nobody in there, so trying to set up Keto, but a nasty little angle that goes punished. We get the clear of Hooksy, and as they start to push out, now it's pressure on Monacy. Not today. No scopes, not there, and so the defuse comes through. Sketchy situation.
Yeah, that no scope actually could have won the round. The kill the top stairs could have won the round as well. Hooksy also had a chance to make that even scarier for Big, but a good little tactic there to escort Keto out of his best position, thinking they would definitely not clear it if they smoked it. And Searson, however, man, he's become reliable just in time. You know, he's right now, I think 15-15. In these last couple of rounds, purveying the scene on the A site, taking the deep angles when he needs to, knows when to walk out of safety to win the rounds. He's having impact.
Takes a deep angle into the Palace this round, so Keto can look elsewhere.
This is definitely a tense moment for G2. It's the ones who have no money left. This is a great buy. We won't see an op next round.
JKS getting nervous here, thinking about the ramp push, but it's just a very delayed play out of Keto to finally go in deep. Will they leave him there?
Yeah, it's a map-winning risk right here. It's a small move, but it's going to be hard to counter now for JKS and could succumb to a flank if he's not careful. G2 working on mid control, but Big are going to be a little bit more free about the rotations. And look at Searson in the same spot. This is where he's got so much out of the rounds, playing between triple and default as an op looking towards connector.
That first peek on the very first step puts a head in his crosshair. Ooh, but this time, those flashes pressure him off, and the cat player dead in an instant. Also, Keto just gets caught. 1, 2, 3, clean as can be. Every single engagement for G2, and this could not have come at a better moment because it's 15 secured with ease.
Man, Searson must have been licking his lips. That was the best setup for him possible. He knew that he could stay in that spot and not have to worry about Palace at all because of Keto in that position. He was safe from default for that time. And yet the flash just blinded him for long enough that there was no chance to shoot. So a very clean exec out of G2 to make sure that they couldn't get opt on that approach.
All that fighting, all of those glorious moments, and G2 come out in round 28 with one of the most convincing of this T side.
But it was the round that was scary for G2, not so much from Big. They still have enough money to pull this over the line. They've come back into this game. They only need 2. They still have the 2 ops that they want to try to win this map. And yeah, they've got to hear the match point music for these next 2, but that's it. They know they've got the tools on CT side. And it was a bad round and a sea of good rounds from Searson. This will be the last chance for Gob to speak in this match as they use their last timeout.
Means they got to do it on their own from here through OT if they're going to bring back Mirage. Or if this one slides by. Big's pick, by the way. Here we go. Double ops still here. That of Monacy will be boosted early. And Searson with a reposition, going up onto the catwalk instead. It's FaZe just sitting outside of that smoke, waiting for a chance to maybe come in. What, double ops mid? Daunting task, knowing the flash is on the other side.
Yeah, I think there's been one bad pattern that G2 are queuing into, that if they take mid control late, that Big are just trying to overstack right away into A or B, but there's never been a late round retake of mid. And I think G2 are just showing that they're not worried about it either. The ops congeal into these positions, and it might be hard for them to move. They have good spots to stop a late round mid attack, but G2 are not going to do that. So now there's a lot of stress here on Keto, Famas on the A site. And his support, Crimbo with the AUG in CT spawn, the AUG.
Okay. You do you. They've clumped up at the 40-second mark. Smoke's gonna go down oh, nope, it's not. FaZe doesn't throw it. That could have sectioned off this pack of players from G2. tabseN, bomb delivery, and Keto, he's gonna finish off that damage with a double. We've got Monacy trying to claw this back, a deep expedition needed, and on half health, it makes it so awkward, but at least they've recovered that bomb. It gives them a chance. 20 seconds, and FaZe, he's pressed through. A round triple, doubles back, missed chance. Now the plants come out, and Hunter, he's able to give that needed cover. So the retake's on, or G2 by the skin of their teeth have brought back an A site that looked like they had lost. He holds, and he waits, and they get closer. Searson, one smoke, one flash. Monacy tucks back. Hunter still at the forefront, and the op wants to go around, but instead it goes down. Nice shot out of Searson. Hunter's clutch not there, and they bring it back.
Wow.
Oh my God. Imagine what Keto's feeling.
No, seriously, the no-scope getting missed, that's just draining. It feels like you have no control now. You're just watching your teammates play out a very losable retake.
That wrap from FaZe after Keto saves the day.
Yeah, he undershot the peak. Look at that shot from Searson, man. Beautiful kill. Massive from Searson.
Hang on, FaZe, just one more and you can catch your breath.
No, he was probably so tilted. He's like, oh, they're planning for CT now. I just walked out.
Yeah.
I feel for him.
Probably so frustrating, both with the situation and yourself. Keto sets them up to win it and then has to watch that happen. Like, God, no. 23 kills, thanks to Keto.
Yep, 2 ops again, and a fitting finish to this game, or a potential overtime in round 30 as both teams have money.
Dangerous game with the jiggle. Util pressure out of Nico. He's been kind of doing his own thing over towards those B apartments. Keto's gonna lay down that smoke. Ooh! Crimbo hears the burning, capitalizes on the moment, and we've got a 5v4 out of Big.
Yeah, with the smoke down A ramp after spotting a shadow. There's a good amount of time here with the 5v4. They're gonna run out through the smoke. Shot in from Searson.
Way too easy for him. And that MP9 can just sit back on its laurels. Monacy, he'll find Searson in response, and now all of a sudden, Keto feels uncomfortable. Fire destined for him. He stops that bomb, but Hunter double as he presses beyond that Tetris. as Favin's drawn over, as the clock hits 25, Hunter
Oh my
doubles
God.
back.
No way.
Both CTs stuck on ticket.
How can you good conscience rotating for the CTs? They had the ace site open. They could potentially run the triple, and Hunter has made great time. Monacy, he doesn't die. In fact, he gets the kill.
Peeks
One left.
in. And Crimbo, well, we've seen a clutch already. This one's going to have to be spectacular. At least he kills Monacy for free. 100 health versus 19 on Hunter. Hands busy with the plant. Crimbo knows he can sprint this distance. It's from this point on that caution starts to creep in. Where has Hunter gone?
Whoa, big risk.
Back on Cat.
Yeah, back on Cat. And he's actually still out in the open. Thinks that Crimbo is going to go in this direction. Might walk back into the crosshair of Crimbo. Look at the patience.
One bullet, Crimbo, to keep big in this map. Starts to move forward, makes a ton of sound, and Hunter hones in, fake tap, holds his nerve, doesn't peek just yet. Down to the wire now, time's deciding. 2 seconds, Crimbo's still on it, and Hunter ends their hopes. 16-14, an 8-round streak to start. An upset in round 17 to take back that second pistol. And when push comes to shove, Hunter runs the other way to close out on Mirage.
Swanee, one hell of a close game there, right to the wire, but a good start, still a victory coming into that one. Sweating a bit considering how well you started off?
Yeah, we lost important clutches against Crimbo. Like, he had insane 1v2s. Feel like we lost a bit to ourselves, but good composure to close it out in the end.
And talk about the first half you had in there, because it was a great start, 8-0, and then things just really slowed down. You guys couldn't seem to figure it out, and they kind of read you like a book.
Yeah, I think like in the start we controlled the pace a lot, and then we played too reactive. We let them control the pace. We gave up mid control too much, and then in the end the clutches destroyed us.
And what are you going to say to the guys going into the next map, going into Inferno? What's going to be the talk like to the team? Have you noticed some things that need to be fixing that weren't coming through in practice?
I mean, just more about the communication, because once we lost the rounds, our communication slowed down, and that's when we didn't play as well. But on Inferno, I think we are still one of the best teams. We showed in Abu Dhabi, and just play our game and win it.
Communication is the key to success for sure, but looking at Inferno, it was a map that Big kind of strayed away from. Were you surprised by this veto from them at all, or did you have an idea?
No, not really. We expected them to ban Nuke because it's one of our best maps, and they kind of had to switch permabans again because they lost us too.
Yeah.
So we were ready for Inferno and we prepared it. So.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Swanee, congratulations so far. We'll see you in a bit.
Thank you.
I remember when I was playing in Espada back in the days, we was fighting with Gambit youngsters a lot, and we was losing to them, and people was coming to me and asking, how do you play against Shira, what do you feel? And I told them, guys, I'm not playing against Shira, I'm playing against Nafani, Exile, Hobbit, and they don't understand that we don't have a lot of duels against each other.
Yes.
We just more killing riflers, and only after maybe you will fight with Ofer.
So you got to knock down 2 first, then wait for him to appear. Okay. How do you compare you, and how do you guys think of Sasha versus Zywoo in the AWP battle, in the head-to-head like that? Because we as talent, we discussed that Simple does things that we would not recommend other players try because you don't hit it. But then Zywoo is a lot more like, plays it through and maybe less off instinct in how we view it. What do you guys see it as?
I mean, it's tough to say. Like a lot of the games when I watch like Zywoo and Sasha playing against each other, like I think for Zywoo it's not comfortable to play against Navi. You know what I mean? Like Kryptonite, yeah?
Yeah, Kryptonite, yeah.
Kryptonite, I think it's like this. But I don't know. Like 2 different kind of styles of hoppers.
Man, I teach my teammates so many times how to not pick Zywoo. I show them like how I play, and he do the same, you know, like positioning. Everyone does a good positioning, but accuracy, I feel his accuracy is good. His decision making very fast as well.
Yeah, what I feel from my perspective, I was looking on both of you in 2 years period when you was fighting for top 1. And yeah, they have different style of opening, a bit like both of them can do aggressive moves, and also both of them can support their teammates and control sometimes. That's what I think it's smart opener need to do always. You have both ways and you are good with both of them.
Yeah.
But the beautiful thing that I can like look on both of them, it's something that I remember I heard it in football. When I look on Zaivu, I feel like it's great guy and good player, very good player, insane. And I look on Sasha.
A map of streaks in the first half, but back and forth we go in the second. That was on a knife's edge, to say the least. It came down to every read, every kill, every single clutch. And man, Maniac, I just want to jump in to that final round, because what an incredible play from Munacy and what a read from Hunter in that final 1v1.
Yeah, we can jump straight into round 30, because that in itself is a whole story. Would you look at this 5v4, Sursen puts down Hooksy. This should be guaranteed overtime. This was a 2-man advantage for Big, but then from the side of G2, they don't lose their composure. They put down a Molotov, trade efficiently up to JKS. Tapson gives away his life a little bit too easy. No one's in a position to trade him, and then G2 play it the perfect way. Mathematically, Hunter had 27 seconds to run away. Munacy gets the kill. That seals the fate of the rotation, and now it's all on to Crimbo, who has absolutely no idea where Hunter is. He plays it with patience. He knows he doesn't have to peek too fast. And once he realized that Crimbo is not on the bomb, there we are, ladies and gentlemen. That is map number 1 being in the back for G2. But I do want to reiterate, this was a 5v3 for Big. They had all they needed to push us to overtime.
Oh, such a close round. Such a close round. The fact that Hunter wasn't spotted by Crimbo in this 1v1, he was so close peeking out, so close spotting him. So it came down to the nitty-gritty. It came down to the absolute smallest of details. I will agree with you. Big, you know, in this round, they should have won it, and they stepped up massively in this game. They were struggling in the beginning. They couldn't find their footing whatsoever. They fought their way back, and had it gone into overtime, I would probably argue that Big came in with a bit more confidence and believe in the things that G2 would have. But unfortunately, Munacy, he has that X factor to turn around the times.
Yeah, it was a game of inches when we look at the second half, but certainly a series of miles when we're looking at the first, because let's not forget, as you were just saying, Jacob, G2 started off 8-0. What on earth were they doing to start off this map so well?
What, everything went their way. Everything went G2's way in the beginning. The individuals showed up, shined. Big couldn't find their footing whatsoever. Individually, they couldn't shut down for G2. There were a lot of clutch moments as well that went the way of G2 as well. Opening duels, I think we discussed it in the green room. At one point, I noticed that G2 were up 14-5 in opening kills. So if you're up that much, and if you're constantly getting a head start, if you're constantly one player ahead, it takes a lot to lose this game, and well, still G2 almost did it.
That's the other side of the coin that we have to address. How the hell did Big come back into this game, which they seem to be completely disconnected from? Well, there's two main reasons. First off, the B-bomb side, which was targeted time and time again. They really pushed on this Hooksy Hunter duo who struggled to have efficient trading, and then a couple of clutches. Swanee said in an interview, Crimbo broke us down a couple of times. He had that 1v2 towards Catwalk. That is the story of Big coming back into the game. And on the CT side, I just want to take a second to praise Keto, because I think he individually stopped down a couple of A executes from G2, which would have made their life much easier.
I do want to go back to highlight a moment from the earlier half, though. Round number 7, when we saw Munacy doing some nasty stuff on that B-bomb.
Yeah, that's going to ruin it for a lot of FaZe players out there in the future, because the wallbang that Munacy pulled off right here in round number 7, that was beautiful. We get to see the round right here. Crimbo is actually doing one hell of a job coming out towards the B-bomb side right here. In a prime position, G2. Munacy finds the first one. Nico is doing everything he can to bait for Hooksy, but Crimbo, with a nice double entry, still finds him. And then look at this. JKS fast flank, not winning it. It's a 4v2 at this point, but this wallbang here for Munacy, one I haven't seen used before in quite some time. Hunter pushing out, no one to cover the bomb, and all of a sudden G2 is winning a 4v2, a 2v4 on the B-bomb side. That is absolutely impossible to turn around had it not been for that wallbang from Munacy, had it not been the fantastic timing from Hunter.
Yeah, that was absolutely nasty.
It's a backbreaker of a round. That's what it is. Mentally, you're supposed to be done. Like, you're losing 0-6, you finally have your 4v2, then your first planter gets wall-banged from wherever the hell that is, and then it's full panic. I'm sure everyone is screaming on TeamSpeak. You're trying to plant once again, no one is covering you, and just like that, you see 0-7 going away, and you just let go of the keyboard and the mouse like, I'm out.
Yeah, I mean, great fortitude for Big, trying to come back in from after that decimation in the first half, but unfortunately that does slide in the favor of G2. And of course, G2's map pick of Inferno coming up next as well. So Danny, what should we be looking out for on this map?
So G2, they're obviously very strong on Inferno, and one of the reasons why is their ability to kind of enter bomb sites and work together. So I have a good example from the last time they played against FaZe. And what we're going to see here is G2, they're going to come here towards this mid-brackets position. What you'll see is they're actually going to go towards this arch side, even through the smoke, and I want to kind of break down how they actually do it. So first thing you'll see here is that as HooXi goes through, he goes through the smoke, but he doesn't just go through the smoke. Notice that here, he actually jumps through the smoke. He jumps through the smoke, and that's meant to clear the cubby position. The reason why is because for C2 who's actually playing in the cubby position, it's meant to kind of draw their crosshair away. It's meant to basically jump over the pre-aim that the C team might potentially have. That's the reason why he jumps over the smoke here. It's very deliberate. Second thing here you'll notice is that he takes contact with Brokey here, but he doesn't spend too much time trying to fight him here. Doesn't spend too much time here, and that's because what he wants to do instead is he actually wants to pass along this right wall here. What that does is it actually cuts the angle of Brokey, who's trying to re-peek into the arch side, and he can't do it because the players have moved over towards that left side. Ultimately, what that does is it allows m0NESY to now post up on the long-range angle as these players are crossing towards this right side or going up, and this allows them to progress more safely, knowing that m0NESY has that push covered. And you'll see that when the push actually comes through, m0NESY, he finds the first one. It gives enough time for HooXi to find the second. And then lastly, as they enter towards a bomb site, you'll see that both Nico and HooXi, they're both clearing the right side. They have a third player here who's walking towards the pit, and basically a beautiful way to kind of go up the arch side and clear the site. So this is something that Big are going to have to watch out for. They're going to have to make it hard for G2 to enter these bomb sites.
A beautiful look there from Danny. We know G2 is kind of their bread and butter coming onto Inferno, but for a Big, I feel like the script is totally flipped when we look at them. They just don't play top-tier opposition on this map.
No, it's been a map they've been struggling integrating into their map pool. They have played it here and there, but as you said, they don't really play against the best teams in the world. They rarely win against the best teams in the world as well. And G2, they had a period where they played this map to a very, very high level, especially the CT side. You have so many individuals like m0NESY, like Nico, like Hunter, who can shut down a certain area on the map that it's very tough from a T-side perspective to break into G2. And then as Mahone showed right here as well, plenty of stuff to do on the T-side for G2 as well. So I'm not gonna lie, it's not looking good for Big right here, but hopefully it's something they've been working on over the break, and maybe they're ready to integrate Inferno.
Maybe they are. The way I would frame it is that what Mahone just did, you know, dissecting these very fine details in G2 and their warpath going into long, you're not gonna see that for Big. That level of detail is not gonna be attained by Big. It's gonna be a bit more clear-cut what they're doing, probably folding into the known categories of how usually people play Inferno, but I don't expect that kind of refined details coming out of them.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Big taking on the highest caliber of opposition on this ground. Maybe a reason why G2 are picking into their comfort ground. We're going to see exactly how it goes down and if this one is going to be a G2-0 after this break.
They flash, keep flash. Shut up.
Not dead. Falling your stairs.
Nice.
DT one.
Nice.
Nice.
Two
I'm
versus
on jungle
left.
left. I'm
Ilya,
on jungle.
I will pick up C4 now, fall back. You can stay there.
30 seconds, Raj. I need to run.
Run all the way, run all the way. Ilya, try to
I'm
make
going
chaos,
savage.
okay? You cannot just wait. You have to make noise and shit.
Making
see
us,
you?
okay? No, they didn't. Oh,
Nice.
It's okay, it's okay. I'll see on the stairs, okay? CT last.
Inside,
Wait,
inside.
he's running towards CT, okay? Towards kitchen. Nice!
Far too easy for Hunter in that clutch. Ice cold, man. Evacuates that A bomb site, sprints to the other side, and despite the best efforts of Big, despite them bringing it back in the first half from an 8-0 start against them, they lose, Launders. They've lost. And we go to map 2, Inferno. Big on Inferno, G2 on Inferno. What do you make of this shindig?
Yeah, they banned Nuke to try and play Inferno again, which is a risk by Big. But again, when you've lost over and over again versus the team you're going up against, it's not weird to try something new. And Big have played Inferno quite a lot in their careers, so not entirely surprised, but this might be their New Year's resolution, bring Inferno back to play against the top teams. The thing is, G2's Inferno is solid. It's amazing, and it was just refreshing to watch that game because I think both teams played really well, which is just not what you expect for the first games back after a long break.
This one's got some tempo, a little bit of pace. As they wrap around that arch, we've got a CT push down banana. Oh, we've got clean ones all over the map for a bunch of players, and Crimbo, well, that kill versus Hooksy has sent Nico elsewhere. Oh, sorry, did somebody order a Nico 1v3? Anybody?
Yes, hello, I ordered.
Oh, sir. Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, enjoy. First one's for free. Searson back turned. Nico closes that gap. Not too cautious. No need to be. Only 2 kills left.
Just worried about the arch for now. Doesn't see anything, moves off. Okay, so now 2 timings open up, right? He can peek to potentially wrap arch himself, but I think going boiler, going back halls is another option. He's going for this play, man. This is really going to be hard to figure out for Big. The thing is, they can jump on the bomb.
They could start that defuse.
But Nico could get one for free because of his spot.
Sorry, sir. How's your clutch so far? Because it's just 2 kills away.
Oh, he got off it.
He's got him off that
10
clutch.
seconds.
Is everything to your liking?
Oh, my God.
Is this exactly how you wanted it? Because he sticks the landing. 1v3 in the pistol. 4 kills on the round.
Right on time. Amazing round from Nico. That shot into apartments was also really hard. But so was, everything he did that round. Insane stuff here. And after this hold from Favin, oh man, poor guy. What a round from him too.
Clean ones. Clean as can be.
Oh, when he got off the bomb.
Yeah, you knew, right? Just charge him down.
That was actually, I think, the right thing for Crimbo to do because his teammate was right above him. But as soon as he didn't get the kill and showed himself getting off the bomb, then Nico knew. He had so much time to get there.
Don't fret. It's just a USP. Not a problem, Hunter.
You don't see clutches like that very often.
No. But you ordered it.
Yes. Finally a good delivery service.
Yeah, right? When you're having dinner with me, you can get what you want.
Like that energy.
Hunter, go ahead, make some money. The remnants of Big tried to push into the apartments, and that'll net them at least 1 kill. But all you've done is drop the ump, so G2 aren't gonna cry about it. 2-0 start on this T side.
That's one of the best skins of all time, isn't it?
No.
What? Why? Because it's cheap?
Well, no, it's just there's nothing too nice about it. It's not
nothing too nice about it.
Yeah, man, it's like, ooh, whoa, Arctic wolf.
It's like some cool wolf on it. That's cool.
Yeah, wolf's real cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would irony? That thing looks beautiful. And it also looks beautiful in view model and when you hold it flat against the screen.
Okay, man. It's not 2018.
Hard to do. What does that mean?
It's much better stuff. But You can do you.
That's an all-time skin right there.
All right. Launders approved.
UMP Wolf.
Make a YouTube video about it.
You're the skin guy. Get off your ass.
Get to work.
You've been talking about making a skin YouTube channel for years.
I made one. Yeah.
Just every content creator.
I peaked.
I did upload once.
All right. Let's go big. Guns up. Keto keeps the up. 4 M4s. Hunter fast again. Met by smoke. Ooh, Hooksy. Galils him.
Yikes, that's a crummy way to die.
Favin's gonna lay the smoke towards short, tries to deal with this arch wrap, but it's not just Hooksy, and it's not just Nico either. Nice concentrated effort from the G2 camp, wasting no time on that A split, wasting no time to slice through what was supposed to be Big's rifle round win.
That's exactly why Mahone was meat riding G2, because of rounds like that. A beautiful attack.
That's what they mean by Mahone.
Look at that skin, man.
I got nothing.
I don't get it, how you don't see what I see there. Look at this attack.
Through smoke,
3
over
different
balcony.
elevations.
Man. Like an escalator.
Appreciate this.
Okay.
Look at it in action. Even has the G2 logo on the back.
Wow.
Is that your best Owen Wilson?
I don't know about my... Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Did you watch Wedding Crashers?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. Rewatched it recently as well. I didn't even realize.
Really?
I didn't realize Will Ferrell was in that bad boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ma! Meatloaf!
Comes in late.
Funeral Crashers. That was a twist I didn't expect.
No, sir. But players got to play. Fire goes deep. Ooh. Speaking of funerals, poor Hooksy just got stuffed by that UMP, man. Tries to come around the side of Banana and just gets wrecked. So he's done. And it's not supposed to be a round that goes the big way. It's just those 2 rifles, or 2 weapons saved.
Key smoke there at the top of Banana. Nico was keen on disrespecting that bit of map control, trying to get that 5v4 back quickly as possible. But the damage is done to Nico on the jump spot. He's low, 26 health. They're still in a good spot, though. We'll see if G2 just risk it and try to exec off this presence. Another smoke gets thrown, but it's real early. And right now, Big are out. So I actually think this is a fine round for G2. Looks like they're thinking about execing B. 4 players have already rotated over to the A site. With no information, there's not really a big reason why they would try to commit a gamble backwards. Did Keto pick up another one? Oh, but will he be in time? The exec is coming in. He's going to throw it.
Oh, he could get through.
That could save the round.
Right, yeah. Presses the issue. Doesn't take the risk until a couple seconds later. Ooh, jump up, but still m0NESY can't see it, so they don't get the kill. And without that kill, they try to go back to A, but Tabson finds JKS, and now you're just stranded. And at 15 seconds, with both entries denied, you've got to call it quits.
That was really nice. I mean, Searson, every little second counted right there as he ferried that smoke over from the A site over to Keto, met him halfway, got into the angle just in time to stop them from not running through. I mean, even if it was 1 second later and they would have been halfway through the smoke on the exec, they would have done it because they expelled so many grenades that tried to take over B. Huge commitment, and that just had G2 believing, well, this is definitely going to be the site they hit. Of course, Utility wins the round for Big.
It's one of those, one of those glorious moments of Counter-Strike where it's just a reminder that everybody needs from time to time. That one piece of utility or one pistol, can win a round of CS.
Yeah, and it was Keto with a 1M4 over on Mirage on balcony, that one round as well.
Yep. Good call. Good throwback. So just like that, Big start their endeavor on this defense.
Yeah, I think even though Keto, his stats got a little inconsistent, I think one of his the moments where you saw his highest peaks, I think, were when he was playing B. Even if some games it didn't go so well, very comfortable at hybrid opping, very comfortable playing quad with a rifle. narrowly surviving that moment.
Ooh, and Hunter is gonna pounce.
That is a very curious situation.
Right, for him to just take that risk, throws himself forward, and
they had the Searson flash.
Opens up.
What if they ran some kind of trick there? So Searson was just... There was a molly that had just expired, maybe? I don't know. A lot of funny things happening right now.
It's a weird one. Back-to-back oddities. This time, Keto doesn't have that saving grace. There's no smoke on Tabson, the closest rotate. So it's not like G2 are gonna meet that last second resistance unless it comes by way of gun. 2 kills off the ump is enough to prime Tabson to go big here, but Honesty already honed in on the kill. His second in that B site. Spam damage on both of the players that do go for the cross, but with that plant, there's no chance. At a retake, they have to concede, and it is big back to the losing ways.
Damn, that was such a key shot for Honesty to hit. Keto nearly saved it, man. I mean, not only because they didn't have a smoke, so if he played in oranges, went back to quad, he would eventually get closed out and would have nothing to fall back on. If he got mauled, he was screwed. So not only did he take that first peek, he went a little deeper on the second kill, and I think the next rifler thought he's going to fall back now and try to delay for time, but that wasn't the case. Set up Tabson in a good way, but honestly, just full credit to Honesty. Hit a shot, and that was the one point where a natural rotation would come from that they would have to be worried about. It didn't seem like with that push that there was just somebody in the site behind Keto playing there in some usual position. So a really good read and good composure out of Honesty here. And just patient in this position.
Of course, right? Feels like he's always aware of the bigger picture. It's hard to catch him off guard. And for that reason, Tabson goes down easy. So this T side given a great chance this round. Clear out some more money. But there is an abundance of it because Big win that round where they had spent so little.
I think Big have in the past tried to make their Inferno stand out on CT side by figuring out new ways of winning rounds without just fighting into the bottom of the banana. And I think some people have copied some of their grenades over. They threw a lot of grenades from the site, pretended to take banana control very often, and would try to get damage in or kills that way. And I wonder, you know, because it just didn't work out for Big. They weren't winning enough of their Inferno games, didn't play it as much. So now, coming into 23, what is it that they've changed? Are they going to go back to being more aggressive?
Well, Tabson, poor guy gets naded by Nico. There was, I believe, an ult peek out of Searson at the start of this round, so trying to take a risk with the AWP, jump up, punished. And Nico's found himself a second kill in the round already, so there's a lot of pressure here on Crimbo. He's got no support. And Nico almost takes Searson's head clean off. Crimbo holding in the apartments is instrumental.
They gotta think there's an arch timing now, right?
Surely.
Well, yeah, they had the Searson kill plus Crimbo in the halls.
Oh, nasty.
Oh, what?
Creeps up beneath Favin's feet.
Jesus. Stinky feet.
And Searson's already back at that A bomb site, so just, you know, it's one of those moments where Crimbo getting a kill draws another player over, which ultimately leaves B compromised. Crimbo's success, I think, is the problem.
Yeah. And that was last map too, he did so well. But so yeah, that situation, I think you have no choice but to bend the knee, right? Crimbo gets a kill, Searson gets a kill, you know Arch is open. So I guess G2 think, all right, let's not overreact in the situation. They're gonna make the move. They have no choice but to. And they just, they get Nico to sniff it out over on the B site. Someone let the dogs out. Whoa, the reverse doja.
Oh, Nico, what you up to? Oh, cost effective. Hang on now. Listen, you got a lot of money, but...
That was good.
That was an excellent hold from Big. The ones in pit were actually sharp. Nico just had a knife out.
Mm-hmm. Looking at Nico right now, looking pretty scary.
9-2.
Yeah. I think at 22, in my opinion, not Nico's like strongest year. I think I also was another player who I had a little bit lower on my list than HLTV's, and it was mostly not because of the stats. The stats looked really good for Nico. I just didn't feel it when I watched G2's games as much. I felt like it was definitely the Monashi show for most of the year, and Hunter and Nico, while good, were not the reasons for G2 in some of their big matches. And I think that even still, this is one of the core positions for Nico. I'd say on Banana, both sides, on Inferno, on Nuke, both sides, playing outside. I think these are two places where I think of Nico above almost anybody else in the world. Here we have 143 ADR from Nico. And I just think that last year, sometimes things didn't go right for Nico when it came to the risks he was taking all the time, playing by himself. But we know he's capable of just completely taking over the game in a way that no rifler in history can consistently on these two maps. And right now, he's in that mode.
Ooh, Crimbo, given a glimpse of what's coming. Oh, and then catches Hooksy just before the Nico flash pop. Commits from Hunter. And that's going to be Searson reactivating on the other end. Missed his chance a second time. Still only 1 in 5 at the moment, but luckily Favin can recover a little bit of ground and doubles back through that smoke, gets ahead of the follow-up util, but the gun goes dry. Tabson goes down, and things get nasty.
It's not the way you want to lose a round. The second shot from Searson was a bit more standard. That was just, should have locked that in. And Favin losing control of his gun. Unlucky, man. Well, we know Big don't give up.
That's true. And Big have already come back from an 8-0 deficit in this series. So you better not change the channel, folks. Terrorists win. But it's clean from G2. And honestly, a little lackluster there from Searson. Could have been a couple kills on the round.
Yeah.
Could have been.
Aye.
But Nico survives it. Poor Favin. Understandably frustrated with the fact he at least didn't get that apartments kill. Would have needed the reload anyway, so you think the trade is inevitable.
Opper's reloading. What an arc.
Right.
Hooksy time.
Ooh, fast. Woo. Skates right through that gap. Won't be able to get a second, but Tabson sure enough doubles down. Nice trade out from Monacy, as usual. And with util going down on cross, Searson's gonna have to walk this one around towards Coffins. No teammate nearby. It's gonna have to be him, and it's gonna have to be through smoke.
And I think Tabson maybe did a little bit too much there. You know, the round's not over just yet, but it's such a strong position now for G2 with the site. We'll see what the defenders can do to take this back. Oh my God. Ooh, a little bit late on the plant.
Yeah.
They were anticipating, I think, getting naded from CT, so they didn't want to plant grill, but they sacrificed a player to do it. Monacy getting closer.
Yeah, draws him back from Banana. Feels like he's got to take something away. And he misses again. Hunter stuck behind Little Pillar, bomb nearing the halfway point. And he doesn't have anybody to serve up a distraction, doesn't have util to put that out, but fights through it. Ooh. And imagine a world where he kills Crimbo, because that could have been a nasty clutch, but instead, it's a second out of Big.
Some respect, I think, for the utility that wasn't even really there with the Hunter play. And Monacy, he made the right move getting into CT, had a chance with someone throwing grenades to hit a shot.
Twice.
Peeking in for a second, maybe going a bit far, but I think he was worried. This exec came out so early that there was a higher chance, of course, that the CTs rotating over could have an extra smoke. They didn't do anything to try to bait out some of that retake utility, so he didn't want to get caught behind a CT smoke, and that's why I think the move made sense. But gotta hit the shots too.
A little bit of a lifeline here for Big. Oof, Hunter tagged. Of all the shots, he hits that one. Doesn't even get a kill for it. It's just a wounded Hunter. JKS. Feel like I haven't had to say his name yet this map.
Was a great Halls lurker at the World Final at the end of the year.
Yes, sir. Was a great fill in the blank.
Everything
at World Final.
Very true.
But yes, Halls, a part of his game. Nice angle from Favin, but hasn't netted any contact yet. JKS coming back. There's a fight here. Oh, missed flash.
It was just to hear a footstep, though, and they didn't hear anything. Wow. I don't know who was luckier, but they didn't act on that.
And the peek from Hooksy, punished from above. Monacy's not able to trade that fast enough. Gets into the boiler cover, anticipates a peek from Balk. We've got no movement out of the B site defense yet. Smoke comes down on the hay bales. Crimbo gets off of his position, looks to peek into short. He's got a player close. Hunter walks into the stream of bullets, and Crimbo gets away. A double kill of a robbery, and no answer yet. This sidearm out of Crimbo. Nico, you can go as deep as you need to. There is no chance at a round win here. He'll try to hold on to that AWP, but there's even a threat he dies after time. All good. With that, he locks this in, but it's just an A hit that falls flat.
It is, I mean, you gotta say, great usage of utility. As that exec was coming through, there were tons of micro fakes coming in from the T side to draw out utility. And the CT, the same. And the flash retake into the halls, sometimes you just put someone there to listen. If somebody starts to run after you get flash, maybe you swing off of that. But sometimes it's too dangerous to try to swing because you got someone playing anti, someone who's not playing anti, and then you end up dying even though they can't see you. And in this spot, you know, Crimbo falls away from the fight after not hearing anything. JKS doesn't kill him, but JKS now tells him there was something there. There is an attack potentially coming on, and that's where more of the reactions come out of big. And again, a good job of not throwing all of their utility at once. That's what Inferno is all about, man. If there's any map that comes down to utility more often than guns, it's Inferno. It's all about how long you can hold those grenades and when you use them.
Boring.
Okay.
One op to save them all.
And it's not on Monacy.
No, sir.
Said, you don't even have armor, man. Let me do this.
Deep down, Nico's always wanted to be an opper.
Yeah.
If Nico was an opper, there's a chance that he would have been the best player in the world at some point.
No.
But he plays it hard mode.
No.
Yep.
Like,
all these ops,
have you seen him op? I mean, I don't think that's true at all.
I'm saying if he was an opper.
Well,
as in, like, as if he was good at it.
You know why he's not?
Now I see it. Sits inside smoke, dies. Keto. Go ahead. Easy pickups.
No, Nico's an aberration because he's probably the best rifler in history, especially just continues on at this level. But for some reason, when he ops, it's he looks like a very normal human. I guess the one thing I'll say though is that his op on the T side when he was trying to primary op for that little bit was better than a CT op. That was the kind of interesting part to see. And he has somebody who last year and in the last few years, Nico, man, his opening kills are just outstanding. His success rate, his attempt rate, he has stood so far ahead of everybody else that even when you think of entry fraggers in the game, and a lot of the elite players do this, where you think about, oh, well, this player is an entry player, let's compare their entry stats, and then you compare them to players like Simple, Zywoo, and Nico, and their entry stats are actually still better than all the other classic entry fraggers in the game. And Nico oftentimes plays two roles in a match. He'll play lurker, he'll play opener, and yeah, that's why he really is the first. I mean, Axile took number 4, I think, this year. But in terms of consistency and longevity, Nico's got him all beat.
Searson, quick peek. And an even quicker fallback. Muzzled with a Galil, but no need. Oh, what? Tapson He'd fired some shots already, so Nico's on high alert. And the fact that m0NESY picks up the first kill ahead of Nico, I mean, those two players with an entry apiece means B is compromised. They've got problems. Get out of his way. Move.
Slowing me down. Goodbye, Nico.
Can't even trust your teammates. Nades. Oof. Almost perfect. HooXi. Gonna be tasting shrapnel for weeks. But because those kills come so easily, because that is such a free double opening, cost them no util. G2 smoke off the remnants of big here outside of the site, and for that reason, the reason being Inferno's boring, it's a 7th.
Oh, is that your opinion these days?
Can't retake it.
You don't like it? Okay.
No.
I do think it's true that right now in the meta, it is entirely possible to take Banana fast and win with just banana control. And G2 will do that really often. And it's kind of hard to stop him, especially if you know Nico's willing to turn that corner at any time. m0NESY's behind him. These are two very strong attackers. They've just got strong entries across the board. Even HooXi will take a spawn and swing top car when the time is right. And that's pretty hard to deal with.
Big aren't going to like the feeling that one left them with, because all too easy. And as we get into the last 3 rounds of this half, 4 rounds of this half, it's buy after buy from Big, but how about an opening kill? Searson's been trying to get that mid contact on a multitude of rounds, and he is just sitting at the bottom of the board, 2 and 6.
We saw him for a second at the end of Mirage.
A quick reminder that he was in fact inside the server. Ooh, headshot against m0NESY, but the AK is simply better. And Keto versus Nico, point blank around this half wall. Keto tucks back in, op shot out of Searson. Nice. Deny HooXi any presence. Now that there's no threat towards mid, feels like Keto knows what's coming.
But again, it's just this game. Like, they were committing top the A site. Now Keto can try to lock it down. The rotation comes through, and he does so much damage. m0NESY Hunter, 10 and 13 HP.
Should be an easy cleanup. Oof, sure enough. And that wasn't even the low HP. Finds JKS first, and then sweeps away the other 2. So simple 3-piece, 4 tabs in. And big CT side adds another.
I think the thing that makes a difference is hanging out, staying at the top of Banana, not just foregoing it. Like, we saw Nico saw somebody come and peek the corner and then took the shot and fell back the entire time Keto was standing up there on the sandbags, denying information, and not being worried that G2 would have overtaken it. And so when G2 wanted to come back to it, well, he did his job. He got that first kill, he got another dink off, set up, taps in perfectly. But again, this leverage that G2 find on B, it's just coming back to haunt Big over and over again. See if some of those site nades come in.
This looks like a commitment real quick. Tabson stuck in the corner here. Late little coffin, jump up, and Keto goes down with nothing. Oh, the B site does not hold, not even slightly. No fight for Banana this time. No kills from any corners. Luckily, Favin brings it back with at least that, but is that enough of an invitation to move this retake forward when the waning few rounds of the half could be critical?
Yeah, they called out a huge timing right there. They smoked themselves off of car and then went through it and called out Big for not playing there, because it seems like, again, they just have all this trepidation about trying to take over Banana control deep, so they pretend they're going to. And G2 said, well, you can't pretend versus us because we weren't scared even if you would play there. And they score one back quickly. Best thing about these rounds, sadly, for Big is being able to save all their A players. So I would say things not looking too different for Big coming into this year in terms of what they're expecting. I think G2 are probably looking at this map like, oh, it's more of the same. Actually, pretty comfortable to play against this style of defense. And funnily enough, I think Keto, of anything, has been doing the best job in terms of his position on B, but that's not been enough.
Crimbo's had action at times, but B site's problematic. So God B will get animated.
I think even if you lose that player, it's really important to like at least have the other team think you could just swing half wall at any time.
Right.
Take logs control. But I think it's just they're so ahead of the clock on all these rounds when it comes to map control.
Back and forth for the last 4. 2 left to play. Here we go, something a little more active. FaZe and tab.CET into the apartments, but this is the round where there's 3 players from G2 already on the stairs. Easy! tab.CET commits for the spray down. And if you had blinked, you would have missed it. Bomb gets dropped. It's just too claustrophobic up in there. Everybody's jumbled. Packed in like a sausage.
That's 1 round in a spray, melted down like a stick of butter.
So G2 left to rely on Nico and Monacy, but saying those 2 names feels like you're summoning something special. But as everybody knows, creatures have summoning sickness when you bring them into the game. So
why was that a Magic reference?
Well, unless they have haste, they have to wait until the next turn to attack.
Interesting. Go back to playing your card games, kid.
Smoke off the pit play, clear the close one. Nope, not today. Crimbo wins the duel, plus that gap means Searson comes out of his hidey hole. And it's a nice clean round for Big. It feels like they needed something like that. I like that tab.CET, you know, just goes for the apps play. And I wonder whether that's what Gob kind of comes in with, right? We took a timeout, we saw Gob get animated, and all of a sudden there's an initiative and an excellent 3-kill situation for Big.
And you just have 2 multi-kills in this half that were solid as well. The 3K on B. That one's a little bit easier. This was full HP players coming up the stairs. Only to get thrown back down by the bouncer. A 3rd timeout called for G2. They're in a pretty okay spot, but now G2 climbing back into the half. I would still say G2 clearly the more confident team in this half, who have won more rounds, who look better overall, scarier. But numerically, they got to be kind of happy.
And then, of course, the daunting task of the second half after this one. So it's 9 for G2 or 7 to Big. And now we're going to get a little more activity towards the B site. 3 players out of the gate. But check this out. G2, fast pace and a great trade. FaZe throws out the nade, but because of this position from Searson over towards that B site, it was FaZe alone after the opening kill. Could have been a huge problem had G2 kept going. But look at this quick redirection. Back to Banana they'll go.
We're talking low grenades here, so it's still a fine position for Big if they use their utility properly, and they've already called to the heat of action here, running back over with 3. First smoke comes down. They can play more committal positions.
Ooh, but Nico still goes through. Keto! 2 kills on the spray. Searson with the cover. Looks like Coffin smokes a step too deep. And Monacy, oh God, they're gonna give him a chance to clutch. Now we know what he can do from the new box, but he's gonna play this one in a different fashion. And understandably, they may think he's back there. Quick headshot for the first. Tries to gun down Searson and a chance to turn around. But a chance to turn around this map for Big. It's 4 of the last 5 all queued up. Easy peasy for Big on another first half comeback. Boosted kicker up. Oh, there's that
the scout.
Oh! No! No!
Free aim to the top of the half wall.
No. Open
He
B
just
site.
wins the round. He just wins the round like that. He won the whole round. That is unreal.
How does he do things like that?
That's crazy. The boy is special.
Outsiders did nothing wrong.
They had 2 good spots and good guns.
Oh, that is disgusting. And Hooksy's losing his mind.
Yeah.
Hands off the keyboard.
You're so sick, Modesty. You're so sick.
That's what he always says. I love
Ilya.
Ilya, you're nuts. You're so good, bro. And honestly...
Yeah, really. He just won. That's the cool part about Counter-Strike. I mean, he just won the round by himself. He did.
Watch this.
Oh, man.
Now, James kind of posted and then...
Wow.
Oh.
It's insane.
I can't get over it.
Show me how.
Liquid are teed up nicely. The Flames and Dexter. This bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold. They win these fights. Just Dexter left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around. Kill number 3. Oh! Dexter! Make some noise for him. That is incredible.
Look how hyped up he is. I don't even think he believes it. Look at the way he isolates these fights. Oh, Liquid, that one hurts, and that's all your money as well. Unreal. Dexter just lets loose.
He wants an angle and a timing, and has at least gotten the first. Molly ahead of him, sees the gun, executes Twist first and foremost, tries to wrap it back around the hut, but the heaven support, that could be the bigger difference maker. Rock's dead. Hunter continues to thrive until Brokey puts him down, and it's time for the ice-cold JKS to try and come through. This isn't rap, this isn't his wheelhouse, but it's still a chance to shine. And Brokey doesn't know where he's at. A peek out with the 8-4, sees him up in heaven, and he nails it! He nails it!
Hier ist noch nicht der was.
Ja, Karim. Ich bin bei Karim. Aber Karim hat ihn nicht gesehen, Vietnam.
Nice, that was the guy. One CT and one was bottom banana. He can push fast.
Ich komm mit dir, der wird niemals. Ich glaube, der hatte Mitte gesteppt. Passt Apps hinter euch auf, vielleicht sogar.
Ich zieh durch.
Apps frei. Lang, pass mit. Lang.
Nice shot.
Nice.
Sick clutch. Nice, brother. Nice, brother.
You are muted. Let's go.
You are muted.
He's muted the whole time.
That was very nice.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
Excellent clutch.
Yeah.
Poor Searson, though. He did nothing wrong in that 1v3. You know, barrel to the back of the head. That's how I want to go.
A bit soon for that. Saving you for later.
All right. Pistol number 4 in this series. And G2, we got back-to-back 8-7 halves from Mirage to
Back
Inferno.
dualies.
I'm down. Let's get weird. Nico first contact, then Monacy's going to tear them to pieces if there's anything left. Singular bullet out of Nico's USP. And my man Keto gets splattered on Banana. Monacy then makes sure he gets his own. And all that's left for Big to do is try to play into this A site. Question will be when and where exactly, right? They've got util to come out. And there's a chance these Berettas just press right in. I mean, they could just smash them here inside the apps. It's desperation, and it's nearly nothing. Tabson double kill back, and the only thing nicer than a 1v3 like Nico got would be this 1v5.
Well, there might be future opportunities. That one's closed down by Nico. Says, I'm going to have the best clutch of the day.
That's that.
Okay. Dual Berethas are so strong, and those are used really well. One of the best positions, definitely on top of balcony. Just the sheer amount of ammo as well that you have for shooting the smokes that come out on the attacks. And this setup is beautiful as well. I mean, first of all, Nico's a perfect person to have on a sharp angle like that, and then m0NESY right beside him with a flash to retake top and end. I mean, there's just too much going on. Great pistol setups from G2. It's not real CS, but this is as close to it as I've seen.
I brought that up to Maui yesterday. He didn't like your take.
It's Sean Garris' take.
Well, then...
You can't talk to Sean Garris, so...
Can't speak to Sean like that.
Can't.
Come back, Sean. Come back. Oof. Keto burnt to a crisp. These are guns. We're not talking just unarmored Glocks here. There's supposed to be some life from Big in round 17, but that life's been taken away. Kill after kill. They don't even get past mid.
Yeah, their fog of war was massive from the jump, and it only got worse from there. Every single kill going the way of the CTs. Well, if there's somebody who could put up clutch of the night, potentially, it's going to be Crimbo, but... Again, Nico says, no, it's going to be me.
Yeah, right. Just denied, time and time again. That's also the only clutch in this map so far. Was the very first round when Nico 1v3's pistol.
Well, this wasn't so good. I wonder if G2 just feel like it's over at this point. They look so confident. Starting off with that push. Big will now just have to wait to the next round to get better guns. Probably going to spread out. See if they can punish G2 for being aggressive again, but G2 can pretty much do anything they want this round and have an advantage. This would be the third G2-0 versus Big in the last 3 matches they played against each other. If G2 complete Inferno.
It's a brutal head-to-head. Despite maps being close. I believe a step was heard, so they're on high alert, but still Tapson, 1 bullet out. 1 man down. Ooh, easy money for Hunter. However, here comes that pop out apps. All that's left is for Crimbo to try and get something from Pit. Hey! See you later. Nice couple deegs out of Big for a round they're not meant to win. It's something.
So super cool pistol that we just saw in the second half into a very strong second round, into save, into Big. Back on guns to show us what they can do. Try to not die on the default. And I want to know if G2 are going to come at them. Like a ton of bricks down banana and into mid, or if they're going to play back. m0NESY's on this op, and I think this past year in terms of development, the #1 spot that I've seen m0NESY perceptibly improve is taking initiative on Inferno when it comes to playing the A site. But here's another trying to test his luck down banana off the car peak. And already, I mean, how many times did Big try to foray down banana in the way that G2 are right now? We saw Keto climb up on a car 1 time, I think, in the half. Apart from that,
ooh, wow. Nice nades.
Yeah, they're just dominating right now.
Nico sticks around for a second. Keto gets ever closer.
Oh, unfortunate. A great flash.
He just blind, man. Give the man a chance. That's the importance of crosshair placement. But Searson's going to punish m0NESY, and listen, now Nico's stuck in the spot.
Yeah, he's been holding this. He knows that Nico's here. He knows Nico's around here.
And Crimbo's got flashes, but oh, Crimbo gets caught out by the JKS apartments peak, so now it's just going to have to be Big to try to get around that corner. Searson trades frags, but still the 1v2 to deal with. Ooh, fake plant. Perfect play. That's the second in this 1v3. Trades into Nico, calls out Hunter's aggression, and now gets back into the coffin. Fresh mag on the op. 5 bullets to drop JKS. as he puts that smoke towards Banana. Searson sees his skin. Oh, but a missed shot means JKS can fight. Down to just minimal HP. JKS manages to deny it.
Ah, man, that was beautiful from JKS. Not even knowing where Searson was, but shoulder peeking perfectly. Didn't commit. You better believe on his camera, he can't see that much, and he gets the shot out. That's hard to do. A perfect shoulder here from the Savage. He gets the op too, recovers the round. This is a great start from G2 with the opening duel. Nico's blind kill as well seemed like the final obstacle, and then Searson nearly brings it back with a beautiful fake plant into attempt on the clutch, but JKS, he had no advantages there. It's a very winning position for Searson to be in, and JKS beats the odds. That's tough, because that's 4 straight now in the second half. Third timeout here called from Big. What are you going to talk about?
Hopefully they don't linger on that last one. Move along. Tough stuff. I passed JKS in the studio in between maps. He walked by and he just went, Copenhagen. My hands are always cold. And that's like a gamer's nightmare. But I mean, obviously they're on fire if he's jiggle peeking that quick on the retake from CT. So heating up, clearly. Damn, outplayed. And you know, that's kind of sometimes my favorite thing about JKS. It's just about the moments he sprinkles in. Not meant to be a star, right? But damn, can he do it. Fast play, straight out the gate, down into the ult. And not just with 2 players peeking, but then Hunter's this third, and that's gonna corral them into who else other than Monacy. I mean, Big being led like lambs to the slaughter. And Hunter's not even gonna give him a chance to fall this back. tabseN over the top rope, gets the only piece of success going here for Big. And even then, they don't have much wiggle room to work. tabseN caught in the no man's land. HooXi continues to apply that pressure, as do G2. They're on fire. That's 13 rounds up over the 7 of Big.
That's the first perceptible amount of disrespect right there, right? Like every smoke pushed, every peek taken, not getting everything orderly before taking your duels. They knew they were going to win that round. They pushed aggressively. I think just as Big feared they might because of that first rifle round coming into the second half. But right now, I think G2 sent a message right there, right? Without text, without audio, just by positioning themselves like that, getting so aggressive so quickly again. On fire now, 5 straight. Into banana control again so quickly.
To bottom out the money, to force them down into this quasi-buy.
They just told Big they're not scared.
What a gut-wrenching feeling that has to be for Big. But they'll try their damnedest to still get out from apps. Smoke on hay bales, flash towards pit. Monacy dives in. He's got a teammate to his left. They don't know about him yet. Molly makes it awkward, and that kill from Favin could do the same. He saw that drop down. tabseN also able to connect. Oh, and Searson, that's 3 individual pistol kills. Hunter emerges from smoke, but now the op's in the hands of tabseN. And he's trying to play around that box.
Surely Monacy tells him.
But they spot Nico on the jump up. Forces tabseN into the cover for at least a second, and bomb needs to be retrieved. Both T's fall off site into pit, and now they've lost some control of this bomb site.
tabseN doesn't want to plant, so he's going to give that over. Hunter coming up slowly, op in pit, so there's going to be a timing. 30 seconds, Big clearly still uncomfortable, and Hunter goes for the best retake position possible. It's being watched, however.
And tabseN, no reason to check anywhere else. Sitting duck is Hunter. They know where Nico's last spotted, and he tries to change up the angle, at least to come in from long.
Yeah, they've got some money, and it's the 1v2. I think Nico can hang out and see if the kills are come his way, but they might be more interested in just trying to make sure Big have no money left over. The rotation into a decent spot. So well played here from tabseN.
Not bad, man. I mean, a necessary recovery. You think about how grueling of a thought that would have been coming off of that last round. G2 with the disrespect, but it's a Tech 9 kill from Crimbo, I believe, to kick it off. Regardless.
Favin? Maybe.
tabseN and Searson definitely. I just can't remember the first. Right, but point being, 3 separate pistols, 3 separate players, and all of it comes together to give Big a very necessary lifeline.
It's something. I think we'll put it to that. Now, when Mirage did a similar round, they leveraged to get basically their 8 rounds in a row. It started with an eco. See if they can make magic happen twice.
The correct answer was Favin. He got the first last round.
Oh, well, I guessed. I'll take that 20% odds.
Hooks you right into the logs. Oh, Keto's not looking.
No head armor. Oh. How'd that happen?
Double molly as well thrown out to try and keep Hooksy pinned in, and it works. At least able to recover with the util.
Oh, that spot would have been huge for Nico. Actually, could have maintained bottom B vision.
JKS follows. Look. Favin. Oh man, he had a nade out for a moment, but that sixth sense. His intuition tingled.
This is m0NESY's favorite spot on this map for sure.
Maybe that's why. Easy pickup versus Favin. Little flash above long and then a re-engagement back towards short.
CTs have calcified. Oh, that kill is missed. Tapson just walked out, called out m0NESY's fallback, and now 2v3 retake.
Risky business. Without knowing if there's another CT, it's a dangerous one to run, but it's going to pay off by the looks of things.
I thought they would have Big running scared over towards the B side. They were wrong.
All right.
That Big jump on 9.
Listen, this is a rally. An attempt to run it back.
Off the eco again.
Mm-hmm.
Feels a little bit more dire this time for some reason. Maybe just because G2 are just already so close to the win. Have won rounds in such dominant fashion in the CT side.
Yo, shout out Blast, man. Those are new camera angles for the start of this year.
Yeah, that's cool.
I like that. You get the full body perspective plus their screen.
There's something different about watching a player play in front of you in real life.
Yeah.
Even watching like
a
high-res gameplay just looks cooler.
It's like old school LAN environment.
Yeah.
I think it's also sick because then you can see who's playing black bars, what res, etc. Like a lot of the time, it's easy to forget that players don't see what you're looking at right now. Everybody's got something different.
Yeah, they're all handicapped for no reason. They don't brag about it.
Oh.
Shiro got top 3 on black bars. Scream used to play 800 by 600.
Why? Why?
I just felt you recoil beside me,
dude. Man, I play that native 2K resolution.
Guardian played 800 by 600 as well, I believe. And we don't really talk about them as much anymore, so maybe there's something to that.
I need my game to look good for me to feel good.
So 1280 by 960 is what you're talking about?
Absolutely not.
Because that's like 15 out of 20 of the HLTV top 20. Oh, that boost is so good.
Considering they only have 2 guns, let's tighten up ship a second, because that's a 5v4 off the back of it.
They've used that boost a few times already, but other teams as well. It seems to work out very often. You can see the best part is that Hooksy doesn't even have to move. It's always a threat. The offer or the rifler can swing behind oranges behind it. He's still tucked into the wall. Hard to spam. Not like this, Big.
But now they've left Hooksy on his own with the 5-7.
And a smoke. Or no smoke. A player. The commitment. This might be the best spot once again, though, to put Hunter. Exec will come through. Any negligence, any lack of thoroughness on this exec with the time coming down, and it gets scary here for Big.
If there was another smoke out of the CTs, it'd get real sketchy, but it's going to be a clean one. Can Hooksy draw attention or, even better, get a kill? Yes, he can. Crimbo, quick trade. Cautious about this boost as well, but goes over the boxes. Still, Hunter's seen nothing. They've completely dodged him, but he drops the bomb, falls back, almost kills Crimbo.
Time?
6 seconds. It's
No.
got to be picked up. Nobody picks it up.
Oh, no.
And for that reason, they lose 14 G2 because Big don't plant bomb.
Yeah, Jesus. Well, it's so well played from Hunter. With Hooksy up on top of oranges and him in CT with 2 unlikely positions, I think that was so well done between the 2 of them with the amount of guns they had, resources entirely. They had no even smoke come over on the back of Hunter, just the gun and his presence. 7 seconds, and they're scared about other players. I don't even know if they could have picked up that bomb. Like 6 seconds.
Like 2 seconds to 2 seconds to make it across Fountain. So I mean, it comes down to the wire, for sure. Not clear cut. This map from now to the end won't be missed chance from Searson. That could have been perfect. He got the CT peeking. Util damage is huge. And the push through from Hooksy tries to 180. Third CT is what has to actually come back and maintain control. And there's still a chance. Big, just press out into Monacy. Sounds easy, right? But JKS up above, strikes down 2, and now G2 so close to the win.
Damn, no tunnel vision right there from Monacy. It felt like he was going to jut out to the left a little bit, take the kill on mid, but no, kept eyes on Boiler, trusted his player top of that roof, and they lock it down on all fronts. Well, what could be the last round of the game, but it's a goodbye here from Big for a last attempt. Just Favin on the deagle. Keto's Mac 10 is, dubious. Might actually be useful. Help speed up an exec if they want to take something quickly. But no fear here from G2 early.
No reason to be. Right back to the winning ways. Oof, double nades, finds Nico. Third, also, tidbit of damage.
But his own. Oof, that's also good.
Wow,
it hurts more.
Y'all want to play with nades? What goes around comes around and leaves Big worse for wear. Not 1, not 2, but 3 players smashed by that util damage. Nico putting stray shots through, just cleaning up before they even have a chance to pop through that smoke. He doesn't see them, and yet they feel him. It's up to Hooksy to try and close this one with ease. Searson stuck, and they know what's up. He attempts to press out, and it's so incredibly dire. 16 health, not nearly enough, but 16 rounds sure is. G2 2-0 for the 3rd time over Big. This is a head-to-head that has the G2 super team written all over it. And the start of the year for Big is an unfortunate loss. G2 from Abu Dhabi to the start of the year looking good. Nico, huh? We talked about the stars yesterday, the return of Device, the ZywOo show. Sometimes it's easy to forget about Nico, but not when he drops 24 and 14 in map 2 to keep Big at arm's reach. And this is, of course, a group that still features Na'Vi and a newly reinvigorated Nip. So G2 could still have their work cut out for them, but it's just nice to see them start so strong.
A good start and a good debut for the team coming back off the break there. Mirage got a little bit close, but Inferno was solid from you guys. You happy with this?
Yeah, I think we're happy for the first game of the season. It was, we started strong on Mirage, but then like our form kind of dropped down for some reason. We lost some super rounds that we should have won. But yeah, the communication was not like it was in the last season. So definitely something that we need to just improve as fast as possible, I would say, because yeah, it's the first game of the season, but still we need to just improve as soon as possible, I would say. And Inferno, very confident in our map pick. Our T side is very strong on this map, even though we got only 8 rounds. I think we should have gotten more. And then on CT side, I think we just dictated the pace the whole time. We always knew what they're gonna do, and we were just reading them. And yeah, it was kind of clean game on Inferno.
And Inferno for you guys has been constantly good, right? It seems to be a key pick coming in for you guys. Obviously, they're banning out Mute with Dust 2 not being there. So you must have felt confident from the Vito start.
Yeah, actually, like for the Vito, it was a bit messy. We didn't really know what they're gonna pick, but we knew our pick, like before they played Nuke, but they now decided to not play it. So we didn't really know what to expect from them, but yeah, we were just confident in our form, I would say, and I would just say that like win at Abu Dhabi is really helping us a lot right now, and we just need to keep growing as a team and keep improving the small mistakes, and I think the good things are ahead.
And obviously this team was built to lift trophies. You managed to do it at the end of the year. You come into this and we've got higher expectations. Have you got higher expectations on yourself?
I mean, yeah, for sure. Like once you win a tournament, you really don't want to like make a step back and like be satisfied with top 4, top 5. You know, I mean, the expectations were already there, honestly. But I think now we are becoming a very strong unit. It's not just about the result, but we can actually see that like we have a good system right now, and we are improving it all the time. And if we keep the work up, I think the trophy should eventually come.
Definitely so, and it's nice to see finally. I've got one question for you as well from our Blast TV viewers, as everyone at home on Blast TV gets to answer and have a prediction on some of these questions they get to ask you. So this one will be a nice one, because I think you're going to give me a good answer for this, Nico. If you could go back in time and join any team, who would it be and why?
If I could go back in time and join any team.
Forget the language, everything like that.
I mean, obviously I wanted to join FaZe back then. And I did, but then I wanted also to join SK in 2000, I think it was like 18, 19 at that point, but that never worked out. But yeah, I guess they were the team that I wanted to team up with, and yeah.
Well, now you're settled and looking good on G2, that's the main thing. Nico, thank you very much, good luck.
Thank you.
Still riding the high from Abu Dhabi, and you know what? I don't blame G2. A G2-0 to be starting off their 2023 season off very strong indeed. And man, I love that we got to hear a few words from Nico there, courtesy of James Banks, because he was undoubtedly the star of Inferno. Absolutely love to see him returning to form like he hasn't skipped a beat over that Christmas period.
No, I mean, he's still that consistent Nico that we know, right? Never mind the doubters, never mind the people that would put him on a lower rank on HLTV and all of that. Hashtag Londers, we heard you.
Nico said, say less.
This was great from Nico, and this was great from G2 as a whole. We prefaced how Inferno should be their ground, should be their comfort zone, and I think the second half of that game tells the whole story. Big Fine, one key round with that app spot, but the rest, they have no solutions. They are being figured out by G2, they are hitting their heads against walls, and it's just the G2 show.
It's a very mature win for G2, because I would even argue that they didn't play their best Counter-Strike, especially on Mirage. I think Nico said it pretty well as well. All of a sudden, they started to make crucial mistakes, dumb mistakes they normally don't make, or they shouldn't be making. So the fact of the matter is that now G2 is at a point in their journey, so to speak, where they can win games without even playing their best Counter-Strike, and that wasn't the case half a year ago. So slowly but surely, this is a team that is growing on me, and if you're able to beat Big very convincingly 2-0 like they're doing right here without playing your absolute best, that's a very healthy sign for G2.
I think maturity is kind of the most beautiful word to epitomize this team as well, because that's what we have seen from G2, just going from strength to strength to strength.
Yeah, it's about elevating your floor. I think this is what we always criticize when it comes to G2. We've always used this stereotype phrase like, you know, if they're in a very good day, they can beat anybody. We always knew the high of G2, the potential that they can have with the Nico, Hunter, and Monacy trio. The question was, how low can they go in a moment where things aren't going their way? And I think we kind of looked at it, we peeked behind the curtain on Mirage. We had a few moments where they looked a little bit lost, but still they managed to pull it together. They managed to stop the hemorrhage, so to speak, and they found solutions. And that to me is what matters the most, because whenever they're on track, of course Big is not going to challenge them, it's not going to make them risk. G2 is a superior team.
Particularly when we're looking at Inferno as well and the fashion that they closed out. Obviously, want to give them props to managing to close out quite a chaotic Mirage when it came down to the nitty-gritty of it. But the fact that they closed out Inferno cleanly, that is a great sign to see from G2, who we know can, get a little bit nervous in those later situations.
Yeah, we've seen that many times before.
Yeah, but not now.
Not now.
No, exactly.
Throwing games, not really getting it going. But G2, as you said, it's a mature team. It's a team that is growing. Nico obviously having a great showing on Inferno, doing what he does best. I noticed 18, 19 rounds into the game, he had more opening kills himself than the entirety of Big. So obviously that's impact, sheer impact on the server right there, helps you when you're G2. So overall, a very positive experience, very positive way of coming out, and it concludes a win streak for G2 as well. They finished Abu Dhabi winning 5 games or 4 games in a row, I believe, coming into this first part of the season, winning the first one as well. We're looking at a very hot G2 that perhaps is ready to contest to be the best in the world.
Yeah, unfortunately for Big, that does spell a loss in their first game of the 2023 season. But I do want to get a few words, courtesy of Crimbo.
So Crimbo, not the start you guys would have wanted, but also you guys are finally back with your main roster coming into this. For Mirage, for you guys though, it's always been a pick alongside your Dust 2. What do you feel went wrong this time? Because in the first half, you started off slow, you came back into it. It felt like you guys could have done it.
Yeah, definitely. Like first official after the long break for us again. We didn't play the Abu Dhabi finals, so it was getting the feeling again to be here playing officials with your team now. Having a real roster, hopefully, and playing like constant events with the team, because we switched like 6 or 7 times last year, and we couldn't really like get a structure, like a real fundament
building like in the team. And so on Mirage, I think we did a good comeback. It was 8-7. I think 70 rounds on Mirage is pretty good. And then I don't know, we lost some key rounds, I would say. We lost at the end, like it was 15-14, we lost a 2v4, but I think something like this can always happen. But of course, it's not nice when it happens in this kind of situations. I think we played solid Counter-Strike. The 8-0 shouldn't have happened, but we did a good comeback.
And what do you put it down to, is in like right now where Big is at, while you weren't able to get Mirage? Is there something you noticed already straight away? Did Gob say something like, okay guys, this is very easy to fix?
Yeah, I think there was some few rounds where we kind of panicked, and then we caused a rotation that wouldn't have been needed, and like it was one round, Thompson went to B, and when he was rotating, they popped out A. So, like, if we get a bit calmer, if we get a bit more experience in the officials now, practicing, analyzing our games, I think something like this won't happen again.
Yeah, and hopefully with some more time with this main roster, like you said, that stability, it'll be able to fix it. Now, Inferno, obviously, Dust2's gone. You banned out Nuke because it's been looking really good for G2. Inferno, you guys have toyed with in the past, so you tried to bring it back in, then kind of shied away from it. How comfortable are you on that Inferno? Because it seemed, at least when they got onto the CT side, that they had full control.
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard. We started both matches without a pistol round, and we only won the one pistol on Mirage CT, and we always, like, if you always have a start like you are 0-5, and then like the next gun round you lose 4 players, you only one life, you have no money, they have 10k, it's like always hard to get back in these games. So but I think it was the same like this again when we were T on Inferno. They won the pistol round, they won the first gun. We even forced after in the second round, and we just lost these rounds against them while they are 5 alive, and I think it's really hard to climb back then.
Well, hopefully you can climb back in the next games. Crimbo, thank you as always, man. See you later.
Yeah, obviously not the way the Big were wanting to be starting off their season here at the Blast Premier Spring Group. So, of course, not down and out just yet, as we can take a look at the Group C bracket. Of course, they find themselves falling into that lower bracket side of things. And we do have one final debut game going down tomorrow, where we'll see Na'Vi taking on NIP, both with a couple of new players coming in for either side of the equation. That's going to be interesting to see who's actually going to be progressing on through.
I like that you mentioned that. Look, we've seen today, we've witnessed that the map pool of Big still is TBD. They try to mess around a little bit with Inferno. The two opponents that they would be potentially waiting on are just fresh off of roster changes. Maybe people will not be in a position to punish the pool of Big, and that Mirage performance was nothing to be ashamed of, so I wouldn't sleep on Big quite yet.
Yeah, no sleeping on them quite yet. Let's take a look at Group B as well, because of course we saw 2 best-of-3s going down earlier on today to determine that FaZe and OG are the ones going through to that upper bracket, tantalizing close to making it to the group final, where the winner will be progressing straight on through to the spring finals. I guess the biggest upset in this is actually seeing that OG managed to make it through 2-0 over Liquid. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, especially the fashion they beat Liquid in. It was obviously a close game on Nuke, double overtime coming into it, but it was a very hard-fought fight from OG. The fact that they were able to withstand the resilience, withstand the pressure coming out of Team Liquid, a bit of a surprise to me and a good sign for OG moving into the season.
I want to put a pin in that game because we are going to get into our CS Money Play of the Day, where I believe we are going to be seeing a highlight from that particular series. But first up, it is Grim, Jacob. What are we seeing from him here?
We got a beautiful, beautiful quick play coming out of Grim right here. It starts with Kerrigan, but it doesn't matter because Grim is the one with the FAMAS getting the kills. And note the weapon. The FAMAS, not the most likable weapon out there, but he still does it. Grim, who's playing some solid Counter-Strike for complexity. A nice little highlight here.
FAMAS underappreciated there, I said it. Now we have Dexter, a secondary option in this CS Money Play of the Day, with that completely blocked position with the AWP, but you can see the way he swivels around. That third kill is absolutely disgusting. Hell, I would react exactly like that if I pulled off that crazy clip. We have a little bit of a luxury replay on top. That was sick.
You should never be able to get that.
He's so good. He's so good. Another guy who's super good is Nico, of course, with his favorite weapon, I would almost argue, in the hand. A P250. He does it again and again and again. He's so clinical, so sharp, and this 1v3 clutch coming in against Big on Inferno, that must have broken their backs completely. The fact that he's able to do this time and time again with a P250, it's just amazing to witness. To me, aesthetically speaking, probably the most pleasing player to watch when he has a P250 in his hand.
Yeah, certainly. Nico absolutely on fire on that second map of Inferno. And And I'm curious to hear from James Banks. Has that shifted up anything in our Mersk MVP?
Oh yes, that's right, Freya. I'm sure it has shifted some things, and we will get to take a look at who is in the running for our Mersk MVP award. And right now, some of the players have swapped around. Spinks is still there, but he's just about hanging on. Twist, Neofrag joining alongside him. But look at these huge ratings we're getting out of some of the FaZe players. at.CET, a nice surprise. He said to us in the interview he got some of his roles back. But the superstar right now is Super Brokey, coming up huge. 1.54 rating, nearly up at 90 ADR. And he was landing some key shots. He was pulling off his magic moments as he always does. AWP, Rifle, it was an easier opponent, an easier team for him to go up against, but they were playing with a stand-in. And well, we know what FaZe do. When it comes in with a stand-in, they all just pull it out the bag even more. It is going to just show the level of strength you can expect from this team, and you can never count them out. And Brokey, well, he's starting the year off strong. He just says he plays CS, he plays his own game, he plays his way over and over again. But right now, he's in the lead. Let's see how it is tomorrow.
Yeah, Brokey makes it sound so damn simple. I wish it was that simple for me whenever I enter the server. Maybe that's because I'm holding P90. Yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe if I can get 2 P90s up there. I don't know.
No, that was
Valve,
not.
I hope
one
you're
is not a good
listening,
option.
because
2
that would
isn't
be
either.
beautiful. I love how James also gave props to at.CET. Obviously, he was a candidate for the Mersk MVP as well. Massive stuff from him coming into things. Obviously, a last-minute stand-in addition for FaZe.
Bit of a surprise that he was playing so well, right? I know he's been
Surprised
working
that
hard.
he was playing at all.
Yeah, that too. It's great to see at.CET, finding some of that confidence, and it's a curious story with him. He never really seems to find a home, right? But he's always going into these teams and somehow always landing on his feet. And what he showed us today, maybe there's teams out there looking in towards at.CET thinking maybe he's worth, maybe he's worth signing for the future.
Yeah, going to be seeing a lot more of him going forward, but not in tomorrow's games. We do have 3 more best of 3s ready to grace the stage tomorrow. We're going to be seeing our final game of Group C going down. I'm very hyped for this one because it's going to be Na'Vi taking on NIP, as we alluded to earlier, both with 2 new additions to the roster. Then it's going to be EG taking on Vitality in a surprising upper bracket game. And then Astralis taking on Heroic in a lower bracket game. I'm confused. What on earth happened in Group A? And it only happened yesterday, Jacob.
No bias, but I'm very, very, very much looking forward to that Astralis Heroic game. That's going to be a very interesting domestic derby. Danish teams in Denmark, a lot of emotions. The Glaive versus
Dane
KDN.
here, a Dane there,
gotta show,
everywhere.
it is what it is. But you're not wrong. Vitality versus ET in that upper bracket game. I don't think a lot of people outside of a very few selective management members actually saw that coming.
You're trying to distract from the Danish derby that's going to be going down, Jacob. And you have even more on the line because the HLTV fantasy teams, Jacob actually has 2 players, 1 on each side of the server.
Yep, you're about to lose points.
Between the 3 of us, I think I'm in the lead right now. So
my players didn't play.
I would just calm down for you.
No. I'm not looking.
He hasn't understood the concept of
today.
fantasy. You need to have your players play games so that you can actually get points.
He's a newbie.
He's like posting groups in the message like, I'm in the lead. Like, Jacob, we haven't played yet.
Jacob, I love how invested you are. So hopefully we'll be collecting up a few more points tomorrow. And hopefully you guys will be joining us for the action once again. Same time, same place tomorrow for 3 more best of 3s here. The Blast Premier Spring Groups.